This is our protagonist, Yi. Upon opening his eyes, he finds himself plunged into his life's most horrifying scenario. Sitting in a classroom with a countdown sign reading 25 days until the college entrance exam, looming right in front of him, instead of being thrilled about his transmigration, he just wants to scream. Why couldn't destiny have sent him back to a time after he already had his diploma? But as strange memories begin to flood his brain, he realizes that this world is nothing like his old reality. Since ancient times, the Blue Star has faced the catastrophe of secret realm invasions, where colossal magical beasts with the power to destroy entire nations pour out from spatial rifts. To protect civilization, humanity developed the monster gene system, allowing martial artists to integrate monster templates into their bodies to awaken combat talents. In this era where martial arts reign supreme, powerful martial artists hold a godlike status, while the weak are mere dirt beneath their feet. Unfortunately, Yi has transmigrated into a total waste of the martial arts class at Anchung No. 1 High School. Once an elite student, the original owner neglected his training after his parents passed away, causing his grades to plummet and making him a target for ridicule from his classmates, especially a haughty girl who constantly mocks him and demands he drop out. Faced with these insults, Yi only offers a mysterious smile. He knows that the new soul within this body holds a terrifying trump card, one that will soon transform him into an existence far beyond any ordinary standard. What will this so-called trash do to leave the entire world in shock? Welcome back to BALA Manhua Recaps. Now let's dive into the dramatic events of the fateful Gene Awakening Serum Injection Ceremony. In a certain classroom, the teacher stood atop the podium looking down at the students. Class, are you ready? The gene modification boosters are about to be administered. Please have confidence in yourselves. These 3 years of physical conditioning and practicing the martial chi art were all for this moment. There are always those who never take things seriously. Sensing the teacher's gaze falling upon him, a young man propped up his head with his hand and smirked, thinking, "Is this a joke? It's not like I'm the one with bad grades. I just transmigrated into this body. Why should I feel awkward?" But on second thought, since I'm already in this body, I might as well help the original owner hold his head high. The scene shifts to the gene injection room at Anchung No. 1 High School. The cases were filled with Gene Awakening Serum, which contained the primitive genes of all the magical beasts collected by human warriors. After injection, the body would absorb one of them and undergo awakening. Generally, the stronger the physique, the more powerful the awakened beast gene. The teacher picked up a vial and cautioned, "Don't be nervous, students. After the injection, stay calm and accept this power." Subsequently, students like Chen Pengfei and Miao Yinuo were called to the stage one by one. Each of them howled in pain after the injection, their bodies undergoing mutations. Watching this, Yi felt a sense of bewilderment. Seeing them turn into strange forms and endure such agony after the injection, it was clear this power did not come easily. He decided to cast aside all hesitation and plunge the needle directly into his neck, determined to give it his all. As the fluid entered his body, Yi's eyes turned blue, but something seemed off. The teacher stared at his face, observing him for a moment before speaking. "Student Yi, you don't seem to have changed at all," he replied with a look of pure confusion. "Teacher, did I get a fake dose?" Just then, a girl in red appeared out of nowhere and began to mock him with a snide tone. "Haha. Look everyone, it looks like Yi didn't awaken at all. A martial artist who hasn't awakened is like a bird without wings. Isn't Yi basically a total waste now?" Suddenly Yi felt a bone-chilling cold. His heart began to race violently, and a strange sensation surged through his entire body. A system notification appeared. Infinite monster template obtained. Host, Yi. Comprehensive physique. Mastered the standard student Chi refining 9 arts. Storm Frost Fist Stellar Chi Gong. The girl in red continued to lecture him with her hands on her hips. "What's with the act? If you didn't awaken, you didn't awaken. Why are you posing?" At that moment, Yi's body began to tremble violently. Even his voice changed. He warned, "All of you, get away." The girl snapped back. "Why should we leave? By what right?" Yi replied through gritted teeth. "If you don't leave now, it'll be too late." No sooner had he spoken than he let out a world-shaking roar. A terrifying force erupted instantly, blowing her and the nearby students away. The room fell into total chaos. The impact of this power was far too strong. Who on earth awakened? "I can't stand this pressure." "What did you do?" Some looked on from the side thinking, could there actually be someone stronger than me? The system displayed a rank template legendary Damala. Bloodline abilities: Azure Breath, Atomic Breath, Thermonuclear Pulse, Nuclear Energy Absorption. Evolution form: Red Lotus Damala activated only at 100 synchronization. Current synchronization 3. Yi trembled all over, murmuring to himself. A rank template, Infinite Monster Template. What does this even mean? He looked at the palm of his hand. The spiritual energy surging from every cell was shining with a dazzling light. so abundant that it reached a glowing state. He blurted out in shock, "Could this be the gold finger the system granted me?" The classmates who had looked down on Yi until now couldn't believe their eyes as they witnessed this peak moment. Was that really that loser just now? The person next to him also had eyes wide with shock. In a single instant he pushed everyone back with just his aura. They glanced at the girl in red, Wang Dongdong, who was lying unconscious on the ground with her eyes rolled back. The very person who always picked on Yi, they whispered. Wang Dongdong actually got knocked out by the shockwave. She awakened a rank 2 fire chameleon, for heaven's sake. And that guy Yi, what kind of monster template did he actually awaken? Discussions broke out everywhere. Having witnessed Yi's terrifying inner power, those who had once mocked him could only kneel on the ground, trembling. Meanwhile, Yi wore an innocent, harmless expression. He scratched his head awkwardly. Ahem, well, sorry about that. It was a bit louder than I expected. I did tell everyone to move back. It's your own fault for not listening. Just then, the school intercom announced, "The gene awakening injection period has ended. All awakened students, please proceed immediately to the detection building to determine your monster gene type and martial arts rank." The scene shifts to the detection building, which was equipped with a large amount of advanced gene breakthrough testing equipment that could precisely determine everyone's beast gene type and martial rank. Students entered the detection area one by one, and the results were soon displayed on the big screen. Class 12-8, Li Xinyuan awakened rank 3 Gale Bug Bloodline. A commotion immediately broke out among the crowd. Talk about lucky, he used to be just average, but now he's the class ace. A powerful bloodline really is no joke. The next result belonged to another boy. Suzhou, rank 9 Martial Apprentice, awakened peak rank 3 Ice Demon Dragon Bloodline. The crowd continued their heated discussion. Suzhou really is the top of the grade. A rank 9 Martial Apprentice, and he awakened a peak rank 3 Ice Demon Dragon. This year's Ancheng Valedictorian will definitely be him. Another beautiful girl drew significant attention when her results were announced. Lu Yutong, rank 9 Martial Apprentice, awakened rare rank 4 Nether Sparrow Bloodline. The crowd erupted again. Look at that, Miss Lu is also a rank 9 awakening. My god, a Nether Sparrow, a rare rank 4, she's the real candidate for the provincial top scorer. If a rank 4 demonic beast were to reveal its true form, it could destroy half a city. Ordinary martial artists are like ants before them. Only Grandmaster level experts have the power to face them. Since it wasn't Yi's turn for testing yet, he looked up at the results on the big screen, propping his chin up as he thought with a face full of confusion. Their monster templates are all categorized as rank 3 or rank 4. Why is mine a rank? Suddenly the intercom called his name. The tone sounded unusually solemn. Next, class 12-7, Yi was startled, his face flushing slightly, as he felt a bit embarrassed. Is it really necessary to call my name so formally, one syllable at a time? Honestly, very quickly, due to his world-shaking performance earlier, Yi became the focus of everyone's attention and anticipation. Gazes of envy and admiration were cast upon him from all directions. The crowd automatically parted to make a path for him. Praises were endless. With that kind of impact earlier, he's definitely going to be a big shot. I need to make friends with him quickly. I have to latch onto this rising star. Wow, he's a god, my idol. It's Yi's turn. With that aura from before, his rank definitely won't be low. This is insane. The more praise he heard, the more pressure Yi felt. Only he knew that his talent was rated as A rank, which was a completely different classification system. He muttered, "This world really does shamelessly worship the strong." Yi walked through the crowd cheering his name and entered the detection room with a calm face. Outside, the screams and discussions showed no sign of stopping. Yi is definitely going to make the whole class see him in a new light this time. It's his turn. His ability must be extraordinary. So cool, what rank of bloodline could produce such a powerful aura? A truly great figure is about to emerge from our Ancheng. However, in a distant corner, a person observed silently with a cold gaze. Unhappy to see Yi being so popular, this person thought, so his name is Yi. He is indeed worth looking forward to. A moment later, Yi's information appeared on the big screen. It only showed basic information, while other vital data were displayed as unknown. The crowd's expressions shifted from surprise to bewilderment, followed by an explosion of skeptical and mocking discussions. Rank 3 Martial Apprentice, Monster Bloodline unknown. Rank 3 Martial Apprentice, haha, my middle school brother could beat a loser like that. How embarrassing, I really misjudged him. The crowd's attitude flipped instantly again, and laughter rang out. Bloodline unknown, probably nothing special. Exactly, what kind of good bloodline could a rank 3 Martial Apprentice have? Turns out that scene earlier was just a loud fart. In the end, Yi was still just useless mud that couldn't stick to a wall. Amidst the mockery of the crowd, Yi walked out of the detection room silently, his face full of frustration. He muttered under his breath, Damala actually wasn't detected by the scanner. But the infinite monster template system has already been activated. The virtual system panel appeared in his mind once again. Infinite monster template upgrade guide, complete missions and increase prestige to gain chances to draw monster templates. Current draws available 0. He thought to himself, even though my template rank is categorized differently, it means he gave a soft laugh, his smile deep and mysterious. Then a look of intense determination and excitement flashed in his eyes as he looked at his hands. As long as the conditions are met, I can draw infinite monster templates. Won't that make me the king of monsters? The next morning at Anchung No. 1 High School, the sun was shining brightly. In the teacher's office, a stern-looking teacher took a large gulp of coffee and scrutinized the student standing before him. What, you want to take a leave of absence to study at home, and only return for the college entrance exam? He stood up straight, legs apart and fists clenched, showing full drive and determination. Teacher, I really want to improve. I know I still lack a lot of knowledge. Without a special training plan, it's almost impossible to catch up with everyone else. The teacher looked at Yi seriously. His tone was realistic, carrying a hint of a warning. Yi, you have to understand that if you want to become a true martial artist, the only way out is to get into a martial arts university. I know you just awakened your bloodline, but your foundation is too weak. It's practically 0. It's impossible to get into a university this year. My sincere suggestion is to prepare to repeat the year next year. Don't be too eager for quick success. Faced with the teacher's doubt and somewhat harsh advice, he couldn't suppress his internal determination. He immediately deployed his sincere request technique, his eyes sparkling with longing and hope. Teacher, the harder it is, the more I need to hurry and improve. Perhaps you don't yet understand my potential. I've awakened a very powerful bloodline. Just give me the chance to train hard, and I will definitely succeed. Please look into my sincere eyes. I am absolutely not lying. Yi's somewhat exaggerated but heartfelt performance softened the teacher's heart. Your eyes are indeed very sincere. Fine, I won't make things difficult for you anymore. Alright, but remember, you must come back to me next year to sign up for a repeat year. The scene shifts to the Anchung Martial Arts Center, where Yi wandered the bustling streets alone. As he walked, he calculated in his head. The house left by my parents was mortgaged for $600,000 plus over $1 million in accident compensation. I have a decent amount of capital in my hands now. Currently there are 2 ways to quickly increase my strength. One is to raise my martial arts realm, and the other is to increase Damala's synchronization rate. Recalling the information that flashed on the system panel, he fell into deep thought, completely immersed in his own world. According to the infinite monster template data, every initial template only has a 1 base synchronization, but my Berserk Damala started at 3. Where did that extra 2 come from? He asked himself. There's only one logical explanation. The Damala template absorbed the residual power of the Gene Awakening Serum, which added an extra 2 synchronization. This discovery was an epiphany for Yi. This proves that the ordinary gene medicines of this world can enhance my monster template abilities. He thought that compared to practicing martial arts step by step, this pay-to-win path of increasing synchronization was clearly more suitable for him. Having found a shortcut to becoming strong quickly, he couldn't help but get excited. He needed to go buy Gene Enhancement Serum immediately. Walking into the martial arts center, he swiped his student ID at the access gate, and at that very moment, a strange sensation washed over him. He widened his eyes, his face showing extreme surprise. In his special field of vision, he discovered that everyone around him was shrouded in a unique energy aura, clearly reflecting their awakened abilities. Moreover, most of the people here possessed formidable auras. This clearly signaled that they were all martial artists with exceptional abilities. He couldn't help but marvel, is everyone here an awakened martial artist? After awakening the Berserk Damala template, he discovered he possessed a special perception. Damala's life magnetic field could amplify the ability to sense the life signals of surrounding creatures. He could clearly feel the boiling blood and energy within them, and could even hear the primitive roars of the demonic beasts lurking within these martial artists' bloodlines. Instantly, a surge of intense excitement rose in Yi's chest. His eyes flickered with the light of spiritual energy. Demonic beast martial artists, I can't suppress this boiling desire for battle. He gave a soft laugh, his tone carrying confidence and arrogance. After all, Berserk Damala was the king of monsters in this world, an emperor born to conquer every living thing on this planet. I can't control my emotions at all, he almost wanted to shout. A pity I'm still too weak right now. I'll have to let President D endure a little humiliation for the time being. When I grow up, I'll show the whole world what a true king of monsters looks like. Just as he was immersed in his grand plans for the future, a hand suddenly patted his shoulder gently from behind. "Hey little brother, don't just stare at people like that." Little Yi was startled, and realizing the misunderstanding he explained awkwardly, "Sorry big sister, I didn't do it on purpose." The older sister was quite generous and waved it off saying, "It's fine, you probably just awakened your bloodline and haven't controlled your abilities yet, right? What are you doing at the martial arts center?" He immediately replied, "I'm here to buy gene serum. But this place is too big, I can't find the sales counter." "Beautiful sister, could you point me in the right direction?" The woman appeared very enthusiastic. "Buying gene serum? Do you already need to use it at this stage?" He replied blankly, Is there something special I should be aware of?" "It's nothing major. It's just that gene serums are expensive and it's easy to build up a resistance. The effect decreases with every use. To achieve the best results, martial artists usually wait until their bloodline reaches its natural limit before they start using medicine." He was still a bit confused and followed up, "Then sister, about how much does a bottle of gene serum cost?" The stylish girl held up 4 slender fingers and replied warmly, "Well, for your current stage you can only use basic consolidation serum. It's about 400,000 a bottle." Hearing this number, Yi almost died on the spot, his face collapsing instantly. Too expensive, all his savings couldn't even buy 5 bottles. He asked awkwardly, "Sister, do you know anyone who could give me a discount?" After a moment of thought, the girl leaned down gracefully and pulled a business card from her bag to hand to him. Though her movements were light, her ample chest swayed slightly with the motion. "All right then, take my card. This is for rank 4 martial artists. If you have a referral, you can get a bit of a discount." Yi was overjoyed at the news and immediately took the card, his eyes sparkling with delight as he waved goodbye. "Thank you so much, big sister," she smiled back and replied, "You're welcome, see you around." As soon as the conversation ended, he sprang into action. He headed straight to the specialized martial arts stores to kick off his spending spree. At the checkout, he spent 1.05 million at the gene medicine shop, followed by another 250,000 at the weapons shop. Just like that, he splurged recklessly without hesitation, and in the blink of an eye, night had already fallen. The scene shifts to Yi's apartment, where the young man was focusing all his mental energy. Despite the sharp pain and discomfort coursing through his entire body, he gritted his teeth, enduring the agony as he absorbed the power from those expensive gene medicines. System notifications chimed continuously. Monster template Berserk Damala. Synchronization increased from 3 to 4, 4 to 7. Comprehensive physique increased from 8 to 10, 10 to 15. Realm rank 7 martial apprentice. After the long, grueling process of medicinal absorption, he was nearly exhausted. He stretched out his arms, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. This feeling of leveling up is incredible. Although the first few vials had increased his physique by 2 points, the last vial only provided a 1-point increase. The further he progressed, the harder it became to enhance his strength on this foundation. Even though getting stronger was difficult, it was going smoothly. Just a few dozen minutes of medicine-assisted training was equivalent to 3 years of hard cultivation. And this was only basic physical strength. If I activate President D's bloodline again, I'll have a real shot at competing for the top spot in this year's college entrance exam. The young man let out a shout full of fighting spirit and set off for a secret realm. Secret realm rifts are categorized into different grades, from the highest and most dangerous S rank to the lowest and safest E rank. The higher the rank, the more powerful and ferocious the magical beasts within. The beasts in S-rank realms are currently beyond human control. If they were ever to invade the real world, it would be a total cataclysm. The scene shifts to Ancheng's E-rank secret realm number 3. He was fully equipped, wearing his weapons and armor. He arrived at the entrance of the E-rank realm, observed for a moment, and muttered to himself, "There are fewer people here than I expected. Probably because this realm has been explored for so long that most of the treasures have been looted, leaving only some weak monsters for newbies like me to practice on." The boy walked along the path and saw a small registration counter. "Hello, I've booked a ticket for Secret Realm number 3. The woman in charge of registration didn't even look up, listlessly handing the documents to Yi. "Sign it. Take this life and death waiver. Here's your ticket." The spatial gate to the secret realm appeared before Yi's eyes, an unstable vortex of energy radiating an ancient and dangerous aura. "So this is a secret realm rift? This is where my journey to becoming the king of monsters begins." Without hesitation, he took a running start and dived directly into the spatial vortex, his heart filled with anticipation and excitement. "Here I come." As soon as he jumped into the rift, the familiar dimensional world vanished instantly. It felt like passing through a layer of space into an entirely new world. Soon he used his instincts to stick a steady landing. He dropped to one knee to support himself, his movements exceptionally practiced. From his current position in the realm, he could clearly see other planets suspended in a magnificent and strange sky of ruins. The azure star, the dark violet star, and the great gold star, it all formed a vista completely different from the sky on Earth. He hurriedly adjusted his gear, looking around in awe. Although he had studied this in books, witnessing such a spectacle with his own eyes was something else entirely. Spectacular. I can actually see the starry cosmos? The boy still looked carefree, unaware that something was quietly creeping up behind him. It was a rank 1 magical beast, a blade-toothed rabbit. The moment it bared its teeth and lunged at him, he whipped his head around and grabbed it by the neck, teaching the reckless creature a lesson. How foolish. Did you really think I couldn't sense you? With a casual squeeze, he snuffed it out completely, leaving only a small glowing crystal in his hand. He examined it closely. A blade-toothed rabbit monster core, average quality, market price about 1,000 yuan. He had earned 1,000 just by stepping inside. The efficiency seemed good. An average person only earns 3,000 or 4,000 in a whole year. He's mood turned relaxed. He held up the spirit stone to examine it, but realized that collecting too many rank 1 cores was pointless. It would be better to focus on hunting beasts of rank 2 or higher. But just then an abnormal movement in the ground behind him made him spin around. A massive soft-bodied monster burst through the soil. It wriggled like a mutated earthworm, its body cold, wet, and slimy, hundreds of times larger than Yi. This was a rank 2 magical beast, a demon guard worm. The more novel and powerful the beast, the more excited Yi became. He quickly drew the short sword from his waist, a provocative smirk tugging at his lips. Ask and you shall receive. Exactly what I wanted. In Encheng's E-rank secret realm number 3 he began his sweeping conquest. Facing the rank 2 demon guard worm, he showed no fear. With a powerful and precise strike, he left a deep gash on the monster's body. The worm let out a sharp, shrill cry of pain, and green slime splattered everywhere like rain. Yi held a defensive stance, squinting as he analyzed the beast. He recalled data he had seen in the monster library. Compared to the hard shell on its back, the worm's soft underbelly was clearly its most vulnerable weak point, stung by the pain. The monster began to curl its body like a giant wheel, rampaging at an incredible speed in an attempt to crush Yi. Faced with this fierce counterattack, Yi remained calm. He thrust his hands forward, channeling his inner strength and silently reciting a martial arts mantra. Instantly, a powerful aura shot from his palms toward the charging rank 2 demon guard worm. The beast opened its hideous maw and fired rows of massive sharp teeth that spun like whirring saw blades. They flew toward Yi at an alarming speed, acting like a mobile guillotine. If he were hit by that, he'd surely be cut in half. The boy appeared quite surprised. It can actually shoot its teeth as an attack? After a series of somewhat clumsy dodges, Yi's clothes were still torn. The boy was nearly driven mad with rage, cursing at the mutated monster. Damn it, you beast, do you have any idea how much these clothes cost? He pulled back to a safe distance, his brain quickly analyzing the situation. Currently, taking this demon guard worm head-on was no small challenge. Ultimately, without bloodline empowerment, no matter how strong his internal martial chi was, it was difficult to exert full power. It was all the original owner's fault for being too lazy in the past. His martial arts foundation was just too poor. Now he had no choice but to use his cheats. Having made his decision, Yi's eyes snapped wide, and he pushed his inner strength to the limit, erupting with powerful energy. He let out a loud roar. Berserk Damala bloodline activate. Instantly, Yi's right arm underwent a mutation, becoming covered in Damala's hard scales and sharp claws. A second later, Yi charged with incredible speed, leaving several horrifying gashes on the monster's body. Green slime splattered like rain once again. Indeed, Yi had cleanly dispatched the rank 2 monster. He turned his head and wiped away his sweat, thinking that after his physique points had surged to 21. Handling this rank 2 demon guard worm was indeed more than easy. He began to deactivate his transformation, needing to dissipate the nuclear energy accumulated in his body. The sensation made him feel like a jet engine. Looking back at his weapon, the short sword was severely damaged. Yi picked up the blade and said gloomily, "The short sword I just bought was corroded by this worm's toxins. 2.5 million for equipment this poor. It can't even handle a rank 2 beast effectively. I need to go complain to that shop." Yi's empty stomach began to growl incessantly. Rubbing his belly, he muttered, "Hunting monsters for the first time takes way too much energy. I'm starving and I forgot to bring rations." Suddenly, amidst his intense hunger, a strange fragrance drifted into Yi's nose. Drooling, he twitched his nose, trying to find the source of the scent. That was when he discovered the fragrance was actually coming from the monster core that had dropped from the rank 2 demon guard worm's corpse. He picked up the core and brought it to his face, muttering, "Is this the monster core? A demon guard worm's core." And it smelled delicious. After a moment of thought, he opened his mouth wide and tossed the green monster core directly inside. "Whatever, let's give it a try." He swallowed it with a gulp. As soon as the core hit his stomach, a burst of brilliant spiritual energy erupted, spreading through his entire body with immediate effect. A notification popped up on the system panel. monster template Berserk Damala. Synchronization increased from 7 to 7.3. Following that, a more powerful aura radiated from Yi-He. His entire being was glowing as if he had swallowed a flashlight. Yi-He exclaimed in surprise. It went up, even the synchronization rate increased. A look of satisfaction immediately appeared on his face as he gritted his teeth, his eyes shining. Awesome. Spending hundreds of thousands on gene medicine only raised my sync by 1, but swallowing 1 green monster core raised it by 0.3. That means the white core from the blade tooth rabbit earlier would have raised it at least a little too. At the thought of this, Yi-He was so heartbroken he could have cried, 2 streaks of tears streaming down his face. My money, that was all money. He quickly calmed down, pointing to his forehead to motivate himself. Turn grief into strength, Yi-He grandly announced. Tonight I, Yi-He, am going to hunt to my heart's content. Within minutes, an invisible but powerful shockwave radiated from him, sweeping across a vast stretch of the forest like a radar search. He shouted, "Activate life magnetic field." It wasn't until noon the next day that Yi-He finally left the E-rank secret realm. The system reported the results. Berserk Damala template. Synchronization 9, comprehensive physique 15.8. Yi-He strolled out of the spatial gate thinking to himself, once synchronization hits 9, eating more white cores is useless. Now I can only trade them for cash. Subsequently, at the exchange counter by the realm entrance, Yi-He poured out a pile of glittering monster cores. A total of 20 white cores and 4 green cores. The manager at the exchange was stunned by the amount. For real? He's clearly just a high schooler, yet he managed to get this many cores? The people waiting in line behind him also marveled at Yi-He's spoils. Feeling a sense of awe, at the counter Yi-He said to the staff, according to government regulations, martial artists need to hand over a portion of their harvest. I'll keep 1 green core and turn in 5 white ones. He did the math in his head. 200,000 federal credits secured. The scene shifts to Ancheng's D-rank secret realm number 4. This was a wasteland of broken walls and ruins. In the center stood a half-collapsed old building. Next to the building was a spatial rift much larger than the one in the E-rank realm, forming a terrifying vortex of blue energy. This was the entrance to the D-rank secret realm. Today was sunny, and a shiny latest model convertible was parked nearby. A man in a blue shirt and sunglasses sat in the driver's seat and shouted, "Captain Lin, we definitely have to complete the bounty mission to find the blood jade flower this time, right?" Lin He, a rank 2 martial artist, replied, "When we went in to search last time, we basically confirmed the flower's location. Unfortunately, old Chen was seriously injured by a beast and can't join us in the realm this time." A woman on the team crossed her arms. Looking worried, she asked, "Then doesn't that leave only 5 of us in the team?" Immediately after, another man with a buzz cut spoke up, "Yeah, according to the rules, a squad entering a D-rank secret realm needs at least 6 people." Lin He turned his head and replied confidently, "It's fine, I've already contacted a middleman, and they've introduced a new expert to us." He pointed to a figure walking slowly in the distance. The person was dressed rather casually and didn't look like an expert at all. It was none other than Yi-He. The team members all showed skeptical expressions. One of them asked, "So you're Desia, a rank 9 martial apprentice, right?" Yi-He acted in a carefree manner, picking his nose as he replied with a smirk, "That's right," but in his mind he was thinking, "Since I'm just a student, I don't have the official qualifications to enter a D-rank secret realm. I had to go to the black market and spend 100,000 to get a fake identity to join a team. What a waste of money. Sigh, bad luck just follows me everywhere." Lin He frowned slightly, feeling a bit concerned about the alias Yi-He had chosen, Desia. The name didn't sound very reliable, Lin He thought to himself, but Yi-He just shrugged with a look of helplessness. "Well, Captain, just call me whatever you want." After speaking, Yi-He didn't seem to care about the name at all. Lin He cleared his throat and stated clearly, "Fine, whatever you say. With your current level as a rank 9 apprentice, you wouldn't normally be qualified to enter a realm of this rank. But our squad decided to give you a chance to follow along, observe and gain experience. In exchange, you are absolutely not allowed to drag us down. Understand?" He gave a nonchalant response, he thought to himself. A captain's responsibility is to explain everything clearly before the mission starts. This guy seems pretty reliable. Unlike those people who just panic the moment something goes wrong. With everything arranged, Yi-He and the other team members quickly boarded the off-road vehicle. "All right, let's go. We have to find the blood jade flower this time." Shortly after, the team passed through the spatial gate and stepped onto a foreign planet. The ground was desolate and barren, without a single speck of green. Captain Lin He looked at the tracking device and announced, "The blood jade flower is in the oasis ahead. Watch out, it's guarded by a rank 2 beast with a special lineage." Sitting in the car, Yi-He propped up his chin, staring out the window with a distant gaze. Last time was a tropical rainforest, this time it's a desert. The worlds connected by these rifts really are quite different. As the vehicle ventured deeper, A pack of magical beasts, hungry as wolves and covered in earthy yellow fur, suddenly rushed out from both sides, chasing the car. A team member in the back seat was on high alert and immediately reported, "Captain, it's a swarm of earth demon rats. They're charging at us." Lin, he remained calm and gave a decisive order. "Huda, take care of them." Huda acted instantly. He crossed his arms over his chest, and in the blink of an eye several sharp short knives appeared on the back of his hands. Huda swung his arms back forcefully. The throwing knives, infused with spiritual energy, flew out like lightning, piercing the heads of the earth demon rats and instantly causing explosions. The impact of the spiritual energy blast blew the rats' heads to pieces, sending flesh and blood flying. Piercing shrieks echoed through the desolate desert. But the speed of Yi-Hee's group's vehicle didn't slow down at all. Huda pulled his hands back and sat down, his expression unchanged as he gave a brief report. "Dealt with." Yi-Hee glanced at his teammate and evaluated silently, injecting martial chi into throwing stars to turn them into miniature bombs upon impact. Quick and clean, that skill is indeed impressive. The car continued its journey forward. After traveling a bit further, a lush and verdant forest began to emerge in the distance, a stark contrast to the desert wasteland they had just passed through. The sky on this planet was bizarre. Many other planets could be clearly seen suspended in the air, a sight completely different from Earth's sky. Once they confirmed they were nearing their target, the squad decided to park the vehicle. Everyone jumped out quickly, weapons at the ready, prepared to step into the danger zone at any moment. Yi-Hee followed behind with a trace of indifference on his face, his expression tinged with the weariness of the journey. He curiously asked the captain, "Why don't we just drive in?" Lin-Hee led the way, explaining as they walked. "We're still some distance from the oasis. The magical beasts in there are extremely sensitive to sound, and the engine noise of the off-road vehicle would easily attract their attention. Let's assign specific tasks as we walk. Xiao Sha, you use the lure bombs to draw the beasts out of hiding. Xiao Wu, Huda, you two set the traps. Old Lu will be responsible for long-range suppression, and I'll handle the frontal assault. As for you, Yi-Hee, just stand on the perimeter and observe." The tasks were assigned quite casually. Yi-Hee curled his lip and responded with a nonchalant face. "No problem." Once the battle plan was clear, Yi-Hee's squad fired a special signal flare into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions echoed through the entire area, followed by a rapid spread of white smoke carrying a special active ingredient. This was a bomb containing high-grade monster pheromones, designed to stimulate other magical beasts into believing their territory was being invaded, thus baiting them into chasing the provocateurs. The effect was almost instantaneous. The ground trembled slightly as a rank 2 magical beast, a land dragon, appeared. Its form resembled a dinosaur, but its entire body was covered in scales capable of storing electricity. It rose abruptly, its massive frame radiating intimidation. Saliva dripped from its wide gaping maw as it let out a roar, seemingly ready to tear apart any creature that dared approach. It was here. "Everyone be careful," Xiao Sha warned. Meanwhile, at another location, the spot where Yi-Hee's squad had just wiped out the earth demon rats, several throwing knives were still embedded in the sand in the distance. A tall figure draped in a black cloak that obscured his face approached silently. This stranger had 2 long, jagged scars on his arm that looked truly hideous. He knelt down and picked up a short knife still stained with Huda's blood. As the eerie figure gradually became visible through the dust, it revealed a bald old man wearing sunglasses. He looked cool, yet exuded a certain deviant aura. He extended a long tongue and perversely licked the blade he had just retrieved. His eyes were filled with murderous intent and a crazed bloodlust as he let out a cruel laugh. "Ha ha ha." Back at the battle scene, the newly appeared electric land dragon had already sensed danger. This giant beast was demonstrating its power with frantic strength. But Lin-Hee struck first. He charged like an arrow released from a bow, his longsword carving a cold arc through the air. With a single move, the monster's head flew from its neck and slammed heavily onto the ground. The beast's massive corpse crashed down as green blood sprayed out. Immediately after, Xiao Sha, the only girl in the team, hurried over to report, "Captain Lin, the rear has been handled as well. We finally succeeded." Facing the tall corpse he had just defeated, Lin-Hee stood majestically with his longsword resting on his shoulder, a confident curve touching the corner of his mouth. "Well done. Now let's go find the blood jade fruit." But at that very moment, a crisis struck without warning. Behind him, a sharp claw sliced through the air like a ghost. A cry of terror rang out, and Lin-Hee instinctively turned. In that split second, a figure charged out like lightning. Yi-Hee had appeared out of nowhere, directly above the captain's head. Before anyone could realize what he was doing, a boom echoed as a heavy punch, accompanied by terrifying spiritual energy, descended like a thunderbolt. The earth shook and dust filled the air. When the smoke cleared, Lin-Hee was still standing there unharmed, but his face had turned pale with extreme shock. He looked back at Yi-Hee in disbelief. Isn't he just a rank 1 martial apprentice? How could he have the strength to blow back a rank 2 magical beast? Xiao Sha's eyes also widened in total amazement. The power of that single punch was simply terrifying. He instantly became the center of attention. His teammates were full of praise, their eyes brimming with admiration. That Storm Mountain punch of yours was amazing. You actually took down a rank 2 beast in one go. He merely dusted off his hands lightly, replying briefly and firmly, "It was nothing, Captain Lin." He stepped forward, his eyes shining with relief and appreciation. "Thank you for saving me. From now on you are officially a member of our squad." A moment later, Lin He found what they had been hoping for. A small, deep red fruit shaped like a heart. He held it up and cheered. "Found it, it's the blood jade fruit." Xiao Wu curiously poked it with a finger. "We even got a land dragon crystal core this time. What a huge haul." Xiao Sha looked at the bright red fruit and wondered softly, "Is this round red thing really that valuable?" He stood in the back, thinking to himself, "This name makes it sound like a cherry tomato." Lin He explained in detail, "Of course, this thing can significantly increase the synchronization rate with a martial arts gene template. Although there were some surprises this time in the end, we successfully defeated the land dragon and got the blood jade fruit." Just as Lin He finished speaking, a dull stabbing sound rang out. Huda, who had been walking silently in the back, suddenly drew his knife and delivered a fatal blow to Lin He from behind. He wore a satisfied, cold smirk, his tone full of arrogance. Captain Lin, things aren't quite that simple." This sudden turn of events plunged the entire team into several seconds of deathly silence. "Captain Lin, what's going on, Lin?" He immediately spun his head around and reached out to strike back. "Huda, what the hell are you doing?" Huda was prepared and quickly dodged, backing away a few steps. At that moment, a strange figure stepped out from behind. It was the bald old man who had picked up the short knife earlier. He laughed insidiously. "What am I doing? Haven't you realized yet? I'm doing what makes the big money, of course." Upon seeing the newcomer, everyone was shocked. "Huo Peng, what are you doing here?" Xiao Wu clenched his fists, his face flushed with rage, his eyes wishing they could burn the two traitors to ashes. Yi tilted his head and asked softly, "You guys know this bald guy?" Xiao Wu spoke through gritted teeth, his eyes full of resentment. "Huo Peng, he's a notorious bandit who specifically targets the hard-earned loot other martial artists get in secret realms. Damn it, he's been eyeing us all along." Captain Lin He could barely stand, clutching his bleeding wound as he roared and wheezed. "The blade is poisoned. Huda, you traitor, how did you know we would come here?" The specific location of the blood jade fruit was only confirmed after we entered the realm. He observed all of this quietly, connecting the clues in his mind. The image of Huda using his throwing stars on the earth demon rats when they first entered the realm surfaced. He had an epiphany and thought, this guy deliberately threw those stars far away to send a signal to his accomplice. Now that things had come to this, Huda stopped pretending. He tore off his mask completely, gripping his knife handle with a vicious, ghostly expression. "Haha, you're actually quite sharp. Aren't you just some poor student? Your college entrance exams are coming up, right? Instead of reviewing at home, you just had to run out here to meet the Reapers." He tilted his head, his tone calm. "That's right, the exams are coming, and the top scorer's seat is still waiting for me." Hearing this, Huda let out a maddened, angry roar. He lunged forward and threw a short knife at Yi He. Yi He gracefully extended two fingers, catching the blade firmly in midair. The movement was so fast the crowd couldn't even follow it. His eyes as sharp as a sword's edge. "The ones barking in front of me are the truly arrogant ones." He didn't waste the opportunity. He clenched his fists as spiritual energy erupted like an angry flame, enveloping his arms. His face became chillingly cold. "So filthy, time to take out the trash." Seeing this, the bald Huo Peng couldn't sit still either. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead as he roared in anger. "You've got some guts, kid. Huda, I want his head." Receiving the order, Huda didn't hesitate to pour out all his spiritual energy, unleashing his most sinister ultimate technique. Countless short knives shot out like a metal rainstorm, forming a dense web so fast they seemed impossible to dodge. The entire space around Yi was covered by sharp blades. Facing the traitor's storm-like knife formation, Yi simply crouched slightly. Instantly, an invisible energy shield manifested, enveloping him. Every short knife that struck the shield was shattered to pieces. Yi let out a roar. As the rain of blades ended, the shield around him vanished. Huda had disappeared. Someone screamed a warning, "Watch out above!" He immediately raised two fingers, pointing them straight at his own brow. A powerful spiritual energy radiated outward, and his eyes suddenly glowed with an eerie light. He murmured to himself that he could finally try the skill he had just mastered. A moment later, Yi raised his hand and pointed directly at the chest of the diving Huda, activating the nuclear core pulse. Huda took the fatal hit head-on. Lin He stood to the side, completely stunned. One move, he took out Huda in one move? Is he really just a high school senior apprentice? He lightly blew on the fingertips that had just fired the attack, making a motion like holstering a gun. Behind him, Huda collapsed onto the sand with a thud, face down, with no sign of life left. In the distance, Huo Peng froze in place. Though he was still trying to act tough, his face was written with panic and fear. A gene technique. "You're from one of the great families." He straightened up leisurely, hands in his pockets exuding an incredibly cool aura. "A great family? I'm from the BALA family. Why do you want to get on your knees and beg for mercy?" Directly behind him, a blurry phantom of a giant beast appeared majestically for a fleeting second. Hearing this mockery, Huo Peng's face turned purple with rage. He roared in madness, exploding with his full power. "Brat, even if you have a gene technique, it can't make up for the gap in our martial realms." Instantly, Huo Peng's body began to undergo a mutation, his roar like thunder, his muscles bulged and rolled, his hair grew wildly, and in the blink of an eye he transformed into a ferocious giant black bear. The true form of a black bear beast manifested behind him, its maw filled with sharp teeth. Huo Peng didn't hesitate. In his giant bear form he charged straight at Yi He. Activating the martial skill, mountain-shaking header, Yi He remained relaxed, striking at the opponent's lower body first. Immediately after, he used that familiar fingertip technique again, firing a stream of spiritual energy from below that hit the opponent's leg directly. "Ah, my leg!" Huo Peng screamed in agony, realizing he couldn't defeat Yi He this way. He changed tactics and hugged the ground. He swept his massive bear paw across, attempting to capture his opponent alive. But Yi He leaped into the air like lightning, dodging it with ease. Not to be outdone, Huo Peng also sprang up, determined not to let his prey escape his grasp. A rank 2 martial artist was indeed formidable. Even though He had delivered a powerful strike via atomic breath, he had to admit it wasn't enough to completely melt those giant ankles. 2 massive palms were already lunging toward him, only inches away. The murderous intent in Huo Peng's eyes surged, clearly intending to crush his opponent without mercy. As the 2 bear paws slammed together with a massive boom, a shockwave erupted, kicking up the surrounding dust. But he hit nothing but air. At that moment He had vanished from the spot. Not only had he dodged the attack, but he had used that instant to teleport behind Huo Peng, his fists gathering ample spiritual energy for an attack. "Are you finished? It's my turn now." He clenched his fists, his entire aura exploding as a fiery spiritual energy enveloped him. When the energy reached its peak, He no longer hesitated, and struck decisively. Huo Peng's hulking frame reverted to human form after the heavy impact, his body covered in scorched bruises. Faint steam still rose from Yi's hands. Those who had once looked down on him could only stare in a daze. No one expected that the high school senior they thought was weak and frail possessed such terrifying power. So strong, however, Huo Peng was still acting recklessly, his face bruised and swollen. With his body battered and scarred, he still stubbornly propped himself up, his tone full of venom. You actually laced your gene technique with toxic gas, you despicable coward. A malicious martial artist like you will surely meet your end, I curse you." Clearly, he had misunderstood the nature of Yi's power, and this curse became the final straw. Yi's eyes snapped open, a red light flickering in his pupils. He clenched his fist, his voice low and chillingly cold. "Plenty of people want to curse me. Who the hell do you think you are?" At the Anchung Central Stadium, the year's largest college recruitment festival was underway. To welcome this grand event, the government had deployed an aerial display team. Banners were everywhere, and colorful flags fluttered in the breeze. An enthusiastic voice rang out from the sound system. "Welcome everyone to the annual Senior Martial Artist Selection. I only have one thing to say, I wish you all great fortune in battle." Holding the microphone was a handsome male host, broadcasting live to the camera. Behind him the stands were packed to capacity, the heated atmosphere sweeping through the entire venue. This year, the selection used a format of actual arena combat. Contestants were randomly paired for elimination matches. Winners advanced, losers were out. The competition would last for 3 days. The first 2 days were preliminary rounds, where each contestant had to pass through 3 intense battles. Those who lasted until the end would enter the crucial 3rd day to compete for the sole title of Valedictorian. You carry the future of humanity. For yourselves and for mankind, please show your true strength. I declare the Anchung Martial Entrance Exam officially open. As the grand declaration fell, the crowd erupted. Deafening collisions rang out from 4 arenas simultaneously. On the front arena, the female contestants were not at all inferior to the boys, making the atmosphere even more tense. However, a sudden situation drew thousands of eyes to Arena 6 at the same time. Something seems to be happening at Arena 6. The host hurriedly looked at the screen, his hands moving quickly to check the data. "Let me see. Oh, the 2 contestants are Wang Dongdong and Yi He, both from Anchung No. 1 High School. But currently only Wang Dongdong is on the stage." On the arena, Wang Dongdong looked arrogant. Seeing that Yi He hadn't appeared, she immediately let out a disdainful smile. To dare bail on such a major recruitment fair, talk about losing face. How embarrassing, the crowd below began to whisper, their voices growing louder. "I guess he was too scared and is hiding at home, not daring to come out. Afraid to show his face, huh? Hee, if you're that cowardly, why even study martial arts? It's a complete waste of food. Someone like this doesn't even deserve to go to high school. He should just go sweep trash on the streets. As the waiting time was about to expire, the referee finally blew a long whistle announcing loudly, "Anchung number 1 high school contestant Hee." Before the words could finish, everyone looked up at the sky in unison. A dazzling flash of light cut through the air, accompanied by billowing black smoke hurtling straight toward Arena 6 like a falling star. What was that? Was it a person? Only as the light drew closer did they see clearly. It was indeed Hee. With a thunderous boom, a tidal wave of spiritual energy instantly poured down in front of Wang Dongdong, sending her staggering backward. She had to use every ounce of her strength just to keep from being blown away by the air pressure. Before the dust from his earth-shaking landing could even settle, Wang Dongdong looked up, her vision blurred and her mind in a total daze. She stammered with a trembling voice, Lan, what the hell is going on?" Before she could recover, a blurry dark shadow flashed past at incredible speed. In a mere thousandth of a second, the sole of Hee's foot was planted firmly against Wang Dongdong's face. Like a puppet with its strings cut, she flew backward and crashed onto the arena floor in a pathetic heap. He raised a hand to shield his eyes from the sun. Squinting at the opponent he had just sent flying, he let out a sigh of relief and muttered, "Phew, that was close. I almost had to wait until next year to retake the exam." Meanwhile, the once arrogant Wang Dongdong lay paralyzed on the stage, her body racked with pain, unable to even wiggle a pinky finger. The referee's voice rang out over the intercom, filled with a hesitant disbelief. "Contestant Hee wins." He clicked his tongue, looking somewhat disappointed. "HMPH, is it over already? I didn't even have time to warm up. Is it really this easy?" Below the stage, the audience instantly erupted into a roar of thunderous cheers. "This guy he is absurdly strong. He KO'd his opponent with a single kick. That was so dominant. That entrance was cool enough to make someone cry. Is that the legendary descending footwork technique from the heavens?" Just then, the familiar system notification rang out in Hee's mind once more. Host Hee. Comprehensive physique, 255. Monster template legendary Damala. Synchronization, 20. A sly smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth as he thought, "Captain Lin, consider this my payback for the blood jade fruit you gave me. Thanks to it, my physique has significantly improved, even though the absorption took a bit of time. Alright, now it's time to show everyone a real show." A moment later, the pairings for the next round were announced. Hee's next opponent was named Long Dao. The intercom blared again. Next match, Long Dao from Anchung number 4 High versus Hee from Anchung number 1 High. As expected, with just one heavy powerful kick, Hee sent Long Dao, who was several times larger than him, spitting blood and collapsing onto the stage. The familiar voice returned over the broadcast. "Contestant Hee wins." Each time Hee won a match, the crowd below exploded with excitement like a powder keg, their cheers echoing throughout the entire stadium. Hee. He only needs one kick for every match. Quick and clean, he's practically one kick man, so cool. Hee clenched his fists, feeling the power surging through his body. Finally, the official announcement of commendation rang out. "Congratulations to Hee from Anchung number 1 High for passing the preliminaries with 3 straight victories and officially advancing to the next round." Having finished his 3 matches with lightning speed, Hee walked toward the resting area, and was instantly swarmed by a group of fanatical fans. His high-level fighting style had attracted immense attention, and various offers began pouring in. "Student Hee, would you be interested in learning about our Dongshan University? We have many preferential policies." "Student Hee, can we exchange WeChat contact info?" Student: "Even though we are a private university, our subsidies and scholarships are very generous. Please consider us." Student Hee, "Our university is in dire need of a powerful genius like you." Student Hee, "Do you have a dream university in mind?" Despite the constant stream of tempting offers, he seemed to have made up his mind long ago. He scanned the crowd, his gaze settling firmly as he spoke clearly and powerfully. "A dream school? Sorry. My goal is to get into Wadu University." The moment those words left his mouth, the atmosphere instantly froze. The people who had been all smiles just a second ago changed their expressions immediately, their eyes turning cold. They began to sneer and mock him. "Oh, acting this arrogant after only reaching the regional finals. When you get cut and your little dream shatters, don't come crawling back to us. Hee. If you fail the admissions, remember to contact me. If you can't make it to Wadu, I'll always have a spot for you here." This sudden reversal in attitude left Hee a bit bewildered, even taking him slightly aback. He muttered under his breath, "Is this really necessary? Do you guys have that little faith in me?" But he couldn't entirely blame them. As the top martial arts institution in the summer country, Wadu University was indeed the holy land for all young martial artists. However, a strange smile flickered in Hee's heart. he thought to himself. In a second-tier city like Anchung, only a student of valedictorian caliber has the right to even dream of Wadu. But it didn't matter. In the world of martial artists, strength is the only thing that talks. Just you wait. Once I take the championship, I'll see what you have to say then. Just as he shook off the crowd of scouts, he was blocked by two men in black suits. The men blocked his path with serious faces. One of them flashed a badge, his tone grave and full of pressure. "Student Yi, please cooperate. We need to re-verify your martial rank." Yi shrugged and handed over his student ID to the bald man for inspection without a care in the world. Looking at the information on the card, the bald man gasped. "Rank 9 martial apprentice? How is that possible? Student Yi, your records show you were only a rank 3 martial apprentice half a month ago." He reached out and rested a hand on the bald man's shoulder, squinting his eyes and asking with a look of displeasure, "Oh, is it against the rules for me to improve this fast in a few months? Are you suspecting me of cheating?" Unmoved, the bald man continued to press. "According to the tracking logs, we found that you frequently entered and exited E-rank secret realms. Why would you take such risks right before such an important exam?" Facing this thorny question, he suddenly transformed into an Oscar-level actor. He wore a pained expression, his gaze deep and his voice low and firm. "Gentlemen, please allow me to compose myself. Before my father passed away, he told me that if I wanted to surpass the limits of humanity, I had to stop being human. That is why I have been fighting and tempering myself in the most brutal secret realms. During a life-and-death battle, I accidentally broke through the gene seal in my body. It might sound unbelievable, but it's the truth." Upon hearing Yi's words, the two investigators froze in place, their faces pale and covered in cold sweat. They couldn't believe their ears and stammered back. "What, you're saying you broke a gene seal?" The two immediately dropped their stern attitude, turned around, and hurried away, muttering to themselves, "Impossible, this is too absurd. We have to report this to the superiors immediately." He stood there, watching their retreating backs thoughtfully. He gritted his teeth as a wave of annoyance rose within him. "I didn't expect to become the center of attention by mistake. What a hassle." He opened his phone and listlessly scrolled through the news, but the screen was filled with videos of parents sending blessings to their children taking the exams. "Go for it, son, daughter, just do your best. Old Wong, when you bring back that first-place trophy, we'll throw a massive banquet." Leaning back in the chair in the resting area, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of heartache and jealousy. He murmured to himself, "There are even live broadcasts specifically interviewing parents, relatives, and friends." His gaze lingered for a moment, his expression looking somewhat lonely. He pursed his lips, feeling as though no one was cheering for him. He felt like a pitiable orphan in a vast ocean. However, he didn't know that in a certain corner someone had been silently observing him from afar, their eyes filled with anticipation and encouragement. "Keep it up, Yi. Go for it." It was none other than the homeroom teacher who had previously agreed to let Yi study at home. After a short break, the intercom rang out again, signaling it was time for Yi to continue his journey. First round of the elimination matches. Contestant Yi from Anchung number 1 High, please take the stage. This time, he was facing a celebrity from number 3 High, Luo Zhan. The moment Luo Zhan appeared, he immediately drew the attention and discussion of the entire crowd. "It's Luo Zhan. I heard he's the top student of number 3 High. Luo Zhan is already at the peak of rank 8 martial apprentice. He's no joke. I heard he also awakened an extremely rare rank 2 magical beast bloodline. Both his parents are famous martial artists. His opponent is in deep trouble this time." Amidst the praise of the crowd and the arrogant gaze of his opponent, he remained nonchalant. He calmly scratched his neck, tossing out a sentence that left Luo Zhan stunned. "You make the first move." This contemptuous challenge felt like a sharp slap to Luo Zhan's face, making him feel immensely insulted. Luo Zhan gritted his teeth, his voice low and dripping with murderous intent. "Hey, do you have any idea who I am?" Facing this violent aura, he just shrugged and replied in an extremely provocative tone, "Does it matter whether I know or not? It's not going to change the outcome of the match anyway." Luo Zhan completely lost control. He roared in anger as the spiritual energy in his body erupted like a volcano, making the stage tremble violently. "Haha, you're right about that, but the final winner will definitely be me." As soon as he spoke, he gathered all his strength into his right arm, his fist clenched, radiating an intense energy light like a crazed beast. Luo Zhan bellowed as he charged forward, "I hope your luck is good enough that you don't die right here." In an instant, he activated his rare bloodline ability. His right arm underwent a total mutation, transforming into a massive pitch-black monster hand covered in scales as hard as steel and sharp-hooked claws. In the blink of an eye, that terrifying arm lunged straight for Yi's face, intending to end the fight in one blow. But Yi didn't panic at all. He didn't even flinch. He gracefully raised his hand and, using only his bare palm, firmly caught the lunging monster hand. Yi lowered his voice and said, "This voice is only for the two of us to hear. Your aura is okay, but you're far weaker than that bald old guy named Huo Peng." With a gentle squeeze, Luozhan's face turned pale with pain. Cold sweat poured down as he trembled as if facing a true monster. "Ah, my hand," he screamed in terror, his words becoming incoherent. Seeing his opening, he raised his other arm and, using the momentum, delivered a chopping blow like a heavy hammer. A terrifying force, laced with dazzling spiritual energy, crashed down heavily. Luozhan was slammed into the arena floor, the ground instantly shattering like a spiderweb. He stood there with a cold, cruel, and arrogant smirk, looking nothing like an ordinary student. The referee immediately announced, "Yi from Ancheng No. 1 High wins." The murmurs grew louder as every spotlight focused on Yi. Just one move and he defeated the seeded contestant Luozhan. My God. Luozhan's aura was so strong, yet he was face down on the ground in an instant. They aren't even on the same level. The gap is too huge. Yi maintained his eccentric demeanor, nonchalantly picking his ear. Below the stage, the girls were screaming incessantly, "Hubby is so handsome, I want to have your babies." The whole venue was in an uproar. Although he used his hand this time, it was still a one-move victory. Too strong, he truly is one-kick man, Yi. "I'm definitely a fan now." He is definitely making it to the finals. Injured contestants were being carried off the stages one after another, some dead or maimed, others unconscious. In a dark corner of the arena, a student observed silently. His gaze focused as if he had sensed something. He muttered with a mix of respect and doubt, "Is it Yi? As expected of the person I have my eye on, I must defeat him in the finals." Meanwhile, in the specially designated monitoring room of the Wadu University admissions office, Yi's stunning performance had caught the attention of several heavyweights. A dignified man pointed at the large screen and coldly ordered, "I want his entire file and background data within half an hour." The subordinates immediately acknowledged the order in unison, moving with decisive action. Simultaneously, at another arena, the atmosphere was heating up by the minute. The host shouted excitedly into the microphone, "The second match of the promotion rounds is about to begin." All eyes were fixed on two beautiful girls, who were so outstanding they caused a commotion throughout the stadium. Holy crap, a battle between two genius beauties. I have to keep my eyes wide open for this one. One of them was Xiaoling, the queen of No. 2 High. With long wavy hair and a stylish miniskirt, wearing red lipstick, she pointed disdainfully at her opponent and said, "Hey you Lu, I hate that robot-like expression of yours the most." Opposite her was the cold school beauty from No. 1 High, Lu Qingzu. Facing the provocation, she remained coldly silent, her eyes as calm as an icy lake. It was even rowdier under the stands. "I just love watching pretty girls fight, I'm practically drooling." "Shut up, you creep." The referee's whistle blew decisively, announcing the start of the match. Lu Qingzu's silence made Xiaoling even angrier. Without hesitation, she lunged forward instantly, delivering a heavy strike like a violent storm. "Fine, let's see if you can keep that face when I've pinned you to the ground." Unfazed, Lu Qingzu calmly raised her hand and transformed energy into a shimmering ring of spiritual power. She shouted as she performed the Lu family secret technique, floating wave string. That spiritual vortex crashed directly into Xiaoling's kicking legs, the dazzling light completely suppressing the opponent's power. Although Xiaoling continued to leap, using both fists and feet in a fierce assault, Lu Qingzu continued to respond with ease. In this dizzying mid-air exchange, Xiaoling's eyes burned with murderous intent as she roared in rage, "Get serious." However, Xiaoling's offense clearly wasn't working. The moment her hand touched Lu Qingzu's chest, her entire arm was instantly and tightly bound by the spiritual rings. Xiaoling panicked, her face changing drastically as she screamed internally, "Damn it, it's a trap!" With her arm pinned by the pneumatic wave, she had completely lost the initiative. This was the perfect moment for a killing blow. Lu Qingzu stopped wasting words, gathering all her spiritual energy into her fist as it erupted in a burst of brilliant light. The fierce battle between the two girls not only held the audience's breath but also made the host ecstatic. A Xuanwang rank martial technique. A student taking the college entrance exam has actually mastered a Xuanwang technique. With this kind of talent, there's no need for an exam. She could be specially recruited into Wadu immediately. But Xiaoling was not to be outdone. She immediately summoned her beast soul, a ferociously roaring tiger manifesting behind her. Her body underwent a mutation. Her claws and teeth sharpened, radiating a terrifying aura like a predatory beast. This girl has actually tamed a rank 3 king-class bloodline, the Shadow Shock Tiger King. As soon as he spoke, gasps of surprise echoed from all sides. A king-class bloodline is notoriously difficult to control, especially a fierce beast like the Shadow Shock Tiger. This made the girl's strength instantly unpredictable, and no one dared to underestimate her. On the stage, having regained the upper hand, Xiaoling provoked without hesitation, "Let me see your Nether Sparrow bloodline." Lu Qingzhu offered no grand declarations, only replying faintly, "This is enough." Those words were the final straw that broke the camel's back, causing Xiao Ling to explode completely. "This is enough, you dare speak to me like that? Who among those below martial artist rank do you think can stand against me?" The arena instantly turned into a brutal battlefield as Xiao Ling threw a savage punch straight at her opponent's face. However, Lu Qingzhu avoided it with ease. Xiao Ling did not back down. Using the momentum, she lunged with both legs, her sharp claws saturated with spiritual energy, aiming straight for her opponent's lower body. At that moment, Lu Qingzhu formed a hand seal and placed it before her brow, her eyes bursting with a dazzling light as she let out a sharp cry. With a single tap of her Hunyuan jade finger, a ring of spiritual energy instantly locked onto Xiao Ling's razor-sharp claws. The host let out a scream of combined excitement and tension into the microphone. The martial auras of Lu Qingzhu and Xiao Ling collided violently, and for a moment the stage was swallowed by billowing dust and smoke. Who would be the one left standing? Below the stage, the audience sat on the edges of their seats, everyone's expression tense as they stared fixedly at the thick cloud of smoke. As the dust gradually cleared, the first figure to emerge was Xiao Ling. She stood there, her long hair fluttering in the gale. Though her expression was resolute, it carried a trace of fatigue she couldn't hide. The host shouted excitedly, "It's Xiao Ling, she's still standing on the arena." But immediately after, his voice dropped. "Wait, something is wrong with Xiao Ling." Her eyes rolled back and her face turned deathly pale as she collapsed onto the floor like a broken doll. Only Lu Qingzhu remained standing tall and proud. The host was struck with awe. Xiao Ling had collapsed from exhaustion, while Lu Qingzhu remained as steady as a mountain, having defeated a fellow rank 9 martial apprentice who possessed a king-class bloodline using only her martial techniques. She was simply too strong. Truly a genius girl seen only once in 1,000 years, the intercom announced loudly. Lu Qingzhu winner. Comments on internet forums exploded instantly like a flood. "My God, Goddess Lu is too powerful. She's a total idol. I hereby declare her the Ancheng Valedictorian. Who's with me?" To those calling her the Valedictorian, "Do you even know what her bloodline is? That's a rank 4 nether sparrow. A rank 4 bloodline? What kind of monster is that? Ordinary martial artists stand no chance against her." The next part of the proceedings was the drawing ceremony for the quarterfinals. The broadcast rang out, "Representative of Ancheng No. 1 High School, Yi He, please come to the stage." He walked onto the stage with steady steps, neither hurried nor nervous, and calmly reached into the drawing box to pull out a sphere engraved with a letter. He held the ball before his eyes, slightly raising an eyebrow. "A." Just as he finished speaking, another student walked over with a friendly smile. "I'm also A. Looks like we're paired up." This tall, sturdy young man introduced himself with a grin, his demeanor so natural it was as if the two were old acquaintances. "I'm Shen Guan from Qingfeng Private School." Yi gave a brief response. "Yi He, Ancheng No. 1 High." Shen Guan pointed toward the arena and said enthusiastically, "We're the second match. Let's watch their fight first." The intercom rang out again, announcing the opening match of the quarterfinals. Luo Shi from Qingfeng Private School versus Su Zhou from Ancheng No. 1 High. Luo Zai's figure appeared on the big screen. His aura was like a rising tide, spiritual energy coiling around his body like flowing water as he gripped a long sword with both hands. Shen Guan commented as he watched, "Luo Shi is very strong. He's a repeater who's dead set on getting into Wadu University this year. He has already fully mastered his awakened bloodline, but facing that Su Zhou, I'm afraid he might still fall short." Yi couldn't hide his surprise upon hearing this. "Su Zhou?" He turned his gaze to the screen, scrutinizing that somewhat familiar face. Shen Guan tilted his head and laughed. "Yeah, what, you're from the same school and you didn't even know." Just then, the broadcast announced the result. Ancheng No. 1 High, Su Zhou wins. In the coaches section, the principal of Qingfeng Private School gritted his teeth in rage, his hands gripping the armrests of his chair so tightly he looked ready to crush them. "Damn it, we lost the first match." Yi turned to his new friend and asked, "How does Luo Shi compare to you?" Shen Guan didn't rush to answer. He gave a light laugh and scratched his head, sounding a bit bashful yet full of confidence. "Compared to me? Haha, I'm the president of the martial arts club for the senior class at Qingfeng. In terms of combat power, even both of those teammates combined couldn't beat me." He shot a quick glance at Yi He. "For this exam, I believe you are my strongest opponent. My perception has been sharp since I was a child. I can feel that you are like a sleeping volcano with a giant beast lurking inside your body." Afterward, Shen Guan flashed another bright smile. "Let's go, it's our turn." The broadcast announced the quarterfinals list. Second match, Shen Guan from Qingfeng Private School versus Yi He from Ancheng No. 1 High. Instantly, the stadium's sound system roared in unison, announcing that the Ancheng Martial Entrance Exam had entered a breathtaking stage. Every collision between these two exceptional contestants erupted with a terrifying energy field, forcing the audience below to shield themselves from the pressure of the scattering battle chi. The host couldn't hide his internal excitement. This is clearly a clash between equals. In the eye of the energy storm, Shen Guan clenched his fists, his sharp eyes tracking the opponent's every move. Just as his gaze swept over a few drops of blood splattering in the air, he immediately sensed something abnormal. A nosebleed? Is this a characteristic manifestation of some bloodline ability? He's activating something extremely dangerous. Shen Guan let out a low growl, his face darkening as he stared at Yi He with murderous intent. How strange. You can actually attack directly at the cellular level. Meanwhile, Yi He remained in a defensive stance, observing with cold eyes. He silently evaluated his opponent. To think his martial chi can form a barrier that even blocks radiation. This martial art is truly miraculous. Despite facing overwhelming power, Yi He still wore an interested smile. Shen Guan's eyes flashed. He gave his opponent no more time to calculate. His entire body's chi surged, radiating a power so strong the ground trembled. From his thick arms a meridian of chi burst forth, transforming into a massive fire snake that opened its maw to spit out a violent poisonous mist. Then let me show you the Shen family's heirloom martial arts. With that loud shout he unleashed Xing Yi Quan, throwing two heavy punches as bright as comets. He charged at Yi He with everything he had. Yi He couldn't hide his surprise. So fast, this was unexpected. In that split second he had no time to dodge and took the move head-on. Amidst the chaos, an exclamation came over the broadcast. So strong. One kick, man. Yi He has been hit for the first time, taking a heavy punch directly. He's coughing up blood on the spot, his face turning pale. Vomiting blood showed just how formidable Shen Guan Xing Yi Quan truly was. Despite taking a direct heavy blow, Yi He still didn't fall. He propped himself up with one hand, struggling to steady his form as his feet skidded across the ground to maintain balance. Shen Guan, however, had no intention of stopping. He continued to lunge like a predatory beast, his eyes glowing as a wealth of spiritual energy gathered in his fists. "Where do you think you're running?" The shout echoed across the stands, and the phantom of a massive black bear emerged behind Shen Guan, radiating a heavenly murderous aura. His body received an unprecedented enhancement. With every step he took, the ground shattered. He was forced into a defensive position once again. In that moment he had to give his all to resist, stalling for time to find an opportunity for a counterattack. Shen Guan was not only physically powerful but had also fused his martial chi, allowing him to deal double damage. The previous opponents had been too ordinary. He had never encountered someone this strong, someone whose attacks could even distort their own path. Just as that thought flashed by, Shen Guan had already closed in behind him. "You only guessed half right. I'm not just injecting chi into my body, I'm going to lock your chi as well, making it impossible for you to use your martial techniques." As soon as he finished speaking, a heavy, powerful punch struck Yi He's chest, sending him flying. This battle was gradually turning into a nightmare. Every one of Shen Guan's moves carried destructive power, as if representing 10,000 beasts rising to attack. Before Yi He even hit the ground, Shen Guan transformed into a brutal hurricane once more. Letting out a roar like a tiger, with the move "Hungry Tiger Pounces on Prey," Shen Guan leapt into the air, unleashing a finishing blow intended to end the match. Blood traced an arc in the air as the heavy attack caused Yi He to spray a mist of blood on the spot. But Shen Guan didn't stop. A look of crazed satisfaction burned in his eyes. He dived from above, his arms spread like an eagle's wings, his entire being radiating a dangerous aura. "Yi He, you can't beat me." Yi He only had time to hold out both hands to block, as a massive pillar of spiritual energy crashed down like thunder. Space itself seemed to tremble. When the dust settled, Shen Guan's figure emerged. He stood with his arms crossed over his chest, a smile of certain victory on his lips. "Ha ha ha, that felt great," the arena broadcast rang out. Shen Guan delivers a series of heavy blows. Yi He is unable to withstand them. Medical personnel, prepare to enter the arena. However, a low, muffled thud echoed from within the smoke. Shen Guan suddenly sensed something. His eyes bulged slightly as he discovered something was moving, followed by him staggering back with his mouth wide open. A dark aura gushed forth as a massive explosion of energy erupted from the spot where Yi He had fallen. Violent, gloomy, and filled with threat. Within that mist a beast's foot stepped out, sharp and hard as metal. Yi He had completely transformed, his entire body covered in thick scales. His eyes flashing with a dazzling light like a true ferocious beast, he looked directly at Shen Guan, his gaze calm yet carrying a pressure like an overwhelming tsunami. "You are strong. Shen Guan, this is your reward. You are the first person to see me in this form." The broadcast continued to roar. "If a high school senior can manifest a beast true form, they can obtain special permission to enter Wadu University without taking the exam." To think that besides Lu Qingzu, Ancheng was hiding such a bloodline genius. The entire venue fell into a solemn silence. Yi He pressed forward step by step, walking toward the trembling Shen Guan. The intimidation he radiated lashed out in waves like a tsunami, causing cold sweat to pour down Shen Guan's face. "Is this a beast true form?" Your awakened bloodline can actually reach such heights? Yi remained silent, merely drawing closer. Shen Guan retreated repeatedly. It was a fear born from the depths of his heart. The broadcast issued an urgent notice. Every referee was wearing monitoring headphones. One teacher was being annoyed by abnormal static noise when he suddenly jumped up, staring fixedly at the screen with wide eyes. What's going on? The radiation levels are off the charts. The reading on the display jumped to 9,999,999. After Yi unleashed his beast true form, the referees immediately sensed the danger and unhesitatingly enveloped the entire arena in martial chi, aiming to contain the extremely dangerous nuclear energy leak radiating from Yi's body. The atmosphere in the stands exploded with a frenzy of discussion. Is this the bloodline Yi awakened? So cool. Does anyone know what bloodline he awakened? I'm from number 3 high. I heard it's an unknown bloodline. How could something this strong be an unknown? Seeing these reactions, Yi only gave a contemptuous glance, a slight smirk tugging at his mouth as he thought, it seems there are no creatures like Damala on the Azure Star. No wonder they don't recognize it. At this moment, Shen Guan opposite him had fallen into extreme panic. He wiped away the blood flowing from his nose and panted heavily, murmuring in terror to himself, the nosebleed won't stop. My chi barrier can't block his energy. This fight can't be dragged out any longer. Forced into a corner, Shen Guan stopped holding back and instantly exploded with his full strength. He activated his professional awakening. The beast true form of a mandrill with a hideous red nose emerged behind him, its mouth open in a roar as it radiated a violent pressure. Shen Guan's body followed suit, tensing up as it was enhanced to the limit, preparing to counterattack Yi. The broadcast reached every corner of the stands announcing that an earth-shattering duel was about to occur. Another rank 3 king-class bloodline. This year's candidates are all experts. Without hesitation, Shen Guan fused the mandrill's power with his python fire punch. Pointing his fingers directly at Yi, he threw the most violent strike since the start of the match. But faced with this madness, Yi remained chillingly calm. He didn't rush to dodge, but instead enhanced his own power. His spiritual energy surged as he met that oncoming heavy punch head-on. At the moment the two were about to collide, Yi shouted, "Martial technique?" Shen Guan continued his charge, attempting to end the fight with a certain kill blow. However, when the move landed, Shen Guan froze. Ah, my hand, if I hadn't neutralized that counterforce in time, my entire arm probably would have been shattered. He had just been boasting, and now he was in a state of utter embarrassment. At this time Yi drew closer step by step. Though he moved slowly, his aura was fully unleashed. You are excellent, but unfortunately you cannot change the outcome. The cheers from the stands were world-shaking. All attention was drawn here. This year's quarterfinals had actually seen a rank 3 king-class bloodline, and on the other side was a demonic beast bloodline so powerful it defied classification. It was truly a rare spectacle. On the arena, Shen Guan's brow was locked in a tight frown as he focused all his attention on observing his opponent, calculating in his mind. The awakened Yi, he was unfathomably strong. He could no longer suppress Yi's martial aura, and his only choice now was a temporary retreat. But while he was still thinking, Yi had already moved. Every step he took boomed like thunder, his momentum surging forward. Yi was the first to rush in front of him, raising his sharp claws. With a cold gaze and an air of unquestionable authority, he smiled, "Hey big guy, stop dazing off." Before the opponent could react, Yi erupted into a series of incredibly powerful combos. Heavy punches fell like rain on Shen Guan's stalwart frame. However, Shen Guan was not that easy to deal with either. He instantly seized an opening to launch a counterattack, throwing a tricky directional heavy punch wrapped in intense spiritual energy. The flexibility of the attack caught Yi off guard, and his arm was locked tight. Immediately after, Shen Guan used the momentum to leap into the air. A second later, a giant foot stomped down heavily from the heights, its power so great it shattered the entire arena. However, Yi still stood before him motionless, without a single scratch on his body. His eyes flashed with light, and he stood with his arms crossed, a majestic posture. Afterward, he merely pulled his foot lightly from the collapsed ground and said coldly, "Now it's my turn." As soon as he finished speaking, the spiritual energy around him gathered with the ferocity of a storm. Just as he was about to strike, his opponent suddenly dropped to both knees, trembling all over as he surrendered on the spot. This sudden turn of events left Yi stunned, his face full of bewilderment. Before him, Shen Guan was frantically kowtowing, not even daring to raise his head as he shouted, "Brother He, I surrender, boss. I'm already prepared to lose." A string of question marks popped up in Yi's brain, completely unable to understand what had just happened. He couldn't help but roar in anger like a child who had been robbed of a toy. "Do you have any idea how much this sneak attack style surrender annoys me? I haven't even had my fun yet. You're driving me crazy." Although he was furious, seeing his opponent already kowtowing and begging for mercy, he found it hard to continue. He lowered his hands, and his spiritual energy dissipated instantly. He let out a frustrated sigh. Tisk, forget it. Then he opened his mouth and exhaled a glob of nuclear energy that had been compressed in his body, muttering as he panted, "Holding this energy in really feels awful." His body gradually returned to normal as he scratched his head and muttered to himself, "According to the rules, once one side surrenders, the other cannot continue to attack." The broadcast confirmed the match result. Match over. Anchung number 1 high. He wins. The stands exploded instantly as the crowd went wild. Cheers of all kinds rising one after another. "Brother, he is so cool. Brother, he is so dominant. Brother, he is invincible." On internet platforms, the audience in the live stream rooms was also discussing fervently. Comments mocking Shen Guan filled the screen. "Shen Guan before the match, I will win. Shen Guan after the match, I'm sorry I couldn't make Lord He use his full strength." Various highlight reels of he began to sweep across social media, his peak moves edited into short videos with flashy special effects and subtitles. Brother Yi's match highlights. Don't forget to follow. He's fan club was also established instantly. The first QQ group was full in seconds, and the second and third groups were declared at capacity within hours. In the eyes of netizens, he was the favorite for this year's Valedictorian. Some even claimed that even Suzhou's Lu Qingzu was no match for him. Meanwhile, in the leadership section for Qingfeng Private School, the principal's face had turned blue with rage. He slammed the table and roared, "Luo, she already lost. I put all my bets on you. How could you, Shen Guan, lose so pathetically?" When a dejected Shen Guan returned to the backstage area, the principal's fury was immediately unleashed upon him. "You actually dared to surrender? Do you have any idea how much money we invested because of you? You ungrateful brat. Don't even think about going to university until you've paid back every cent." Shen Guan remained silent, merely resting his broad, heavy palm gently on the principal's shoulder. The principal recoiled in terror, stammering, What are you trying to do?" Shen Guan looked down at him with calm eyes and replied, "I couldn't take that punch. I surrendered to avoid damaging my cultivation foundation. If you're so unsatisfied, why don't you go up there and try taking that punch yourself? As for the debt of gratitude for my schooling, I'll pay it back eventually. But remember this, you cannot threaten a martial artist who is stronger than you." Those chilling words made the teacher tremble all over. He clamped his lips shut and replied with a shaking voice, Fine, you have a point." Meanwhile, the match rounds continued to update, and the broadcast rang out amidst a heated atmosphere. After several intense clashes, the top 4 candidates had been decided. Anchung number 1 High School was the big winner, occupying 3 out of the 4 spots. In the leadership section, the principal of number 1 High was beaming with joy. Looking as excited as if he had found a rare treasure, he waved his fan vigorously and thought with a smile, "It looks like old Lu has been at the school long enough. It's time to give him a promotion." Back at home, He's homeroom teacher was also as happy as if he had won the lottery. He is simply extraordinary," the broadcast rang out again. This time for the semi-final drawing, he walked onto the stage with a look of indifference, seemingly lacking much interest. He raised an eyebrow and muttered, "Group A again." Another contestant responded with a smile, "I'm Group A too." Appearing before him was a familiar face, the cold school beauty, Lu Qingzu. Instantly, social media erupted once more. Comments on the forums exploded like firecrackers during the new year. "Damn it, I've been waiting for this match for ages, the most classic battle in the history of the Anchung entrance exam. Goddess Lu, go for it, the most anticipated duel since the start of the tournament. Brother, he must win." Others were engaged in serious analysis. "I think Goddess Lu has the advantage. She has already mastered 2 Xuanwang rank martial techniques, which is a total overwhelming advantage. Besides, her rank 4 Nether Sparrow bloodline hasn't even made an appearance yet. Shen Guan had a rank 3 King class bloodline and only managed to force He to awaken, although He might be rank 4, comparing him to Lu Qingzu, who has profound martial arts knowledge and a high rank bloodline. The outcome is still unpredictable." The atmosphere at the venue had reached its peak. Cheers erupted from the stands, and the scene was so fiery it felt like it would explode. The referee walked to the center of the arena and announced in a booming voice, "Lu Qingzu, Anchung number 1 High. Anchung number 1 High. Let the match begin." No sooner had the referee spoken than a mountain-toppling force erupted from within He. As if he had unchained his entire body, a violent aura radiated from him, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly and kicking up clouds of dust. Lu Qingzu had to raise her hand to shield her face. She squinted her eyes, seeing a dark silhouette ahead shrouded in an aura as scorching as fire. 2 points of bright firelight even flickered atop He's head. From the very start of the battle, He displayed a terrifying intimidation. Lu Qingzu took a slight step back, appearing somewhat wary in the face of this immense pressure. Lu Qingzu stared at him fixedly, thinking to herself, "Yi He, I hope you are strong enough." As the match began, Yi He immediately released a massive amount of water vapor, instantly enveloping the entire arena. This opening move was not only meant to show off his power but also caused the audience to scream in surprise. "What the hell, we can't see anything," the male commentator on stage was equally excited, slamming the table and shouting into the microphone, "How will the genius girl Lu Qingzu respond to this year's dark horse Yi He? Let's wait and see." Back on the arena, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Yi He looked at his opponent as a girl with a perfect figure. Emerging from the dust and smoke, Lu Qingzu possessed exceptional martial skills and mysterious techniques. No matter how much power was used, it seemed difficult to wound her. But I absolutely cannot underestimate this opponent, Yi He thought, pursing his lips and analyzing her in his mind. She's not just a martial arts genius, her combat stats are incredibly high. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantaged I'll be. I must go all out from the start. Without hesitation, Yi He leaped into the air, gathering powerful energy into his palm to launch a direct frontal assault. He laughed, the light from his attack flashing with total decisiveness. But Lu Qingzu was no pushover. She immediately raised her arms to block. She crossed her hands to form a solid defensive layer, her sharp eyes calculating. An active assault, then I'll defend and counter. Suddenly, Yi He changed his tactics. He didn't throw the expected heavy punch but instead moved with incredible speed, his silhouette blurred. And then he abruptly appeared at Lu Qingzu's side, his tail sweeping toward her waist like a heavy steel whip. That powerful sweeping force surged like a giant wave. Lu Qingzu cursed under her breath in annoyance. "This guy is so cunning, he actually tricked me." She immediately retreated to dodge, shouting angrily, "You said you'd use your fist, but then you swing a steel tail." He didn't hold back at all, opening his mouth to let out a world-shaking roar as he fired a nuclear energy ray. Energy gathered frantically throughout his body as he leaped into the air, looking like a mantis shrimp poised to strike as he lunged at Lu Qingzu. This match was being streamed live on the forums, with many people watching and commenting, "Oh, poor goddess. On the battlefield of life and death, all's fair in war. She's in danger. This move will throw off her rhythm." Yi He's offensive was extremely fierce, giving Lu Qingzu almost no room to breathe. She struggled to resist Yi He's overbearing power, and the two fell into an evenly matched, fierce fight. One of Yi He's heavy strikes grazed her face, narrowly avoided by Lu Qingzu. The forum audience commented, "Yi He's martial chi is constantly pushing Lu Qingzu back. Can she escape this time?" But Yi He immediately followed up, aiming a heavy punch at her abdomen, forcing her to curl her body to tank the hit. Yi He didn't stop, continuing to generate shockwaves. Lu Qingzu was blown back. Although his opponent was a girl, Yi He clearly intended to give his all. Someone on the forum commented, "Don't even think about escaping his claw's reach." Yi He's series of attacks aimed straight for her vitals. He raised his claws, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light as he unhesitatingly provoked his opponent. As if it would be that easy, the young man turned again to deliver a heavy strike, a spinning stream of energy cutting across toward Lu Qingzu. She had to constantly retreat to avoid the damage while Yi He clenched his fists, a triumphant smile appearing on his face. Lu Qingzu had suffered a continuous barrage of attacks from the start of the match, her eyes wide with shock. Is that a claw strike infused with martial chi? No sooner had the thought flashed by than Yi He unleashed another fierce assault like a violent storm. Lu Qingzu had no time to react and could only use the force to leap into the air, dodging a heavy blow that swept through the space. But at the moment she looked up, Yi He was already before her. His face wore a strange smile, his expression dark, and his fists were clenched tight, gathering into two dazzling spheres of energy. He said, "Don't run, student Lu." As the words fell, Yi He acted like an emotionless monster, delivering a continuous barrage of heavy punches to Lu Qingzu's chest. The shadows of his fists were so dense, only the dazzling light of the heavy impacts could be seen. Lu Qingzu still had no chance to counterattack, and could only maintain a defensive stance while waiting for an opportunity. She observed Yi He's relentless offensive out of the corner of her eye, secretly horrified. Doesn't he get tired from such high-intensity attacks? His stamina is insane, she thought. I have mastered two Xuanwang rank martial techniques. One is the Lu family secret technique, Floating Flower Shadow, for defense, and the other is Hunyuan Jade Finger for offense. As long as I can unleash one of them, I can break out of this passive situation. Unfortunately, Yi He gave her no chance at all. If she didn't stand her ground, she would be pushed right off the arena. Lu Qingzu was pouring every ounce of her strength into resisting Yi He's terrifying strikes. Suddenly, a feather appeared on Yi He's fist. This feather carried a strange aura of magical power. Yi He struggled to clench his fist to avoid being affected, but it gave him a sense of unease. He looked at the feather, not understanding what was happening. Lu Qingzu couldn't continue to be a passive target. She decided to use the energy in her eyes. Her eyes gradually transformed into a dark, beast-like gaze. It was time to use her final trump card, she thought to herself as suddenly, feathers began to appear one after another. These feathers carried a powerful spiritual energy that Yi could clearly perceive. They were obviously not something easy to deal with. Then, Lu Qingzu appeared before him, but she was no longer that delicate girl. She had manifested her beast form, two massive wings spreading from her back as she took to the air like a giant bird. Yi looked up, completely unexpected by this transformation. Having awakened the Nether Sparrow bloodline, Lu Qingzu soared high, her entire body radiating a powerful energy field. The broadcast rang out, announcing that Lu Qingzu had awakened her Nether Sparrow true form for the first time. It turned out she had been holding back until now. But now it was time for her to truly show her strength. Lu Qingzu looked up, her gaze solemn as she stared at Yi. Her fists clenched and power erupted. She whispered with a serious expression, "Yi, be careful, I can't control my strength in this state." Facing the girl's powerful aura, Yi remained motionless. He looked at Lu Qingzu and returned the sentiment with a contemptuous smile. "Ah, it's great that you say that, because up until now I've only used 50 of my power." Before Yi could even finish, Lu Qingzu immediately unleashed nether breath to envelop his body, attempting to drain his energy. Yi was caught in the ambush. Forced into a momentary pause, Lu Qingzu seized the chance to circle behind him, raising her hand to gather a massive amount of energy for a fatal blow. But in reality, all of this was within Yi's expectations. He didn't dodge at all. Instead, he suddenly spun around, clenching his fist and gathering all his strength for a counterattack. His expression became ferocious and excited. The duel between the two contestants had now reached a fever pitch as they charged at each other as if it were a battle to the death. Two powerful forces clashed head-on. The force of the colliding heavy punches was incredibly potent, shaking the entire stadium violently. Both sides were determined to win. The aftershocks from the collision of these two forces even affected the audience below. Screams rang out from the crowd. "Heavens, this is too terrifying. The vibration is too strong. I can't even open my eyes." When everything gradually settled, only then did Lu Qingzu dare to open her eyes. The scene before her left her in total shock. Yi had shifted forms after the previous clash. He stood there, his body having undergone a mutation. His hands and feet had turned into those of a monstrous beast, radiating intense nuclear energy with lightning flickering around him. His outer skin had evolved into a layer of steel armor. Yi stared at Lu Qingzu, his eyes dazzling as he exhaled a cold, monster-like breath of scorching energy from the spot where Yi stood. A massive burst of energy suddenly erupted, as violent as a thunderbolt, causing the broadcast system to trigger continuous alarms. This was a breathtaking semifinal, with every gaze focused on the stunning beauty before him. The energy Yi radiated made the surrounding air feel suffocating, and the dangerous energy waves continued to climb. The broadcast kept calling out, "What is happening? Yi's monster true form seems to be gathering energy." Yi suddenly mutated again, switching to a shocking new form. The hard armor growing from his back radiated a violent energy, shattering the arena beneath his feet. The commentator's gaze was fixed on his back. That massive back armor was carrying nuclear energy. His spine protruded as he gathered a vast amount of energy into his mouth. He crouched down, opening his mouth to fire a spiral energy pillar straight at Lu Qingzu. He was surrounded by a dazzling shockwave. The energy pillar shot forth at a speed so fast Lu Qingzu had no time to dodge. She could only wrap her body in her massive wings for defense, huddling into a ball with an anxious expression. Her spiritual-filled eyes revealed obvious tension. Yi's massive energy pillar continued to close in, showing no sign of stopping. At the moment it struck Lu Qingzu's wings, a violent roar erupted. Radiation currents splashed everywhere. Lu Qingzu unleashed her bloodline awakening feather shadow counter, but under that heavy pressure, her feathers began to fall off in large numbers. The scene fell into chaos, and shouts rang out over the broadcast. Things looked bad. Yi's breath was crushing Lu Qingzu's defense. Yi showed no mercy, but Lu Qingzu was not an opponent who would give up easily either. The audience in the stands turned pale as they were blown by the vortex generated by the battle. Suddenly, golden points of light appearing like a glowing honeycomb manifested before them. These shields stood firm, effectively blocking Yi's energy impact. His power crashed against the shields, triggering a terrifying explosion. These shields were deployed by the mayor of Ancheng, Huang Jing. He stood tall with an elegant bearing, using his inner strength to protect the stadium. Casting his gaze toward the match, he said calmly, "Watch closely. The strongest valedictorian in Ancheng's history will be born today." From the high stands, cheers and applause surged like a mountain-toppling wave. The stylishly groomed commentator screamed into the microphone, "Thank heavens, thanks to Mayor Huang for protecting the audience." Back on the arena, the ground was stained with blood. This blood belonged to Lu Qingzu, who had taken Yi He's terrifying power head-on. The girl looked extremely disheveled. Her wings were tattered, and only a few remnants of her clothing fluttered in the wind. Lu Qingzu was exhausted, her lips moving as she struggled to squeeze out a few words. "He shattered my nether sparrow defense with just one move. Can I really beat him?" That voice echoed in her mind. Since childhood, Lu Qingzu had carried the heavy responsibility of revitalizing her family. It was the expectation of generations. "You are the hope for the Lu family's revival. You absolutely cannot lose. The ancestors of the Lu family are all watching you. Don't let us down. You must remain strong at all times." But inside, Lu Qingzu was just a delicate girl. Her mother's words still echoed in her heart. "Qingzu, your mother has poured her heart and soul into you just so you can restore the family. You must not be willful." She never had a choice. This girl always felt she was very weak. "Mother, I can barely breathe." She turned her helpless gaze toward her opponent, whispering softly, "I'm so tired." He stood before her, appearing powerful and confident. A winner's posture was reflected in his eyes. Lu Qingzu looked into his eyes and thought, he is truly too strong. Facing such an opponent, it's not surprising to lose." She decided to fight until the very last moment, putting all her remaining strength into it. "Even if I'm covered in wounds, I'll intentionally leave an opening for Yi He to find and finish me. If I lose this match, I won't have the face to see my family. Perhaps dying here would be fine too." Lu Qingzu charged at Yi He, intending to use a feint toward his chest so he could quickly end the match. But Yi He didn't move. Lu Qingzu looked up in surprise and asked, "Why didn't you dodge?" Yi He's gaze was cold, his voice emotionless as he replied, "Student Lu, why has your fighting spirit vanished?" Caught in her thoughts, Lu Qingzu was startled, her eyes snapping wide. Yi He's gaze became exceptionally sharp and angry, his face darkening. "Do you actually consider me an opponent? I don't want to take this valedictorian title in such a despicable way." Faced with Yi He's powerful aura, Lu Qingzu couldn't help but freeze. Her eyes were filled with complex emotions, surprise mixed with fear at what was happening. Yi He showed no politeness. Swinging a heavy punch toward Lu Qingzu's face, she weakly reached out to shield herself and took the blow head-on. Yi He didn't stop, continuing with a fierce kick that sent Lu Qingzu crashing to the ground. Unable to defend herself, she cried out, "You jerk, no one has ever dared to hit me like this." Even though she was beaten into a disheveled state, Lu Qingzu still struggled and shouted, "I already tried to let you win. Why are you still pushing me so hard?" Just then, Lu Qingzu's endurance reached its limit, and the potential within her body completely exploded. The energy field around her exploded violently. Lu Qingzu screamed, "Don't hit a girl in the face, you jerk." Yi finally stopped, his eyes sparkling as he looked at her with a smirk. "That's right, if you don't want to get hit in the face, wake up." It appeared Yi had just been helping Lu Qingzu trigger the strongest power within her. Her current form was more powerful than ever before. Her wings were fully restored, even larger than before, radiating a formidable and lethal aura. She took a deep breath, her gaze sharp and determined. "As you wish, Yi He. I will defeat you with my peak form." At this moment, Lu Qingzu had reached her absolute zenith. Her massive wings unfurled, radiating a dazzling and majestic light. Standing to the side, Yi He couldn't help but marvel at this latent power. A wicked smile curled on his lips, his eyes full of interest. "Finally showing your true monster form? Now this is getting interesting." Yi quickly activated his Damala form, his body tensing as every cell seemed to transform into hardened scales. His entire being radiated blue flames, gathering into a surge of berserk energy. The young man smiled with satisfaction, feeling as though this was the perfect prelude to an epic battle. He opened his mouth wide like a beast and let out a deep breath, shouting, "In that case, I can't be too half-hearted either." Yi leaped into the air, the explosive force beneath his feet acting like a bomb that shattered the ground. Lu Qingzu didn't just sit and wait. She keenly sensed Yi He's attack, her gaze turned sharp. She would certainly not wait to be hit without resisting. Instantly, a violent energy vortex appeared at Lu Qingzu's position. It rapidly sucked inward, forming a massive tornado that shone with a dazzling aura. Yi charged forward with unstoppable force, dust flying everywhere. Without hesitation, Lu Qingzu took a sharp breath and opened her mouth. Releasing a powerful energy field, the shockwave surged out. Its power is not inferior to his at all. Lu Qingzu poured everything into this battle. As the two forces collided, the entire area trembled. At that moment, the sound waves swept from Lu Qingzu's mouth. Yi reacted instantly, staring her down with a stern tone. "You think you're the only one who can roar?" Lu Qingzu was already used to such moves and was not flustered at all. She raised her hands to meet the attack and said, "The same old trick. This time I won't back down. I'm taking you head-on." Atomic breath was activated, and simultaneously, Lu Qingzu gathered all her strength into her hands, forming an energy sphere. The ball of light glowed brilliantly, instantly transforming into countless arrows that shot straight at Yi He. The battle between the two reached a fever pitch, the outcome impossible to predict. In the stands no one could stay seated. The broadcast roared as Yi He's atomic breath and Lu Qingzu's nether blood spikes clashed, forming two violent shockwaves. The audience clenched their hands, standing up in a mix of tension and excitement. Things were looking bad. A collision of this level of power was no longer something two martial artists could control. To protect the spectators, Mayor Huang Jing of Ancheng had to manifest his ability, raising 3 massive barrier walls. These walls were meant to provide protection, but when they struck the power of the two combatants, they disintegrated in an instant. After the two energy pillars made contact, the arena fell into a deathly silence due to the terrifying vibrations. Was that barrier built by the mayor himself? The crowd looked at the ruins and debris, unable to help but feel shocked by the power they had just witnessed. Seeing the barriers he built shattered in an instant, Mayor Huang Jing couldn't help but feel anxious. If he hadn't intervened, everyone would likely have been affected. He thought to himself, these 3 layers of earth-vein divine walls were prepared too hastily this time, and weren't as stable as usual, allowing Yi He and Lu Qingzu's moves to clash head-on. Who would have thought this year's exam would produce 2 candidates who far exceeded expectations? Back on the arena, Lu Qingzu looked battered, blood flowing like a stream from her slender, fair hands. She panted heavily, her face haggard, and her right arm was completely ruined. She reverted to human form, covered in wounds and incredibly weak, but her gaze remained firm. Lu Qingzu struggled to squeeze out a few words. Hey, the power of the monster true form is also exhausted. She raised her head, looking at Yi He with a resolute gaze. Even though she knew the situation was beyond recovery, she still didn't give up. I can still fight. Yi He stomped his foot violently and appeared before her in an instant. He had already returned to his normal state without a single mark of injury on him. Meanwhile, Lu Qingzu's clothes were so tattered they could barely cover her, and her right arm was crippled. Lu Qingzu looked at Yi He, her eyes full of questions. My move clearly hit you. Why are you completely unharmed? Yi He looked at her calmly and said emotionlessly, if the radiation inside you isn't cleared in time, you'll be ruined for life. These words proved that Yi He had held back and spared her life just now. Lu Qingzu pursed her lips, which twitched slightly. Then she raised her head, her eyes wide as tears welled up like a spring. I didn't want to fight to this point. Why did you have to push me? Yi He sat down and gently looked the girl over, not speaking immediately. After a moment he dropped his casual act and said in a serious tone, is it that you really don't want to fight, or are you stubbornly refusing to admit your desire for victory? When you were fighting for your life, I felt your obsession with winning. Lu Qingzu looked at him blankly, speechless. Her small mouth hung slightly open as she thought to herself, he's right, just now I really did want to defeat him, which is why I abandoned defense to go all out. But why did I do that? I clearly hate fighting and wanted to surrender early. And yet, in that moment of confrontation, I did feel it. I felt the thrill of fighting for myself, not for anyone else. Just then, Yi He's warm hand rested gently on her shoulder. Lu Qingzu's fair face flushed slightly as she looked up at him, a strange feeling rising in her heart. You beat me so badly. Is this what you call gentlemanly conduct? To beat me like this and then come to heal me? Yi He injected energy into her arm, speaking as he did so. You carried too many distracting thoughts in battle. Lu Qingzu stared blankly at her hand. The wounds and radiation marks had completely vanished without a trace. Yi He wasn't arrogant like the others. His eyes held a look of recognition as he said softly, however, you are still the strongest opponent I have ever seen. He then turned around, a faint smile appearing on his face. Next time there's a chance, I want to have a pure match with you. Lu Qingzu's heart skipped a beat, her face turning bright red from embarrassment as her gaze flickered, fixed on Yi He as if she couldn't look away. Yi He stood in the center of the arena, his perfect victory leaving everyone thoroughly convinced of his strength. As the smoke and dust cleared, the broadcast rang out, announcing the end of the first semifinal. Ancheng number 1 high, Yi He wins. On the big screen the image of Yi He's next opponent clearly appeared. After Yi He defeated Lu Qingzu, a voice full of suspense came over the intercom. Suzhou also lived up to expectations and secured a victory. The atmosphere of the entire venue heated up once again. The high school finals were fast approaching. This peak duel between Yi He and Suzhou drew massive attention since both were from Ancheng number 1 high. The real-time online viewership soared to 496 million people, triggering a wave of anticipation and excitement. After some preparation, Suzhou straightened his body, his hands firmly gripping a longsword radiating energy. His sharp gaze swept over Yi He as he said without hesitation, please enlighten me. Yi He responded with a dangerous smile, his face glowing, his eyes excited and full of energy. Bring it on. Without making Yi He wait long, Suzhou took the initiative to attack. He swung his longsword to unleash a massive energy-gathering move, leaping into midair as his arm flexed violently. Delivering an unstoppable heavy strike, however, he stood calmly in place. He crossed his arms over his chest, appearing to feel no threat from Suzhou's attack. He let out a loud shout, "Atomic!" Instantly, a powerful pillar of energy erupted, crushing all of Suzhou's offensive maneuvers. The massive shockwave pushed everything back, easily suppressing his opponent. Suzhou couldn't maintain his footing and had to shield his face with his hand just to see ahead. He gripped his shining longblade, his tone carrying deep meaning. "Not interested in finding my clones, you just used that crude violent method to blow them all away?" Suzhou realized his opponent was too strong, instantly and clearly sensing the gap in strength. "My defense can't stop Yi at all. Among my peers who could possibly take him on, he's a total monster." Suzhou was not discouraged. He concentrated his mind and decided to change tactics. His eyes changed color, showing his determination as he switched to a new strategy. "Since I can't fight in close quarters, I'll fight you at range." He let out a roar as his bloodline awakened, and moments later, Suzhou's form changed drastically, transforming into a massive divine dragon. Ferocious and wild, his body underwent a mutation. His limbs and head changed, displaying an intense intimidation. He gathered energy in his palm and unleashed a berserk attack, shouting, "Ice Demon Dragon!" This stunning scene left the audience in awe, and the live stream comments were flooded. "Holy crap, Suzhou can actually create such a massive iceberg. He's the Ice Demon Dragon reincarnated." Suzhou hovered in midair, confronting Yi, his entire body radiating intense frost energy. The audience kept cheering for him. "Take down Yi, let the great Demon King lose, go for it. The brother who can create ice is too handsome." The massive iceberg Suzhou created covered the entire arena area, completely sealing Yi inside. The audience below was stunned by the immense power Suzhou displayed. However, just as Suzhou felt his own body suffering from the severe backlash of the frost power, he could only curse his luck internally. Suddenly, the eruption of frost power placed a heavy burden on his body. Simultaneously, the broadcast rang out, making everyone even more tense. "The iceberg is melting." Sure enough, Yi, possessing terrifying power, began to melt the iceberg. A powerful pillar of atomic energy erupted from his mouth, completely destroying Suzhou's iceberg. Suzhou was dumbfounded, his face full of disbelief. How could it be broken so easily? Suzhou reacted quickly, immediately creating another iceberg to block, but the energy storm continued to surge toward him. A violent explosion followed, and everything was covered in energy and dust. When things settled, Yi stomped a foot heavily on the ground and said coldly, "The power of the Ice Demon Dragon is useless against me. It seems I counter you perfectly." Suzhou let out a long sigh, clearly realizing the gap in their strength. The difference between them was just too vast. "Yi, take my final move. This is the ultimate martial limit. I originally intended to save this for Lu Qingzu, but now I will use it to defeat you." Suzhou's body tensed as his massive longsword emitted a bright light, energy frantically pouring into the blade. Suzhou roared, swinging the sword down with a heavy strike. Sword intent casualty. A loud boom rang out, shaking the entire stands. A moment later, a single drop of blood fell onto the arena, signifying that this fierce battle showed no signs of ending yet. Yi raised his strong palm, which was covered in hard spines, before his eyes. Blood dripped down from his hand, but his tone didn't tremble at all. "If you change to a better sword, maybe you'll have a bit of a chance." But the most surprising thing was not his words, but rather Suzhou's face, which had turned pale and blue. He couldn't believe his longsword had been completely shattered. My sword broke, where's the chance?" Yi responded with that trademark mocking smile, looking at his nearly despairing opponent. "Well, the chance is just a little bit bigger than that of a simp." He understood his own power all too well. Once Suzhou recognized the reality of the situation, he simply shifted slightly, raised his hand and announced loudly, "I surrender." The battle ended unexpectedly and peacefully. The broadcast rang out, "Ancheng College entrance exam selection, Yi wins." He stood amidst the ruins and dust of the arena, scratching his head awkwardly. The audience in the live stream had never been so excited. "Wow, I really didn't misjudge him. Brother Yi is too top tier. Suzhou is so strong, yet he couldn't even last a few moves against Yi." Praises spread across all major social media platforms, and photos of Yi's victory quickly went viral, with likes increasing at a rapid speed. This dark horse Yi had truly gone all the way to the end. Everyone celebrated the joy of victory with enthusiasm, especially the students of Ancheng, who had witnessed this historic moment. With this victory, Yi became the strongest valedictorian in Ancheng's history. His name was printed on every billboard across the city. At this time, various forums were abuzz with discussions, and congratulations were endless. In the stands, people screamed incessantly, unable to suppress their internal excitement. Just then, the host accompanied Huang Jing onto the stage, pointing at Yi He and proudly announcing, "After 3 days of intense final battles, the 24th Ancheng College entrance exam has successfully concluded, and our valedictorian is born. It is none other than student Yi He from Ancheng No. 1 High." Yi He stood there scratching his head with an awkward smile. The host continued, "Student Yi He, I heard your power comes from long-term accumulation and sudden explosion. So does valedictorian Yi He have any thoughts he'd like to share?" He was a bit nervous, muttering in his heart, "Sure enough, a person of cultural depth like me can even speak so grandiosely." After a moment, Yi He calmed down and flashed a smile. "Ahem, first of all, I want to thank my teacher. He didn't give up on me even at my most difficult time. It was my teacher who helped me rebuild my fighting spirit." The camera cut to the homeroom teacher, who was clutching a TV set, already crying a river of tears. "Wah, to be honest, I really don't deserve the credit. Yi He, it's my fault as a teacher for not doing a good job and failing to discover your potential. I really deserve to die." Before he could finish, Yi He saw the principal waving at him. The principal, he thought in a panic. The principal gestured and whispered a reminder, 2 million. Yi He immediately announced into the microphone, "Our school, Ancheng No. 1 High, has awarded me a 2 million scholarship." At the sight of this money, Yi He's eyes instantly sparkled, and he shouted into the mic, "Oh, thank you to my beloved alma mater. Thank you to the dear principal. Without your wise leadership, I would not have achieved what I have today." Subsequently, Yi He raised both hands, adding with boiling blood, "Finally, I want to thank myself, thank my own hard work and wisdom. Yi He, I have finally won this glory." Just then, a system notification popped up. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining the title Valedictorian. Reward, 1 random ability draw." Yi He was startled, his eyes glowing as he marveled in his heart. Valedictorian title? So there's an achievement system too. In the hallway of the stadium, the newly crowned valedictorian Yi He was running as if a dog were chasing him. Behind him was a large swarm of buzzing reporters like bees drawn to honey. Various questions were thrown at him from all directions. "Yi He, is there pressure in becoming the valedictorian? How did you improve so fast in half a year? Do you plan to apply to Wadu University?" The reporters gave chase relentlessly, pressing him for answers. Despite Yi He's best efforts to lose the crowd, he still couldn't escape those sharp questions. "Stop chasing me, I need to pee," he grumbled. Although he was running so fast he might wet his pants, he still gritted his teeth and persisted. That group of reporters still wouldn't let up, and one of them caught up, shoving a microphone in his face and continuing to ask, "Yi He, who do you think is prettier, Lu Qingzu or Xiao Ling? Or do you prefer Shen Guan or Su Zhou?" Yi He gave no response as he sprinted. His face was dark and his expression showed nothing but exhaustion. However, he then muttered to himself that he didn't have time to waste on a crowd of reporters. He accelerated instantly, leaving the reporters far behind. Frustrated shouts still echoed from behind. "Yi He, wait, just one last question." After running into the basketball gym, Yi He finally shook them off. He stood there panting heavily, his fists clenched, as a smug smirk crossed his face. "Ha, finally ditched them. So the templates aren't unique. I can actually draw extra ones from system rewards." Just as he was soaking in the joy of victory, a dark shadow suddenly appeared before him. "Congratulations on taking the top spot, Yi He." Yi He whipped his head around, thinking in a panic, is it another reporter? But no, the person standing before him wasn't who he expected. The man politely removed his hat, a mysterious briefcase in hand, and offered a friendly smile as he greeted him. "Don't misunderstand, I'm not a reporter. I'm from Wadu." His stern gaze met Yi He's as he continued, "Now let's talk about your gene lock." Yi He was a bit confused and didn't rush to answer. "Gene lock?" he pondered. "I haven't unlocked any gene lock. My abilities all come from the monster templates. How does he know about my power? Who exactly is he?" He began to grow suspicious of this mysterious man's identity. The man wasn't impatient. He calmly put his hat back on and continued, "You heard the term gene lock from your father, didn't you?" Yi He immediately replied, "That's right." Recalling the original owner's memories, he couldn't deny the statement. The man pulled a stack of documents from his bag and said, "Yi He, aren't you curious? How would a common taxi driver like your father know terms that have absolutely nothing to do with his profession?" This question sent Yi He into deep thought. Could my old man have been some hidden expert? The man handed a sealed document to Yi He. "Given your unique circumstances, Wadu has authorized the declassification of this file." Yi He quickly opened the file, scanning it urgently before he had even finished reading. He saw information regarding Prometheus, a research institute that was once a leader in the field of genetics on the Azure Star, but was shut down following a major incident. Gene lock technology was their core project. Yi He now understood why this man had come looking for him. So you think my father was a high-level researcher for Prometheus, and I'm their secret product? The man stepped closer to Yi and added, "Don't worry, the state won't make things difficult for you. I'm only here to keep you informed. As the party involved, it's my duty to let you know the situation," Yi responded, his tone calm. "Brother, I'm calmer than you think," the man continued. "You are a key person of interest for the state. We will protect you." Yi gave a faint smile, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. "Then I shall graciously accept," he thought narcissistically to himself, feeling like his fame was truly starting to skyrocket, though it would certainly bring trouble. "Haha, this society is so realistic." He let out a laugh in the middle of the field, then looked at the man from Wadu and said softly, "Then I'll take my leave." He cupped his hands in a parting gesture. He hadn't just secured the title of Valedictorian. He had also netted a 2 million scholarship and an 800,000 bonus. But what excited him most was the chance to draw a new template. The sensation was intoxicating, his excitement nearly reaching a boiling point. Yi decided he couldn't wait any longer and quickly summoned the system. Instantly, a ring of energy appeared and spiraled before him like a mysterious gateway. He stood there, staring fixably at the strange rotating circle of light as if hypnotized. He blurted out instinctively, "I can't wait." Before Yi, the energy ring rotated and emitted a fantastical glow that enveloped the entire space. His eyes widened, struck dumb with shock at the Colossal Titan transformation that appeared before him. Its form was as eerie as a human skeleton, emitting waves of steam. The system continued to display the parameters. D-rank ability template, Colossal Titan transformation. Abilities, 60-meter gigantification, high-temperature steam. Evolution form, primordial personification. Synchronization 1 Yi. He stared at the template in deep thought. Colossal Titan transformation, he muttered to himself, a sudden thought occurring to him. His eyes snapped wide as he thought, if I combine this with the Berserk Damala template, can the abilities of different models be stacked? What would happen if a Colossal Titan fused with the Berserk King Damala? Instantly, an image of a massive Titan appeared before Yi. After combining with Damala, the body was powerful and ferocious, its long tail sweeping through space. He realized he was standing before a true king of monsters. The scene shifted to a dark room where a hulking man was talking on the phone. "Big brother Huo Long, are you saying you won't be accepting missions anymore?" A voice came through the phone, and the man replied calmly, "Yes, cancel all itineraries." The other party replied respectfully, "Understood, sir." There were marks of physical impact on the desk as if someone had caused an accident. The man then pressed down hard on his thick index finger, his rugged face etched with obvious fury. He was in an extremely foul mood, seemingly suppressing a violent rage. A voice reported from the shadows, "Regrettably, we were unable to find your brother's body in the secret realm. However, at the location where his signal last vanished, we found traces of radioactive contamination." The man fell silent for a moment, whispering under his breath, "Little brother, I told you not to mess with the underworld, but you just wouldn't listen. Mom told me to take care of you." On the television screen, the exam results were being announced. Anchung Finals, Yi wins. The man stared at the screen, a clear look of interest in his eyes. He approached the TV as if he wanted to pat Yi on the head. Yi truly is a rare genius in Anchung. Wadu will certainly fight over him. But unfortunately, he admitted with a trace of regret, unfortunately, they won't live to see him enroll. The scene returned to Yi's residence, where a package had been delivered. He was practicing his martial arts and rushed over to receive it. "Who would send me something just when I'm about to test the new template in a secret realm?" He pulled out a letter with his name on it. The letter read, "According to the Wadu investigation in the Summer Country, a new secret realm will open this afternoon at the Wuan Forest Infrared Defense Village. Estimated rank. See, I plan to go explore. Want to come along? Signed, Suzhou." After reading it, Yi made a face of pure disgust. His brow was furrowed, his face full of disbelief. No way people still use handwritten letters these days. Maybe he's a transmigrator too. The scene shifted to Ancheng's Red Tree Mountain, which showcased a magnificent beauty in its own unique way. A crowd had gathered here. Not just a few, but a massive throng of people. Everyone was fully focused, preparing for battle. He looked at the scene, his face turning pale at the sheer number of people. At least 1,000. A new secret realm was indeed very attractive. As soon as he appeared, Suzhou noticed him and walked over. Yi responded politely, "Oh, Suzhou?" Suzhou saw Yi and flashed a bright smile. "You've grown stronger again." Although Yi struggled to maintain a friendly smile on the surface, he was secretly thinking, "I didn't expect this kid to be so sharp. I used my scholarship to buy several bottles of gene medicine and raised my synchronization to 35. Lower-ranked templates have their advantages. They level up fast." After scanning the area, Yi struck up a casual conversation. Which school do you plan to apply for? Suzhou didn't look at him, closing his eyes as he replied briefly, Wadu. This answer prompted Yi to smile and chime in. Then we'll be alumni in the future. But he quickly sensed that Suzhou's mood was a bit off. Just as Yi was pondering this, a rift suddenly appeared in the sky. The mysterious spatial gate opened, drawing everyone's attention. The secret realm was opening, loud screams erupted. As a monster crawled out of the spatial rift, a sudden shockwave surged forth. It was a giant three-headed vulture, spreading its wide wings as it dove toward the crowd below. A martial artist below pointed excitedly at the sky and shouted, The secret realm is open, brothers. Let's take down this demonic beast and storm the realm. A group of martial artists immediately gathered, pooling their energy for battle. Their techniques were unleashed simultaneously, their momentum like that of a powerful army. That vulture, though it had 3 heads and considerable power, seemed unable to withstand the combined might of the martial artists, and was shredded into pieces in an instant. In the scene, only a few feathers remained of the vulture, swallowed by the fierce attacks. By this time he had already stepped into the secret realm, entering a strange wilderness forest. The trees here were very different, and the metallic scent of blood in the air made him mutter, The smell of blood is so strong. Tisk, he realized this was a beast tide. These brutes had been waiting here for a long time. He quickly issued orders to all martial artists, requesting that according to national law, they prioritize killing the demonic beasts and resisting the tide. In an instant, mutated monsters with skeletal heads but fleshy bodies began leaping out to attack. The martial artists who had just entered the realm showed no fear, each fully equipped and channeling all their energy to meet the fierce assault. Suzhou did not stay on the sidelines either. He swung his longsword and charged into the fray, raising his arm and shouting, Bloodline power, atomic blast punch. His violent attack, bolstered by the power of his sword, heavily struck 2 charging monsters, creating a massive iceberg to block them. Just then, a monster tried to sneak attack Suzhou from behind. Seeing this, Yi quickly utilized his energy to fire a brilliant beam of light, piercing the monster and making it explode in midair. Suzhou turned quickly and said gratefully, Thanks. With Yi's help, the swarm of monsters was quickly eliminated. Only their remains and scattered bloodstains were left on the ground. Yi turned to Suzhou and said flatly, None of the monsters in this realm can actually put up a fight. Suzhou looked at the heap of monsters Yi had wiped out and couldn't help but feel a shiver. Yi, you've killed so many monsters, don't you feel tired at all? He marveled, feeling as if Yi were a localized storm of destruction, sweeping through everything and destroying all in his path. He continued forward, the glow of nuclear energy radiating from his body, making the surrounding space feel as if it had been thoroughly purified. Everyone witnessing this was stunned by the extraordinary strength Yi displayed. My God, how are they killing them so fast? Is there a high-ranking martial artist assisting them? Another martial artist added, No, that's the new freshman valedictorian of Encheng University among them. That valedictorian's monster-killing ability is actually that strong. The crowd was shocked to find that Yi was no ordinary low-level martial artist. The people nearby quickly gathered before Yi, cheering for him and calling for the monster hordes to be funneled toward the valedictorian. A moment later, cheers broke out. The leader of the beast tide has been defeated. We won. The tide finally began to recede. Suzhou let out a sigh of relief, sweat pouring down his forehead. At least the first wave of the beast tide was over. Initially, over 1,000 martial artists had gathered, but only about 800 remained now, not including the casualties. Speaking of which, Yi arrived beside Suzhou, panting as he struggled to carry a massive bag of monster cores. Suzhou, tell me, how am I supposed to carry all these cores by myself? Suzhou was stunned by Yi's greed and followed up by asking, Why are you taking so many cores? Suzhou then produced a ring. This is my spatial ring. You can put your things in here first. Yi beamed at the sight of the ring. Spatial rings really are handy. This thing is worth a fortune. Suzhou, I didn't realize you were such a wealthy guy in disguise. Just then, someone announced that the big shot Wu Sen had arrived, and the two looked in the direction of the shouting. The people around introduced Yi to the man who had just arrived. It's all thanks to him killing the leaders of the monsters, otherwise we would have died from exhaustion in the tide. The crowd looked with admiration at this new figure, a tall man covered in tattoos. The moment he arrived, he spoke, Hello, you must be the valedictorian from the Ancheng exams, right? I am the vice captain of the Ancheng Silver Wolf Martial Squad. He approached Yi, proactively extending a hand in greeting. I just heard about your heroic deeds from my team members. I wonder if you're interested in joining our squad. Joining won't affect your university studies. On the contrary, you'll receive many other perks. Yi, I'm willing to accept you as an S-rank member of our team. The crowd gasped in amazement. This was a golden opportunity. Without the support of a powerful squad, a martial artist's career is difficult to maintain, especially in the summer country, where wandering groups are also very powerful. Furthermore, an S-rank position in the Silver Wolf Martial Squad is something even students from Wadu University struggle to attain. Just then, a girl riding a black tiger approached. She was dressed provocatively, and her powerful appearance shocked everyone. She spoke up, "Wu Sen, you're certainly moving fast, running over here to poach people?" She then turned to Yi He and said seriously, "Student Yi He, join our Chenda Martial Squad. Although Chenda is smaller than Silver Wolf, I guarantee that if you join, you'll receive 15 of our monthly cultivation resources." Her invitation sparked a flurry of discussion among the crowd. Despite the enthusiastic recruitment from both Wu Sen and the girl Yi He remained indifferent. He turned around and said softly, "Sorry, I have no plans to join a martial squad at the moment." The young man shook hands with Wu Senator. Though Wu Sen felt some regret, he still responded politely, "It's fine, Yi He. The invitation was just to make a friend. If you have any needs in the future, feel free to contact the Silver Wolf Martial Squad." The girl also spoke up. "Our Chenda Martial Squad is also willing to help at any time," Yi He replied. "Frankly, I won't join, but it's good to make more friends." However, Wu Sen couldn't help but ask curiously, "You just used that hand to pick your ear, didn't you?" Yi He simply smiled in response, "Don't mind it." Just then, Suzhou approached Yi He and said confidently, "The beast tide has receded. Now we can go explore on our own. This is a massive forest. Let's go to the treetops to get a panoramic view first, then we can discuss a plan." Yi He gave a simple two-word response, "Okay." No sooner had he spoken than the two soared into the air, moving as fast as the wind. Suzhou was stunned by Yi He's speed. He couldn't keep up at all. Too fast. A moment later, the two stopped at the top of a red leaf tree. Suzhou stared ahead with wide eyes filled with terror. What on earth are those things? Hidden among the distant giant trees, massive monsters several dozen times larger than the trees themselves were stepping through the mist toward them. But contrary to Suzhou's concern, Yi He appeared extremely excited, his face full of anticipation. The more he faced difficulty, the more interested he became, grinning widely. Yi He said, "Actually, it's not hard to imagine. We're still young. In a few years, maybe we'll be able to conquer these monsters in this secret realm, or maybe even uncover the truth of the secret realms." Seeing Yi He's confident expression, Suzhou had to admit, as expected of Yi He, it could only be you. Facing powerful things he didn't understand, he felt fear, while Yi He felt confident he could triumph over them. Suzhou compared himself to Yi He in his heart, and could only sigh internally. It seems that not only on the path of martial arts but even on the path of willpower, I am no match for Yi He. He is the true martial artist. At this point Yi He regained his serious expression, releasing sonar waves from his temples for a scan. His expression changed completely. He was no longer the usual Yi He, but a battle-hungry Yi He. "I'm feeling competitive today. Those monster cores will be mine sooner or later." Yi He then turned serious, activating his abilities to probe the distribution of life within the secret realm. Something was strange. To the southeast there was an amber lake that appeared as a vacuum on his radar, completely white. There was definitely an elite monster there. Deep waters mean big fish. He pointed ahead, his focus sharpened. "Let's go, Suzhou. There's a lake to the southeast. Let's check it out." As Yi He and Suzhou moved through the dense forest, they suddenly heard a familiar voice. Appearing before them was the girl who had helped Yi He back when he first started buying gene medicines. Seeing Yi He, she flashed a radiant smile and greeted him warmly. "If it isn't our valedictorian, Yi He, I didn't expect you to be this powerful." A teammate beside Wu Li also spoke up, looking friendly. "Oh Wu Li, you actually know Ancheng's valedictorian?" Another girl looked up from below and smiled. "Quick, introduce us. The way Yi He crushed that crazed beast tide just now was simply too cool." Yi He walked over to Wu Li's squad and asked, "Sister Wu Li, how long have you all been here?" Wu Li leaned in enthusiastically and replied, "We just arrived. We have two teammates who are good swimmers checking the lake for information." Just then, at the lakeside, a man burst through the surface of the water, gasping for air as he grabbed the grass. He shouted excitedly, "We're rich, we're rich." Wu Li immediately countered, "How rich are we talking?" The man was Wu Li's teammate, and he happily announced, "There are ruins at the bottom of the lake. We're going to be filthy rich." Hearing this, Wu Li was overjoyed, blurting out, "Really? That's great, we're struck at rich." Only then did Yi He turn curiously to Suzhou and ask, "What are ruins? Why are they so excited?" Suzhou replied with his limited knowledge, "There are ancient structures within the secret realms, likely remnants of a previous civilization. It's said that modern martial arts and gene technology both originated from these." Suddenly, Wu Li's teammate widened his eyes and turned alertly, asking, "Are there others?" Thinking they were people trying to take advantage of his squad, he prepared to draw his sword and charge at the two. Wu Li quickly grabbed his hand to stop him. "Wait, Yu Yang. Yi He and Suzhou are the valedictorian and the runner-up from the Ancheng exams. Their strength far exceeds that of ordinary martial artists. Let them join us." Yi He struck a cool pose, putting his hand on Suzhou's shoulder and saying, That's right, don't be impulsive, we can help explore the ruins. Yu Yang hurriedly asked about the money first. Then how will the loot be divided? He waved his hand, looking easygoing. We're outside help, we'll go by the more work, the more pay. Yu Yang had no choice but to swallow his pride and turn away. Fine, I'll let you join for now, but don't try any tricks, he consoled himself mentally. A future valedictorian and top scholar are bound to be big shots, no need to make enemies. A moment later, the whole team dived into the water. Yu Yang took the lead since he knew the location of the ruins. They entered a dark cave. Yu Yang said, "Pass through this cave and we'll reach the ruins." As they surfaced, Yu Yang observed carefully and asked in confusion, "Strange, where did Li Wei go? Didn't I tell him to stand guard here?" A bald young man in Wu Li's team guessed. Maybe he found a treasure and left first. They had previously instructed Li Wei to guard the cave entrance, but he was nowhere to be found. Yu Yang hurriedly tried to make contact. "Hey Li Wei, can you hear me? Hey, everyone stay quiet and listen for movement." Wu Li looked worriedly toward the cave opening and asked, "Did you find any traces of magical beasts in the cave?" Yu Yang replied, "None at all. Not a single one of the monster traps they had set had been triggered." At this point, one of the girls in the squad began to ask fearfully, "This is too dangerous. Li Wei is missing, should we really continue?" Faced with his teammates' worry, Yu Yang was instead full of excitement, focused solely on finding the ruins. "If you don't dare take wealth when it's right in front of you, you'll be a bottom-tier martial artist your whole life. Those afraid to die can get lost, those who want to get rich, stay." Hearing this, his three teammates fell silent, torn between greed and fear. Yu Yang then said to himself, "Since no one is quitting, let's go." Wu Li's squad continued deep into the cave, with Yi He and Suzhou following closely behind. After a while, Yu Yang shone his flashlight on the ground and discovered human footprints. Yi He looked at them, his suspicion rising, and mouthed to Suzhou, "Something's not right." Suzhou responded with a look and mouthed back, "You're right, timing doesn't add up." Wu Li said her team had only arrived at the lake about 10 minutes ago. To enter the underwater cave, pass through the grotto, and find the secret passage to the ruins in that time was like using a map hack in a game. It was clearly a trap. Should you warn your acquaintance and leave? But after only a few seconds, Yi revealed an unfathomable smile and whispered softly, "I have a trump card." Soon, Yu Yang led the squad to an area overgrown with seaweed with sharp, long vines hanging from above. Everyone noticed that these vines were tightly wrapped around some skeletons. Yu Yang spoke up, "These are monster cores. They've lost their luster. It looks like their energy was drained long ago. No wonder we didn't see any aquatic monsters on the way down. They've all been consumed." Following behind, Wu Li scanned the area and asked quietly, "Yu Yang, where are the ruins?" Before Yu Yang could answer, another girl in the squad opened her mouth in horror, pointing ahead and unable to speak. The whole team looked in the direction she was pointing, and the sight was horrific. The corpse of one of their teammates was tied up by vines, his body shriveled, his life force completely sucked dry. The two girls in the team screamed in terror. "Li Wei is dead." Wu Li's face changed drastically. She hadn't expected this to happen to her team. She stared fixedly at the corpse, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Yu Yang was only concerned with finding the ruins, bending over and clutching his head as he shouted frantically, "Where are the ruins? Why don't I see the ruins?" Suddenly, lumps began to sprout on his head, and his whole body began to shake as if in a seizure. His face turned purple and he muttered, "How did Li Wei die? The vines, I feel it too." Before he could finish, Yu Yang's head exploded and a dense cluster of long tentacles grew from his neck, spreading upward. Wu Li quickly realized things were bad and shouted, "Run!" Just then, a dazzling bright light shone, and atomic energy erupted violently, shooting directly at Yu Yang's tentacle-covered head. Yu Yang had completely mutated into a monster. But before he could fully demonize, Yi He took decisive action to stop him. "He's still warm," Yi He said. "I didn't expect this monster to be so clever. After catching 2 martial artists, it parasitized and controlled one of them to act as bait. We were lured right into its nest." At that moment, long tentacles reached toward Yi He. Behind them, a loud boom echoed as rocks crumbled. The way back was blocked. Everyone fell into a panic. The monster had blocked the exit and had no intention of letting them leave. Suzhou stared fixedly at the creature and shouted solemnly to the crowd, "It's a ghost demon vine. A rank 2 king-class magical beast." Wu Li was terrified, cold sweat pouring down as she stammered, "King-class, rank 2, king-class can't be measured by common logic. It's not something we rank 1 martial artists can handle." Yi He remained confident, smiling. "I don't care what rank it is, watch me smash it to pieces." Boom! With a loud explosion, sand and dust flew everywhere as a tall, burly man emerged from the chaos. It was the same man who had been secretly observing Yi He earlier. He had timed his appearance perfectly for when Yi He was facing the rank 2 king-class beast. As soon as he appeared, he walked over aggressively and said, "Yi He, I'm here to take your life." Everyone was shocked by this man's appearance, and they cried out in unison, "A vitality beacon, he's an 8th-tier martial artist." Yi He turned his head unexpectedly and asked coolly, "Is someone else targeting me?" the big guy began to describe in detail how he had tracked Yi-He. I heard someone was using radioactive energy against the beast tied at Gongshu Mountain, and I guessed it was you. I only had to follow the radiation to find your trail. I held my breath and followed you to this cave, but I was still discovered. You actually tried to block me with a giant boulder. I even stopped my heartbeat and breath to play dead, yet you still noticed. You truly are the one who pushed the Huo brothers to the brink. Seeing that this person had gone to such great lengths to find him, Yi-He glanced at him with a confused look and said, "Ha, uncle, who are you barging in here and blathering all this weird stuff? Do we know each other?" This immediately enraged the opponent. "Stop playing dumb, die. Go to hell." His punch was heavy and powerful, gathering a massive amount of energy to strike Yi-He's head directly. But before he could land the hit, several of the monster's tentacles suddenly blocked him. The man froze in place, exasperated yet helpless, and roared, "This is the ghost demon Vine's nest. You actually dared to lure me here to use the monster against me." He was so angry he lost his reason, spiraling completely out of control. "Damn you, was this your plan?" Yi-He looked at him without answering, simply crossing his arms to observe from the side. The guy was struggling to fight the monster, panting from the continuous attacks. "You dare play me?" he roared in fury. Yi-He remained unmoved, standing leisurely to the side. "Uncle, you really have an imagination, so passionate for our first meeting," Yi-He thought to himself. The monster's vines continued to wrap around the man, annoying him until his energy exploded, and he used his full strength to shatter the surrounding vines. "Too annoying, my target is you, not these vines." The scene became even more chaotic as the man fought frantically, shaking the entire cave so violently it could collapse at any moment behind him. Wu Li shouted anxiously, "This is bad, the cave is about to collapse." She turned to look at Yi-He, who was standing there. He activated his Damala form again. He began to gather nuclear energy, preparing to launch a powerful strike. As the energy ramped up, a dazzling sphere of light formed, its power enough to shatter rock, and lake water began to pour in. Yi pointed to the side and said urgently, "Sister Wu Li, you guys go first." The whole team evacuated quickly, but that meddling guy wouldn't let up and continued to charge at Yi-He. Just then, Suzhou also arrived, swinging his sword to block the man's path. "With me here, don't you dream of touching Yi-He." The man showed no fear, laughing contemptuously. "Haha kid, I'm an 8th-tier martial artist. What can these few pieces of broken ice do to me?" But before he could move, Yi-He had already swung a heavy punch, smashing it into the man's face without hesitation. "Hey you meddling uncle, where are you looking?" By the time he looked up, Yi-He's heavy punch was right in front of him, unavoidable. As a result, Yi-He pinned him to the ground with just one punch. The light from the fist illuminated the entire cave. Yi-He didn't want Suzhou to get hurt because of this, so he turned and said to him, "You go first, this guy is too strong for you to handle." Then the young man turned around, his gaze becoming extremely serious. "Let me finish him. After taking my move, he's exhausted and can't even stand steady." Following Yi-He's direction, the crowd swam back to shore against the current. Wu Li's squad was safe, while the ghost demon Vine went completely berserk at the bottom of the lake, churning the waters. A moment later, Suzhou swam ashore, and Wu Li asked anxiously, "Where's Yi-He?" Suzhou sadly didn't answer, simply turning to look toward the underwater cave, implying he was still over there. Back in the cave, Yi-He's shockwaves were causing massive destruction, releasing extremely powerful nuclear energy. He was gathering strength to activate a new form. Seeing that everyone was far enough away, Yi-He finally dared to use the newly updated Titan form from the system. Upon activation, the young man quickly crushed the stranger with a single massive Titan arm. In an instant, the big guy floated to the surface, his whole body purple and severely injured. The shockwave Yi caused also made the people above feel a tremor. Seeing Yi-He's massive figure, Suzhou's eyes widened in shock and confusion. Afterward, Yi-He returned to his original form and swam to shore. He propped his hands on the grass completely naked. Seeing this, Suzhou ran toward him, shouting Yi-He's name. At this point, Yi-He didn't dare come ashore and said, "Suzhou, lend me a set of clothes." A moment later, the young man put on the clothes and sat down. Accepting everyone's questioning, Suzhou immediately asked, "What happened with that explosion just now?" Yi-He sat down to rest exhaustedly and replied that it was the mysterious martial artist. He had used a plasma bomb to perish together with the ghost demon Vine. Suzhou was shocked. "Aren't plasma bombs prohibited military weapons? How did he get one? I feel like that explosion was even stronger than a plasma bomb." However, Suzhou remained suspicious, saying hesitantly, "There seemed to be a giant figure in the smoke." Fearing discovery, Yi-He's face turned pale, and he hurriedly denied it while breaking into a cold sweat. "Nothing like that. It was probably just a hallucination." Yi-He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "Good thing I kept it hidden. It would be disastrous if they knew about his monster template abilities." He had been a bit heavy-handed, Crushing that martial artist was also to get the ghost demon Vine's core. Now that things were settled, it was time to say goodbye to Wu Li and the others. She waved and said, "Yi he, we're leaving first. Sorry for making you work for nothing and having to save us. Once we're out of the secret realm, we'll compensate you." Yi he responded politely with a warm wave. "Don't mention it, Sister Wu Li. Just consider it returning the favor for you helping me last time. If you compensate me, I'll be the one who owes you a favor." Now only Yi he and Suzhou were left. The two exchanged a serious look and then whispered in unison, "Now it's happy hunting time." 3 days later, at the entrance of the Gongshu Mountain secret realm, Yi he and Suzhou finally fully cleared the realm. The two jumped out of the realm, landed on their feet and looked up. They could hardly believe it. The hilltop that had been deserted 3 days ago had now become a small town with large planes flying overhead. The two exclaimed, "They built a town in just a few days and there are even transport planes. Great Summer's construction capability is terrifying." He went straight to the exchange counter and slammed a large bag of spirit stones onto the table. The staff member reminded him, "Sir, please handle with care. If they're damaged, it won't be good for you either." He scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry, there's just too much stuff. It's hard to check it all if I don't get it out quickly." The woman behind the counter replied warmly, "Please don't worry, we are professionals." He breathed a sigh of relief, took off the spatial ring on his hand and softly said 2 words. "All right." At that moment those giant spirit stone bags were brought out one after another. He counted the bags until he pulled out the last one, letting out a sigh of relief. Last bag, but looking around, the female clerk at the exchange counter had already turned pale with shock. The mountain of spirit stones left her completely stunned. The girl's voice trembled as she asked, Sir, did you bring it all out?" He stared at the girl and gave a dangerous smile, his eyes sharp as if urging her to move faster. "I'm done, but you'd better hurry up, we still have a lot of spirit herbs." Inside the trading hall, the atmosphere was heated and the crowd was noisy. A group of people gathered around the table, staring in admiration at the spirit stones and herbs he had brought back. "Heavens, this is at least a 300-year-old 7-star leaf. This kind of herb is extremely hard to find, even professional gatherers struggle to spot them. How is this kid so lucky? He even found a luhe fire. That's the main ingredient for refining chi si pills. Just these herbs alone, even if the quality is a bit lower, are worth at least 30 million. Some rare species are even more expensive. This martial artist has truly struck it rich. He's become a millionaire overnight." Old Shu scanned the surroundings and suddenly remarked, "Have you gone senile? Being able to obtain so many spirit herbs isn't just about luck. A man like him is someone you absolutely cannot afford to offend." He stood in a corner, observing their reactions, and muttered to himself, "These white and green monster cores are useless to me now. It's perfect to just trade them all for cash." A deep and dangerous smile played across his lips. The 5 blue cores from rank 3 magical beasts obtained during the Beast Tide, along with that rank 2 king-class ghost demon vine core with golden markings, were the truly priceless treasures. A moment later, a notification from the bank rang out. "Ding dong. Your bank card has received a deposit of 27.5 million federal credits." He leisurely stuffed his hands into his pockets and walked out of the trading hall, his mind constantly calculating his next move. The monster cores were dealt with. Now he just needed to find someone to sell the spirit herbs to. Suddenly, a luxury car pulled up steadily in front of him. He looked up, wondering whose car it was. An older man stepped out, approaching with a boisterous air and a smile. "Hello, student Yi. I am Li Yushin, the owner of Pinge Pharmacy. I heard you brought back quite a few spirit herbs from Gongshu Mountain. I'm willing to buy them at one above the market price." He glanced at him, the corner of his mouth curling upward, seemingly unimpressed by the olive branch being extended. However, his mind was racing. Those old guys in the Central District actually dared to sell information about me. Well, it doesn't matter. I was planning to sell anyway, so it's convenient that someone came to my door. He readily agreed to the deal. Before leaving after the purchase, Boss Lee didn't forget to remind him, "If you have more spirit herbs next time, remember to come find me." He watched his retreating back as his phone buzzed with another notification. Another 74,506,400 credits were deposited into his account. Looking at the fluctuating numbers in his balance, he whispered to himself, "No matter how much money I have, it can't compare to a 10 increase in strength. Individual martial power is the only truth. Gene reagents and the white or green cores on the market no longer have any effect on me." Subsequently, he let out a weary sigh and complained, "Sigh, this template of mine is even pickier than its owner. High-end goods like blood jade fruit or advanced gene reagents. I don't even have the credentials to buy them right now." Suddenly, a thought sprouted in Yi's mind, and his eyes lit up accordingly. Right, there's still this move. He recalled that during the exam he had relied entirely on the brute force of the Berserk Damala template to crush Lu Qingzu. In terms of martial arts technique, he was far behind those students who had been immersed in martial studies since childhood. Therefore, the top priority was to get his hands on some extremely powerful martial techniques. Having said that, he sprinted off like a wild horse released from its tether, shouting, "Old man, I'm coming to squeeze some benefits out of you." The scene shifts to the principal's office at Anchung No. 1 High School. Hot tea was brewing on the desk. He walked straight to the principal's tea table. The principal pampered him like a precious treasure, personally massaging He's shoulders as he said, I really didn't expect you'd remember to come back and visit your alma mater." He turned his head with a pleasant, slightly awkward smile. "Principal, you're being far too polite." The principal nodded. "Of course, you are now the valedictorian, the role model for our entire Anchung. However, this champion had actually come here to squeeze out more oil and water." He pulled out a large bottle of ginseng wine and gently pushed it toward the principal, saying, "Teacher, this is medicinal wine I got from Pinge Pharmacy. It's definitely not a bribe. It's just a small token of a student's respect for an elder." At the sight of the fragrant wine bottle, the principal's eyes lit up like high-beam headlights, and he beamed with joy. You truly are a good child who knows how to respect his teachers." After delivering the gift, he took the opportunity to say, "Principal, I want to learn a few powerful martial techniques. Do you have any leads?" The principal, hugging the wine bottle, replied, "You haven't entered university yet, so for now you can only seek help from the martial arts clans. You've already been accepted into Wadu. Why not wait until enrollment to learn? What's the rush?" He looked at the principal with a face full of longing. "Principal, I want to progress a little faster." The principal finally nodded helplessly. "Fine, I can help introduce you to someone for this. After all, you are a special talent. As educators, we must teach students according to their aptitude and can't always stick to dead ends." He leaned in and whispered a few words into the principal's ear, making him burst into laughter. The principal was right. Rules are dead, but people are alive. Having such a reasonable teacher in the educational world is truly a blessing for our profession. The old principal's face turned bright red from the praise. You flatter me, haha." The next day, he was taking a shower in his room. Drenched, he received a phone call. It's all settled. You can head over there now," the principal informed him. He replied, "Thank you, teacher. Which martial arts clan is it?" He's eyes widened, and he exclaimed in a loud, shocked voice, "What? The Liu family of Anchung has agreed to teach me their secret techniques?" The scene shifts to the outskirts of Anchung, where a man was speeding on a motorcycle with a blonde girl. The girl's long hair fluttered in the back as she shouted fearfully, "Jia, you're going too fast. It's terrifying." The man gave a cool smirk and said, "There's something even more exciting coming up." Just as the two were enjoying the thrill of the speed, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. "Buddy, you need to focus when driving this fast. Reckless driving hurts you and others." This reminder startled the pair in front. They turned back with confused expressions. Seeing someone spoiling his fun, the man cursed angrily. "Holy crap, are you crazy? You scared the hell out of me. You dare to race me on a crappy bicycle?" With that, he twisted the throttle hard, zooming off like a rocket, leaving behind nothing but mockery for He. The couple sped down the main road, leaving a trail of smug laughter and excited screams. "Honey, that's so cool, you're so powerful." He looked at them with total disdain, feeling quite annoyed. He squinted his eyes and stared ahead, unable to stand that attitude. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupted. The surge gave the couple ahead a fright, making their hearts feel as if they were about to leap out of their chests. Who said a bicycle was ordinary? He stomped on the pedals, instantly releasing nuclear-powered propulsion. With a whoosh, the bicycle easily overtook the two. He didn't forget to drop a comment. "Move aside, little fly." He blasted forward like a rocket, leaving a long trail of dust behind and vanishing from sight within seconds. The couple was so terrified they broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe their eyes. "Are bicycles these days really that fast?" the girl in the back stammered, trembling. This is practically as fast as a plane, in less than 5 minutes." He reached his destination. He parked his bicycle and looked up to see the gates of a grand mansion filled with the heritage of a wealthy clan. He stood alone before the gates, lost in thought. "As expected of a martial arts clan," he muttered softly. Using his ability to scan the surrounding energy, even the force field here emitted several terrifying auras. Just then, the main doors slowly opened and Liu Qingzu walked out, waving at Yi Hu. She wore a friendly smile but didn't dare smile too broadly, appearing somewhat shy. "You're here?" He looked at her and teased with a slight smile. "Are you that unhappy to see me?" Liu Qingzu's fair face flushed red as she hurriedly denied it. "No, I mean you're starting with the jokes again. Am I supposed to be ecstatic to see you?" She quickly lowered her head to lead the way. "My mom told me to pick you up. Let's go see her." He followed Liu Qingzu into the manor. The gates alone were enough to make one sense the staggering wealth of the Liu family. Liu Qingzu looked up and called out, "Mom, He is here." On the high steps a woman gracefully walked down in high heels. She was the head of the Liu family, Qin Lan. She had silver wavy hair like ocean foam and full red lips, radiating a captivating charm as she spoke. "Welcome, Yi He." The moment Yi He saw her, his entire face turned beet red and his body began to hiss with steam like a boiling electric kettle. This level of beauty was truly hard to handle. A trace of longing unconsciously surfaced in his mind. "Prime Minister, I finally see the light." After her previous defeat in battle, Lu Qingzu had returned home to face her mother, who had always placed high hopes on her. The atmosphere between mother and daughter was exceptionally quiet. For a long time neither spoke. Finally, Lu Qingzu spoke first, her eyes so melancholy she looked ready to cry. Mom, however, contrary to Lu Qingzu's worries, her mother simply waved her hand gently, appearing not to care much, and said, "Qingzu, don't worry." Then, staring directly at the television screen, she stated bluntly, "I watched the live broadcast of your final against that boy named Yi He. You performed very well. That Yi He's strength makes him a dark horse even by Wadu selection standards. You don't need to blame yourself." Lu Qingzu hadn't expected her mother to validate her, and the pressure vanished. She stood there, her hands trembling slightly. Deep down, she still blamed herself for her weakness. Just then, her mother stood up, her gaze turning exceptionally serious as she spoke of the Liu family's future. "Your brother has limited ability and cannot take over the Liu family. In your generation, only you can shoulder this burden." She approached Lu Qingzu, gently stroking her delicate face, and continued, "But after all, you are a girl, and you were born into this environment." She continued to reveal the brutal reality of the Liu family. "Now that your father has passed away early, the Liu family has no grandmaster-level experts to watch over it. The family's power is declining by the day, to the point where we are huddled here in this tiny Ancheng. If a great family demands a political marriage, we simply wouldn't be able to refuse. That would mean the Liu family being swallowed by others, and a century of family legacy handed over. So I want to keep the two of you together. What do you think?" Lu Qingzu was shocked, having never considered this. Her cheeks flushed red, and her heart raced. Lu Qingzu's mother candidly expressed her views on her rival, Yi He. "Yi He is very good, excellent talent, simple background and boundless prospects. From my observation, he is not a person of ill intent. You don't need to answer me right now, just try spending some time with him first." Back in reality, Yi He was already in Lu Qingzu's home. He was facing that queen-like beautiful mother. Upon seeing him, Qin Lan warmly stepped forward to welcome Yi He to the Liu family. Yi He appeared a bit constrained, bowing respectfully. "Ahem, hello auntie, I brought a small gift." Everything seemed perfectly arranged. Yi He had even prepared a gift. Bringing it to Lu Qingzu's home was likely an attempt to curry favor with this elder. Without wasting words, Lu Qingzu's mother got straight to the point. "I heard from the principal of No. 1 High that you wish to learn some profound martial techniques?" Yi He replied obediently, "Yes." She then instructed her daughter to take Yi He over. This sentence took Yi He by surprise. He peeked through his eyelashes, wondering in his heart, how did she agree so readily? Subsequently, Lu Qingzu's mother acted very naturally, approaching Yi He to give the two some private space. "Qingzu will take you to the Liu family's Kangwu Pavilion. Inside are some martial arts strictly forbidden from being shared externally, therefore you only have 1 day to learn. Deep within the Kangwu Pavilion are 3 Xuanwang rank martial techniques. Whether you can master them depends on your own luck." After receiving her approval, Yi He thanked her respectfully, and bowed to the head of the Liu family. "Understood, thank you very much, Head Liu." Qin Lan glanced at Yi He with a mysterious look, saying "Thank you, Head Liu," instead of "Thank you, Qin Lan." Personally, it seems he has already made a certain commitment to the Liu family. "Very well, Yi He, the Liu family will make you fulfill that promise in the future." Lu Qingzu's mother smiled, looking at Yi He with a gaze full of deep meaning, feeling that this child was very clever and liking him more the more she looked. Meanwhile, Yi He didn't understand at all why she was looking at him with such a strange gaze, only feeling that the look was very special. Lu Qingzu also noticed her mother's attitude but didn't dare say anything. A moment later, she led Yi He to the Kangwu Pavilion, the entrance of which was a dark, deep underground passage. Lu Qingzu led the way while Yi He followed closely behind her petite figure. Suddenly, Yi He stopped and asked curiously, "Student Qingzu, why do I feel like your eyes have been avoiding me?" Lu Qingzu was startled and didn't dare turn around, stammering her rebuttal. I have not." But Yi He leaned in with a mischievous smirk, continuing to tease. "Really?" Lu Qingzu's face turned bright red, so embarrassed she was speechless, desperately trying to put some distance between them. She shouted, Why are you standing so close?" Yi He burst into laughter, his body swaying. After a while, Lu Qingzu led Yi He to a heavy stone door, and the two looked up at it. Lu Qingzu turned to explain, "This stone door is made of force-neutralizing stone. a special mineral mined from secret realms. It can neutralize attacks from the profound martial master level without breaking. He hesitated for a moment. Can I try hitting it with a punch? Lu Qingzu squinted. Go ahead, although she said it, her heart was full of confusion. Yi He's thoughts really were strange. Shouldn't he be marveling at the wonder of this stone right now? After getting Lu Qingzu's consent, Yi He began to gather atomic energy in his palm, which emitted a familiar blue glow, and he clenched his fist to deliver a powerful blow. Lu Qingzu couldn't help but recall those heart-stopping attacks he had displayed in the arena. The moment he launched it, the blue light revealing itself in his fist technique again made her eyes widen. Terrifying memories flooding back, she didn't dare look directly, turning her head and closing her eyes, fearing the sight would frighten her again. By now, the energy had fully gathered, and Yi He slammed it heavily onto the solid stone door before him. The extreme energy fluctuations from the punch made the entire passage tremble. He had thought this punch would destroy everything, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. But the moment his fist touched the stone door, the energy suddenly vanished. The air became exceptionally still, everything turning eerily quiet. Suddenly, Lu Qingzu couldn't help but bust into laughter, giggling behind her hand. Yi He remained frozen in place, completely unable to understand why the stone door hadn't reacted at all. It felt as if that punch had only lightly patted a wall, as if he had punched the ocean. The power was almost entirely absorbed, leaving no trace behind. Lu Qingzu couldn't stop herself from laughing out loud. Let's go, I'll take you inside. There are definitely martial arts that will interest you tonight, she smiled to herself, secretly thinking, Yi He, even you have moments where you fall flat. The doors opened, and the head of the family personally opened the gates to a massive secret chamber for Yi He, which contained a large amount of martial arts classics and records. Lu Qingzu began her introduction, explaining that the martial arts here covered movement techniques, defense, physical tempering, and swordsmanship. Then she asked softly, which kind do you want to learn? It's simple, you just need to use this personal card to activate the access. Yi He didn't hesitate and asked directly, where are the Xuanwang rank martial techniques? She led him to an advanced card swiping device and said, the Xuanwang techniques are at the very back of the small stone room. You need to swipe your card to enter there as well. But it's impossible for you to grasp them instantly. At most, you'll only learn a superficial level. I don't think my mother granting you access is necessarily a good thing. I can help you pick a few manuals that suit your current abilities. Yi He wouldn't give up, jumping to Lu Qingzu's side and teasing with a smile. Are you worrying about me? Lu Qingzu was a bit annoyed, her face turning red as she thought, I never want to talk to this guy again. Yeah, he continued. Ahem, you don't need to worry about me. I know what I'm doing. If I'm going to learn, I have to learn the strongest ones. Since the Xuanwang techniques are right here, wouldn't it be too cowardly if I didn't learn them? Then I'd just have to go home obediently, he asked curiously again. Is this door made of black force neutralizing stone? Lu Qingzu replied as she slowly entered the password. The Xuanwang martial technique chamber must be strictly guarded. This black force neutralizing stone is extremely rare and can't be obtained just anywhere. Lu Qingzu continued her reminder, explaining that to collect these stones the Lu family had been working hard since her great-grandfather's generation. Inside were many high-level safes with very tight external protection. Each safe was engraved with the words, body cage, she proactively explained before Yi He could speak. Learning Xuanwang rank techniques isn't just about watching, it's about perceiving the will left by the author within the martial arts. If you cannot perceive it, or if a martial artist's attributes conflict with the intent therein, you cannot successfully cultivate it. Xuanwang rank martial techniques possess a spirit of their own. It isn't the warrior who chooses the technique, but the technique that chooses the warrior. The more Yi He heard, the more excited he became, a brilliant smile spreading across his face. If that were the case, then for the body cage, I must be the chosen one. Subsequently, the safe containing the body cage was opened. At this moment, Yi He's presence was even more intimidating than the contents of the safe. He stood steadily with his hands in his pockets, eyes gleaming as he waited. Suddenly, his expression changed, revealing clear concern. A Xuanwang rank technique isn't a book but a statue? Before him stood the statue of a mutated demonic monster sitting atop a pile of corpses. Its feet were planted on the severed heads of those it had slain. Yi He turned back alertly, asking himself, is this the so-called martial intent resonance? Have I already entered the world of martial intent? Recalling a moment ago, Yi He had blurted out in surprise, a Xuanwang rank technique isn't a book but a carved statue? Lu Qingzu stepped forward to explain. It's not just statues, it could be a scroll or an artifact. Anything can become a carrier for martial intent. This is the supernatural wonder of the Grand Master level, she added solemnly. Only a Grand Master can condense martial intent and infuse it into an object to pass down to future generations. Following this, Lu Qingzu turned and left coldly. The rest is up to you. Perplexed, Yi turned and called after her. Up to me, big sister, you haven't even told me how I'm supposed to learn this thing. Her eyes were filled with deep meaning, the corners of her mouth curving slightly. Feel the martial intent. Those destined for it will naturally comprehend it. He stood there, stunned and utterly confused. He lay on the ground despondently, saying casually, as long as there's destiny right, then I'll just take a nap, in the monitoring room. Lu Qingzu saw his every move and began to tremble with rage, clenching her fists and cursing, you really are something. Back in reality, he muttered to himself in boredom. So is this world of martial intent like a spiritual realm? Right now, I don't have a trace of martial chi, and I can't even trigger the nuclear reaction of the BALA template. It's like I've returned to my weak, ordinary human form. Suddenly, a mechanical voice rang out, and the system immediately popped up a notification. Host's consciousness detected in a special space. To prevent the host's sudden death, the panel will maintain the host's spiritual body. He marveled. Thank goodness the monster templates are still here. Suddenly, a man appeared on the severed arm of the statue, laughing as he spoke. My martial arts can only be inherited by a real man, otherwise I'd rather let it rot in the ground. He turned back in surprise. Lu Chenggu looked down at him from above, a sly, challenging smile playing on his lips. Kid, prove to me that you're a real man who stands tall between heaven and earth. His mouth hung open in shock as he marveled internally. This guy looks exactly like the statue. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and he remained majestically atop the height, saying, when the storms rage and the lightning crashes, there will be a parade of 100 ghosts. When that time comes, you guard this broken temple for me. Don't let this bodhisattva be defiled by evil spirits. Succeed, and I might consider teaching you a skill to save your life. Fail, and you'll be devoured by the ghosts, driven mad, and never be able to practice the martial path again. If you're just a frail little brat, then get lost now. From the ceiling, droplets began to fall, landing on the tip of Yi's nose. He asked himself, is it raining? It seemed the trial had already begun. Lu Chenggu vanished, and the rain fell harder and harder. He slowly tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by a swarm of evil ghosts. He showed no fear at all, but instead opened his eyes wide, staring them down with a spirited gaze like hungry tigers pouncing on prey. The ghosts lunged at him. Yi settled into a fighting stance and swung his sword in a wide arc, decisively slaying the ghosts. With eyes like burning torches, he delivered heavy murderous slashes. He suddenly revealed a sly smile. As expected, a trial wouldn't make a warrior fight 100 ghosts barehanded. There had to be hidden items. No sooner had he spoken than he charged into the crowd of ghosts, slaughtering them as thunderous roars filled the air. Yi swung his longsword frantically, appearing as if he were dancing amidst the ghosts. Lu Chenggu had been observing from the roof for a long time, a mocking, cold smirk on his face. The ghosts in this martial intent trial carry my own killing intent. For a mere martial apprentice to dare charge out from the shelter of the temple, he's literally asking for death. It looks like this year's candidate is another fool. Warriors truly get worse with each generation. I have to personally collect the bodies every time. The swarm of ghosts continued their assault on Yi. Suddenly, a ghost took advantage of a blind spot to sneak attack from behind. But he was no pushover. He dodged the strike with ease. Even the man couldn't figure out Yi's secret, exclaiming, the ghost can't even get near him. While the ghost stood there in a daze, Yi also looked at his own hand in confusion. Muttering under his breath, it seemed that in the spiritual world, the system automatically protected its master, keeping him in an invincible state. Isn't this basically an indestructible Vajra body? Lu Chenggu watched as Yi eliminated almost all the ghosts with just a few moves, the corners of his eyes twitching slightly. This kid is actually unaffected by the martial intent. How on earth is he doing it? Yi puckered his lips and shot back. It's nothing special. Practice makes perfect. Just hard work and training. The ghost felt a surge of fear and began to retreat. Lu Chenggu spoke up. Hard work and training, eh? If you can subdue these 100 ghosts, I won't go back on my word. I will hand this legacy over to you. But we'll see if you can handle the weight of it. He stood quietly in the downpour. The statue from before suddenly shattered, revealing a deep well with a strange faint light shimmering at the bottom. Yi stepped onto the edge of the well and peered down. He continued to explain. This well contains the essence of the killing intent from my previous life. The body cage technique is also down there. If you can refine it. Before Lu Chenggu could finish, Yi jumped into the well without hesitation. This nonchalant attitude left Lu Chenggu speechless, and he could only manage a few words of praise to ease the awkwardness. Good, good. It's the first time I've seen a junior with such personality. In Lu Chenggu's memory, he was the top player on the server during his peak. A hero who had braved S-rank secret realms. He became famous because of the body cage, and he died because of it too. As he aged and his energy withered, The killing intent and vengeful spirits he had suppressed within his body began to backfire. He descended into madness, even killing those closest to him with his own hands. To prevent further tragedy, I had no choice but to end my own life. Before his death, Lu Chenggu fused all the killing intent and vengeful spirits in his body with his martial intent, casting it into this statue as a vessel. Although a century had passed and most of the killing intent in the martial intent space had dissipated, it was still more than a mere martial apprentice could bear. If Yi could subdue this killing intent, he would surely surpass his predecessors on the path of the body cage. In the monitoring room, Lu Qingzu and Qin Lan were present. She suddenly opened her eyes wide in surprise and hurriedly asked Qin Lan, "Mom, what's going on?" On the screen, Yi appeared to be in a struggle of extreme agony. In the monitoring room, Lu Qingzu and Qin Lan continued to watch Yi intently. With a panicked expression, she said worriedly, "Yi was sleeping so soundly just a moment ago, with a smug smile on his face like he was dreaming of something happy. Why has he suddenly started twitching with blood seeping out all over his body?" Qin Lan remained calm, smoking a cigarette, as she explained coolly, "This third Xuanwang rank technique was something your grandfather obtained by chance in his later years. He tried to practice it, but he never expected that even with his grandmaster level cultivation, he would be directly rejected by the martial intent within the statue, even suffering internal injuries. Since then, no one in the Lu family has been able to master this technique. Since it is a transcendent power, to obtain it, one must naturally endure pain beyond that of an ordinary person. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. If Yi has chosen to accept the power of this technique, then in the secret chamber, Yi had already woken up, stretching and letting out a yawn. This scene was witnessed by the two in the monitoring room. Lu Qingzu smiled awkwardly. "Mom, Yi's training doesn't seem as miserable as you described." Qin Lan was speechless. In the secret chamber, Yi bowed respectfully toward the statue. "Thank you, Senior, for the inheritance." The true form within the statue responded via telepathy. "Kid, you are the most gifted genius I have ever seen. Perhaps you can find the truth of the secret realms, something we old-timers failed to do. I'm leaving it to juniors like you now." Little did he know, Yi's face flipped the moment he turned away, grinning as he muttered to himself, "Seniors got me wrong. I'm just using a cheat." Yi smiled triumphantly, an infinite power swirling around him. He rotated his wrists and said, "Body cage, a body like an Asura. Although the various attributes on the panel haven't increased after mastering this Xuanwang rank technique, my combat power has at least doubled." Just then, Lu Qingzu and her mother rushed in. Qin Lan asked Yi, "You mastered it?" He struck a cool pose, waving with a smile. "That's right, I mastered it." She couldn't believe her eyes, exclaiming, "How is that possible? Even with Qingzu's talent, it would take a whole week in the martial intent space just to gain a basic grasp of a Xuanwang technique. Yi, how long did you take?" "Only an hour. Can you really learn it just by taking a nap?" Looking at Yi's calm demeanor, Lu Qingzu felt a secret admiration. "Others call me a genius, but the real genius is right before my eyes," he showed off confidently. "It seems you two don't believe me, then let me give you a demonstration." Yi suddenly exerted his strength, and a powerful aura instantly enveloped the area. "This is the killing intent I comprehended from the martial intent world. If I had to explain it, it's like an enchantment effect from a game that can be applied to my weapons, significantly increasing their damage." After speaking, Yi swung a heavy punch, his strong arm carrying destructive power and even trailing several bolts of lightning. Lu Qingzu watched in a daze, thinking blankly. "The kinetic force field is so strong, I can vaguely hear a roar like an evil ghost coming from within. This is likely the killing intent," Yi mentioned. Witnessing this terrifying power, Qin Lan looked as if she had aged backward by several years. She rested her cheek on her hand and said flirtatiously, "Yi, you are truly captivating." Seeing her exaggerated reaction, Yi's mouth twitched, thinking, "Madam, your daughter is still right here. Can you tone it down? I don't want to be labeled a homewrecker." Lu Qingzu asked, "Student Yi, since you've already mastered one Xuanwang technique, do you want to learn the other two? You still have 1 day of study time left." She smiled shyly. Qin Lan stood to the side looking disappointed as she thought, "My silly daughter, are you really that dim? You say you don't want to be with Yi, but then you turn around and try to give him the whole family fortune?" Even though she was betting on Yi and was mentally prepared to take him in as a son-in-law, she couldn't just hand over the Lu family's entire legacy all at once. Yi decisively refused. "No need, Student Qingzu. One Xuanwang technique is enough for me to digest for a long time. I won't learn the others for now, besides I'm a bit tired and have some things at home to deal with." Qin Lan stroked her chin and agreed, then said to her daughter, "Then Qingzu, you take Yi home. I heard from the butler that you came on a shared bicycle. Do you know how to drive? Go to the garage and pick a car. It'll be more convenient." Upon hearing this, He remembered the jerk on the motorcycle who had mocked him for being poor when he first arrived. He felt quite annoyed. A car. Speaking of which, he had encountered a guy on a motorcycle earlier who was quite arrogant, looking all cool and stylish. He asked enthusiastically, "Auntie, do you have any motorcycles?" Chinlan replied. "He likes motorcycles. You have the same temperament as my troublesome son. In that case, I'll give you his favorite one." Outside Chinlan's villa, Jia was wandering around talking to himself. "I heard from Aunt Hong that Mom invited another live-in son-in-law candidate. I have to see what kind of person he is. My sister is a once-in-a-century beauty and genius from Ancheng. No ordinary person is worthy of her." Suddenly he thought of that guy He then cursed angrily. "That kid on the shared bicycle earlier was such a nuisance. He scared off the girl I just picked up. I'd better not run into him again." No sooner had he spoken than a motorcycle sped past him. He stood frozen in shock, stammering and unable to speak. "The guy who just went by, wasn't he the one on the bicycle? And isn't he riding my motorcycle?" Night had fallen by the time He returned home and parked the motorcycle outside. He quickly prepared dinner. On the table sat only a bowl of monster cores and a bowl of dipping sauce. Last time, swallowing the cores raw tasted terrible. He picked up his chopsticks triumphantly, saying with high expectations, "This time I'll add some soul sauce to improve the flavor." He picked up a monster core, coated it in sauce, and popped it into his mouth. Starting with a green one, the mechanical voice rang out again as the system interface displayed. Host He. Comprehensive Physique 23.8, Monster Template Berserk Damala Synchronization 21, Monster Template Colossal Titan Transformation Synchronization 85. Assignable points, XX. At this moment his entire body was filled with energy. He looked at the system panel and muttered, "My attributes have gone up, time to add points. Last time in the Gongshu Mountain Secret Realm, the Colossal Titan transformation only made me about 50 meters tall. Although that's larger than ordinary magical beasts compared to that god-level spiritual entity as large as a mountain range in Gongshu Mountain. It's still too small." He remained unsatisfied and reached out to click confirm. "I must be larger." Put all the points into the Titan template. He then picked up another core coated in sauce and said, "And this golden core from the rank 2 Ghost Demon Vine." Instantly, he was enveloped by a massive force and energy even began to overflow from his body. The system panel displayed once more. Template Berserk Damala is absorbing a special plant biological gene chain. A special mutation is occurring. Should the host intercept the mutation process? He opened his eyes wide in surprise and asked, "A mutation?" He returned to his normal state, stroking his chin and talking to himself. A mutation means it will turn into a template with different attributes. If it's a positive mutation, that's fine, but if it's a negative one, that's de-evolution. After thinking for a long time, he gritted his teeth and decided, no use overthinking it. Let's gamble. It's all or nothing. Then he pressed yes. The panel displayed, "Congratulations to the host, an S-rank isotope monster template was unlocked." And a massive image of a demonic creature appeared instantly. His mouth hung open as he looked up at the behemoth before him. The system notification popped up again. When the Berserk Damala template reaches 100, there is a 2 probability to change class to Stellar Pillar. Damala. This Damala looked exceptionally ferocious. He looked at the system information, excitedly pumping his fist and talking to himself. Stellar Pillar Damala. The name alone sounds powerful, but I need the current template to reach 100. I have to hurry and level up. Suddenly, a violent explosion echoed from outside. He looked out the window curiously. He frowned and asked himself, what's going on? A terrorist attack? Outside, police cars and special forces vehicles with blaring sirens had cordoned off all entrances and exits to the area. Don't let them escape. Search everywhere. I want them found even if you have to turn the place upside down. He also heard the commotion outside from within his house. He glanced back alertly, thinking, the original owner was a loner. No best friend would be visiting at this time. I didn't order food or have a package. Who exactly is out there? A woman suddenly appeared on Yihe's windowsill. It was Yao Yimei. He stared at her with sharp eyes and asked, "Who are you?" Yao Yimei replied with a look of disdain, "It seems my little brother is no ordinary warrior." Through her mask she scrutinized Yihe with a deep, meaningful gaze. Yao Yimei continued, "Big sister originally wanted to hide something here and modify your memory while I was at it. But since you've discovered me, please prepare to endure a little hardship. Don't even think about escaping." He didn't even bother to look back, merely muttering to the shadow on the ground, "Whatever, he had plenty of savings. If the house was ruined, he could just buy another one." She didn't understand what he meant and pressed, "What did you say?" He channeled his inner Bruce Lee, pointing his index finger at her as he declared, "I said you're already dead." Meanwhile, outside, a man was locked in a fierce battle with the police. Several officers attempted to suppress him together, waiting for an opening to take him down. Zhou Yi flashed a wild and eerie smile. "Yao Yimei, you have to get the golden gene out of here. I'll draw the fire for you." He then let out a sudden roar. "Come on, taking all of you down with my one life is a bargain." He immediately activated a blood-forbidden technique. As soon as he spoke, a strange and powerful energy erupted from within his body. Just then, a beam of energy flashing with blue light descended from the sky, hurtling straight toward him. His moment of glory lasted less than 3 seconds before the blue power sent him scrambling to dodge in a panic. Is there another enemy? As the dust gradually cleared, the figure revealed was actually Yao Yimei. She was struggling to crawl back up. Zhou Yi asked in shock, "Yao Yimei, wasn't your nano-armor originally white? Why does it look like charred charcoal now?" "Girl, I put my life on the line to gather this strength just so you could escape with the goods. What the hell happened to you?" She hurriedly signaled him with her eyes. "Zhou Yi, I've hidden the goods. Let's retreat for now." The two created a cloud of smoke to confuse the police and vanished instantly. Nearby, a manhole cover shifted slightly. Inside an abandoned old building, the two had gone into hiding. Yao Yimei was exhausted, having finally shaken off the police. Zhou Yi remarked, "As expected of nano-armor, it took such a heavy impact just now and yet it repaired itself so quickly." Just then, the sound of slow approaching footsteps echoed, followed by a playful voice, "Beautiful, you still haven't explained to me why you trespassed into my home." The newcomer was none other than Yi He, who had tracked them here like a ghost. "You should have realized a very serious problem by now. You meant to pick a lucky neighbor at random, but who knew you'd end up choosing me? Breaking and entering comes with a price. Allow me to have some fun with you." Zhou Yi demanded in a fit of rage. "How did you find us?" His eyes were bloodshot. He could sense the residual nuclear radiation on Yao Yimei. He looked at the two provocatively and said, "If you're going to fight, stop talking." He gathered strength in his arm and lunged forward, prepared to teach them a lesson. He taunted, "I just happened to need someone to test the strength of body cage." Terrified, Zhou Yi quickly raised both hands in front of him to block. He sensed something was terribly wrong. He charged, launching a fierce assault with Storm Mountain Punch. With just this one move, Zhou Yi was left stunned, coughing up blood. Yi followed up with a precise heavy punch to his abdomen. With a casual swing of Yi's arm, Zhou Yi's face was distorted as he was sent flying. Yao Yimei's eyes widened and she stammered in shock. "What powerful martial techniques, little brother? Which master did you learn this martial art from?" Zhou Yi was knocked unconscious on the spot, while Yi, completely unharmed, replied with a harmless smile, "I learned it from Damala." Yao Yimei found the name completely unfamiliar, thinking, "Damala? Never heard of them. I didn't expect a small place like Ancheng to hide so many experts." Just then, Zhou Yi woke up, truly the type who doesn't learn until they're in the coffin. He continued to shout arrogantly, "Don't get cocky, brat." He glared at Zhou Yi with cold eyes as the latter suddenly activated his monster true form. It turned out Zhou Yi also possessed a magical beast bloodline. A massive phantom of a rhinoceros appeared behind him, roaring frantically. Zhou Yi said smugly, "I am a rank 6 martial artist. I'm not some brat of a martial apprentice level you can control." His true form was a rhinoceros. With a heavy stomp of his foot, the ground shattered instantly. By now, Zhou Yi had completely mutated, his body covered in sharp spikes as he roared and charged at Yi, unleashing the 5-step horizontal training technique. Seeing his mutated form, Yi looked exceptionally excited. A smile stretched nearly to his ears as he laughed. "Now this is more like it." Behind him, Yao Yimei also activated her invisibility, attempting to sneak attack Yi. She thought triumphantly, "Brat, you didn't expect my nano-armor to have stealth, did you? I'm the real killing blow." Just as she thought she was about to succeed, Yi simply made a casual swing of his arm before sending Yao Yimei flying. He let out a low shout, "Stay out of the way." Yi slammed her heavily against the wall behind them, taking out one opponent in an instant. Seeing that the opponent had defeated Yao Yimei with just one hand, Zhou Yi trembled with rage and cursed, "Damn it, that useless Yao Yimei." She even failed at a sneak attack. Zhou Yi regained his confidence, clenching his fists as he charged at Yi. "I guess I have to do it myself." Yi maintained a calm smirk. "Bring it." His eyes glowed as if he had long since zeroed in on his prey. He blocked Zhou Yi's attack with just one arm, the resulting energy wave exceptionally powerful. Yi was surprised to find that his defense had improved significantly. Zhou Yi let out a cold, smug laugh. "Kid, my Iron Can Rhino form can easily block even tank fire. What do you think you can use to break my defense? And it's not just defense, my attack power has also become much stronger." He lunged forward with his rhino horn, attempting to impale Yi, but the latter dodged to the side. A loud boom echoed, and Zhou Yi shouted, "Go to hell." Part of the abandoned building's walls collapsed during their fierce battle. Zhou Yi shouted arrogantly, "Brat, no matter how wild you are, you won't last a single move against my heavy strike." As soon as he spoke, he looked around but couldn't find Yi anywhere. He asked himself in a panic, where is he? Zhou Yi turned to continue his search, refusing to believe the opponent still had the strength to run after taking that punch. Just then, Yi He's true form manifested. His size was 10,000 times larger than Zhou Yi's. The mere act of standing up triggered violent tremors in the ground. Zhou Yi blurted out in terror, "What the hell is this thing?" He was stunned into a daze, wondering, is this a magical beast? Where did he crawl out from? Could that brat have transformed into this? A giant hand slapped down toward Zhou Yi like a falling star. When the palm hit the ground, the surface shattered instantly. Although Zhou Yi managed to leap away in time to escape, he was still as small as an ant before his opponent. He immediately raised his other hand, preparing to strike again. The violent attack kicked up a cloud of dust that filled the air. Yi raised a single hand, gathering energy for an earth-shattering heavy strike. He aimed at Zhou Yi's position and delivered a series of heavy punches. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Host Yi He has entered the Colossal Titan form. Comprehensive physique has surged from 23.8 to 294. At that moment, Yao Yimei woke up, enduring the pain throughout her body and witnessing Yi He's massive frame, she stammered, trembling. "I really am a fool. Why did I provoke a monster like this?" Yao Yimei observed the surrounding terrain, calculating the best escape plan. "If this continues, Zhou Yi will be beaten to death. There's no way to run. I have to risk everything." She leapt to the top of a nearby building and dove down with a glowing red filament in her mouth. She intended to use this wire to trap Yi He. Yao Yimei shouted, "This is the molecular wire from the nano armor. Its strength is enough to cut through high-grade synthetic metals." She flew around Yi He, wrapping the filament tightly around him. Yao Yimei roared again, "Even if you've turned into a giant through some gene technique, your strength may be great, but your body's weak points surely haven't changed." She actually intended to use the wire to decapitate Yi He. She landed gracefully on the ground. As the massive head fell before Yao Yimei, she quickly retracted the filament. Thinking she had dealt with Yi He, she let out a sigh of relief. Did I succeed? However, reality was not as she wished. That head was actually still active. Yi He opened his massive mouth, an energy sphere gathering within, preparing to attack. Yao Yimei trembled in terror, stammering, "Monster." A massive energy wave blasted through the entire building. The final image in Yao Yimei's memory was that single endless blue light. It took a long time for the dust to completely settle. Yi He reverted to human form, steam still rising from his body. He strolled leisurely toward the dying Zhou Yi, his gaze filled with contempt. He looked at Zhou Yi and said, "It's your turn." Covered in blood, Zhou Yi struggled to squeeze out a few words. "You monster!" Yi He stared at him with eyes that flickered like a demon's. "Since you chose to kill, you must be prepared to be killed. It's only fair." Zhou Yi's head hung low before him. Suddenly, sirens echoed from outside. Knowing he couldn't escape, he said, "If I'm destined to die early, I'm taking you down with me." Yao Yimei, the woman you just killed, already hid something in your room called the Golden Gene. His expression was now twisted and grotesque as he roared frantically, "Now it's yours. You will face endless pursuit. You'll have no choice but to hide everywhere. I'll be waiting for you in hell." Yi looked disgusted, not bothering to listen to his nonsense. He kicked Zhou Yi straight into the afterlife. Yi added, "You talk too much." Sensing the police were nearby, he muttered under his breath, "The police are here. I need to dispose of the bodies quickly." Looking at the ruins he had caused, he remarked, "I really made quite a mess this time." It was already midnight by the time he returned to his residence. He sat on the bed scrolling through his phone. "Auntie Chin, what did the police say?" The voice on the other end replied. "Nothing serious, but things haven't been very stable lately. You should behave and just wait to report to Wadu University," he replied immediately. "Don't worry, Auntie Chin, you know me. I'm very honest," the other party replied. "That's good." Yi put down his phone, tossed it aside, and let out a long sigh of relief. It was lucky he had cleared things with Auntie Chin in advance. Otherwise, with his signature nuclear breath, the police would have eventually tracked it back to him. Sure enough, just as Zhou Yi had said, Yao Yimei really had hidden that gene tube in his room. He held it in his hand to examine it. Was this the golden gene those two spoke of? The gene tube was printed with the logo of a giant creature. He recalled seeing this logo in the Prometheus files the Wadu representative had given him before. It was the logo for Laserbird, a titan in the field of biotechnology. He connected this to the two people from before and guessed the situation. It seemed those two had stolen this thing from Laserbird and faced various pursuits while on the run. Recalling that man's despicable expression, he guessed the other meant to draw the trouble toward him. He looked out the window. A giant hole had been smashed through it. With his hands in his pockets, he calculated. It looked like he needed to move. He'd just find a hotel to make do for tonight. In the B-rank secret realm, deep within the Swan Lake realm, a girl standing on a wolf's head asked, "How was your haul on that side?" The man replied, "Not bad, gathered quite a bit." Suddenly, a loud boom put everyone on high alert. The girl shouted in terror, "This is bad, Captain, look." Everyone followed her gaze. A massive beast appeared in the distance. Immediately following that, a dark mass of beasts charged forward. A truly horrific sight. They swept across like a tidal wave. Amidst the horde was an exceptionally massive monster core. It was a rank 5 Overlord-class magical beast, blood-eyed black ape. Everyone scattered in flight, urging each other to report to the military immediately. Facing a large-scale beast tide led by an Overlord-class beast, they were filled with anxiety. Anchung might not be able to hold out. "We must have the state dispatch Grandmaster or Great Grandmaster level martial artists to support us. Damn it, high-level magical beasts rarely leave their territory. How did it end up in a low-level monster zone?" That hideous-looking beast stared fixedly ahead, its eyes suddenly turning blood red as it erupted with a massive surge of energy. Giant boulders fell one after another, and people fled in panic, crying for help. The situation was urgent. An Overlord-class beast had appeared in the Swan Lake secret realm, and the beast tide was spreading. A man had just frantically shouted requesting support when he was struck by a giant boulder. He was completely crushed by the rock. Simultaneously, the system responded with a mechanical voice, "Overlord intrusion signal received. Please respond, please respond." The beast stood upright, appearing exceptionally tall. It opened its massive mouth and roared, launching a full-scale attack. A massive black hole appeared in the sky, in the city. When the broadcast announcement rang out, everyone fell into a panic. A large-scale beast tide from Ancheng's B-rank Swan Lake secret realm was about to strike, and citizens were trembling in fear. The army was rapidly mobilizing for battle, the broadcast announced. Breakthrough into Anchung expected in 20 minutes. The army has currently been deployed to the front lines to resist the tide. A booming voice came over the loudspeakers. "I call upon all martial artists in Anchung to come and support. All martial artists, please come to support." Inside the train station, people were pushing and screaming. "Everyone, please do not crowd, maintain order." Children were being held up high, accompanied by intense crying. The beast tide was coming. Currently, trains are prioritizing the transport of children and students. Children are the hope for the future. If Anchung falls, we must send out the future of Anchung. In the mayor's office, two men were sitting at a computer talking. "I told you to request support from other cities. Which cities have agreed to send troops?" the woman replied. "Mr. Mayor, it's not just Anchung facing a large-scale beast tide. Many places across the country have issued beast tide intrusion alarms. They are currently too busy with their own affairs." The woman pointed to the iPad in her hand and said, "The cities that haven't faced a beast tide yet are all saying they need to build fortifications just in case." The mayor pressed on with deep concern. "What did Wadu say? Can the martial artists of Grandmaster level or above we applied for arrive? Even just one would do." He leaned back in his chair and continued. "A S-rank secret realm has appeared in Guanshan near Madu. All martial artists in the imperial capital must rush to Guanshan City to stop the expansion of the S-rank realm." The mayor frowned and said, "We have no time to waste. The battle for Anchung has begun. We can only rely on ourselves." The scene shifts to the Chu residence where two men were sparring in the courtyard. Yi delivered a heavy punch to his opponent, the impact causing the latter to lose balance and retreat several steps. Yi looked at him and praised, "Not bad, you can take a move of mine." Suzhou wiped his sweat and asked, "When did you learn a Xuanwang martial technique?" Yi stretched and replied, "Learned it for a month, it's okay. On the other hand, how come I feel like after a month apart you've regressed this much?" Suzhou explained, "It's not that I've regressed, it's that you're freakishly strong." Suddenly, a loud boom echoed from the distance. Suzhou looked over and said loudly, "Something's happened in Anchung, that's the beast tide intrusion alarm." An announcement played from the phone. "Students of Anchung Preparatory University have priority evacuation rights. Please proceed to Anchung Airport to board flights B521 and B753, or proceed to Anchung High-Speed Rail Station to board train A42317 to evacuate as soon as possible." Suzhou said it was an evacuation message. Yi asked, "You're not thinking of leaving, are you?" Suzhou lowered his eyes and replied, "Do you really want to stay? I think with your talent it's best to leave." Yi quickly flexed his wrists, and with a brilliant smile he walked away and said, "You talk too much. How did I not notice you were this wordy before? If we aren't leaving, then there's only one word: kill." The scene shifts back inside the mansion, where Lu Qingzu said excitedly to her mother, "Mom, I want to go support the resistance against the beast tide." Qin Lan asked her daughter in return, "What are the odds you'll come back alive?" She added, "There are about 30,000 martial artists in the city. Combined with some retired veteran martial artists and volunteer martial apprentices, we can only muster about 50,000 people. This number against a beast tide is like a small boat against a giant wave. Once they collide, they'll be buried within the tide." Qin Lan raised an eyebrow as she looked at Lu Qingzu, continuing firmly, "An Overlord-class magical beast is not a monster that current-day Anchung can handle. Those are entities only a Grand Master can even hope to resist." Qingzu, your life does not belong only to you, it belongs to the entire family. Lu Qingzu fell silent. She turned to leave, but not before looking back at her mother and saying, if a martial arts family cannot stand against magical beasts, then perhaps it has no reason to exist. With that, Lu Qingzu slammed the door and left. Qin Lan lit a cigarette and said to the person behind her, Aunt Hong, we're leaving Ancheng. Aunt Hong asked, what about the boy named Yi He? Qin Lan narrowed her eyes and sent him a message with an indifferent tone, leaving the choice to him. The scene shifts to the Swan Lake secret realm, which was packed with people and buzzing with the sound of intense discussion. Old Chen, you're 60 years old, what are you doing here joining the commotion? Hurry up and take your granddaughter away. If a geezer like you can show up, why can't I with my healthy limbs? Old Zhang, walking behind with a cane, said, I didn't expect that after 30 years we'd be standing shoulder to shoulder again to resist a beast tide. Old Chen stood proudly at the front, sword in hand, and replied, That's right, 30 years, you lost that leg of yours during that last invasion. Old Zhang, once we survive this beast tide, do you still plan to go to your son's place for retirement? He lives in a fancy place like Jindan. Won't a country bumpkin like you get laughed at over there? He replied, I'm not going. I'm staying in Ancheng to keep playing chess with an old coot like you whose skills are absolute trash. I was born in this city and I'll die here. With those words, the crowd charged forward together. At the entrance of the Swan Lake secret realm, hundreds of cannons were lined up in a row. Everything was prepared and urgent shouts rang out continuously. We are Ancheng's last line of defense. We must hold firm and never let a single beast enter the city. A thunderous roar of response echoed through the sky. The mayor stood majestically at the front and spoke. 60% of Ancheng's military and all senior martial artists above the martial master rank have entered the secret realm. They are known as the Vanguard Squad. Their sole task is to investigate the basic details of the beast tide and strive to determine the strength of any lord-level or even overlord-level beasts within, and then they must bring that intel back alive. Suddenly, his heart jumped as he looked ahead. A man covered in wounds was staggering toward them. The mayor rushed over, shouting, Medical personnel, get him stabilized immediately. The man collapsed to the ground, his voice a faint whisper. Mayor, he gasped, trembling as he handed over a USB drive with all his strength. The Vanguard Squad's intelligence is all in here, the mayor shouted anxiously. Where are the others? The man looked up and spat out two words that froze the mayor in place. Dead. The man wailed in agony, crying as he spoke. Everyone is gone. They were all crushed by the tide, we couldn't even bring back their bodies. With bloodshot eyes he shouted a warning, be extremely careful of the blood-eyed black ape, it set us up. Otherwise, at least some of those thousands could have come back alive. Just then, countless sharp stone pillars began to fall from the black hole. Accompanied by dangerous shrieks, something pierced through the buildings. Strange objects appeared on the ground. The mayor thought to himself, is its target the defensive mines buried under the buildings? This was followed by a series of violent explosions accompanied by his roar. Its target is to detonate the mines and destroy the fortifications currently under construction. The cannons began to retaliate, and the mayor's roar mixed into the chaos. Damn it, the attack is coming from the direction of the secret realm. Tank battalions, don't hesitate. Fire at the spatial rift. A terrifying explosion occurred before him. The mayor frowned, clenching his fists. It's not letting the beasts out yet. Instead, it's using long-range attacks to deplete our strength. How can magical beasts understand military tactics like humans? He cursed angrily. Damn these brutes. Another wave of stone pillars plummeted from the black hole, and someone shouted, it's the second wave. This time, the number of pillars suddenly exploded. A machine sped past as several soldiers moved forward cautiously. A beast suddenly appeared, and a soldier shouted alertly, watch out, enemy attack. No sooner had he spoken than his head was easily taken by the opponent, and then one beast after another began to emerge continuously. Everyone fought back with everything they had to stop them. The mayor pointed ahead and shouted, the stone pillars are being used as landing pods. They're flying out from the rift inside these pillars, to be deployed directly behind our lines for sabotage. Damn it, don't let any of those pillars land. Stop every single one of them. A beast reared up. Another spoke, it's about time. The humans have no resistance left. It roared and charged forward. Warriors, trample this land for me. A swarm of monsters lunged at the cannons. Explosions echoed one after another, and the scene was exceptionally chaotic. A foot stepped heavily onto the ground. Yi stood with his hands in his pockets, his tone flat. I wonder what Ancheng will look like after today. He looked down and continued, even though I only transmigrated here a few months ago, I've developed some feelings for Ancheng. I can't let these brutes destroy the peaceful life I worked so hard to get, so I must. He dived down rapidly, a suit of armor manifesting around his body, as he shouted excitedly, time for a massacre. Several pillars of smoke rose within the city. A youth was praising the person beside him. Brother Luo, as expected of you. You've already taken down 5 monsters, the man responded with an arrogant face. You flatter me, you flatter me. Kai Shaoling stood with her foot on a monster and said, blowing your own horn after killing just a few low-level monsters. Luo Zhan, is this all you're capable of? The title of number 3 High's top student really is a joke. He clenched his fists in rage. Kai Shaoling was about to continue her mockery when the sound of footsteps approached. Suzhou appeared holding a spirit stone. Someone asked in confusion, Suzhou, that blue core in your hand, did you personally kill a rank 3 magical beast? Suzhou didn't stop, replying casually, I didn't expect to run into you guys here. No one chose to evacuate. He raised an eyebrow and continued, our parents are all martial artists fighting the beast tied here. As their children, how could we run away alone? Suddenly, Luo Zhan pointed diagonally upward and shouted, look out! Behind them, a tank was hurtling toward them at an incredible speed. The scene was pure chaos as a tank was thrown down, accompanied by a string of curses. Damn it, who's throwing tanks around? Someone was about to draw their sword, but Suzhou struck first. With a flash of sword light, the tank was sliced neatly in half. Kai Shaoling blurted out in amazement, looking at that size, it's the first Lord-level magical beast to charge out of the realm. How did it get to the rear? Facing the massive monster, everyone encouraged each other. Stay calm, it's not Lord level, the size and pressure don't match. As the monster's giant claw descended, Suzhou bit his lip, sensing disaster. Danger? Just then, a powerful light shone down, instantly incinerating everything. Struck by some force, the monster crashed to the ground. It reached out, trying to grab something, but Yi stood majestically by its mouth. Raising his hand, he bent over and pried its mouth open, revealing a devious smile. Time for some oral hygiene. The beast let out a low growl, and Yi reached out to brace against its fangs. He forced its jaws apart and looked inside, marveling, so filthy, just how many people have you eaten? Yi raised his hand and condensed a sphere of water. He said, I need to give you a good wash. Yi poured the water ball directly into the beast's mouth. Luo Zhan stood behind Suzhou and said, let's retreat while the monsters are fighting among themselves. Suzhou reassured him, don't be nervous, that's Yi, he stammered. Yi, that guy rinsing the monster's mouth is Yi. Suzhou looked at the back standing at the front and said, that's right, with him here, maybe Ancheng can survive this disaster. Yi grinned, looking back as he spoke. Suzhou, I'll leave this place to you guys. I'm going to support other areas. With that, he leapt up and vanished. He stood on a high point and looked down, observing for a moment before closing his eyes to concentrate. Where is the highest concentration of monsters? He suddenly sensed it. Found it. Below, a giant elephant was rampaging frantically. A soldier threw down his gun and shouted, guns are useless against this brute. Switch equipment. The others quickly discarded their guns for battle suits, and a group charged forward with longswords. Shockingly, they all perished under the spikes on the giant elephant's tusks. With every step the elephant took, countless people were crushed. The surviving soldiers shouted in terror, Captain, let's retreat, we can't hold this place, we're just ordinary soldiers, we can't fight these monsters at all. Someone still refused to give up the resistance. He swung his sword to cut down a small beast that had rushed before him, his eyes determined as he roared, we are soldiers even if we die. We must hold until the martial artists arrive. Suddenly, countless floating crimson flames appeared in the surroundings. Someone wondered, what the hell is that? Are the martial artists here? In the distance, the giant elephant approached, surrounded by a crimson aura. Suddenly, a blue light decisively pierced through its head. With a massive boom, the elephant crashed to the ground, motionless. Seeing this, the other beasts began to roar at the sky. Yi plummeted rapidly from the heights, accompanied by the shout of nuclear wrath, 50-50 split, as a powerful beam of light pierced through the clouds and descended. Other battle zones were also in their final death throes. A man looked in confusion at the scattering monsters. The monsters are running away. No, it feels like they're rushing toward another location, the woman behind him spoke. It's Yi. Ancheng's Valedictorian, Yi, has joined the battlefield. All the monsters from every area seem to be heading to surround him. The man turned his head, his gaze firm as he said, no, we can't let Yi die at the hands of the beast horde like Master Lu and the others. Let's go help him, he's still a child. He's the hope of Ancheng. He strode away, shouting, launch a surprise attack on the monsters and protect the Valedictorian. A monster had just bared its teeth when its skull was blasted into the air. The battlefield was extremely tragic, with monster remains everywhere. A powerful light pierced down, destroying the surrounding land. A man saw this and immediately shouted, watch out, a Lord-level magical beast has already zeroed in on Yi, protect him. Everyone was fighting for their lives. Damn it, if you want to kill Ancheng's Valedictorian, you'll have to step over my dead body first, he roared. Someone cheered, kill, we're saved. Amidst the explosions and shouts across the city, people roared, humanity will prevail, you brutes can all go to hell, I'll fight you to the end, our Valedictorian is almost here. No need to wait for the Valedictorian. The stronghold is about to fall. Drive all these monsters out of here. Don't leave a single one. Are you old-timers really going to be outdone by a high schooler? Don't let the juniors look down on us." At that moment, a dinosaur-shaped monster emerged. Its eyes emitted an eerie glow as it frantically rammed the surrounding wall. That was the Earthvein Divine Wall standing in the city center. The mayor hovered in the air, forming hand seals and chanting, "This Earthvein Divine Wall can only trap some of the monsters. To completely resolve this beast tide, the Overlord must be eliminated." However, the wall still couldn't stop some of the monsters looking for an opening. A fierce, thick-furred monster took to the sky. Without a word, the mayor pressed his hands together in a seal. A brilliant holy light erupted from the seal. The monster's massive arms were visible. This was a battle of vastly different scales. He turned his gaze to the rear, thinking there was truly no escape. Appearing before him was a monster of even more terrifying proportions. The mayor's face was cold, and he whispered to himself without fear, "Mountain-sinking giant crocodile, rank 4 Overlord class king bug." Suddenly he realized, this is the blood-eyed black ape's mount. The Overlord mount has made its move. It seems that monkey can't sit still either. With that thought, the mayor landed gracefully on the Earthvein Divine Wall. He injected energy and activated the tremor technique, Mountain Rock Tsunami. The violent vibration even distorted space itself. Countless eyes on the monster flickered. This monster looked like a centipede. It looked up at the dazzling vortex the mayor had created. The mayor slowly ascended into the air while asking, "Do you know why I used the earth element attack you're best at?" The monster seemed to sense the end and appeared anxious. Flowing vibrant liquids gathered around the mayor as he continued, "It was all to get close to you. Xuanwang martial technique." The centipede-like monster had no retreat under the heavy impact of the mountain collapsing force. The giant beast suffered a heavy blow and let out a pained wail. The violent sound waves shattered the glass of the entire building. Countless shards flew in all directions and the ground shook violently. The monster's rage made the earth roar. The monster screamed incessantly. By now, the city was unrecognizable. The mayor felt a sigh of relief in his heart. "Luckily, I received intelligence about the mountain-sinking giant crocodile early, and pulled away from the group of martial artists in time. Otherwise, I don't know how many casualties there would have been." He charged forward, provoking as he went, "If your main body had fully entered Anchung, maybe I'd be at a slight disadvantage. But with only your head showing, you're nothing but a lamb to the slaughter." Over a dozen arms grew behind the mayor, while the giant beast loomed high with its massive size advantage. Every eye on its body followed the mayor's every move. He used those arms to weave between the monster's spikes, climbing upward. The monster's back was like a lonely peak piercing the clouds. By now, the mayor was exhausted and had to take flight to observe. As expected of an Earth attribute king, it can even grow stone pillars from its own body. Behind him, a fierce gaze watched from the shadows. The mayor immediately sensed the ambush. The blood-eyed black ape extended its giant hand, grabbing the mayor like a toy. It questioned him with murderous intent. "Puny human, what are you doing to my mount?" In that moment, the mayor's eyes were filled with regret and shock. It's the blood-eyed black ape. It was actually hiding inside the stone pillar. The ape's eyes flew open, emitting an eerie light. "Now I will crush your head and show you just how insignificant humans are before me." As soon as it spoke, it casually slammed the mayor onto the ground with a massive boom. The city was filled with jagged stone pillars and the buildings were already riddled with holes. The blood-eyed black ape roared loudly, smoke still rising from its hand. "Although you dodged the explosion in an instant, I have confirmed it. There is no warrior in your entire city stronger than you, so I can slaughter at will." The mayor crawled up from the ashes, appearing extremely disheveled. He remained silent, then pointed a single hand toward the sky, instantly regaining his momentum as light coiling around his body. His power transformed into a dragon-shaped spiritual beast, Nightblade Storm. The blood-eyed black ape's expression was ferocious, revealing sharp fangs. It contemptuously thought, "Human, your resistance is meaningless. You are merely delaying the inevitable." In the ape's mind, images of humans living in fear surfaced. This battlefield had no natural enemies left. It had become a game that makes humans feel fear and despair. I am very much looking forward to seeing the expression of despair and fear on the face of this strongest human. Ignoring the opponent's psychological assault, the mayor responded with heavy physical strikes. Despite being struck by countless beams of light, the blood-eyed black ape remained unharmed. It bluntly evaluated, "Good speed but too little power." The mayor was undeterred, and continued his attack. This time the ape smugly judged, "Good power but too slow." It rapidly moved through the ruins, closing in on the mayor. The blood-eyed black ape's fierce face pushed right up to the mayor's as it roared, "Kneel. I don't like lower beings looking directly at me." A flicker of alarm crossed the mayor's eyes. Enraged by this attitude, the blood-eyed black ape threw a thunderous heavy punch. At that moment it felt utterly bewildered. The ground beneath was carved with the scars of their struggle. However, the mayor remained completely unharmed, and that collision only served to make his gaze even more piercing. For a moment, the blood-eyed black ape was intimidated by this overwhelming pressure. "Why aren't you afraid at all?" It was the mayor's turn to strike. He pressed his hand against the ground and said, "Magical beast, you thought you were clever, but you miscalculated. In the end, you're nothing but an arrogant animal." The streams of light used by the mayor instantly transformed into ropes, binding the blood-eyed black ape tightly. Blood-burning forbidden technique, only now did it feel a surge of regret. "Did you lure me into your array on purpose?" This array was named the Earth-Vein Seal. The once clear sky was replaced by endless tornadoes, creating a scene like the end of the world. The blood-eyed black ape was being sucked into that vortex. It questioned, "Is this your final trump card? You want to seal me underground? Human, you are far too naive." The blood-eyed black ape then threatened, "You can't keep me locked away forever. The moment your sand flow loosens even slightly, I will burst out and tear every human here to shreds." "What a pity," the mayor said, revealing his true final card. It wasn't a hidden move, but a hymn. He pulled open his clothes, revealing a star-shaped scar. In a booming voice, the mayor declared, "This is the hymn of humanity, an ode to courage." As soon as he finished speaking, he struck his own scar heavily. The blood-eyed black ape panicked, its voice trembling. What exactly are you trying to do?" Despite being covered in wounds, the mayor explained, "From the moment the battle began, I had already buried Ancheng's only tactical nuclear bomb at the bottom of Swan Lake. The activation device is implanted in my heart. As soon as my heart stops beating, the nuke will be activated." Hearing this, the blood-eyed black ape fell into utter despair. "Damn it, are you bluffing me? Who would use their own life as a bargaining chip? Do you think this will scare me?" Although blood continued to pour from his mouth, the mayor spoke candidly. "I never intended to return alive from the start. After all, I am the mayor of Ancheng. My name is Huang Jing." In a public speech once, he had declared, "I am Huang Jing, and I am willing to sacrifice everything for Ancheng and its people, including my life." The mayor began to close his eyes as he passed away. "Now it seems I've managed to do it, right?" A blinding light accompanied the wails of the blood-eyed black ape as it was sealed. That same light consumed the mayor's body. The light of hope enveloped the entire city district, simultaneously triggering a violent explosion equivalent to a nuclear bomb. Seeing the message left by the mayor, soldiers were moved to tears, issuing an emergency notification. "All soldiers and martial artists evacuate the Swan Lake Secret Realm entrance area, immediately. A tactical nuclear strike is about to detonate. Emergency retreat." The soldiers could not control their emotions, perhaps filled with profound gratitude. One by one, the soldiers raised their hands in salute as a final farewell to the mayor. Suzhou and Xiaoling also observed a minute of silence. Everyone watched this heroic scene from afar as a massive mushroom cloud rose in the air like a gravestone. The martial artists who received the notice and evacuated the blast radius were all filled with deep respect. It could be considered a grand funeral. The explosion shook the entire surrounding land. The blood-eyed black ape's flesh was scorched away, leaving only a massive skeleton. A fireball appeared in the void, unexpectedly transferring energy to it. Every cell of the blood-eyed black ape began to grow anew. Layers of muscle and tissue recovered its skeletal frame. Just like that, the mayor's effort seemed to go to waste. The blood-eyed black ape opened its blood-red eyes, staring straight into the deepest part of the human soul. It slowly stood up and muttered, "I didn't expect that lowly human to almost turn the tables on me." It ignored the fact that its body had not yet fully recovered. The blood-eyed black ape roared, "I will kill everyone in this city. I will make the humans die in the most cruel way possible." It dragged its mangled body back to the Sin domain first. "Once I've recovered my blood essence, I'll return to trample this place." It is understood that Sin domain is the magical beast name for the secret realm. A voice rang out, shattering the blood-eyed black ape's delusions. "Where do you think you're going?" Just as humanity stood on the edge of the abyss, he descended like a deity, leaving the blood-eyed black ape dumbstruck. It remembered this human, one of the greatest obstacles during this beast-tide invasion. A terrifying human genius. He only regretted that he hadn't arrived in time. "Finally found you. Unfortunately, I'm a step too late." He charged forward, thrusting his hand out with a nuclear impact punch. Unexpectedly, the blood-eyed black ape dodged and even awakened a certain authority in the process. He looked at it, a trace of confusion and alarm in his eyes. The blood-eyed black ape gained the upper hand. "Stupid human genius, instead of hiding in the back during such a critical battle, you were smart enough to stand before me. This is the best chance to eliminate you." There was one thing it hadn't anticipated, he replied with a smile. "If you tried to run, my atomic nuclear titan might not hit you. Now please take another move." The blood-eyed black ape was backed into a corner and could only sigh helplessly. "Humans, you really are." A shockwave swept through as blue currents heavily surrounded it, leaving no room for retreat. A sphere of light appeared in the blood-eyed black ape's chest, about to explode from within. The entire city witnessed another explosion of the same magnitude. Everyone was panicked by the sight. "Look there, why did another nuclear bomb go off? What happened over there? Is it a backup plan left by Mayor Huang Jing?" They mistakenly believed this was still Huang Jing's doing. As the smoke dissipated, the extremely battered figure of the blood-eyed black ape was revealed. Even the ape felt despair. The blood-eyed black ape groaned, Monster." He transformed into his monster state, manifesting the Imperial Armor Titan. The blood-eyed black ape questioned indignantly, "How are you more like a monster than me? Even Lord-level beasts don't usually have this kind of presence." He had completed his transformation. He replied contemptuously, "I'm not like a bald monkey like you." At this moment, He's size was 1,000 times larger than the blood-eyed black ape's. With a casual wave of his hand, he easily crushed it. The blood-eyed black ape was tortured beyond recognition. He mocked, "Don't run, little monkey." Simultaneously, he unleashed Storm Mountain Punch, Black Flash. The power between the two fists was clearly disparate. A surge of electricity was generated between them. That world-shaking explosion blasted away half the sky. He was somewhat impressed. After all, it was an overlord-class magical beast, even if it had been beaten into a skeletal, monkey-like state, which it was to begin with. Although they were opponents, he still expressed respect. "In the Imperial Armor Titan form, my comprehensive physique has surpassed 30 points, yet I still can't completely overwhelm you in strength, and you even managed to wound my arm. But it's not enough to make me take you seriously." The blood-eyed black ape lay on the ground as if ready to give up everything. "My full-power strike caused damage, yet you recovered so quickly." Suddenly, as if waking from a dream, the blood-eyed black ape muttered, "No, I can't beat this genius." It turned tail to flee, constantly muttering, "Can't beat him, can't beat him, can't beat him. How do I escape?" He followed closely, determined not to leave it a path to live. He reverted to human form and said to himself, "How can a beast like you be worth Mayor Huang's life?" Without another word, he attacked directly. Nuclear breath. The blood-eyed black ape's body disintegrated amidst its curses. Damnable human genius. Standing amidst the ruins, Damala spoke, "That monkey crawled underground to fake its death." Within, Damala spoke seriously, "But faking death also means it's afraid of being discovered. It has suffered unprecedented heavy injuries. This is the best chance to kill it." It appeared the overlord-class beast could hide its presence to remain undetected. Then, He's gaze changed slightly. He said with concern, "If I could have found it sooner, Mayor Huang wouldn't have." Suddenly, Damala's feet emitted a bright light. The ground cracked open, and He continued, "But now it's heavily injured. Even with its hiding ability, it'll be affected. Anyway, as long as there's a faint life signal, I can sense it." The atmosphere was extremely tense. Within, Damala spotted something and quickly spoke, "Found you, dead monkey." Damala immediately fired a pillar of light. The light pillar moved in a straight line, sending the monkey flying. The monkey was enraged, its eyes flickering with resentment. "Just a little more, and I could have sensed the entrance to the Sin domain nearby, if it weren't for that damned human mayor setting me up." Immediately after, it took another heavy punch from Damala. He continued to open his mouth and fire a dazzling beam of light directly at the ground, hitting the monkey square on. He said coldly, "This is the price for daring to defile Mayor Huang. I will make your life worse than death." Although the blood-eyed black ape was beaten so badly it couldn't stand steadily, it was still fighting for its life. It still held a long hammer in its hand. "Don't push your luck, you lowly ants." While it spoke, the hammer in its hand was constantly surrounded by energy. "I'm going to drain the last bit of energy from my monster core to drag you down to hell." Subsequently, the blood-eyed black ape's right arm swelled massively. Several streaks of purple energy flickered around its body. It leaped up, charging at Damala in a rage. "Go to hell." He wasn't about to stand there and take the hit. Maneuvering Damala to counter, Storm Mountain Punch, Dark Flesh. The two attacks collided, creating waves of shockwaves in the space. But unexpectedly, Damala's arm cracked immediately after, and blood gushed from the wound. The blood-eyed black ape was in no better shape, being sent flying. That move had also injured but he felt exceptionally excited after this life-or-death clash. He immediately controlled Damala to unleash a finishing move. "You have nowhere left to run." But then a sudden sound wave hit him, making him clutch his head in agony. "It hurts, my thoughts are all muddled. Is this a psychic attack?" he wondered. "Is there another expert?" Just then, countless arms emerged from beneath Damala's feet. The blood-eyed black ape wasn't dead yet, still struggling to breathe. "Don't think about running." He looked at the massive white lumps on Damala's joints. Extra arms had actually grown out of the giant's joints. He was completely unable to control them. These arms locked the joints, making the body unable to move at all. but madness flickered in his eyes, and his entire body was surrounded by blue fire. "Don't think you can trap me like this." Immediately after, the flames spread across Damala's entire body. Those arms were burned to ash just like that. At this moment Damala was like a ball of raging fire in the sky. Feel this fiercely burning, draining fire. While those arms were entangling Damala, the blood-eyed black ape was desperately moving toward the portal. Almost there, almost at the entrance, but it stopped abruptly as Damala closed in like a reaper. Seeing this, the blood-eyed black ape screamed in terror, "Hurry, that giant monster is catching up, he's covered in fire. Hurry, run." Those arms obeyed and stretched even higher once more. Then they held up a head, accompanied by several eerie shrieks. He was momentarily stunned when he saw it. What the hell is this thing? Is it also a magical beast? A bizarre-looking monster appeared before him, leaving him shocked. Could that terrifying power also be Overlord class? If its true body descended, I'd probably have to kneel in the first second. The entire city was shrouded in black smoke. Everything was destroyed with no signs of life. Seeing this, the monster quickly approached. The monster pried its eyes open with its hands to activate its authority. Its power grew stronger and stronger as if it were about to explode completely from both its eyes and mouth. The surrounding arms were all supporting it. He was left dizzy and lightheaded by the monster's voice. Even though he had already blocked the giant's hearing, that strange noise still bored straight into his brain. At this moment he also completely unleashed his full power, his figure growing even taller, his muscles bulging as white smoke surged around him. He said angrily, "This debt must be settled. You killed so many people. Do you think you can just leave Enchung like that?" Filled with hatred, he opened his eyes wide and roared, "Fantasy Expedition." Yi's hands were activated by energy, and light began to spray out violently. Suddenly, the monster, emitting smoke from its entire body, charged rapidly at Yi. He quickly placed a nuclear energy core and was subsequently sent flying. He smugly stuck out his tongue at his move. "This is a special nuclear bomb from my hometown. I hope you like it, you bastard." Light began to seep from the cracks in the monster's body, as if it were about to burst. The monster wailed in pain, caught completely off guard. The monster exploded. A powerful light suddenly descended from the cloud-covered sky. Seeing this, everyone was panicked. "Look at that secret realm rift, it seems to have exploded. Something's not right. Why did these magical beasts suddenly riot? Did Mayor Huang Jing succeed?" Everyone rallied their spirits. "We cannot let Mayor Huang Jing's sacrifice be in vain. Anchung is saved." In the end, justice triumphed over evil. Anchung regained its peace, no longer plagued by magical beasts. Perhaps it was because the final remains of the blood-eyed black ape were also eliminated by the nuclear energy titan. The swarms of beasts that had once poured into Anchung through the secret realm rift began to decrease. It seemed the world on the other side had stopped its invasion of Anchung. Anchung's martial artists began to clear the remaining beasts in the city. This clearing operation lasted an entire day and night. It wasn't until every beast that could be found was eliminated that the exhausted martial artists finally stopped. Suzhou, covered in wounds, still gripped his longsword tightly, having just reunited. The battle for Anchung had finally ended in victory. Although it cost the lives or heavy injuries of nearly 80 of the martial artists and soldiers, and Swan Lake had now become a desolate ruin, severely damaged, he lay motionless on the ground, but fortunately he woke up after a moment. He sat up with difficulty, his entire body numb and exhausted. "How long have I been asleep?" Although he had injected all the nuclear energy from his body into the giant to trigger that massive explosion. This place was originally filled with nuclear radiation and remnants of nuclear fission energy, like a battery being charged on the spot after being drained. Yi's gaze was deep as he recalled the previous experience. That battle was truly too difficult. Mayor Huang Jing entered the fray himself, luring the blood-eyed black ape to the detonation point and heavily wounding it, allowing me to use the geographical advantage of the nuclear blast zone to continuously self-destruct, finally blowing the ape to death before that woman could save it. Although they won, he was still blaming himself, lowering his head in regret. Even though his infinite monster template was strong, he still couldn't solo an Overlord-class beast. Winning this time was entirely due to the right time, the right place, and a bit of luck. But afterward, he steadied his mind, stood up majestically, and made a decision. As long as there is enough time, sooner or later, I will stand at the peak of Summer Country's combat power. But after this secret realm riot, there is no more time to grow slowly. I don't know when the next template can be drawn, and even if it is, it might not be a golden one. Fusing the Stellar Pillar Damala template is the fastest way to become a top-tier powerhouse, so I can only speed up the collection of plant-type monster cores with high compatibility for that template, he thought while evaluating everyone's martial strength and those Xuanwang martial techniques. If the infinite monster template allowed me to use cheats within the martial intent space, then I absolutely had to master the extraordinary martial artist system as well. Although the growth speed of Xuanwang rank martial techniques was slower than that of the template abilities, their potential was immense. After all, this was the cultivation system of a high martial world. Even the heavens seemed gratified by this victory. Ancheng had been saved. The dawn had risen, as if prefiguring a tomorrow that would be fundamentally different and even better. He looked toward the distant sky. Perhaps he had transmigrated to this world precisely to fulfill a mission that belonged to him alone. In the restored Ancheng, a sense of harmony and beauty once again permeated the air. After enduring days of haze, everything seemed to have returned to the right track. 1 month later, the great Ancheng catastrophe had subsided. Yi sat on a park bench, leisurely scrolling through his phone. He was focused on checking the news media reports regarding the previous battle. This time, a total of 18 cities across the Great Summer Country had been attacked by beast tides, 12 of which had fallen completely. In particular, an S-rank secret realm had appeared in Guangshan City, and the entire city was now shrouded in a layer of undetectable gray fog. The National Martial Artist Organization, Great Summer Dragonfinch, had already dispatched 30 profound martial realm warriors, led by 5 Grandmasters and Great Grandmaster Du Jingming, to enter and conduct an investigation. This campaign was assessed as being extremely arduous. This beast tide invasion was by no means ordinary. Even a rank 5 secret realm had appeared. Fu Hongxing, the strongest martial artist in the Great Summer Country and a state guardian-level powerhouse, had once stood guard at the edge of the secret realm, but when the martial artist squad failed to break through after a long wait, he entered Guangshan City himself. It wasn't until 8 hours later that a heavily injured Fu Hongxing emerged, bringing with him 2 surviving Grandmasters. Since then, the Great Summer Country had listed Guangshan City as the 11th life-forbidden zone in the world, and confirmed that 1.08 million people in the city had perished. Hearing such dangerous and urgent news regarding the human situation, he was deeply worried. If even a state guardian martial artist was severely injured, had the survival situation for humanity on the Azure Star reached such a critical state? No, I can't wait any longer. At that thought, he immediately called Qinlan. Auntie Qin, I'd like to ask you for a favor. In her luxury villa, Qinlan leisurely answered Yi's call and asked, "Do you want to learn the remaining 2 Xuanwang rank martial techniques of the Liu family?" Qinlan had misunderstood Yi's intent. Hearing this, Yi burst into laughter. "Is that the kind of person I am in Auntie Qin's eyes? It's not about that. I want to ask you to help me acquire some high-quality plant attribute monster cores, ideally blue ones, or even purple Lord-class monster cores." Seeing that he had a large appetite, Qinlan began to negotiate with him. "Plant-type magical beasts are already rare, and Lord-class ones are even more precious. You certainly have a big appetite. Wanting so many, what can you offer in return?" Yi smiled triumphantly, as if he had grasped the key point. "Every year, Wadu University organizes a secret realm assessment for freshmen. I can team up with Lu Qingzu and help her take first place." These words struck a chord with Qinlan's concerns, and she cast a sharp, skeptical gaze his way. "You underestimate the geniuses and top scholars from other provinces. I can only tell you that in previous years, Qingzu's strength would only be upper middle at Wadu University. She wouldn't even reach the top-tier echelon. Although you suppressed Qingzu in the previous competition, compared to those true monsters, you are still lacking a bit." Yi laughed smugly. "But Auntie Qin, besides betting the revival of the Liu family on me, do you have any other way right now? I can write an IOU. If I don't get first place among the freshmen, I'll go to the Liu family and work like a slave for the rest of my life, taking care of you until the end." After hearing this, Qinlan stood barefoot on the floor and laughed happily. "Work like a slave, Ultimately, Qinlan agreed. She stood proudly by the window and said, "Fine, I'll help you one more time." After the call ended, the scene shifted to the Ancheng Central Hospital. He had come to the inpatient department here to visit someone, but unfortunately, he was recognized by fans. They surrounded him enthusiastically. "Look, it's Yi. I heard he killed many magical beasts in the secret realm this time. Student Yi, can I add you on QQ?" As expected of the martial valedictorian, "We're all injured like this, yet he doesn't have a single scratch. I'm your fan, Student Yi. Can you give me an autograph?" To stop everyone from surrounding him, he could only politely decline. "No, thank you. I didn't expect to be this popular." After escaping the fans, he arrived at the ward. Ward number 6, the double room shared by Suzhou and Luozan. As soon as he entered, he didn't go to greet Suzhou but instead burst into loud laughter. Suzhou, lying on the hospital bed, had completely lost his usual handsome appearance. He was wrapped in bandages from head to toe, looking exactly like a mummy. He teased, "Isn't this Ancheng's #1 handsome guy, Suzhou? To think even you would have a day like this." Although he knew Yi He was there for a visit, seeing him carrying things given by fans on the street made Suzhou look helpless. Luozan in the neighboring bed also raised a hand to greet Yi He. "It's Yi He, right?" Perhaps because it had been too long since they met, Yi He felt a bit of distance and couldn't quite recall who he was. Luozan reminded him of the past. "I'm Luozan, your first opponent in the qualifiers. Have you forgotten me so quickly?" Hearing this, Yi He broke into a sweat and frowned. Seeing that Yi He was a bit tense, Luozan teased him to try and make him relax. "Don't look at me like that, my leg hasn't healed yet, so why are you looking at me like I'm a terminal patient? I can have limb reconstruction surgery, and if all else fails I can fit the latest model of combat prosthetics just launched by Laserbird." In contrast, Yi He felt a sense of admiration for the young Luozan. To have lost a leg at such a young age to defend Encheng, Luozan truly deserved respect. A sudden phone ringtone interrupted his thoughts. Yi He pulled his phone from his pocket and rejected the call immediately. There had been too many harassment calls lately. It was truly annoying. When an angry roar came through the phone, he was startled. "This is never ending. Answer the phone." It turned out to be the principal calling. The old man's voice was so loud it could be heard even with the phone held at a distance. Yi He could only helplessly cover one ear. "Yi He, why did you blacklist the big shots from Wadu? Hurry up and unblock them." "I get it, old man. I mean principal." A moment later a woman's voice came through the phone. "Hello student Yi He. I am Wang Dao, the recruitment head for Wadu University. I'm calling to notify you that Wadu University will start school 1 month early. There will be a special train to pick you up in 3 days. Do you have any other requirements?" Suzhou's side also received a call, this one a man's voice. "Hello Suzhou, I am Teacher Lu from Wadu University Recruitment." Both received and accepted the mission, leaving only Luozan sitting on the bed next to them. He felt that everyone was very outstanding and was willing to follow the organization's arrangements. "Understood, I will definitely be on time. Thank you, Teacher Lu." In a 3-person ward, everyone except himself was a genius. "It seems I shouldn't be on the bed, I should be under it." Yi He's expression was serious as he took his leave, saying he had things to attend to. Returning to the city, a few days later at the Swan Lake nuclear blast site, the massive mushroom cloud from the explosion had swept hundreds of thousands of tons of dust into the cloud layer. At this time, Swan Lake and the surrounding area for dozens of kilometers were covered by thick smoke and clouds, plunging the world below into permanent darkness. A blue light flickered through the clouds as Yi He took on a different form. He was tall, with bulging muscles, sharp claws and a cold expression. He erupted with power, allowing the surrounding area to be completely enveloped in thick smoke and fog. A light flashed in Yi He's eyes. His personal information panel popped up. Infinite Monster Template Host, Yi He. Comprehensive Physique, 27.4 Templates. Berserk Damala, Synchronization 38.9, Colossal Titan Transformation, Synchronization 90. Yi He stood majestically alone amidst the sea of smoke. He was examining the situation here. During the battle with the blood-eyed black ape, the synchronization of the Berserk Damala template had increased by another 1.5. This was already a very high value. Coupled with the nuclear radiation and atomic stone energy remnants here, it was practically a holy land for cultivation. In the past 3 days of training, the synchronization had increased by more than 6 points. The progress was extremely significant. Yi stomped heavily on the ground, but unfortunately, he subsequently transformed into a streak of light and sped away. Time to go. Shifting to Encheng Station, a broadcast rang out. "Dear passengers, train G66 originates from this station, destination Wadu West Station. It will depart in 5 minutes. Passengers who have not yet checked their tickets, please hurry into the station." Suzhou stood in the center of the platform with his suitcase when he suddenly turned his head sharply, sensing something. "He's here." A flash of light streaked across the sky, and Yi instantly landed beside Suzhou. He opened his eyes wide, covered in sweat, and said with a look of relief, "Glad I made it." Seeing Yi, everyone around was excited. "That's Yi. Heavens, that pressure just now scared me to death. I thought a high-level magical beast had appeared again. The aura is truly terrifying. I'm afraid even those high-level martial artists whose blood and vital energy burn like wolf smoke might not have this kind of pressure. He truly is the pride of our Ancheng." Suzhou lowered his head, understanding clearly. He's become stronger again. Leaving this place, Yi felt somewhat reluctant. He was about to leave Ancheng. He looked back at the entire city. This was where he started. This was his first stop after transmigrating to this world. It was also his starting point. As the train started, it was time to say goodbye to Ancheng. Yi happily began a new journey to another city. "Let's go." To Wadu, the train sped along, carrying the two toward Wadu. On the train, Suzhou had something he wanted to ask Yi. "Yi, I say, can't you be a bit more honest?" Suzhou folded his arms with a serious expression. "This train is full of valedictorians from every province. How about it? Not only that, even the carriages were manufactured with the most advanced structures and materials capable of easily withstanding impacts of thousands of tons. But even so, the profound martial realm martial artists escorting the special train, whether in the shadows or in plain sight, were definitely no fewer than 5 people, and there were even Grandmaster-level experts holding the fort. After all, sitting on this train were the most outstanding elite geniuses of the entire great summer country in this generation." He thought triumphantly to himself, using his life force sensing and sniffing. There were indeed several experts, but those who could last 3 moves against He were no more than 5. A danger alarm suddenly blared on the train, making everyone exceptionally nervous. Level 1 alert, Level 1 alert. The Wadu University Special Train is currently under attack by unidentified enemies. Emergency signals continue to issue from the train. Level 1 alert, Level 1 alert. The Wadu University Special Train is under attack by unidentified enemies. Professors and teachers are currently investigating the situation. All other students, please evacuate the carriages quickly. It is strictly forbidden to engage with the enemy. Everyone felt uneasy, each filled with panic and anxiety. Impossible. Who would dare attack a Wadu train? Is this a drill, used to test our freshmen's abilities? Not necessarily. Right now is when the great summer country is at its weakest. State Guardian martial artists are severely injured and in seclusion. Great Grandmaster Du Jingming, one of the 3 State Guardian Great Grandmasters, is missing, and many Grandmasters and profound martial warriors were sacrificed in the Beast Tide attacks in Guangshan and other cities. It's normal for those countries and forces that were once suppressed by the great summer country to start raising their heads now. So, should we evacuate the carriages, or... Contrary to everyone's anxious mood, he leaned against the back of his chair with his eyes closed, resting leisurely. Suzhou asked in confusion, "What are you thinking about?" He replied, "So annoying. I've overtrained these past few days. I was just thinking of taking a nap to recover." Afterward, he stood up, his soles tapping heavily on the floor, and said with a slight smirk, "Let's go, let's see what happened." The train continued to speed along the tracks. Yi pulled open the carriage door and unexpectedly saw a man covered in blood appear. He asked worriedly, Student, hold on, what happened up ahead?" The freshman Zhou Jingxian said with a face full of blood and terror. "The enemy has already occupied the first 3 carriages. The other side possesses a special domain that can pull people into an independent space, preventing the aftershocks of battle from reaching the outside. There are also terrifying enemies inside hunting everyone down. The profound martial artist teachers escorting us have almost all been sacrificed. They worked together to send me out of the domain to notify everyone to run. This is not a drill." Hearing this, everyone broke into a cold sweat, but those behind he didn't believe it. One questioned further, "Where's the evidence? If you say it's dangerous ahead, you have to provide evidence. Where are the tokens the teachers gave you, or the other wounded? Why are you the only one who escaped? I have an acquaintance in the front carriage whose strength is enough to compete for the top of the freshman rankings. I don't believe you could get out while he couldn't." The people behind were also convinced and began to clamor, "Makes sense. This lion-headed guy is right. Get out of the way, I'm going forward." That man pushed past Zhou Jingxian's obstruction and warnings, insisting on forcing his way through. Zhou Jingxian could only stand at the back trying to hold everyone back, but Yan Zhengsheng ran off without looking back. "Wait, what I said is true, it's really dangerous ahead. Why won't everyone listen to me? Don't go to your deaths." Only then did Zhou Jingxian notice Yi and ask, "Are you Yi?" Yi felt surprised. Based on his life force perception, he felt this student was very strange. He then replied, "It's me. How do you know me?" Zhou Jingxian explained why he knew Yi. "A girl named Lu Qingzu showed me your photo. She asked me to tell you, whatever you do, do not go forward." Hearing him mention Lu Qingzu, Yi was surprised. "She asked you to tell me?" Zhou Jingxian has received her kindness. "Yes, she was seriously injured taking a blade for me." He cried as he spoke, "I couldn't stop them from seeking death, but I must fulfill that girl's final wish and keep you alive." Hearing this, Yi was so angry he gave his head a hard rap, making him wince in pain. "The person isn't dead yet. Stop cursing her." Suzhou asked from behind, "Are you still going?" Yi replied helplessly, "No choice, I've already promised her parents." Only Yi was held back firmly by Zhou Jingxian. "No, I absolutely cannot let you pass." Yi immediately cursed, "With that unlucky look of yours, how did you even get a Wadu admission notice?" Yi was furious. Suzhou drew his longsword to show his strength, threatening Zhou Jingxian. But he still tried to stop them. "I'm trying to save you. Why are you being so unreasonable? If you can't talk it out, you want to use force. How could such a refined person like student Qingzu know 2 boors like you?" Zhou Jingxian touched Yi's bottom line and he delivered a punch straight to the stomach. "Stop the nonsense." Zhou Jingxian could only clutch his stomach and fall to the ground in pain, his face pale as he tremblingly spat out a few words. Strength is truly great, indeed not on the same level as me. He still had a bit of human touch, saying, sorry, I'll leave this blood vitality pill for you. We're in a hurry. The situation was urgent, and they rushed off at top speed. Suzhou, don't go, it's dangerous. They were already in front of carriage number 3. Before he was a door with a purple vortex. This must be the independent space entrance that Freshman mentioned. To verify, he picked up a suitcase and threw it in as a probe. He threw it with great force and the suitcase passed through the passage. But nothing happened. He began to connect the whole matter, inferring and analyzing. No reaction, not even a sound can be heard. Even my life magnetic field cannot perceive the energy inside. Many freshmen went in just now. It looked like they had already gone inside. This piqued their interest, and he and Suzhou followed without hesitation, jumping straight in. Once inside, some of the sights made him knit his brow and let out a deep sigh. Before him was an endless maze of winding passages that made his head spin. What kind of trickery was this? He was surprised to find that Suzhou had disappeared. They had clearly entered at the exact same time. So how had Suzhou vanished so suddenly? Shaking off his distractions, he sped down the path. There was a faint light up ahead. He decided to take it one step at a time. The end of the road connected to a city that was currently collapsing. He was stunned. What kind of hellscape was this? He's power had also vanished. He reached out to check and found that his life magnetic field had no response at all. Had this place been completely isolated? Suddenly he gave a violent leap. The old methods were always the most effective. And he vaulted onto the roof of a building. He held up a sphere of light and roared, "Stop playing tricks in the dark." He held it high, letting it burst into a sky full of white smoke, and shouted, "Explode for me." The massive explosion shook the clouds and rocked the entire city, forcing everyone to look up. What was the meaning behind making such a huge commotion? Which expert was it? Who would make such a flashy entrance? Suzhou, gripping his sword, was sprinting through the city streets when he witnessed the explosion he had caused. Leaning against a pillar, Lu Qingzu was also caught by surprise. She sat alone, looking toward the distance, appearing somewhat powerless. Her body was extremely weak and covered in wounds. He warned me. Don't let him come over. He stood majestically on the rooftop looking down. It seems my move didn't just attract classmates and allies, he said with a smug smile, as he noticed that it even drew out the enemies. A pighead monster was planning to kill He, but he took care of it with a single move. While acting he criticized its looks. Wearing a pig head, one look and I can tell you're no good. Still playing tricks? Let me pull this fake head off. Seeing this, the monster suddenly lunged forward. The two were instantly locked in a struggle. He threw a heavy punch, sending the monster's head flying, but unexpectedly, the monster was able to repair its wounds rapidly. He was shocked. To think it's fine after taking a hit from my nuclear heavy punch. The monster refused to give up, thrusting its weapon straight at He's abdomen, itself startled by He's ability. He laughed triumphantly, as his wound had already healed. Bet you didn't expect my self-healing to be this fast, did you? He used only his muscle strength to clamp down on the opponent's weapon. Your strength isn't much, but your weapon is special. It seems able to pierce any defense. What the hell are you? Feeling curious, he pried the monster's mouth open to look. Let me see. He opened his own mouth, and a surge of energy shot straight into the monster's throat. Eat my spit. Sure enough, the monster fell for the trap. He held the monster's head. I'm a man of my word. I said I'd make you fall on the spot, so I will. He discovered something unusual. Is there something inside this head? He pulled out a necklace with an emerald pendant. It was a charm. Is this really a Wadu trial? Killing monsters actually drops loot. The masked man's weapon also suddenly shattered and vanished. It seemed it had been bolstered by an expert's martial chi. This was what made it exceptionally sharp. Once the martial chi dissipated, these weapons would revert to ordinary iron. What was this pendant for? Did he have to find many masked people and steal the pendants from their fake heads? Suddenly, arrows were fired at He from behind. This really was in survival game mode. He used brute force to snap the incoming arrows, and the next monster jumped out immediately after. Seeing this, He said, "Is it already time for the next one?" He flashed a smug smile and charged forward. I hate guys who fire cold arrows the most. Suddenly, he was blocked by a dense rain of arrows before he could react. The monster exerted its strength again, and countless arrows aimed at He. His whole body was pierced through by arrows, leaving him in agony. But He revealed a dangerous smile. You think this little trick can kill me? Too naive. He transformed into a majestic giant, his figure even taller than the monster. The terrifying power he unleashed left the monster only able to look up, completely powerless to fight back. The entire building began to shake violently, and nearly half the city collapsed, sending others into a panic. What on earth happened over there? Even the buildings fell. He roared in anger. I'm going to find out which bastard almost turned me into a kebab. A rabbit-head monster wielding a long spear jumped right in front of him. A rabbit head? Could it really be the 12 zodiacs? The monster leaped down and settled into a fighting stance. It used the momentum to spring up, thrusting its spear toward Yi-He. Unfortunately, the monster's strength was still too raw. It was sent flying by a single kick with no time to counter. However, the monster doubled back with a flying kick that took him by surprise. It actually knew movement techniques. The spear tip was only a few millimeters from Yi-He's eye. Yi-He seemed helpless. Suddenly, the power of an ice wall saved his life. After a violent tremor, the city ruins continued to collapse. The monster was surrounded by several ice fences. It turned out Suzhou had arrived just in time to join the battle. That was close, Yi-He. Leave this rabbit to me. He swung his sword down, but the monster jumped into the air to meet the strike. The monster smiled smugly, its move shattering Suzhou's ice wall. This was likely going to be a tough battle. The monster used its spear to continuously break through the ice walls. Suzhou exerted his strength to knock the monster back. The monster refused to quit, struggling to stand in a firm horse stance to unleash a spear-killing move. Suddenly a force caused the monster to freeze. A massive energy was aimed right at it, filling it with terror. An even larger monster captured it in an instant. Caught you at last, cutie. A beam of light descended, blasting a corner of the city. Turning back a few minutes, voices could be heard from an abandoned building. Why is it so quiet over there? Did that guy who made the flashy entrance already lose his life? He's definitely dead. Those masked people were unharmed even when surrounded by a dozen of us. The weapons in their hands can pierce any defense. They aren't opponents we can handle at our current stage. It turned out a woman was talking to her accomplices. The guy who fired into the sky as soon as he entered was too arrogant, probably a student who got into Wadu from some backwater place. A total frog at the bottom of a well, thinking he's hot stuff just because he has a little skill. She looked into the distance and frowned. To be honest, the top scholars from big cities are on a completely different level from people from small places. I heard that Yan Zhengshang and Ouyang Zi from Magic City, Lan Wuxi from Deep City, and Xin Chen from Liuli Island have already started hunting the masked people. I really don't know how they're doing it. A golden leaderboard appeared, and the woman and her accomplices stared at it to see who had caused that massive explosion. It seemed the freshman leader for this year would be among them. No, every year the freshman leader is a Wadu local. Compared to those monsters in Wadu, students from other regions of the Great Summer Country simply can't compare. The difference in the martial resources they've been exposed to since childhood is like heaven and earth. As soon as she finished speaking, a loud boom drew their attention. The two turned pale with shock. What on earth was that blinding light just now? An electronic cannon? Don't talk nonsense. Where would an electronic cannon come from here? Yan Zhengshang and Ouyang Zi stood there also witnessing the strange explosion. Yan Zhengshang asked, "Zi, what do you think?" Ouyang Zi was not surprised. Ouyang Zi replied, "That kind of attack doesn't look like the masked people's style. It's very likely a move from a freshman." Several monsters had already died under Ouyang Zi's blade. He gripped several emerald pendants in his hand, displaying his spoils. A freshman, besides those few from Wadu, who could have such terrifying power, we need to go check it out. Anyway, we've already collected the rat, dog, monkey, and horse pendants. Lan Wuxi from Deep City had obtained at least one sheep pendant. Ouyang Zi added coldly, Xin Chen from Liuli Island has at least a snake pendant in his hand. And there's also the freshman Lu Qingzu. I heard she took down the Minotaur and got the ox pendant. If the masked people really are arranged by the 12 zodiacs, then only 5 are left. Pig, rabbit, rooster, tiger, and dragon. Suddenly his gaze became dangerous. As for the dragon, Ouyang Zi mentioned the last monster, which was extremely terrifying and had powerful moves. As you know, that guy is a touch-and-die entity. If you encounter him, you can only run for your life. There's no way to face him head-on. He's the final boss. He seemed very familiar with the rules here. Among the remaining pendants, the freshman who just fired the blue light definitely has a few. Xin Chen and Lan Wuxi will likely be drawn there as well. Zhengshang, this game has entered the final circle. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and his expression turned dark. If we want to win, we can only snatch them from others' hands. Back on Yi-He's side, he took out a ring and sat down, explaining what had just happened. Before you arrived, I took care of a pighead masked man and got this pig-shaped pendant from his hood. If I'm not mistaken, this challenge requires us to collect the 12 zodiac pendants. Suzhou asked, then do we have to actively seek out those masked people? Yi-He looked into the distance. Exactly. Just now on the roof there was another one who sneak attacked me. I reckon it's also a masked man, probably fleeing in a panic right now. He had already formulated a plan. Its arrow hit me. I can track it by following its aura. The scene shifted to the street where the fierce battle had just occurred. The two had arrived at the battlefield. Yi discovered traces of a fight here. Someone beat us to it. He landed alertly on the ground and judged. The scorch marks are still hot. The other party hasn't gone far. Suzhou sensed something was wrong and quickly drew his weapon, swinging his blade to build a thick wall of ice. It turned out to be Lan Wuxi. She walked out clutching her injured arm, mocking herself for her invisibility being seen through. By this time, the high-rise buildings had structural fractures and were teetering. A dark shadow quietly approached, a sharp sword gleaming with a cold light as it carved an arc through the air. Hidden in the shadows with ill intent, Xin Chen's eyes darkened, his tone decisive. "Get back, freshman Lan Wuxi, secret art flame demon battle form." He thrust his hand forward, spiritual energy gathering as a red light rose like raging flames. "Han flame palm." Xin Chen raised an eyebrow, his expression calm. He pulled out a cigarette. "So I've been discovered. Lan Wuxi, your optical camouflage is too poor. Do you need to worry about it?" With his hands in his pockets, he strolled over. "Are you two ambushing us?" Lan Wuxi was a bit embarrassed. "Big brother, you misunderstand. We were just dealing with a rooster-head masked man just now. The invisibility was to bait a big fish." He flicked his cigarette, sparks flying. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze full of threat. "Is that so? Then what's the meaning of this?" He charged forward, clamping a single hand tightly around her neck and lifting her entire body into the air. Lan Wuxi's body trembled, her brow furrowed as she thought, "Even my clone was seen through. It seems this guy has some skill." Xin Chen took an indifferent drag of his cigarette, his expression flat. "I was hoping your sneak attack would succeed, otherwise it would be too boring." The cigarette butt hit the ground. "It looks like I have to act myself." As soon as he spoke, his pupils turned white, and his cheeks puffed out as he accumulated a massive amount of spiritual qi. Instantly, Xin Chen let out a low roar, spitting out a blast of black gas like a poisonous mist that swept forth with a violent wind. The two repeatedly retreated, and she giggled with a hint of malice in her tone. "Don't even think about escaping." Lan Wuxi waved her giant fan. The wind came, and thick smoke enveloped the two as her hands were absorbing spiritual energy. "It's not over yet. Let me show you my life-bound weapon." Immediately after, a blinding light erupted from her palm, tearing through the darkness. He laughed arrogantly. "Even if you have some skill, you absolutely cannot win against us." Before his laughter faded, a voice suddenly came from the air. "What are you laughing about?" He appeared in the smoke, standing tall and proud, raising his arm as spiritual energy exploded. Xin Chen's eyes widened. His face was full of terror, and he thought, "A casual swipe could disperse my fire cloud. What kind of power is this?" Before he could finish the thought, a heavy punch came through the smoke. Storm Mountain Punch. The heavy punch was like a falling meteorite, hitting Xin Chen square in the face. Blood sprayed and he was sent flying. To the side, Lan Wuxi was trembling, feeling the dark shadow behind her closing in step by step. "Currently, we haven't broken through to the martial artist techniques. We are still at the martial apprentice stage, and our physical strength is still limited. Even if the upper limit for Wadu freshmen is higher, it cannot be broken during the martial apprentice stage. But this guy's physical stats are simply not at a freshman's level." Suddenly, a chill rose from beneath Lan Wuxi's feet, locking her limbs. "Crap, I was so focused on that man's punch that I forgot there was another guy as cold as ice." Her gaze swept across, seeing the silent tall figure, and she realized they wouldn't win even if she teamed up with Xin Chen. These two were simply monsters. Lan Wuxi decisively waved her fan, her gaze resolute. Knowing she would lose if she fought head-on, she used the force to vault into the air, preparing to flee. "Got to get out of here." Suddenly, a hand grabbed her leg and Lan Wuxi turned pale. "I'm done for." She was slammed heavily onto the ground. "Get down here." He clenched both fists, his eyes cold. Xuanwang martial technique. Just as he was about to punch, Lan Wuxi's body suddenly blurred, transforming into dozens of afterimages that scattered in all directions, incorporeal shadow clones. Yi gave a cruel laugh, madness flashing in his eyes. Thinking of running? From the shadows behind him, countless dark figures appeared, body cage, demon realm phantoms. These shadow demons instantly lunged at every one of her clones. "I can't move. What on earth is this?" Yi laughed excitedly. "Can't fight, can't run, just accept your fate." Two jade pendants let out a soft clink, and she said in a heavy tone, "I surrender. The pendants are all yours." He raised an eyebrow and said flatly, "Wouldn't it have been better if you'd done this sooner? Tell me the news you know." Lan Wuxi knelt on the ground and lowered her eyes. "To win, you must collect all 12 pendants. The trial is now entering its end. Even if you don't rob others, others will come to rob you." Magic City's Ouyangzi and Yan Zhengshang are the top martial artists of this freshman class. I reckon they've already snatched quite a few pendants. She suddenly looked up and said meaningfully, "How about it? Do you need me to take you to them? I have no hope of winning anyway, so I might as well fish in troubled waters, pitting tigers against wolves and letting you both get hurt." He gripped the pendants in his hand, his gaze darkening. "You don't need to trouble yourself with that, but I think that fan of yours is quite nice." Atop the ruins, Ouyangzi sped past like a gust of wind, speaking in a calm tone. "By now, Xin Chen and Lan Wuxi have likely arrived there, haven't they? It doesn't matter. Whoever wins, we only need to snatch the pendants from their hands. Everything they do is merely helping us keep them safe for a while." Suddenly, Yan Zhengsheng came to a dead stop, his eyes wide with shock as he blurted out, "Z, look at that corpse." Not far away, a figure lay motionless on the ground, covered in blood, a chilling sight. A terrified voice rang out. That's Xin Chen. Just minutes ago, Xin Chen had been sent flying by Yi He. He had been stumbling along, clutching his head in agony. That guy named Yi He is a complete monster. Lan Wuxi has probably lost her life too, right? It feels like I've been marked by that guy. He's bound to find me. It seems necessary to team up with those two from the evil city. Ouyang Zi and Yan Zhengsheng. Suddenly he sensed a murderous aura approaching and turned back alertly. In the dim light of the distance, Shenlong coldly raised a longsword and slowly approached, his eyes bloodshot and red. Xin Chen trembled violently, stammering out a cry. It's the dragon." The streetlight flickered, erupting with electric sparks before suddenly flaring bright as blood instantly splattered across the area. Shenlong seized the pendant and turned away with a dark, murderous intent. Yan Zhengsheng leaned down to observe. How could Xin Chen die here? And this sharp, clean slash. Ouyang Zi stood leisurely with his hands in his pockets, his tone flat. Shenlong did this. This strike was clean, decisive, and precise. A single killing blow like this proves the opponent's strength completely overwhelmed Xin Chen. The only one capable of this level of power is the dragon among the zodiac-masked people. Yan Zhengsheng instantly fell into a panic as memories surfaced. But Shenlong, isn't he supposed to be restricted to the underground parking lot? Back then I led over 20 people into that garage to find you. Images flashed in his mind of everyone falling beneath that sword's edge. In the end, we ran into that dragon, and only the two of us escaped alive. Blood stained the ground. I can't even believe he would actually kill someone. Wasn't this supposed to be just a trial? Back then, that scalding blood didn't feel fake at all. Ouyang Zi's eyes darkened, and his body trembled slightly with fear. He frowned. What do we do now? It looks like the pendants on Xin Chen have been taken too. A steady voice rang out. Shenlong being able to leave the parking lot likely means our freshman class has met some sort of condition. For example, once all the other masked people were eliminated, his restrictions were lifted, allowing him to move freely. Just as the ordinary Zodiac masked people automatically hunt down freshmen, Shenlong might be actively hunting those of us who hold the Zodiac pendants. His gaze sharpened, his tone serious. We can't face Shenlong head-on, we must act before he does. We must snatch the pendants from others. We absolutely cannot let them fall into his hands. His bloodline awakened, and a pair of golden-winged great pung wings suddenly sprouted from Yan Zhengsheng's back. He charged forward, his eyes wide and round. What we need to do now is actively send out a signal to lure those holding pendants here for a decisive battle. The spiritual power released by his wings enveloped the entire space. In a corner of Yizi City, a figure hidden in the shadows appeared, a low voice sounding, "I intended to take the train to Wadu University. I never expected to be mysteriously sucked into this so-called Yizi City. Many freshmen have already been killed by that person wearing the dragon mask." Lu Qingzu's gaze darkened slightly. "Another survivor and I encountered a teacher who said they could only take one person out, and I wasn't the one. I can't leave at such a dangerous moment." She focused on the photo on her phone, thinking she had to tell that idiot Yi He not to get involved. Lu Qingzu massaged her head gloomily, her tone weary. "I wonder if the student who escaped ran into Yi He. It's a pity I don't have the strength to find him right now. With his formidable power, as long as he doesn't run into Shenlong, he should be fine." When she saw the golden light enveloping the space, she suddenly stopped. Lu Qingzu's eyes widened. "Oh no, have I been discovered?" A figure moved toward the garage, and she calculated secretly. In her current state, she definitely couldn't outrun them. The opponent had already locked onto her aura, and would surely come to snatch her pendant. "Although I don't care much for this thing, I have a gut feeling that Yi He will need it. I can't face them head-on now, I can only lure them to that place." Ouyang Zi's gaze was cold. "HMPH, it's Lu Qingzu." Sensing something, he stopped. During the college entrance exams, he heard that the declining Lu family had produced someone who awakened the Nether Sparrow bloodline. Since it also belongs to a high-tier divine beast bloodline, I specifically looked up Lu Qingzu's data. She seemed to have the pig pendant in her hand, an unexpected stroke of luck, and she was moving toward a specific location. Ouyang Zi hovered in midair, a slight smirk on his lips. "Trying to lure me to the parking lot where Shenlong is? She really is stupidly adorable." Shenlong has already left with his blade. That underground parking lot is empty now. He sped forward like the wind. His tone was low. "Yan Zhengsheng, stay here and wait for me. I'm going to catch someone." Inside the dilapidated building, bursts of explosions kicked up clouds of black smoke. Ouyang Zi hovered in the air, his voice raspy. "Lu Qingzu, you can't escape." Just then a bizarre sound echoed, and he froze, his eyes filled with terror. In the pitch-black night, the figure of Shenlong appeared. "It's the dragon? How is that possible? Shouldn't he be out hunting those with pendants?" A murderous aura enveloped Ouyang Zi, his gaze terrified. Wait, if the dragon's target is whoever holds the pendants and I have 4 on me, he will definitely prioritize the place with the most pendants. I really didn't know my own limits and instead pushed myself into a death trap. A wicked, murderous light flashed in Shenlong's eyes. Ouyang Zi's face changed instantly, the massive wings on his shoulders radiating a dazzling spiritual glow. Ouyang Zi scanned the surroundings alertly. Is this a domain? He hadn't expected Shenlong to be able to use such a technique. He gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. A single glance would pull one into this special domain, and the only way to escape was to eliminate the caster. He hadn't expected to be pushed to this point. Fast as lightning, Shenlong charged forward. Here he comes. Ouyang Zi immediately used his wings to shield his body, dodging the sharp, continuous sword strikes. By now, Shenlong's eyes were a deep glowing purple, his roar sounding like a rumble from hell. The sound quickly spread throughout the entire area. Just then, Yan Zhengsheng appeared, pouring all his spiritual power into his sword to block the impact. Yi raised an eyebrow, his hands still smoking, and teased, "Are you provoking everyone on the world channel?" Behind him, Suzhou gripped his longsword tightly. "Yi, leave this one to me. I want to test my own strength." Yan Zhengsheng charged with his sword, roaring in fury. "You think you've really caught me? Acting that arrogant?" Sword light flickered as Suzhou's gaze turned firm. Ice Vein, Yan Zhengsheng swung down with immense force, the terrifying power kicking up a cloud of dust. With a golden glow in his eyes, he laughed wildly. "Let's see where you can run." Both sides fell into a deadlocked, fierce battle. Suzhou seemed to sense something, observing with a shocked expression. He gripped his longsword tightly, parrying the passing blade. Suzhou's eyes darkened as he said in a low voice, "Sword intent soul wound, are you one with the blade?" A winding dragon with pitch-black, shimmering scales charged from the distance with a formidable aura. Behind Yan Zhengsheng, the gaze of a tiger spirit flickered within the spiritual mist. Staring fixedly ahead, its killing intent reached the sky. He stood between the two spiritual entities, his momentum like a rainbow and his murderous intent surging. He merely sat in the distance watching calmly, his gaze indifferent. He even shook his head in boredom. That look caused Yan Zhengsheng to freeze for a moment. A Shui's life force, he's calling for help. The incoming sword tip forced him to stumble back, his heels carving a deep groove into the ground. Yan Zhengsheng turned back, anger burning in his eyes. "If I didn't have urgent business today, I'd break 8 of your bones." But a cold voice rang out, "Trying to leave after talking tough, did I say you could go?" He discovered with horror that Yi had caught up. "What's the situation?" A terrifying punch, like a falling sledgehammer, struck straight down. Yan Zhengsheng was sent flying like a sandbag, rolling repeatedly through the dust and rubble. He spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to believe he had been one-shotted. He raised an eyebrow, admitting he was the one who sent him flying. Yan Zhengsheng gritted his teeth, believing he had used a sneak attack. He sighed and denied it, instead mocking him for being slow-witted. Yan Zhengsheng roared in fury, his face turning purple with rage. "I'll have your life." 3 minutes later, he was lying spread-eagle on the ground, his face swollen like a steamed bun. "Don't feel too bad, being able to last 3 minutes against me is already quite impressive. That guy named Xin Chen was sent flying with just 1 punch from me." He flatly picked up the sword to examine it. "Your weapon is quite heavy. I'd like to borrow it, you don't mind, do you?" A cold glint flashed on the blade, spiritual light flowing along its length, though it seemed to need a bit more reinforcement. He curled his lip slightly, using his own power to claim the blade. Just then, Suzhou approached, holding a shimmering object in his hand, his eyes full of doubt. "I didn't find the pendant in his spatial ring, but I found this." That jade necklace radiated light, the pendant flashing continuously as if sending out some kind of signal. Within the domain, in a dark place filled with various dangers, Ouyang Zi was now battered and bruised, covered in blood with his face stained and his eyes hollow. He hadn't expected to only be able to make it this far. "I've used up all the ancient nails that emit an aura from the secret realm ruins. As long as they pierce the heart, they can seal his weapon and energy flow. Unfortunately, at the cost of 1 arm, I still failed to drive the nail into Shenlong's heart. I was off by 3 finger widths. I lost the best and only chance to kill Shenlong." Ouyang Zi looked dejected, no longer caring about Shenlong's attack. Surrounded by dilapidated buildings, there were a few trees and creatures below. A longsword pierced straight through Ouyang Zi's chest. He clawed at the wall in agony. In the stairwell, Lu Qingzu was running at full speed. She told herself to hold on just a bit longer to reach the rooftop. That Shenlong is terrifyingly strong. The ox is not even on the same level as him. Ouyang Zi won't last long, and Shenlong's next target is me. If I want to live, I have to find a way to get Yi to come and take me away. This is the tallest building. I'm going to fire a signal flare to Yi. Lu Qingzu immediately unleashed a secret demonic sect technique, her eyes turning pitch black as her bloodline awakened. Nether Sparrow. Upon reaching the top floor, she looked up at the sky as large and small array circles appeared. Before long, Lu Qingzu fell weakly to the ground. "It hurts, I hope Yi can receive it." Suddenly her pupils brightened. Lu Qingzu ran to the balcony to look down. That sound, it's impossible. She braced her hands on the railing and looked down only to see Shenlong standing there clutching his longsword. Lu Qingzu froze in place, her entire body trembling. Did he find me this quickly? I have to send another signal and tell Yi He to get away from here. A brilliant and majestic beam of light erupted from Shenlong's eyes. Suddenly a violent explosion occurred on the building's balcony. Lu Qingzu slumped to the ground in terror, watching Shenlong approach step by step. He raised his longsword high, looking at her with a smug expression. Lu Qingzu closed her eyes in despair, tears welling in her eyes. It was too late. Suddenly, an intact wall shattered. It was Yi He. He stepped through the wall and leapt down, his gaze sharp. I promised your family and I keep my word. Lu Qingzu looked at Yi He, her face full of disbelief. Seeing this, Shenlong was completely enraged. He gritted his teeth as Yi He's fury instantly erupted, his eyes so sharp they seemed to spark with lightning. What kind of thing are you? He then swung his sword with a heavy strike, leaving Shenlong with nothing but a face of shock. The violent vibration split the building in half, and thick smoke billowed. Yi He looked at Lu Qingzu with concern. Suzhou and the new lackey I picked up are in the alley to the east. You go first. She was very worried. What about you? I want to meet this guy. After speaking, Yi He unleashed a move and leaped down. The building was split in two by his strike. Yi He then landed, thrusting the sword tip heavily into the ground. He walked leisurely, showing no fear. Yi He twisted his wrist, looking back with a smile and remarking that he had sensed something fishy about this strange place. Can Shenlong only fight while shriveled up in this domain? He suddenly noticed the long nail embedded in Shenlong. This nail, Yi He's eyes sharpened as realization dawned. Is this the plan Yan Zhengsheng mentioned to deal with Shenlong? Shenlong's face was full of rage, his body surrounded by purple light. He revealed a cunning, wicked smile and gripped his longsword. His speed was indeed fast enough, the ground trembling as smoke and dust filled the air. A fierce battle broke out as Shenlong and Yi He's longswords collided violently. His momentum was like a rainbow. I've been looking forward to this for a long time. Suddenly the building shook violently. Subsequently, a powerful slash cut the building into 3 sections. The terrifying aftershocks destroyed the entire area, and black smoke permeated the air. Within that smokescreen, Shenlong and Yi He were engaged in a frantic slaughter, neither giving an inch. He opened his mouth wide in rage, revealing sharp fangs and a curved long tongue. Yi He on this side was equally resolute, gritting his teeth and holding firm. Shenlong swung his sword with a heavy blow, knocking Yi He down, and thick smoke engulfed the area. Looking down from high above, only blue and purple smoke could be seen mixed together. Shenlong stared fixedly below when suddenly a beam of light shot straight at him. From the deepest part of the earth, a tornado soared into the sky, piercing through every floor of the apartments and reaching the clouds. Yi He emerged in a different outfit, his gaze sharp and formidable. Since coming to this world, I finally met a decent opponent. He frowned slightly, his gaze solemn. So you won't be defeated that easily either, right? Suddenly, a hand rested on the rubble. Someone was crawling up from below. It was Shenlong, whose face was severely damaged. He still gripped his longsword tightly. Yi He revealed an excited smile. That's more like it. If the invincible Shenlong boss were defeated this easily, it would be too embarrassing. Shenlong then charged forward with his sword, dark energy swirling behind him. Yi He was lost in thought, observing with bated breath. In an instant he flew forward and swung his sword down. Yi He's reaction was lightning fast as he unleashed a series of continuous slashes. Facing such immense power, he gritted his teeth and held on. Too fast. Once the mask was broken, not just the speed but even the power increased. Shenlong's eyes seemed to sense something, and he quickly thrust his sword forward. However, Yi He turned his body just in time to dodge. His heart leapt, his face full of panic. The sword is broken. Shenlong gripped the remains of the sword, thrusting it straight at the panicked Yi He. In this split second he actually used his teeth to bite down firmly on the blade. Yi He glanced back with a side eye, revealing a triumphant smile. Finally caught you. Seizing the opportunity, he suddenly clenched his fist. Just as Shenlong looked on in shock, before he could even process what was happening, Yi He delivered a heavy punch to his face, leaving him with no way to defend. His powerful heavy punch shattered Shenlong's face, his eyes instantly turning dull. Yi He then maintained a death grip on the hand holding the sword. It's not over yet, guest, he muttered. With eyes like burning torches, he delivered a massive heavy punch. Technician number 23 is at your service. Shenlong's body bore the brunt of a tremendous impact. Yi He wore an intimidating smile, his expression pulsing with excitement. He analyzed the flurry of attacks in his mind. Temples, throat, heart, spleen, kidneys, and groin, every single one a lethal human weakness. Furthermore, with Ouyang Zi's bronze nail still embedded in his body, Shenlong's meridians were sealed, and his blood flow was obstructed. These heavy strikes, infused with killing intent, seeped into those vital points and meridians, resulting in severe internal injuries. By now, Shenlong seemed to have lost consciousness. His limbs went limp and he reflexively released the longsword from his grip. Yi grabbed his hand, attempting to yank him back, then swung his arm back and said with a face full of fury, "I knew you wouldn't give up." Yi produced a giant folding fan. "Your only chance to kill me was to use the information gap to ambush me the moment I entered. You might have had a 30 chance then. Now take flight." With a look of rage, a dark red vortex suddenly erupted around Yi, destroying everything in the vicinity. The unconscious Shenlong was swept into the swirling mass. This treasure fan, bolstered by his killing intent, was far more powerful than when it had been in Lan Wuxi's hands. Yi soared from below, his gaze resolute. "It's not over yet, Wu Lianzi." He raised his fist and poured in all his strength. Nuclear impact punch, first strike. A violent explosion occurred, shaking the entire sky. By now, Shenlong was covered in smoke, drifting downward unconsciously. But it wasn't over. Yi charged forward again, powerful energy swirling around him. Second strike, he slammed a punch squarely into the opponent's face. Storm Mountain Punch, Black Flash. Yi sent Shenlong hurtling from one point to another until he finally crashed heavily into the shattered ground. Drenched in blood, Yi observed from a distance. "Shenlong, I thought he was strong, but he turned out to be nothing more than an ant." Suddenly, Shenlong's eyes snapped open as he gripped his longsword, snarling, "Kill you." Seeing this, Yi lunged forward instantly, leaving a deep sword scar across his face. A moment later, Shenlong's head rolled across the ground. Yi stared pensively at the dragon-shaped pendant before him. With the dragon pendant in hand, it was time to end this game. A short while later, Yan Zhengsheng stared down at the assembly point with a tense expression. Many people had already gathered. Suddenly, Lu Qingzu revealed a look of shock, her mouth hanging open. He shouldn't have gone to face that dragon-masked man alone. Suzhou looked up and responded with a flat expression. "Aside from Yi, the rest of us going would only have caused trouble." Hearing this, her gaze turned melancholic. Suzhou was right. She was so injured she couldn't even perform martial techniques. Saying she was going to help Yi was a lie. She would only have distracted him, forcing him to protect her. "If I could become stronger, I wouldn't hold Yi back." Suddenly, Yi appeared out of nowhere and waved. "What are you thinking about?" Lu Qingzu looked up in surprise. Yi opened his palm to reveal the ox pendant. "Are you going to make me take it by force?" Lu Qingzu's face flushed red as she hurriedly began searching her person. The multiple pendants were gathered, and the characters of the 12 zodiacs were laid out in order on the floor, attempting to align them from Z to high. Suzhou stood to the side with his hands on his hips. Nothing happened. Is the order wrong? Yi fell into deep thought, his hand propping up his chin. Yan Zhengsheng suggested that the dragon pendant was the most unique. It didn't seem like the other masked people who were meant to be hunted, but rather a hunter specifically created to track down those holding pendants. Therefore, under normal circumstances, it might not be necessary to include the dragon pendant. Then one of the cords was lifted. Lu Qingzu turned her head and froze in place. "Did it succeed?" Yan Zhengsheng asked with a panicked face. "Did we trigger some kind of mechanism?" In the sky, a golden light showered down upon the buildings. Yi looked up in amazement. "Look, what is that in the sky?" Suddenly, a giant eye surrounded by thick smoke appeared in the heavens. Yi was filled with shock. "What on earth is that?" Suddenly, a figure plummeted from midair. It was Yi. He woke up with a start, his face full of panic, his eyes dull and unsettled. Returning to reality, the entire carriage was noisy and chaotic. It turned out everyone had just shared the same dream. A broadcast rang out to calm the crowd. "Students, please do not panic. Everyone was just pulled into an illusionary dream technique created by the Eye of the Mystic tool. This was this year's freshman evaluation for Wadu University. Please remain calm." Special announcement. In this freshman evaluation, the team of Yi, Suzhou, and Lu Qingzu from Ancheng collected all 12 zodiac pendants and won first place. In particular, student Yi's performance was exceptionally outstanding. Grand prizes will be awarded after enrollment. End of announcement. The crowd was abuzz, everyone asking who Yi was. Were we all defeated by students from Ancheng? Some questioned his identity, while others wanted to befriend him. Yi's face lit up with joy. It was finally here. It seemed that satisfying certain conditions granted a draw. The system panel displayed, "Congratulations to the host for dominating the Wadu University Eye of the Mystic tool evaluation. You have earned one chance to draw a monster template." After reading, Yi was so nervous he was sweating. Suzhou handed him a wet wipe. He had to wipe his hands perfectly clean. "Please, let my luck not be black this time." The spatial gate opened with a sense of infinite mystery. Behind that door he had to face the terrifying lawn. The panel provided information. Rank 3 monster template, Vampire Lawn. Bloodline abilities include Mist Perception, Blood Manipulation, and Immortality. Synchronization 1. Evolutionary form Zawarudo. This speeding train was the special transport to Wadu University. Yi was still pondering many things. Although a vampire itself was nothing to boast about, The evolutionary form of this template actually possessed the power to stop time. That was a truly broken ability. Suddenly, Ouyang Zi appeared behind him. "You're Yi He, aren't you? You actually beat Shenlong?" Yan Zhengsheng glanced at Ouyang Zi. "Zi, stay calm. If you get into a fight with Yi He, there isn't a hospital on this train." Yi He's gaze sharpened, and he corrected him in a firm tone. "I didn't beat him. I slaughtered him." Ouyang Zi froze, the word slaughtered echoing in his mind. He then extended an olive branch. "I plan to start a new club at Wadu University, and I want you to join. I'll make you the vice president." For years, the top of the freshman rankings and the student union presidency have been monopolized by local Wadu students. "Yi He, your strength shows me a chance to break this Wadu tradition. Join us." Other students gathered around, whispering in surprise at Ouyang Zi's invitation to Yi He, feeling it was a historic moment. However, Yi He didn't care at all and refused directly. "Sorry, I have no interest in student union power struggles or building factions. I prefer my freedom." Hearing this, everyone felt it was a pity. Ouyang Zi then slowly produced a business card and made a promise. "It's fine. Here is my card. We always look forward to working with you." Time passed and the sun began to set. Suzhou lazily notified him that they had arrived. Yi He stared at the scene through the glass window, looking at the magnificent architecture, and couldn't help but marvel. "Is this Wadu? It really is a big city." The train arrived at the station and the crowd filed out. At the exit, staff members were already waiting to guide them. "Freshmen of Wadu University, please come this way. Wadu University is just ahead." All the students hurried forward. Suddenly, the sight before them left everyone stunned. A massive piece of equipment was parked there. The receptionist's voice rang out, instructing the students to follow suit. "Students, please board in order. Your seat numbers correspond to your seats on the Wadu special train. Please board in an orderly fashion." Yi He suddenly pulled a small prank, giving Lu Qingzu a fright. "Little Zuzu." Qin Lan's warning suddenly surfaced in her mind. "You and Yi He are fiancés in name, but you aren't married yet. Don't act too close in front of outsiders. Don't let that brat take advantage of you. Learn to protect yourself." She immediately scolded him in embarrassment. "What are you doing? We're still outside," Yi He explained helplessly. "What's wrong with being outside? I just wanted to ask why we're taking a plane." Faced with this question, Lu Qingzu was so speechless she didn't want to answer. "How could Mom marry me off to a country bumpkin like you?" Nevertheless, she patiently explained, "Because Wadu University is in the sky, it's a city of the sky." This made him even more curious. Moments later, the plane was about to land at the city of the sky, Wadu University. The plane was passing through a solid defensive barrier. Meanwhile, Yi He speculated that this electronic net was meant to prevent monster intrusions. Once inside, even the detection range of his life magnetic field didn't shrink. It was truly worthy of Wadu University. Below, the staff continued to remind everyone to keep their student IDs safe. He then pulled out his own student ID to examine it. Wadu University. Name Yi He. Gender male. Grade freshman. The student's next stop was the station. Please proceed to the levitation station to catch the train to the student dormitories. Shortly after, they reached their destination. They were now witnessing those massive buildings with their own eyes. Yi He pointed excitedly. Laughing loudly, "Everyone, we've arrived at the highest city in the world." However, the people around him only thought he was a bumpkin. The crowd entered the elevators in batches to go to their rooms and rest. Yi He's room was A3 on the 42nd floor, while Suzhou was in B7 on the 45th floor. Thus, Yi He had to get off first. Upon entering, Yi He pushed open the door and excitedly surveyed the interior decor. Even a standard room was over 100 square meters. Life for Wadu students is so comfortable. He happily ran to the desk. The latest computer was fully equipped. Additionally, Yi He toured the other rooms. There was even a jacuzzi. No one can resist a jacuzzi. He lay happily on the high-end bed full of praise, feeling like he was staying in a 5-star hotel. Suddenly, a naughty little thought popped into Yi He's head. But business came first. He had to max out the Vampire Lawn template first. With that, he sat up. He had already learned how to use his student ID and logged into the app after scanning. He used Wadu's electronic currency, school credits, to shop in the private mall. He immediately converted the entire 30 million summer country credits in his bank card into school credits. He saw the credit notification from Wadu. 322.43 school credits. Yi He's face turned pale. He was heartbroken. 100,000 summer credits only exchanged for 1 school credit. These prices were outrageous. But the items in the campus mall were indeed top tier, many of which simply couldn't be bought on the market. He bought all the relevant monster cores. This should be enough to max out the template. After all, with the gigantification template, I invested less than 10 million and the synchronization reached over 90. After weighing his options, Yi He decided to place the order. The items were delivered in just a few seconds. Student Yi, thank you for your purchase. We wish you smooth cultivation. Remember to give us a 5-star review. He smiled at the monster cores in the box. He swallowed them all in one go. Subsequently, Yi's body began to change. His nails grew visibly longer. Eating so many at once began to take a toll on his body, but the effect was very obvious. He observed himself in the mirror, listening to the system report. Monster template, Vampire Lawn, Synchronization 100, Host Yi, Comprehensive Physique 29. Yi grinned, carefully observing the pair of fangs that had become much sharper. Grooves for blood had even appeared behind the teeth. If I bite into an enemy's flesh, sucking blood will probably be easier than drinking milk tea. He opened his palm. His nails had also sharpened. Yi planned to test something. I have a bold idea right now. Immediately, he plunged his clawed hand deep into his own neck. In the bathroom, Yi stood before the mirror with his head bowed, hands braced on the sink, appearing exhausted. There was a horizontal gash across his throat, blood gushing out, staining his collar and flowing down. Surprisingly, the wound was gradually healing and the bleeding stopped. He assessed calmly. The process was a bit faster than before. The vampire's self-healing is indeed good, but the physical mutations are secondary. The most important thing is my new power, Zawarudo. Yi walked slowly into the room and couldn't help but marvel. It's truly a world that promotes the martial path. Even the university dorms have training rooms. He stood still, beginning to cultivate with a serious expression, his entire body enveloped in a shroud of red aura. Yi's eyes suddenly glowed as he let out a long breath. Before him, Lan manifested. Yi's gaze was firm and fearless as he said, "Come hit me." Lan let out a roar, dark red muscles bulging as violent power erupted, a white cloak draping over its entire body. Lan appeared with a completely different image. Lan's soul manifested, instantly taking the upper hand, and launched a fierce punch. Witnessing Lan's power, Yi was shocked and hurriedly raised his hands to block the opponent through a heavy punch, its power completely overwhelming Yi. The sound of bone cracking echoed as Yi's palm was completely shattered under Lan's attack. He was sent flying against the wall by Lan's punch, leaving the surroundings in shambles. Yi sat up, a brilliant smile on his face. He said in a spirited tone, "Next, testing the time stop." Yi's entire body emitted illusory blue energy, making the surrounding space nearly freeze. Instant stasis, Zawarudo. Yi counted softly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The surrounding space seemed about to burst. 4 seconds, 5 seconds. The cracks grew even larger. Yi's nerves were taut, and he was nearly exhausted. He analyzed, is 5 seconds the limit? No, I must continue to hold time still. 5.1 seconds. Yi's face was covered in blood and his eyes were wide, but he refused to give up, continuing to mutter. 5.2 seconds, 5.3 seconds, 5.4 seconds. Lan remained frozen in place, unable to move. 5.5 seconds, its soul shattered with a roar. Yi spoke, as expected. 5 seconds was the original host's limit, but it's not mine. The next morning, Yi and Suzhou were taking a stroll together. Yi shaded his eyes with his hand, squinting, finding the sunlight a bit piercing. Suzhou looked confused because he didn't feel the same way. Yi understood. After fusing the vampire template, he had begun to dislike sunlight, though not to the point of being killed by it like a true vampire. Suzhou asked Yi, "Did you see the teaching reforms at Wadu University this year?" Yi gave a short, guilty answer. "I didn't." He had been fighting Zawarudo all night and hadn't noticed anything else. Suzhou had no choice but to explain. This year, Wadu University has switched to a mentor-based team model. Essentially, it means following one lead teacher each academic year, during which you can also study under other associate professors. Yi shaded his eyes from the sun and turned to Suzhou. "So we need to find a master to apprentice under?" Suzhou pulled out his phone to show him. "Not we. I have to find a mentor. You don't need to." Yi didn't react for a moment. Suzhou brought the phone closer to Yi. "Take a look at the notice on the freshman forum from last night." The school announced that Yi had collected all 12 zodiac pendants and therefore possessed the right to directly select a mentor. A building came into view. The section, a gymnasium. It was crowded inside. It seemed people were entering in teams of 3 for evaluations. Afterward, the lecturers would light up to select students. Yi walked out of the gymnasium and waved to Suzhou. "You go in first. I'm going to look around elsewhere. Since I can pick any mentor I want, I can go in whenever." Yi let out a bored sigh as he walked. Choosing a mentor was such a drag. Suddenly he caught a whiff of a faint red mist drifting by. He keenly sensed something. The scent of blood. He immediately sprinted toward the source of the smell. This scent of blood contained a dark, fierce, killing intent and a sense of sin. It actually stirred the killing intent within his own body. He had to find the source. Seeing the scene before him, Yi's face was filled with shock. When he realized the other party was a girl, cold sweat poured down his face and he looked utterly confused. At that moment, Gong Kei was preparing to enjoy some food. On the city's pedestrian walkway there was no one else around. Yi was scared out of his wits as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Was this cute girl really the source of that ferocious aura? There must be a mistake. Gong Kei reacted sharply, immediately casting a scrutinizing gaze and sharing her impression. Kid, do you also practice body cage? While Yi questioned her aloud, he sank into deep thought. How did she know? She's clearly just a child. Why is she acting like an adult and calling me kid? Gong Kei revealed as she chewed on a sweet potato. Because I'm the one who helped little Hu refine that martial technique. Yi immediately thought of Lu Chenggu, his face full of disdain. Little Hu, you can't possibly mean that. She put her hands on her hips, boasting triumphantly. Lu Chenggu, over 90 years ago he was my apprentice. Yi naturally didn't believe her. Are you kidding me? While it's true a martial artist's lifespan can exceed human limits and a grandmaster can maintain a prime appearance in their 80s or 90s, what's the deal with a wet behind-the-ears brat like you? Yi scrutinized Gong Kei seriously, thinking to himself, for a martial artist practicing special techniques, it's not impossible to adjust bones and shrink into a child's form, but this white-haired little girl, this expression, to put it nicely, is innocent and romantic. To put it bluntly, she looks a bit dim-witted. Unless she has Oscar-level acting skills, she couldn't possibly fake this. She glared back with sharp eyes. What? You don't believe me? He began to joke nonsensically. I'd sooner believe I'm the first emperor of Qin than believe you. Suddenly, a vision appeared before Yi's eyes of himself being executed. In an instant his head was separated from his body, rolling to the side. Gong Kei stepped forward, staring coldly at Yi's half-dry, half-wet severed head. After the illusion ended, Yi's face turned ashen as he struggled to clear his thoughts. Was it a hallucination, to be able to emit such pure killing intent that I felt the illusion of being decapitated? Yi was once again shaken. Suddenly she stuffed a lollipop into Yi's mouth, leaving him stunned. Have a strawberry-flavored gummy, my favorite. Gong Kei's face changed instantly, explaining in a childish, coquettish voice, Sorry kid, I think I went a bit too far. Please don't report me to the school. I only get to come out for an hour or two of fresh air a week now. I'm really quite pitiful. Yi sucked on the candy and took the opportunity to probe. Who exactly are you? She revealed with great spirit and no hesitation. My name is Gong Kei and I'm a super powerful grandmaster. Let me tell you, Wadu's principal, Shi Jingwen, used to get beaten until he cried by me when he was a kid. As soon as she spoke, Yi knelt on the ground with a thud, his body trembling, which gave Gong Kei a fright. After pondering for a long time, Yi cupped his hands and said passionately, I have wandered for half my life without meeting a brilliant master. I, Yi, wish to take mentor Gong Kei as my teacher, and I hope for your acceptance, since Gong Kei was the one who refined the Xuanwang rank technique, and was a great grandmaster specializing in slaughter. She could definitely help him break his bottleneck, making her a perfect match for his abilities. Gong Kei let out a helpless dry laugh. Meanwhile, inside the gymnasium, Shi Jingwen and 4 others sat majestically behind a long table, preparing for today's selection. No one expected the deans of Wadu's 5 major colleges would personally serve as mentors for this year's freshmen. The students below were all breaking into cold sweat, whispering among themselves. If one could be taken as a disciple by one of the deans, life would be set. What are you dreaming about? Those are the 5 deans. They're definitely here for Yi. The freshmen were still completely unaware of this. The Zodiac battle had actually been live-streamed in its entirety. The audience was the entire faculty and staff of Wadu University. From the moment the train broadcast gave its warning, the mentors had begun observing each student's ability to handle a sudden crisis. By capturing facial expression data, they scored everyone's adaptability. Those who treated it as a mere exercise remained unguarded or recklessly charged into the Zodiac city space. All received significantly lower scores. In the struggle against the Zodiac masked people, the combat intelligence, practical combat ability, and organizational skills shown were all important evaluation criteria. Also, the way they desperately worked to complete the mission. Even if a freshman didn't successfully kill a masked person, they could earn a high score as long as they performed exceptionally in one of the aforementioned areas. Yi was the only freshman who received the highest rating from start to finish. But that wasn't enough to alarm the 5 deans. What truly shocked them was that Yi had killed the final boss beyond the trial objectives, the dragon. A mentor mentioned many details about Yi, and the dean beside him listened intently. Perhaps Yi himself didn't know the origin of the dragon he had slain. It was a model trained by the Summer Country's supercomputer, Nuwa, based on data left by the state guardian martial artist Fu Hongxing. This was left behind when he first enrolled at Wadu University. Even a supercomputer cannot fully replicate the dual god-pupil ability in an illusion. But as the strongest martial artist in the history of the Summer Country and even the world, The record Fu Hongxing left at Wadu has remained unbroken for 100 years. Yi being able to slay this simulated god-level training entity, even if the model failed to replicate the original's full power, was enough to prove his peerless and rare talent. As long as nothing goes wrong during his growth, he could at least become a Grandmaster or even strike directly for the Great Grandmaster realm. What we need to do now is calm our emotions and continue waiting for Yi to come and pay his respects. Suddenly a staff member ran in frantically to report, "This is bad Deans." The news he delivered left all 5 mentors stunned, their faces full of disbelief. Yi actually wanted to apprentice under Gong Kei, the same Gong Kei who was once a professor at the Imperial University and is now a special employee of the school. Back on the small path where Yi was, Gong Kei was being held in a death grip and began to struggle desperately. "You want to apprentice under me?" He endured the pain and replied firmly, "Yes, I've already decided, master." This little girl looked like she was over 100 years old. Otherwise, kneeling before a lowly in broad daylight would earn at least a 3-year sentence. She pursed her lips and made things difficult. "But I think I was expelled from Imperial University." Yi hurriedly offered a highly tempting condition. "Master, you said you only get an hour or 2 of fresh air a week. If you take me as your disciple, I will find a way to get you your freedom within 2 years. Hearing this, Gong Kei's eyes lit up and she immediately agreed. "Really? Then it's a deal." Yi gave a smug, wicked smile. The abduction was successful. Just then, a majestic voice suddenly rang out, "Wait!" Several deans with extraordinary auras walked over rapidly. Gong Kei complained with a face full of annoyance, "Here comes another bunch of busybodies." One tall dean in the lead spoke tactfully. "Senior Gong Kei, didn't we agree not to contact students during your fresh air time? Besides, given your current mental state, I'm afraid you aren't suitable to teach students." A black-haired elder beside him also chimed in. "That's right, Senior Gong Kei, you should go back quickly." Gong Kei repeated the words, then turned to ask Yi. "Go home, fine. What's your name?" Yi replied politely. "Master, my name is Yi." Subsequently, the large and small pair began to walk away as she commanded, "Very good, Yi. Come home with me." In the early morning at the Wadu Research Institute, Gong Kei was skipping ahead while Yi followed behind, observing as they walked. Afterward, she entered the elevator with practiced ease. Inside the elevator, Yi couldn't help but ask curiously, "Master, is the place where you live this remote?" Gong Kei explained in detail, "Yes. Mainly because I had a few episodes decades ago, and often hurt people. Later, Wadu placed me here beneath the Research Institute. In the last few years I've been able to control myself, so I finally have a chance to come out for some fresh air," Yi guessed. "So, I'm the first student you've recruited in decades." Gong Kei looked puzzled and looked up to ask, "Your brain really works in a strange way. Aren't you afraid at all?" Yi started his rich internal dialogue again, thinking while breaking into a cold sweat. "Afraid you'll chop me up?" Some strange numbers were displayed on the sidebar of the elevator. Looking at the hallway, Yi began to nitpick again. "In such a large research institute, why is the hallway so narrow?" Gong Kei replied calmly. "Because I'm the only one living here." Afterward, Yi pointed curiously at a giant number on the door. "There are numbers on the door, is it a countdown?" Gong Kei's face suddenly turned pale with alarm, and she ducked her head and charged, "Crap, we're out of time. Hurry inside." Yi was stunned in place. "Master, what exactly is that countdown?" Gong Kei's eyes widened as she explained urgently. "Every time I go out, the electronic clock starts counting down. If I don't get back within the specified time, the alarm in the Wadu principal's office will go off, and then all of Wadu will hunt me down." Finally, the mentor and disciple managed to rush to the end of the hallway. At that moment, the countdown hit 0. The iron door behind them slammed shut instantly, and a solid defensive gate was activated. That was close. Yi suddenly noticed something unusual here. There seemed to be a special magnetic field, making it difficult to condense the martial chi in his body externally. In other words, if one performed martial techniques here, the power would be drastically weakened. Back in the room, Gong Kei finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Of course, because this is my isolation cell. To keep me from running around, those brats like Shi Jingwen built me this small 3-story building." Gong Kei led Yi into the living room. Gong Kei tossed her jacket into a pile of messy snacks and drinks, then slumped onto the sofa. Every entertainment and martial arts training facility was available here, but high-power magnetic fields were also deployed to suppress a martial artist's chi, preventing her from breaking down the door out of boredom. Yi took a deep breath, carefully mulling over Gong Kei's words. "They call it a prison cell, but this is clearly a luxury apartment with every life necessity provided. It feels more like they're hosting and honoring mentor Gong Kei here." Meanwhile, at Wadu's freshman management office, intelligence was being compiled. Someone reported to Principal Shi Jingwen, "This is bad, Principal." Yi is already apprenticed under Gong Kei, however. Shi Jingwen was very calm and had no intention of interfering. He instructed, Remember, Wadu's current reform goal is not to train a bunch of mid-level pillars, but to train top-tier powerhouses who can shoulder the mountains and rivers of Summer Country and the fate of humanity when resources are ample. Let geniuses develop freely. Let Yi-He learn from Gong-Kei first. The summer special training for this batch of Wadu freshmen is about to end. When the time comes, use Yi-He as a whetstone to test those newly forged sharp blades, the assistant immediately replied. Understood, Principal. Principal Shi's gaze fell on the computer screen. Freshman Yi-He has entered the isolation cell with Gong-Kei. Everything is currently normal. But according to big data calculations, for a special tier combatant like Gong-Kei to share a room with someone for a long time, there is still about a 5 probability of losing control. And before reinforcements can arrive from the imperial capital, there is an 89.7 probability that Yi-He will be unable to hold out. Even if rescued, there is a 95.3 probability he will not survive. Principal Shi rose and walked to the window, saying in a low voice, "So-called special tier combatants. One type consists of powerhouses on death row, and the other consists of powerhouses who, for various reasons, cannot control their own power. Normally the state restricts their freedom. Only when Summer Country encounters a severe crisis will they be sent to the front lines to serve as a national defensive force. Facing such a terrifying existence, I think student Yi-He is already mentally prepared. If one isn't prepared to be killed, how can they go far on the path of slaughter? Summer Country doesn't have much time left. Those idiots in the North White Federation and that bunch of cultists in God Descent Heaven who are superstitious about secret realm civilizations are all beginning to stir," he then sighed. "Young man, grow up quickly." As for Gong-Kei, she led Yi-He to the training area on the 3rd floor. "I haven't taught anyone in decades either. Let's have a match first to see your strength," Yi-He asked slowly. "Master, will you suppress your cultivation to the martial apprentice realm to fight me?" Gong-Kei walked on without looking back, saying, "I almost forgot I have to suppress my cultivation." Yi-He stretched his muscles and turned to see her warming up as well. Yi-He gave a notification. "Mentor Gong-Kei, I'm ready." He settled into a stance and made up his mind. "I don't want to experience that feeling of being decapitated again." Gong-Kei charged forward without a word. Seeing her hand about to touch his neck, Yi-He instantly felt a chill. Every move was aimed straight at vital points. "Didn't we agree this was just a probe?" Gong-Kei's desperate appearance was reflected in Yi-He's pupils. He pre-visualized at least 5 ways to dodge, only to find that every one of Gong-Kei's palm strikes predicted his movements. He could only meet them head-on. Yi-He instantly erupted with his strongest power. The nuclear light war mastiff form activated. He clenched his spiked fists, prepared to launch a lethal blow. Gong-Kei had long seen through his tactics, mocking, "Thinking of relying on bloodline awakening to accelerate, defending against my attacks while counterattacking at the same time." Gong-Kei moved instantly, locking Yi-He's arms like lightning. "Kid, unfortunately, I'm faster than you." Subsequently, she pinned Yi-He's hands behind his back in a joint lock, leaving him completely unable to resist. Yi-He was pained to his core, letting out a loud cry. After Yi-He was beaten until he was covered in blood, Gong-Kei finally leapt away. Yi-He was in a pathetic state, barely looking up to tease, "Master, you really didn't give me any face. Even my bloodline awakening was beaten back to its original form." Gong-Kei felt no guilt, excitedly licking the blood off her face. "It's been a long time since I tasted fresh blood." Yi-He gave a cold laugh and politely declared war. "Master, in terms of physical techniques, I am indeed no match for you. Next, I'm going to use a few cheat martial techniques. Please give me some pointers, Master." Instantly, another surge of energy erupted, and Yi-He summoned the avatar template. Yi-He's eyes were sharp as he thought, "Good thing I charged the colossal avatar monster template last night." Gong-Kei marveled secretly, "Is a martial technique of this power really something a martial apprentice can perform? It seems I've taken in an extraordinary monster as a student." She settled into a stance with great interest. "In that case, as your teacher, I'll have to show off a few moves myself." No sooner had she spoken than Gong-Kei unleashed a series of air blades toward the ground, which swept toward Yi-He. Heaven-destroying blade. The two forces were about to collide violently. Yi-He felt the power surging within him. In an instant, a massive figure leapt from the dust. The clone template, tier template form. Gong-Kei's pupils suddenly contracted. Immediately after, Yi-He swung a powerful punch at Gong-Kei. Gong-Kei raised her palm and took a deep breath, then unleashed a heavy strike with a single hand. In an instant, the metal components Yi-He had created began to shatter and fall away, revealing the flesh and blood armor formed with the Damala shell as its foundation. Its defensive power was at least dozens of times stronger than the personality form of the Colossal Titan. While Yi-He struggled to maintain control from within, he gritted his teeth and held on, refusing to give in so easily. "Am I really going to be torn apart by her just like this?" Faint glimmers reflected in Yi-He's vision. It turned out she had already leapt to his position. At the same time she teased in a crisp voice, "Yee-hee, you little brat, are you hiding in the mouth of this armor?" This sent a shiver down Yee-hee's spine. Her perception was truly terrifying. He had clearly halted all life activities of his main body. Gong Kei continued to gather her technique, shouting loudly, "Get out here!" Unfortunately for her, before her heavy punch could land, Yee-hee had already rapidly deployed a defensive layer. Fission state, meteor personality, touch senses only. Gong Kei was forced to pull back, using her hand to forcibly arrest her momentum. Looking down from above, Yee taunted triumphantly, "Teacher, your slashes are formidable, but I wonder if you can split this. You surely won't be easily melted by a nuclear breath, will you? But how do you plan to defend against it?" Suddenly, the illusion descended once more. Chains fell one after another, binding Yee tightly. He looked at the contraption before him in terror. Is there really no escaping the guillotine even here? According to the sequence, that cold and ruthless blade was falling at high speed. Though terrified, Yee let out a roar and unleashed his power, unlocking the Lord template. In an instant he transformed into a mutated figure. Yee immediately forced the iron plate to stop its descent. As if everything had fallen into a state of stasis. Pushed to her limits, the teacher had actually pulled him into the killing intent domain again. This was not the physical world, but a mental illusion constructed from pure killing intent. To escape this realm, one had to confront it with mental strength. His mind made up, Yee manifested countless massive fists, then commanded these heavy strikes to smash violently into the guillotine. Instantly, the guillotine shattered like glass, and he broke free from the illusion. He narrowed his eyes wearily. Gong Kei was leisurely chewing on candy. Seeing Yee move, she spoke up. "You're awake? That turtle shell around you was pretty tough." He rubbed his forehead and sat up with difficulty, then pondered secretly. "From the looks of it, that violent teacher must have dragged me out of the personality armor's mouth. And the crystallized defensive layer I manifested to protect my main body was also shattered by that explosive force. But this was absolutely not something a mere martial apprentice could achieve." Feeling somewhat indignant, Yee turned to question Gong Kei. "Teacher, you cheated just now, didn't you?" She tilted her face up with an air of immense arrogance, firing back bluntly. "What do you mean cheated? I won fair and square. How did I cheat?" Yee asked casually. "Really?" Gong Kei stood in place, pondering for a moment before defending herself. "I just used a little extra force. You know, your teacher is very strong. It's hard to precisely control my power within just a move or two." Yee was so frustrated he was speechless. This also made Gong Kei feel a bit awkward. But then she changed her face faster than turning a page, starting to sob as she comforted Yee. There, I won't cheat next time. Don't be mad, okay? Please don't leave. No one has played with me for decades." In the spacious room filled with modern equipment, Yee waved his hand helplessly. "All right, stop crying." Gong Kei plopped down on the floor, her wailing incessant. She looked up with tear-filled eyes and asked, "Are you not leaving?" A brilliant smile spread across his face as he said cheerfully, "I worked so hard to become your student, why would I leave?" Then Gong Kei leapt up and put her hands on her hips, assuming an air of seniority. "I wasn't crying just now." Yee stared blankly. They then went to a vending machine. Gong Kei opened the door to get some water. "I have a basic understanding of your strength now, though you're far behind the old me. Compared to others, you're quite the genius. We can begin our studies. What do you want to learn?" That serious look flashed in Yee's mind. "Advanced martial arts cultivation, and how you split lightning and pierce through my personality arm." She cracked open a soda can. "Slashes? Those are hard to teach. You'll naturally get a feel for them after you've slashed enough." Suddenly, Gong Kei's gaze became exceptionally serious. "Whether it's a human body, a magical beast, or any other object, there exists an ideal entry point and a line that can be easily cut through. You can call it the kill line." Upon hearing this, Yee looked up in surprise. Regarding this kill line theory, his master and Shenlong were truly two of a kind, both masters of lethal techniques. Recalling Gong Kei's battles, if Shenlong's slashes pursued absolute power, dominance, and sharp edges, then his teacher was more like the butcher carving the ox, pursuing technical precision. They sat in chairs as she sipped her drink. She turned her gaze to him and said, "Learning this is a hassle. I suggest you break through to the martial artist rank first. If your martial cultivation doesn't improve, you won't even meet the threshold for many of my techniques." After finishing her drink, Gong Kei closed her eyes and asked, "Do you know the difference between a martial artist and an apprentice?" Yee asked curiously, "What is it?" She then analyzed that the difference lies not in the progress of physical attributes, but in the spirit. A martial artist possesses one crucial ability that an apprentice does not: internal vision. After gaining internal vision, a warrior can shift from macro-level martial cultivation to micro-level cultivation. Through internal vision, a warrior can clearly see the meridians, acupoints, and internal organs within their body, and use martial chi to consolidate and expand their physical limits. In other words, a strong spirit must precede a strong body. Yi He's eyes lit up after hearing this. He hadn't expected Gong Kei's teaching level to be so high, as expected of an Imperial University professor. Even if she had become simpler, her underlying knowledge base hadn't regressed at all. But regarding spiritual power, after fusing the vampire template and awakening the Lord power, Yi He turned to tell Gong Kei that he felt his spiritual indicators had already improved significantly. This would likely be a massive boost for his stage as a martial artist. He then asked in confusion, "Is the breakthrough manual for a martial artist any different?" Suddenly, her expression turned grim. Breakthrough manuals and martial techniques are divided into 4 ranks: Tiangong, Desha, Xuanwang, and Rankless. Gong Kei then thought of the students at Wadu University. Apprentices at average universities or ordinary schools are only provided with rankless breakthrough manuals when they advance to the martial artist rank. By the time Yi He became a martial artist, the advantage of a rankless manual would be a fast breakthrough with almost no threshold. As long as blood vitality and martial chi accumulation were sufficient, it would work. Over 80 of martial artists use rankless manuals for ordinary breakthroughs. Gong Kei continued, "However, for us students at Wadu, breakthrough manuals start at the Xuanwang rank." Hearing this, Yi He propped his chin on his hand and fell into thought. What about the Tiangong and Desha ranks? Her gaze narrowed. Tiangong rank manuals and techniques were almost all unique copies brought back from Secret Realm ruins. Looking at the whole world, there might not even be 10 of them. Then Gong Kei lowered her head. "Although our Imperial University has one in its collection, with your current abilities and clearance, you certainly can't access it." Suddenly, she looked up and laughed excitedly. "But you can learn a Desha rank breakthrough manual." Gong Kei cast a sidelong glance at Yi He with her red-tinted eyes. She suddenly mentioned a book, the Killing Heart Bodhi Sutra. "This is a Desha rank breakthrough manual that I have mastered, and Little Hu's body cage was actually inspired by this very method of mine." Hearing this, Yi He was ecstatic, his eyes sparkling. "I want to learn it." Gong Kei tossed the soda can into the trash and agreed. "Then let's start now. Feel the killing intent domain I've created for you." Yi He's eyes went blank, and he broke into a cold sweat. No way again. By now, Yi He's surroundings had transformed into a completely different scene. He looked around in surprise. Gong Kei licked her lips, looking excited. "I love the smell of blood." In the night of a certain city, smoke filled the air. Several students were walking home from school when a gray-haired youth suddenly noticed someone ahead. It turned out to be Suzhou. His eyes filled with concern. "Yi He, how was your first day of school? I heard you apprenticed under." Before he could finish, a long blade was already pressed against Suzhou's neck. He quickly drew his sword, his gaze sharp as he prepared for battle. Yi He remained silent ahead, radiating killing intent, before turning his head with a look of surprise. "Sorry, Suzhou, I was a bit impulsive." Suzhou couldn't help but freeze, his brow furrowed in disbelief. "Yi He, in your eyes." Yi He seemed exceptionally cold and somber at this moment. What on earth happened today? Returning to 10 seconds ago, within the illusion, a swarm of zombies roared as they charged. The rules forbade him from using any martial techniques or abilities. He could only use the long blade in his hand to deal with the zombies. Seeing them surging like a tide, he thought rapidly, "There are so many. Am I really supposed to use only this blunt blade?" He recalled the teaching. The purpose of using the blade was to familiarize him with the sensation of the edge slicing through skin and severing bone, thereby training his muscle memory so he could instinctively and precisely identify the kill line and strike the target's lethal weakness at maximum speed. At this thought, it dawned on him. "Then I'll begin." In an instant, his long blade swung violently toward the zombie horde. Gong Kei found this unexpected. She felt fortunate regarding this boy Yi He. Cultivating a Desha rank manual within an illusion was indeed extremely dangerous. Martial apprentices were basically unqualified to practice it. If it weren't for the fact that Yi He's spiritual value far exceeded that of ordinary people, he would likely have been corroded by the killing intent and suffered a cultivation deviation long ago. She thought to herself, "Yi He, you truly are the star of hope for Shi Jingwen. Even for all of Wadu, I look forward to your future." The scene shifts to Yi He's dormitory, where he let out a sigh of relief while taking a bath. "I'm exhausted after just the first day. The #1 university in Summer Country truly lives up to its reputation." Suddenly, a call appeared on his phone screen. Oh, quite a rare guest. This was Lu Qingzu's dormitory. Yi He's voice came through the phone. "Student Qingzu, is something the matter?" she replied. "My mom sent over the things you wanted. I have them in my hands now. She also asked me to thank you on her behalf for helping me take first place in my group during the freshman trials." Upon hearing this, Yi He said hurriedly, "Is that so? I'll head over to your dorm to pick them up in a bit." She quickly stopped him. Huh? No need, you don't have to come over, I'll just send them to you via drone. Hearing this, he asked with concern, All right, did you find a teacher today? Who is your mentor? She replied. It's Dean Bai. She said I was very talented, so she took me as her student. Yi was happy for her. Is that so? That's great, she asked in return. What about you, student Yi? Which dean did you apprentice under? He thought to himself, better not tell Lu Qingzu that I rejected all 5 deans, otherwise someone else will be losing sleep tonight. He replied, I found one, didn't you hear clearly? Hey Yi, what did you say? The scene shifts to half a year later, as the first freshman year was coming to an end. For the Wadu freshmen, countless interesting things had happened this semester. For example, at the start of the term, Ouyang-zi united the elites from various provinces to form the Blood Dragon Society, quickly gaining significant influence among the freshman group. Then, as expected, when the local Wadu freshmen returned to the university after their summer training camp, they clashed with the Blood Dragon Society. As the conflict escalated, members of the Blood Dragon Society engaged in duels on stage with the local Wadu students, resulting naturally in more losses than wins. The Blood Dragon Society has been in decline ever since. Currently, the most famous student in the first year is named Shang Jianzhuang. Perhaps saying he is only famous in Wadu's first year isn't enough. He should be considered famous nationwide, as he was the valedictorian of the Wadu College entrance exam. But no one remembers that anymore. After all, he has been absent from the public eye for over 3 months. The scene shifts to the basement of the Wadu Research Institute, where a voice urged, Faster, faster. The sound of footsteps on the ground was accompanied by a scolding. With every step you take, you must pour the refined, pure martial qi into your body. Gong Kei explained, The martial qi is mixed with my insights into the Killing Heart Bodhi Sutra. It will help you consolidate the martial artist realm you just broke into, while also allowing you to feel my jade-like feet. You're getting a real bargain here, he thought painfully. Bargain my foot. You've sealed my martial qi. These push-ups are like practicing with a mountain on my back. The teacher's martial qi was running rampant in his body, the itching unbearable. She teased, The little minnow can't take it already? We haven't even hit 1,000 yet. He gritted his teeth and shot back. Who are you calling a minnow? Watch me accelerate. Hearing this, she leapt into the air, preparing to stomp down heavily. Interesting. Bring it on. Faster, faster, faster. Use more force, even more. He used every ounce of strength to push his body up. Sweat poured like rain, but she didn't stop, continuing to use the momentum for her leaps. During the push-ups he experienced that sensation. His muscles were now highly engorged, radiating a formidable power. He noticed that the bloodstains sprayed from tearing through the old aging muscle layers had transformed into new muscle groups infused with martial qi. Looking at his body, Gong Kei teased, Your clothes are all gone. You pervert, he shouted back shyly. When you cover your eyes, keep your fingers tightly closed, don't peek. The training ended. It was time to leave Seclusion. She asked, Are you leaving? He replied while walking. That's right, I've been locked in here with you for 3 months. It's time for me to go out and get some sun. She pretended to be teary-eyed and asked, Will you come back? He smiled slightly. Of course, your gaming skills are too trash. Remember to practice hard before I come back next time. Hearing this, she rolled her eyes at him. Stepping outside, he remarked that it had been 3 months since he'd seen the sun and he truly missed it, even though he still didn't like sunlight much. Looking at the unfamiliar sights, he thought to himself, It feels like another world after being away for so long. But this emergence from seclusion wasn't just for a stroll. He had business to attend to. He recalled that at Wadu, a very important part of a student's semester grade was extracurricular tasks. Task contents mostly involved hunting down illegal wanted martial artists, investigating secret realms, and assisting in resisting beast tides. There were also tasks to suppress illegal organizations and even foreign forces. He then decided to head to the student center to pick up a task and visit his close friend while he was at it. The moment he saw him, he called out, Long time no see. Suzhou looked at him and replied, You're finally out of seclusion. You've kept me waiting for a long time. He asked in a flat tone, Suzhou, how is it? How much has your strength improved? He replied slowly with a firm tone, I broke through to the martial artist realm 2 months ago. At that moment of observation, Suzhou thought to himself, Seeing Yi again after 3 months, there doesn't seem to be any obvious change in his aura or physique, but a thought kept echoing in his mind. That was the most terrifying change of all. How much has his strength improved? Can I still keep up? 3 days ago, I was invited to watch a private duel between the Wadu freshman representative, Shang Jianzhuang, and the vice president of the Blood Dragon Society, Ouyang-zi. This made Suzhou's heart sink. The result was no surprise. Ouyang-zi was defeated by Shang Jianzhuang in just 10 minutes. Faced with this record, I can feel that Shang Jianzhuang didn't even use his full strength. Can Yi beat Shang Jianzhuang? No, perhaps even the current Shang Jianzhuang is no match for Yi. This heavy atmosphere persisted for a long time. Lu Qingzu ran over and whispered, "Sorry." She looked up, a trace of concern in her eyes as she explained, "I'm late." He stared at her for a moment, then gave a slight nod. "Qingzu, is there something else?" She hesitated before asking, "Yes." At that moment a voice suddenly echoed in her mind. "Qingzu, remember, you and He are a couple now, so you must act like one at school, for example." The thought made her heart skip a beat. Were they really supposed to start doing couple things now? He looked at her, asking in confusion, "What are you doing? Haven't seen me in 3 months and that's it. Aren't you even going to say hello?" Lu Qingzu turned her face slightly, her ears reddening with embarrassment. "I hate you most." Before long the three of them entered the academy building together. Suzhou slowly voiced his thoughts. The information on the big screen was filled with recent trending missions and high-performing students. He turned to the two of them and said firmly, "Qingzu and I have already finished 3 missions. We've technically exceeded our quotas." "That's right, I came here specifically to team up with you." She nodded as well, her gaze lingering on the mission board. "There are 3 missions currently that are very suitable for us," Lu Qingzu explained carefully. The 3 missions are a perverted serial killer case in Hangcheng, an investigation into the beast tide phenomenon in Liancheng, and an anomaly in Linshui County. Initially they were all rank 2 missions, but the Linshui County task has been upgraded to rank 3. Wadu students' off-campus missions are divided into 5 ranks. The higher the rank, the greater the difficulty. Freshmen can usually only take rank 1 missions. The only rank 2 mission Suzhou and I participated in before was a 10-person team effort. For a small 3-person team like ours, it's usually very hard to apply for a rank 2 mission. Hearing this, he merely gave a disdainful smile. "It's fine, I have special privileges." He recalled Gong Kei's words, "Little he. You can already stand on your own. Among the freshmen and sophomores there are few who can compete with you. What you need now is to find some high-difficulty missions to practice with. With this privilege card, you can freely take any university-level mission in the school. However, don't blindly take rank 4 or 5 missions. Those tasks have too many variables. Even a profound martial warrior risks failure." Lu Qingzu couldn't help but ask directly, "Where did you get that privilege from?" He was momentarily speechless. At that moment Suzhou spoke up to bail him out. What do you think of these 3 missions?" He secretly sighed in relief. Luckily Suzhou had changed the subject. He began his analysis. "Risk and reward always coexist. The first mission is purely a manhunt. Personally, I think the efficiency would be extremely low. After all, this is a shrewd rat that the criminal police have been tracking for months without catching. The difficulty lies in the investigation, not in killing the target. The second mission is assisting an investigation. I don't think we'll gain much experience or progress from it. With the great summer dragonfinch on the scene, we'll surely only be assigned trivial tasks. Neither the combat nor the primary scouting will be left to us. As for the third mission, the entire process will be in our hands. Although no one can guarantee anything and there will be many variables, the higher the risk, the greater the reward," he concluded. "If we stay in a greenhouse forever out of fear of danger, can we even call ourselves warriors? I'm leaning toward the third mission." Lu Qingzu stated without hesitation, "I agree." Suzhou didn't hesitate either. "I'll follow He's lead." He then made the final call. "Good, then we depart today." In the exclusive waiting area for off-campus mission teams, Nina issued a stern warning, "Isn't this ridiculous? Didn't you see that a rank 2 team already failed in Linshui County? You 3 freshmen actually dare to take a rank 3 mission? You're too conceited." He maintained his polite attitude. "Teacher, I have a privilege card." Nina narrowed her eyes at him, clearly not believing a word of it. "You've learned how to lie, haven't you? I'm calling the director right now to expose you." With that, Nina turned aside to make the call. "Yes, director." Understood. Once the confirmation was finished, her attitude did a 180-degree turn. "May martial fortune be with you. I quite admire that arrogant look of yours." He turned and spoke decisively. "You two go prepare. I'll go get my equipment." In the forge workshop of the Mechanical and Artifacts Academy, the air was filled with the rhythmic clanging of metal and the dense aura of magic arrays. As he approached, the system scanned his body and announced, "Identity verified." Yi stepped forward to state his purpose. "Dean, I'm here to collect my weapon reward for placing first in the survival medal battle." The old man looked him over and smiled. You chose a weapon instead of an earthly fiend martial technique. You certainly have an eye for quality. If it weren't for Senior Gong Kei beating me to it," the dean's voice carried obvious pride. "I won't waste words. Come look at this beauty I crafted for you. Although it has no additional attributes, it is a top-tier divine weapon forged from the famous stardust alloy. This material is renowned for its toughness and has a martial chi conductivity rate of 95. His eyes filled with obsession as he described it. This Zhanmedao is about 1.2 meters long with a wide flat blade. The edge has a dark hue but shimmers with bright spots like a starry sky, the hallmark of stardust. The back of the blade is lined with fine serrations to increase weight and lethality, ensuring every swing possesses explosive power. The dean explained every detail of the construction with great care. The handle is wrapped in special black non-slip leather with metal filaments woven inside, also stardust, to help the warrior inject martial chi more easily. His tone carried a hint of majesty. Every slash will be accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder and a dazzling light. It's terrifying. Holding the long blade, he looked satisfied. Not bad. The weight is perfect, no feeling of flimsiness, very comfortable in the hand. After all, this was custom-made based on his physical data from 3 months ago. He hadn't expected it to still fit perfectly after his surge in strength from breaking through to the martial artist realm. The corners of Yi He's mouth curled up. It had to be said, the blacksmiths at the Imperial University were truly top tier. The dean let out a hearty laugh. Of course, I guarantee that even if Senior Gong K came here, she'd have to call me father when it comes to forging techniques. Yi He immediately lowered his voice. Dean, the man coughed lightly, and urged, Yi He, whatever you do, don't let Senior Gong K hear that. The three quickly hit the road. Their destination was a remote area far from the city center in Linshui County. Suzhou took the initiative to remind them. Given the confidential nature of the mission, we will be here as ordinary university students on an internship. He calculated quickly in his mind. I'll start by sensing with my life field. Half a semester had passed, and he had raised the BALA template to 71. His life field was now large enough to cover the entire county. He was worried their arrival might startle the old foxes hiding in the shadows. If those rats ran, it would be a hassle, as pest control was always about the difficulty of finding them rather than killing them. Suzhou then suggested, let's go. The three of us should go check the house arranged by the university. After walking a few steps, a raspy old voice rang out. Young men, where are you headed? Want to ride on a tricycle? Yi smiled pleasantly. The mission had begun. The old man struck up a conversation. Young man, you all look quite spirited. What school are you from here on vacation? Yi introduced himself. I'm a local from Linshui County. I brought 2 classmates here to play today. We're currently studying at a university in Yuncheng, Gensheng added naturally. A Linshui local, who are your family? Why don't I recognize you? He replied calmly. My grandfather was Yi Shirang. He passed away a few years ago, and I moved away afterward, the old man responded. Oh, so you're old Yi's grandson. Yi secretly sighed in relief. Luckily, he had learned a bit of the dialect on the plane, and the identity info provided by Wadu University was real. Upon hearing this, Gensheng let out a big laugh and said, Good boy, it's good that you still remember Linshui County. Those who don't forget their roots will surely be blessed. The tricycle stopped in front of a dilapidated old house. This was the base for the Wadu mission, Yi Shorong's old residence. Before leaving, the old man urged, Little Yi, the biggest temple fair in Linshui held every 3 years is coming up in 2 days. You must come and join us. If you're too shy to come out, this old uncle will come and get you personally. He nodded in acknowledgement. I understand, thank you, uncle. Suzhou frowned slightly. This house hasn't been lived in for over a decade. It's totally overgrown with weeds and mosquitoes. Looks like we have a lot of work ahead of us. Yi narrowed his eyes, his mouth turning up. Cleaning is my specialty. He stomped his foot suddenly, power exploding outward as dust and weeds were instantly blown away. Suzhou's mouth twitched. This isn't cleaning, it's demolition. Yi clapped his hands and replied flatly, it's both convenient and fast. Suzhou assigned tasks while working. Get the luggage settled. I'll go set up micro cameras around the house for scouting. Lu Qingzu also nodded. I'll check the situation inside. Before long her voice came through. Yi, come look at this. Yi walked over immediately. Find something? Lu Qingzu pointed to a corner. There was a shrine there, though it was unclear what was being worshipped. He said coldly, This thing was placed here later. She was stunned for a moment, and then followed up. Placed here later, what do you mean? Yi nodded slightly, analyzing quickly. The shrine is made of wood. If it had been in this house all along, it would have rotted away long ago. The shrine may be covered in dust, but it's quite new once you wipe it off. Suzhou said with a look of disgust. In other words, someone else put it in this house later. I find this statue a bit unsettling. Let's just chop it down. Lu Qingzu hurriedly stopped him. Wait, Suzhou, don't be impulsive. What if this is an important clue? Let's examine it carefully first. Yi nodded in agreement. Seeing that he really intended to act, Lu Qingzu glared at Yi. Who are you agreeing with, you jerk? Lu Qingzu let out a helpless sigh. At least see what the face behind this clay mask looks like before you chop it. She reached out and pulled back the front curtain. The moment the curtain was lifted, Yi immediately felt a drastic change in the room's atmosphere. He furrowed his brow, his voice low and full of caution. Something's wrong. In just a split second, Yi's gaze turned icy. As I thought, it's a dirty thing, Suzhou. Chop it. Suzhou didn't hesitate, immediately swinging his blade decisively forward. When the edge touched the statue, the three of them froze simultaneously. Lu Qingzu's voice trembled with terror. The statue is bleeding. What on earth is this black liquid? At that moment, he felt a consciousness attempting to escape. Thinking of running, he immediately summoned, and he let out a shout, executing a move, pseudo-ego rod. His arm extended, firmly choking the struggling monster. The monster let out a twisted wail, its body writhing frantically. He immediately issued a calm order. Suzhou, seal it. Lu Qingzu couldn't help but cry out in terror. What on earth is this monster? He turned instantly, calling her name in a low, urgent voice. Qingzu, Yi's gaze scrutinized every change. Are you okay? He thought rapidly. Lu Qingzu has been infected by that thing's spiritual energy. I must transfer some pure martial qi to her. Lu Qingzu shook her head gently. I'm fine. She realized that in an instant the terror from before had vanished, replaced by a sense of warmth within her body. The monster was completely sealed by Suzhou, and the atmosphere in the room gradually stabilized. Yi's voice lowered. It seems the anomalies in Linshui County are related to these strange clay statues. Our investigation has reached a critical stage. You two stay here and guard this thing to prevent it from mutating. I'm going to handle something. He quickly connected the clues in his mind. I already left a radiation marker on that tricycle, Uncle. Calculating the time, it's time to reel in the net. Yi smiled brilliantly. Uncle, no need to come looking for me. I've come to find you. The sun was setting. The bells of Jinshan Temple echoed through the light mist. Jinshan Temple, Linshui County. Gensheng stood at the temple entrance, his expression calm but with a hint of tension. A young monk stepped out, palms pressed together in greeting. Benefactor, the abbot is waiting for you inside. He nodded repeatedly, his face wearing that signature honest smile. Good, good. Gensheng followed Alan toward the depths of the inner hall, through a dark corridor, finally stopping before a massive wooden door that radiated an indescribable sense of eeriness. Alan stopped and reported respectfully with a lowered head. Abbot, I have brought Benefactor Lu Gensheng, who has met the blessing standard. He says he has something to report. Alan's voice rang out with palms pressed together and head bowed. Abbot, I have brought Benefactor Lu Gensheng, who has met the blessing standard. He also says he has a matter to report. However, the eerie door remained tightly shut without a sound. The space was deathly silent. Alan slowly turned around. Benefactor, what is your intent? Why have you come suddenly and brought someone else? Alan's body began to twist, flesh splitting as a hideous monster revealed its true form. Gensheng trembled with excitement. A deity has descended, a deity has descended. A foot suddenly kicked out from the darkness with incredible speed. Yi struck first, directly attacking the monster that had just appeared. Yi frowned, his tone full of disgust. So filthy. Luckily, pseudo-ego rod blocked those dirty things. If they splashed on my clothes, they'd be hard to wash. Gensheng looked up, his voice trembling. You're old Yi's grandson. Just then, the surrounding Buddha statues suddenly began to vibrate violently. Shards of stone fell as the statues began to move stiffly and slowly. He narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but mock. Buddha statues can move too. A sharp javelin suddenly hurtled toward him at a terrifying speed. He immediately summoned Rod to block the attack behind him. The statues seemed enraged, their surrounding aura surging violently. Stone arms gathered together, emitting a heavy, grating sound of collision. With an overwhelming and ferocious momentum, they charged at Yi in unison. Yi said calmly, "These spaces are in an invisible state to prevent detection by enemies." His gaze sharpened. The Stardust Jeonmadao appeared. The blade was drawn in an instant by Yi. Cold light flashing, he charged into the swarm of eerie statues without hesitation. Every slash was clean and decisive, knocking them down onto the stone floor one after another. Yi dodged, while cold laughing, even your eyes can shoot lasers. Are you really Buddha statues? He tilted his head to avoid the beam, his tone full of contempt. Unfortunately, these lasers are too slow. Yi raised his long blade high, his gaze icy. Let me see if your bellies are stuffed with withered grass or something else. A slash pierced through the stone statue's body, and metal and parts chittered everywhere. Gensheng screamed in terror, his voice as broken as if he had gone completely mad. The Buddha has manifested, however. He was immediately swept by the aftershock, his body shaking violently. Gensheng fell heavily onto the cold floor along with the Buddha statue. Yi's voice was low and steady, as expected, not biological, from the start. I couldn't sense the life aura these two bodhisattvas should have from my own life magnetic field. Yi frowned. But in a backward place like Linshui County, how could such creations exist? The scientific technology was unexpectedly advanced. He smiled slightly, as if he had found the key point. Is the answer behind that door? Yi issued the command, pseudo-ego, Rod, since I'm a university student, I should at least have the courtesy to knock. Upon his command, Rod swung a massive fist and smashed it heavily against the wooden door. Yi remained extremely polite, shouting inside, Is anyone home? The wooden door was shattered. wood chips flying everywhere, revealing a pitch-black passage behind it. He stepped inside, his eyes scanning the dimly lit space with high alert. His pupils dilated when he realized there was an entire world hidden within, a massive cavern palace. I never expected such a vast underground palace to be hidden here, complete with such a colossal Buddha statue, he marveled. He walked forward step by step, calling out, "Hey, the guest is already inside. Is the little mouse still going to stay hidden?" A low sigh echoed through the silent, cold depths of the palace. A man walked out slowly, saying, "This temple has no grievance with you, benefactor. Why have you come to offend us?" He narrowed his eyes, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. "A robot like you. Getting addicted to playing human, are we?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he swung his blade with a violent strike, the sharp arc of light tearing through the air. Alan reappeared, his tone still as flat as if he were chanting a sutra. "The benefactor's killing intent is truly too heavy." He roared in fury. "Save the nonsense." In an instant his murderous aura surged. Just then, the ground beneath him vibrated violently. Cracks spread rapidly, and he lost his footing, his body plummeting into the pitch-black abyss below. He landed steadily and quickly looked around. He muttered under his breath as he observed, "This looks like a drainage system. 18 doors in total. Are these sluice gates?" In the damp darkness, pairs of green glowing eyes snapped open simultaneously, staring coldly at He swept his gaze across them, thinking, lizard monsters again. There are so many this time. Each one radiates the energy fluctuations of a rank 1 or 2 martial artist. He let out a cold laugh. And the life force peaks of these humanoid monsters are almost identical. They must be mass-produced. So they're artificial biomechanical constructs. Thinking of crushing me with a fodder army? The grass on the grave of the last person who tried that is already 3 feet high. His aura erupted suddenly. Xuanwang martial technique. Asura triple blade, he growled in a low voice. His killing intent peaked. First blade, miles of severance. This strike shattered the space itself, and the monsters charging at the front were instantly pulverized. The remaining monsters froze on the spot, their ferocity instantly chilled. The corners of Yi's mouth quirked up. To think they're raising so many disgusting monsters beneath a Buddhist temple. The monsters' shrill screeches echoed through the gloomy space. Before the sound could even dissipate, he had already dealt with the rest of them. At that moment, the man's monotonous voice drifted from above. "Benefactor, your killing intent is too heavy. Benefactor, your killing intent is too heavy," he scoffed. "Low-tier mechanical creatures, your head's already been twisted off, yet you're still playing back pre-recorded lines. Who is the mastermind? Still refuse to show yourself?" Another muffled voice rang out. "It seems we've run into an extraordinary enemy this time. However, that is all." The ground split open, and a bronze statue rose from beneath the earth, its blood-red eyes locking onto Yi. It glared at him with pure hostility as energy gathered and surged around it. The bronze statue exerted its full power, a violent aura sweeping over it. It roared, "Benefactor, you are beyond saving." Yi burst into laughter. "Not bad, you can even transform." The bronze statue let out an earth-shaking roar. "Fall into the cycle of reincarnation." It raised its massive palm and brought it down with the weight of a mountain. Fearless, Yi stared directly at the bronze statue with sharp eyes. The statue's palm slammed into the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Immediately after, a mechanical voice issued from within the statue. "Warning, warning. Energy detected exceeding blast range. Right hand overheating." The system continued to alarm. "Error, error. Energy levels rising." The bronze statue roared, "What on earth is this thing?" Amidst the smoke and dust, Yi's body underwent a violent mutation. A frantic surge of aura erupting. Yi pressed his hands together in prayer, his low voice echoing as a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the area. "Namo Amatuofo." He then launched an overwhelming assault, giving the opponent no chance to counter. In that split second, Yi lunged forward, delivering a heavy blow to the bronze statue. His arm extended unnaturally, clamping tightly onto the opponent's head as a terrifying strength exploded. Yi continued his fierce attack, a grotesque smile spreading across his face. "It's not over yet. This next strike will ring in your ears. Feel my obsidian knee strike," the system voice blared urgently. "Severe warning. Multiple points of damage detected on the head." The bronze statue struggled amidst the ruins, its entire body emitting a harsh metallic grinding sound. It was attempting to forcibly channel all its power, rosary floating cannons. Massive energy gathered, and a dazzling light swept forward. It frantically circulated its internal power, gathering energy and firing ferociously at Yi. All cannons blazing, a thunderous boom followed, and the resulting shockwave sent debris flying in every direction. The bronze statue emitted a sound mixed with rage and terror. "What kind of monster is this guy, to think he's forced me to use this level of weaponry to eliminate him?" However, a moment later, its metallic body suddenly froze, motionless. Yi looked at the opponent coldly. "To be honest, these toys of yours are all firearms. They're completely useless against a martial artist. It let out a distorted roar mixed with electronic noise. "You just won't die, let me deliver you to the afterlife." The bronze statue forcibly activated its final power, meteor personality. Yihi's voice dropped, carrying a chilling, murderous intent. "It's time for you fake monks to clear out." He let out a roar. Nuclear breath. In an instant, smoke and dust filled the air. Yihi mocked. "Sorry about ruining your mechanical model." He looked up, scanning the cavern, thinking that if they dug such a large hole in the mountain, there were either lizard men or mobile Buddha statues inside. The corners of Yihi's mouth curled into a cold smile. It seemed the mastermind was likely a mad scientist who loved reckless research. His gaze stopped ahead. Sure enough, there was another passage leading further underground. "Let's see what's hidden beneath this lotus throne." Half an hour earlier, in a cold laboratory, the pale lights were blindingly bright. Yang Guang stared at the screen and said, "Doctor, that kid has dealt with the mechanical bodhisattva at the entrance. But rest assured, this door uses our latest materials and structure. He absolutely cannot get in." Seeing Yihi step inside, he explained, "It's fine, Doctor. We still have our clone army, thousands upon thousands of them. Even against a great martial master we could grind him down. Besides, it helps us clear out our clone inventory." The two stared at the monitors, witnessing Yihi eliminate all their opponents. Yang Guang explained in a panic, "Doctor, we still have trump cards. Please trust our design. This Mecha Buddha was specifically built to handle large Lord-class magical beasts. Dealing with a minor martial artist should be child's play." However, in the next second the screen showed the bronze statue being completely destroyed. The room fell into a deathly silence, save for the hum of machinery. He continued, "It's fine, Doctor. We still have—" Dr. Feng cut him off sharply, cursing in a raspy voice. "Damn it, shut up!" A strong sense of crisis rose within him. "What kind of jinx are you? The enemy has fought his way to our doorstep, and you're still saying it's fine. The guards above can probably buy us a few minutes." Dr. Feng ordered a rapid evacuation and activated the base's self-destruct sequence. The information here must not be leaked. It turned out Dr. Feng was once a level 3 researcher at the Prometheus Research Institute before being secretly recruited by Laserbird. 10 years ago, Laserbird took root in this ordinary town of Linshui County, secretly replacing all the monks at Jinshan Temple. Utilizing the residents' faith in the temple, they began brainwashing and controlling the entire county. Under the guise of blessings, they lured the residents into undergoing physical modifications, turning them into free test subjects and providing Laserbird with a massive amount of material and clinical data for their bio-research technology. He let out a long sigh. Unfortunately, he had to abandon this base now. Just then, a massive crack appeared in the lab ceiling. Yi descended from midair, his cold gaze locking onto his target. He sneered, staring fixedly ahead. "Abbot, where do you think you're running?" Yang Guang shouted as he escorted Dr. Feng's evacuation. "Cover the doctor's retreat." Yi lunged forward with decisive action, quickly dealing with all the remaining subordinates. Then Yi approached Dr. Feng step by step, his gaze icy. Dr. Feng backed against the wall, his voice trembling as he asked, "What do you want? We can talk this through slowly." A desperate thought flashed through Dr. Feng's mind. Just press the watch to trigger the self-destruct. Laserbird had implanted microbombs into the bodies of every core researcher and supervisor, and even their friends and family were under Laserbird's surveillance. This ensured absolute obedience and that no one dared leak any secrets. Yi saw through the intent, grabbing the doctor's hand and clamping his mouth shut to prevent him from making a sound. Yi then used his full strength to hoist Dr. Feng high. The doctor's screams were muffled into whimpers. Yi then let go, allowing him to crash heavily onto the floor with a thud. Yi spoke, "Now I want to know everything you've done in Linshui County." Dr. Feng fell to the ground, struggling to sit up, his eyes filled with terror and panic. In this underground lab, Yi kept his hands in his pockets and questioned in a low voice, "Tell me, were those 3 young martial artists killed by you? What on earth are you doing here?" Dr. Feng's face began to change drastically. He turned a sickly pale green. He opened his mouth, a wisp of green smoke escaping from between his teeth. "The experiments here must never be leaked. I have a signal eavesdropper in my brain. If I say any keywords involving company secrets, the bomb inside me will explode instantly. Since it's death either way, I'll choose a quick one." As soon as he finished the thought, the liquid took effect, ending Dr. Feng's life. He grabbed his neck and immediately spotted the problem. Poison hidden in the teeth? Is everyone at Laserbird a suicide agent? Before he could think further, a red alarm sounded behind him. The doctor's heart had stopped beating. Consequently, the self-destruct sequence here had automatically activated. Yi lowered his head slightly, lost in thought. What a shame. Before me, even death is a luxury for you. A sharp tentacle pierced Dr. Feng's neck, putting an end to his non-existence. Dr. Feng's heart was gradually being removed from his body. Vampires can infect humans or corpses to turn them into corpseborn. Unfortunately, after becoming a corpseborn, except for a few individuals with special talent, most are no different from the Walking Dead, lacking self-healing abilities, becoming low intelligence and suffering physical decay. He was completely powerless to resist, throwing his head back and wailing in despair. But I possess the personality ability. I'll combine it with the vampire's power. A mutation occurred, and Dr. Feng's hair gradually grew longer and darker. His prosthetic eye fell to the floor, marking the arrival of a massive transformation. After a long process, a man bowed his head before Yi-He looked at him, the corners of his mouth curling up. This way I can create a perfect subordinate. One who retains all memories and talents from life, is not afraid of sunlight, possesses powerful self-healing, and is absolutely obedient to me in both mind and body. Yi-He's face was filled with a triumphant expression. You can't die now, so the self-destruct sequence should stop. From now on I will call you Mad Doctor. Everything from your past has nothing to do with you. From now on your only purpose is to serve me. The Mad Doctor answered without hesitation. It is my honor to serve the Master. Yi-He continued to voice his thoughts. Since you've accepted the personality ability, a spiritual connection has been formed between us. Those monitors are useless now. Yi-He didn't want to waste words, opening his eyes wide to transmit the spiritual connection. I want to see exactly when this town began to be infiltrated. The Mad Doctor silently accepted the connection, and through those flickering eyes a memory re-emerged. Yang Guang was devouring something voraciously. Overcome by curiosity, Professor Feng, the old Feng, walked over and asked, Xiao Lu, you're eating before lunch break. Have you finished the data verification I assigned to you? At this moment Yang Guang's mouth was stained with blood. Yes, sorry Professor Feng, I was just so hungry. Too hungry? Yang Guang placed a piece of raw meat on the table. Is lunch today raw meat again? Tisk tisk, my teeth aren't good, eating this is too much work. Yang Guang kept arguing with him. Professor Feng, these were sent by the locals as offerings to the Buddha. I heard they're fresh from outside town. 3 young people, they must taste wonderful. But he was immediately rebuked by Dr. Feng. No, because he remembered that not far from here, at the temple entrance, an old woman was sitting quietly, dozing off. This time she had actually fallen asleep right in the Buddha hall. She knelt alone on the cold floor, while everyone around her had already collapsed. Some had even fallen asleep while kneeling. Yang Guang said excitedly, Isn't this great? The doctor can bring these residents directly to the lab for storage, saving time and effort. Observing this, Yi-He also raised a question. They had suddenly come here to worship and seek blessings. How did they all suddenly fall asleep? A voice whispered in the Mad Doctor's ear. Doctor, what's wrong? Isn't sleep the most basic human need? But he immediately scolded, Something is wrong. The scene shifts back to the present, where a pair of slightly lowered hands were respectfully worshipping the Buddha. Celestial descent, celestial descent. Just as he lowered his head, a string of numbers appeared by the Mad Doctor's hand. What is this? Why is it different from the one on my hand? It looks like a digital puzzle. He quickly grabbed pen and paper to record it. The answer was a string of file codes, the company's internal file format. He then logged in by typing all the characters on the computer screen and entered the file code, 4B25612. This is, the Mad Doctor woke up with a start, shouting, No, my memory and cognition have been tampered with. The image of the Mad Doctor and the laboratory project re-emerged. Who dares to use me as experimental material, treating me like a lab rat? It wasn't until I saw the data in the computer that it dawned on me. That string of digital puzzles was left by my own hand before I was infiltrated. I believe that even if my cognition was tampered with, when I saw the digital puzzle on my body, the tentacles overhead were constantly observing. I would still curiously solve it and would certainly believe it. The purpose was to tell me about the cannibalism, the lethargy, and those bizarre clay statues. The mastermind behind all this is celestial descent, back in reality with the help of the Mad Doctor's memory. Yi-He murmured to himself, so the so-called eating raw meat was actually eating human flesh. As for that celestial descent, it sounds like a cult. The Mad Doctor's residual memories were still surfacing. This was originally a secret experimental base chosen by Laserbird, but it had been secretly infiltrated and reverse-controlled by this cult organization. Just like the residents here, their cognition had been tampered with, leaving them at the cult's mercy. Beside him, Yi-He's eyes sharpened. It seems those 3 Wadu martial artists were eaten by you too. It seems Suzhou and Qingzhou also failed to escape your notice. In your eyes, we are also prime raw materials. Subsequently, the image of the Mad Doctor working at his desk continued. This is my 8th year taking over Linchui County. The Jinshan Temple base is complete. and the biohuman modification technology is basically mature. It can now be put into mass production. It will usher in a new era. In the future, martial artists will be replaced by more efficient and powerful biohumans and mechanical creations. Prometheus' path was correct. The tentacles on his head controlled all activities, after discovering the anomaly, based on the investigative comparison. The abnormal outbreak in Linshui County began in February of last year. By March, the anomaly was first identified, and personnel were organized for an experimental investigation. However, during the investigation, my cognition was subconsciously altered every single day, until I was eventually completely assimilated. Throughout the entire process, I used my intellect as a researcher to discover several logical loopholes, and successfully restored my cognition multiple times, yet I ultimately could not escape the fate of being assimilated. Suddenly, a massive information disclosure prohibited symbol popped up on the computer screen. Because our Jinshan Temple research base was so deeply assimilated, it was nearly impossible to escape or resist that will. In the county town at this moment, people were caught in a frenzy of tearing each other apart. The anomalies in Linshui County are divided into 4 stages: cannibalism, prolonged lethargy, idol worship, and collective sleepwalking. Cannibalism is the physical alienation that occurs after the spirit is first affected by that will. They become like soulless walking corpses. Lethargy represents a deepening degree of spiritual alienation. Idol worship signifies that both body and mind have been severely contaminated, leaving them almost beyond cure. These people have become food sacrificed to those red rabbits. Collective sleepwalking means one has completely devolved into sustenance for that will. The scene shifts back to the Mad Doctor, who stared helplessly at the screen flashing red light nearby. Within that orb was a malformed fetus. I always thought that we, who conduct illegal physical experiments, were cruel enough, but compared to that cult, we are mere amateurs. They actually intend to sacrifice the entire city as food for that will. Later, I finally clarified the truth. The substance they use to contaminate the spirits of Linshui's residents and devour their life energy. Listen well. The so-called alienation water is likely a demon fetus brought out from a secret realm ruin, according to my calculations. The day the demon fetus matures is the moment it will open its eyes. That will be the night after tomorrow. The image of Gensheng driving to deliver the message flashed in Yi's mind. Little Yi, the day after tomorrow is Linshui County's largest temple fair. It only happens once every 3 years. You must come and join us, Yi. He turned slightly, looking up at the heights. That old man on the tricycle did indeed provide a very important piece of intelligence. In the laboratory filled with various instruments and giant screens, he suddenly snapped his eyes open, as if remembering something. Since his goal had been achieved, he turned around. All useful memory intelligence had been extracted. He suddenly glanced back. This base once belonged to Laserbird. As for the so-called celestial descent, the movements of the demon fetus, and the whereabouts of those 3 Wadu martial artists, he already had the answers in his heart. He left behind the hollow-eyed Mad Doctor, who knelt on the ground unable to move. A triumphant smile spread across Yi's face. Thanks to you, I've learned some of Laserbird's secrets, including those crazy experiments you performed. I don't have the energy to visit Laserbird headquarters right now. I'll let Wadu handle this later. There was also an unexpected bonus. Since the doctor had participated in research on genes and gold during his life, he knew the use and effects of the golden gene like the back of his hand. I'll deal with those once the Linshui anomaly is handled. The result panel popped up. Mission complete. Although according to Wadu's requirements, identifying the truth would be enough to end the mission, what I want now isn't just a reward. The sense of conspiracy on Yi's face was undisguised. I also want to intercept the fruits of Celestial Descent's victory. He folded his arms and issued a command to the other. Next, you will lurk within Linshui County. I will provide my blood to you. Find an opportunity to inject it into Linshui's domestic water system. Ensure maximum infection. Hearing his request, the Mad Doctor's eyes lit up. Crazy. This is truly madness. I understand, Master. You want to fight for the believers against the Celestial Descent's demon fetus. Yi's gaze was like a torch as he added a reminder. All the residents of Linshui County have already entered the 4th stage of contamination. It's nearly impossible for them to return to normal. I do have selfish motives for converting them, but after this storm passes, I will do my best to restore them to their original lives. At least under my control, they won't be a danger to society. That day, at the simple old home site, Yi strode through the door. I'm back. Everyone eat this. The food in Linshui County is compromised. Qingzu's face was grim. Seeing her expression, Yi understood that they also knew what the food in Linshui County was. Suzhou, wiping away sweat beside her, said, Qingzhou and I went out to investigate just now and discovered that the residents of Linshui County are suspected of cannibalism. You probably knew this already, Yi summarized. In short, the entire city has been enslaved by some kind of twisted cognition. After hearing the analysis, Yi was quite impressed. Not bad, you, the killing star, guessed 80 or 90% of it. After hearing Yi's account, Qingzhou's eyes widened. An illegal experimental base has been infiltrating Linshui County for so many years. Why has Linshui County become so chaotic? Unlike Qingzhou, Suzhou appeared exceptionally calm. This meant that a powerful biotechnology organization was also deeply mired in the Linshui anomaly. Qingzhou demanded without hesitation. This matter has already exceeded rank 3 difficulty, hasn't it? Do we need to contact Wadu to request support? Yi's face instantly froze. Are you kidding? If you call Wadu, how can I intercept the loot? To put them at ease, Yi clenched his fist and announced, "Don't worry, this mission is just eerie. It doesn't threaten our safety. Don't scare yourselves. If you think about running for help the moment you encounter danger, how can you achieve anything great?" He also kindly patted their shoulders to comfort them. "Next, we'll stay put for now and wait until late at night. Among the anomalies in Linshui County, we've already seen the cannibalism of raw meat and the idol worship. Only the last anomaly remains that we haven't experienced together: sleepwalking." As he finished speaking, Yi's gaze turned deep. Perhaps this severely alienated city would only reveal its true essence in the dead of night. Sure enough, late that night at the Laserbird headquarters board of directors in the city of Sin, 3 mysterious individuals were gathered for a discussion. Half an hour ago, headquarters received notice that the Jinshan Temple base's self-destruct sequence had been activated, but it was cancelled after only a few dozen seconds. Something has definitely happened. We can't contact the Jinshan Temple base right now. This board meeting was to research how to handle the situation. The man in the lead had a voice as cold as frost. Simple. Better to kill an innocent than let a threat escape. Activate the heart bombs in all research personnel within the base. Leave no survivors. Then send a task force to Linshui County immediately to investigate the specifics. Meanwhile, at the Linshui County Central Water Plant, an explosion suddenly occurred, destroying everything in the vicinity. The Mad Doctor emerged, clutching his bleeding chest. "Master, Laserbird just detonated the bomb in my body. Fortunately, I removed it in time and I'm currently recovering. Given their style, a Laserbird task force will arrive in Linshui County very soon." Receiving the intelligence, Yi signaled, "It's fine, continue with the plan." The Mad Doctor could only grit his teeth and obey. Elsewhere, late at night, the surroundings were deathly silent. Linshui, Linshan, Linhai, by the railway tracks, specifically in the station waiting room. The last train finally arrived and docked safely. The doors slowly opened and a pair of massive feet stepped off the train, the movements appearing somewhat clumsy. A tall man revealed a smug smile. "So quiet. The company was right to choose this place as a secret base." Just then, someone approached from behind, pulling a suitcase. "The company has already investigated. The great summer dragonfinch has not intervened in the Jinshan Temple base." A middle-aged woman holding a child in her arms asked, "Ares, then who did it? The company has too many enemies." Behind the two, a young couple was preparing to check out the base first. They were Golden Snake and Bluebird, and there was also a strangely featured man wearing thick glasses, Black Lion. Black Lion suggested destroying all experimental equipment and data that could leak. Black Lion looked at Ares, his tone eager. "Captain, do you want something to eat? We've had nothing but instant noodles this whole way." Ares, holding the child, complained, "We need to find a place to nurse the baby first. It's pitch black everywhere here." Feeling it was inconvenient, Catfish spoke up, "Just feed him directly, I won't look." "Piss off," but he was immediately cursed out by Ares. "You creep, how do you two look anything like professional killers?" Seeing this, he quickly changed the subject. "The captain of Laserbird's 3rd Squad was once a killer who struck terror into people's hearts. Is he just an ordinary programmer now?" Black Lion pushed up his glasses, raising his head proudly. "Those guys in black suits and sunglasses are obviously fakes, not professional at all. We are what you call professional, perfectly blending into the environment without being detected. Stop the nonsense and start the division of labor. Golden Snake and Bluebird are responsible for investigating the situation inside Linshui County town. Me, Catfish, and Ares will head to the Jinshan Temple base to investigate," he announced coldly in a low voice within the empty, abandoned house. In this house that had long been deserted and unvisited, there sat a basin of water and a foul-smelling human skull. This city was very strange, always giving off a sense of anomaly. "Isn't that nonsense? People have started eating people. What else isn't possible?" Bluebird walked around exploring. It seemed this mission would not be simple. Suddenly she froze, staring fixedly at a small shrine before her. Bluebird was shocked. her gaze and emotions undergoing a sudden, drastic change as her pupils dilated. This clay idol was right by the window. On the other end of the phone, the cause of the Jinshan Temple base accident had been identified. A powerful martial artist had destroyed the entire base single-handedly. Over 10,000 biochemical corpses littered the underground palace outside the base, and fortress-class mechanical fighters had been violently dismantled into fragments. There were no survivors in the base, but the chief researcher and person in charge, Dr. Feng, was missing. At least his body hadn't been found in or near the Jinshan Temple base. While he was speaking, the signal suddenly cut out, making Golden Snake very unhappy. Is the signal being jammed? He pressed his face to the window, his expression beginning to tremble. This is a swarm of zombies walking in a group. Golden Snake was terrified. This was collective sleepwalking, and they seemed to be surrounding them. Golden Snake was a bit flustered as he observed the number of sleepwalkers and realized they were exposed. To find a solution, he turned to call for Bluebird. Bluebird, get over here. Just as he turned his head, Golden Snake took a knife to the abdomen from Bluebird. The sudden attack made him clutch his body in pain, stammering out, Is that expression because you're being controlled by something? Golden Snake leaned against Bluebird's shoulder, looking toward the statue. That idol in the shrine, the one emitting purple spiritual energy, was something brought out from the Moon Nightmare Secret Realm ruins. Atop a giant tower not far away, a man's silhouette stood tall. He raised his head toward the sky. The moon is so big, I always feel like my life magnetic field is easily obscured. He updated his location on his phone without hesitation. First, he reported Suzhou and Qingzhou's location. They were in the southeast of the city, and the sleepwalking crowd was heading that way too. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the tower. If collective sleepwalking is the process of that will feeding, then what does this feeding process look like? The answer would soon be revealed. Back to Golden Snake, who woke up after falling unconscious. He found himself with a heavily bound Bluebird, facing a group of zombie-like sleepwalkers. What on earth was going on? That group of sleepwalkers was currently staring at the two of them with greedy eyes. These people were the residents of the county town just now. Were they being controlled too? It was terrifying. He shouted at Bluebird, Bluebird, wake up, you useless brat, wake up! The sleepwalkers below were getting closer and closer to the two of them. Are you people from celestial descent? Let's talk. We can sit down and discuss this. The organization behind me is very powerful. Damn it, there's no communicating with them at all. Golden Snake's face was pale, devoid of color. These people had already been brainwashed by celestial descent. They could no longer be called human, but were entirely demonic beasts in human skin. Perhaps even more terrifying than demonic beasts. At least demonic beasts are afraid of pain and death. But what do these cult lunatics fear? They fear nothing. Just as despair set in, a voice appeared and snapped him awake. A bell rang. Above everyone's heads was a massive full moon illuminating the entire night sky. The moon was so incredibly large that its light caught the sleepwalkers' attention, making them unable to look away. Suddenly, a pair of feet slammed heavily onto the shoulder of the elderly sleepwalker in the lead. It turned out that those who were originally silent in the rear had launched a counterattack. Within a few seconds, they linked together in a long chain, stacking on top of each other. Before long, all the sleepwalkers transformed into long ropes hovering near the moon. Suddenly, the pillar the two were tied to was pulled up high, leaving a large crater. It turned out Bluebird and Golden Snake were being dragged by this group of sleepwalkers, flying toward the moon several kilometers away. Inside the luxurious high tower, it was now late at night. Black Lion held the phone to his ear. He couldn't reach Golden Snake and Bluebird, and it was highly likely something had happened. It was extremely probable that the person who destroyed the Jinshan Temple base had acted. He looked at Catfish and Ares on the other two sides. Regardless, it's highly likely a massive change has occurred in the city. We must take the initiative. Hurry back to town. Suddenly, a beam of light shone over, dazzling the three so they couldn't open their eyes. This was part of the giant moon, right next to where they were talking. Ares, with her sharp eyes, pointed below and cried out, "Look over there!" Following her gaze into the distance, a glowing rope hung beneath the moon. Is that a pillar of light? It looked like it was being pulled up by the moon. Still talking nonsense at a time like this. After seeing the details clearly, cold sweat broke out on Black Lion's forehead. That beam of light had landed somewhere in the city. What on earth is this thing? It seems the destruction of the Jinshan Temple base was not as simple as the company's higher-ups thought. Without further talk, the three sped off along the empty road. Let's go check the place where the moonlight is shining. This was likely why Golden Snake and the other had lost contact. Before long, the three arrived at a desolate village, the cold wind whistling. He led the way in front, followed closely by the perceptively sharp Ares and Catfish. Black Lion cast a sidelong glance behind him and shouted a warning. "Someone's there?" He immediately pulled out a dart and threw it forward without hesitation. But the weapon soon hit a hard metal frame in front, losing its aim and pinning itself firmly into the wall. He was not panicked, reaching out to gently push up his glasses. A magic tool? Seems they're not ordinary people. Just then, a hand gently pushed open a half-closed umbrella. Qingzu, holding the umbrella, stepped out after spinning it a few times. "Who are you? Why did you attack us?" Recognizing the person who took the move, Black Lion revealed a confident smile and speculated. "Judging by your attire, you're not locals, are you? Then you're the ones who destroyed the Jinshan temple base?" Standing before the deserted village, Black Lion issued a command. 3 seconds. "Crush these two filthy pests." Catfish and Ares were eager for the kill, responding in unison. Fortunately, Suzhou arrived just at that moment. He blocked the path in front of Qingzu, looking at the approaching perverts with an expression of disgust. Catfish launched an attack and Qingzu cried out in concern. "The strength is too great." Seeing her in danger, Suzhou swung his sword to clear the way. "Get lost, creep." A wall of ice rose from the ground. Suzhou thought the ice wall was the perfect defense, but with a violent shattering sound, Black Lion smashed through it with ease. In just those few seconds, the defensive line had completely collapsed. Suzhou was shocked. "My ice wall was broken so easily." Seeing the situation turn grim, Suzhou decisively chose to retreat. These three possessed the strength of at least high-tier martial artists. It was unwise to tangle with them, better to pull back first. Qingzu followed closely, but before they could run far, Black Lion had already teleported behind them, his blade nearly touching their necks. At this critical moment, a sudden movement from behind made Black Lion's heart skip a beat. There was someone else. Black Lion reacted instantly, sidestepping to dodge a longsword that plunged straight into the ground. Close call. With a hint of curiosity, Black Lion turned to face the newcomer. "Who are you? Their accomplice?" He gazed at him coldly and announced arrogantly, "I am the one who will take your life." These words instantly ignited Black Lion's killing intent. He pushed up his glasses and sneered, "Big talk. Assassination art. 12 phantoms." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure blurred into several afterimages, launching a flurry of slashes at Yi He. "Die, brat!" Facing such a ferocious assault, Yi He stood rooted to the spot, unmoved. He revealed a calm smile and whispered in his mind, "Zawurudo." With martial chi protection at the great martial master level, even a direct hit from a tank's main cannon might not cause injury, yet before him death was still inevitable. Yi He shifted slightly, gracefully dodging all of Black Lion's slashes. These assassination phantoms were indeed sophisticated, making it impossible to tell truth from illusion. However, Yi He seized the moment and leapt. To him, there was no need to find the real body. Black Lion, real name unknown, let out a contemptuous laugh. Thinking Yi He was merely struggling in his final moments, suddenly a powerful arrow tore through the air, grazing Black Lion's scalp without resistance. Immediately after, the plain-looking king of assassins collapsed to the ground in utter shock. Dead on the spot, Yi He grabbed Black Lion, thinking he had to act quickly while the corpse was still warm. "Your blood will help me break through the martial apprentice bottleneck and advance to a martial artist." Under the terrified gazes of the onlookers, a shroud of red light enveloped Yi He, and Black Lion's corpse withered rapidly. Within seconds, Yi He's aura surged steadily, promoting him directly to an 8th-rank martial artist. This scene scared Catfish out of his wits. "What's going on?" The captain was killed by this kid in the blink of an eye. Beside him, White Sheep tightly clutched the baby in her arms, her voice trembling. "He's even drinking the captain's blood. He's a total monster." He snapped his eyes open, staring at the two of them. "It's not over yet. Next, I'll show you something even more interesting." As soon as he finished speaking, a withered hand lunged out of the pool of blood. Body cage, blood slaughter demon shadow manifested. The sight of Black Lion's corpse resurrected as a skeletal frame left White Sheep paralyzed with terror. That's Black Lion? What kind of monster is this? Why is each one more terrifying than the last? Is he really just a martial artist? White Sheep's mind raced, and she instantly formulated a plan. She exerted a sudden force, violently hurling the innocent-looking baby into the air before everyone's eyes. The baby underwent a mutation in midair, its body swelling and deforming rapidly until it transformed into a hideous biochemical monster. "Baby, block them!" White Sheep and Catfish seized the opportunity to turn and flee for their lives. Seeing the two about to escape, Yi He immediately issued orders to Suzhou and Qingzu. "Suzhou, Qingzu, coordinate with my demon shadow and stay here to deal with this biochemical beast." Yi He's mouth curled slightly upward. "I'm going to hunt down those two martial masters." Suzhou nodded, his aura shifting abruptly as he activated his bloodline awakening. The biochemical monster let out an earth-shaking roar, swinging a massive claw covered in barbs as it lunged toward Suzhou. It was now late at night, and the once silent village was shattered by the sounds of battle. Suzhou sidestepped to dodge a heavy blow before countering. Xuanwang martial technique, Dragon Shadow. The monster swung a fist to parry, and both sides fell into a fierce stalemate. Seizing a moment when the monster revealed an opening, Suzhou leaped into the air and brought his sword down in a mid-air slash. The longsword precisely carved across the monster's neck, But Suzhou was inwardly shocked. For such a massive body, its reaction speed is actually this fast? He stared fixedly at the severed cables at the monster's neck, realizing this was a biologically engineered creature that had undergone mechanical modification. Suzhou landed with the momentum, quickly pulling back to increase the distance, thinking the speed is simply too fast. Just then, the Black Lion demon shadow summoned by Yi He joined the fray. The shadow descended from the sky, launching a surprise attack on the monster while it was still stunned. The Black Lion shadow left a deep blade scar on the monster's body. Simultaneously, Qingzu's angel-like wings unfurled in the air. She hovered high above, and her long-accumulated power erupted in an instant. Occult art, purple nether blazing flame, a purple fireball carrying terrifying energy whistled toward them. By now the monster's legs were already encased in ice, leaving it only able to watch helplessly as the flames closed in. A thunderous explosion followed, and the intense light illuminated the entire night sky. In a nearby sewer, Catfish was fleeing desperately along the rushing current. He had barely escaped with his life thanks to the monster's interference. This feeling of a narrow escape reminded him of his time surviving the battlefields of the Golden Triangle. Relying on his sharp intuition, he sensed something unusual behind him. Turning his head, a bolt of thunder-like blue light was already close at hand. Yi He's familiar voice sounded like the whisper of a reaper, turning his face a sickly pale. As expected, rats love crawling through floor cracks. Before White Sheep could celebrate her escape, she was stunned by the scene before her. It was Catfish appearing right in front. White Sheep's eyes were filled with terror. Golden Snake and Bluebird had lost contact, the captain was killed, and now even Catfish couldn't be saved. Who on earth were these three kids? She gnawed frantically at her nails, her inner mind screaming, I can't die, I must live. Where else can I run? Suddenly a thought flashed through her mind. She looked toward the nearby giant moon, which was emitting an eerie glow. Is that moon-reflected human body the masterpiece of celestial descent? White Sheep hardened her heart and bit her thumb. To survive, I'll sacrifice my soul to the devil if I have to. Just as she made her decision, a group of stacked sleepwalkers appeared ahead, the sight extremely bizarre. Yi He appeared behind her holding Catfish's severed head, asking coldly, Do you want to charge in? White Sheep was scared out of her wits. Crap, he's caught up. To escape the hunt, she charged toward the group of sleepwalkers like a madwoman, using their backs as leverage to climb upward frantically. White Sheep used that force to ascend rapidly, putting some distance between herself and Yi He. When she reached the top, a giant gate emitting a faint purple glow appeared before her. She looked at the door, her face filled with disbelief. In her hallucinations, she seemed to hear her parents' voices. Daddy, Mommy, I miss you so much. By this time, late at night, a long rope made of sleepwalkers hung beneath the giant moon. All the sleepwalkers, along with White Sheep, were being sucked toward the giant gate. Yi He watched quietly from below, a mysterious smile playing on his lips as he carried his longsword, his figure in the moonlight, gradually becoming illusory before finally vanishing under the golden moonlight. A moment later, Yi He landed steadily. He had seen through Celestial Descent's trick, using inner fear to create illusions and lure White Sheep to the moon. Truly interesting. He pulled out his phone to check the intelligence. 2 of the hitmen sent by Laserbird were dead, and the remaining 3 were likely doomed. His gaze darkened, 2 cold beams of light flashing, calculating the time the people from Celestial Descent should arrive tomorrow. As for Laserbird, after losing a base and an elite squad, they likely wouldn't dare take any further reckless action. External interference had been eliminated. The show was finally about to begin. Several hours later, the sleepwalker rope connecting to the moon gradually dissipated, and the night returned to silence. Only 2 deep craters remained where Golden Snake and Bluebird had been. Having resolved everything before them, Qingzu asked Yi He with concern, The eeriness of this mission far exceeds our expectations. Are you sure you want to continue? Yi He looked into the distance with a mysterious smile. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, and we aren't just 3 people. There's a powerful ally assisting us in the shadows, he just finds it inconvenient to show his face. Yi He's words put Suzhou on high alert. An ally, after being in contact for so long, Yi He was definitely not as simple as his file suggested. In the world of martial artists, bloodline advantages determine class, and there is a massive chasm between high-level warriors and ordinary people. Yi He was either the illegitimate son of some powerhouse or a direct descendant of a martial family out for experience. If it were the latter, he would definitely have a Dao Guardian by his side. This also explained the ally he mentioned. To avoid wasting time, Yi He began to circulate his internal power at full capacity. Suzhou, Qingzu, I have a very important task for the 2 of you today. A surge of blood-red martial chi erupted beneath Yi He's feet, and several demon shadows manifested. Take my demon shadows and go destroy the clay statues in every residence house across the city. After hearing the order, Suzhou took off without a word. Seeing him so fired up, Qingzu could only remain silent in helplessness. She was about to leave when Yi He called out from behind. With a firm expression, Yi He urged her to trust her teammates and not try to carry everything alone. After hearing this, a gentle smile appeared on Qingzu's lips. She replied in a crisp voice, "I do. Yi He, you should trust your teammates more in the future as well." After they parted ways, Yi He rushed back to the luxurious building where the Mad Doctor was already waiting. "Master, you've arrived," Yi He urged. "Time is tight, prepare for battle." The Mad Doctor led Yi He to a pit filled with corpses. "These are the biochemical clones you killed earlier. There are enough of them." Seeing everything was ready, Yi He began to unleash his personality ability. Yi He injected true vampire blood into the pit. Nourished by the true blood, those mangled corpses rapidly repaired themselves and regained signs of life. One of the monsters snapped its eyes open, surveying its surroundings. Immediately after, the entire swarm of clones woke up. Yi He first used the vampire virus to resurrect these biochemical bodies, then utilized original ancestor personality to grant them powerful strength. When needed, this massive undead army would follow Yi He's commands completely. At this moment, the Mad Doctor held a computer report. "Master, the biochemical mosquito swarm has been released. They are flying toward the county town." A biochemical mosquito with a bulging abdomen beat its wings and flew into the distance. Tens of thousands of mosquitoes were swarming toward the abandoned buildings. Carrying the vampire blood, these mosquitoes would slip into every home, bringing final warmth to the residents. Looking at the Mecha Buddha, Yi He added a reminder. "After the infection is complete, go repair that Mecha Buddha, although it was dismantled beyond recognition. Stripping some weapons for modification shouldn't be a problem, right?" The Mad Doctor patted his chest and guaranteed it would be no problem at all. Yi He revealed a satisfied expression. "Very good, I'm almost ready on my end too. Now we'll see what Celestial Descent's next move is." The next morning, a massive convoy sped along the national highway. Celestial Descent was an organization formed during the Secret Realm outbreaks when humanity faced the threat of annihilation. They believed in a mysterious pope and utilized the terrifying power obtained from Secret Realm ruins to expand rapidly among the lower classes of society. The vehicles were filled with black-robed believers. The cult's mission was to use the demon fetus obtained from the ruins to nourish a deity by devouring the flesh and souls of living beings, thereby creating a temporary physical vessel for the deity's descent into the world. They claimed they would lead the backward human civilization into the so-called Heavenly Kingdom. The convoy was led by a man in a golden robe. This area was the most difficult region for Celestial Descent to conquer. The Vice Bishop looked ahead. This place was about to become part of the Heavenly Kingdom's map. A red demon fetus bound by chains throbbed continuously. A believer said to the Vice Bishop, "Lord Vice Bishop, the Archbishop planted the divine fetus here 4 years ago, exerting countless efforts only to be ruined by those fools named Dragon Breath. He ultimately never lived to see the day the divine fetus matured." The believer said indignantly, "This truly is a dark age," another believer chimed in. "For someone like the Archbishop who possessed such firm faith and a compassionate heart to end up being torn to pieces." Listening to his disciples' accounts, the Vice Bishop frowned slightly. "Therefore we must not let the Archbishop's sacrifice be in vain. We cannot allow this world to continue being eroded by those foolish humans, or this place will become a second Sin Doman." His words set the believer's blood on fire. "Welcome the deity's descent. For the deity we shall liberate all of humanity," the believers in the car shouted in unison. "The Heavenly Kingdom descends upon earth. Fight for the deity." By late Monday night, the sleepwalker rope once again connected to the moon. The Vice Bishop observed from a secret spot, his heart filled with excitement. In the cult's history, only 2 divine fetuses had successfully hatched. He removed his hat, revealing a sinister smile. "Now I too shall enter the history of the Holy Church." He recalled how the first deity's descent had triggered global climatic anomalies. Volcanoes erupted, tsunamis raged, and hundreds of millions were displaced, and that was the result of the deity being active for only 1 minute. According to records, the second deity's descent triggered towering waves and a year-round dense fog, causing an entire continent to lose contact. Since then, satellites could no longer detect that area. The entire continent seemed to have vanished into thin air. Ultimately, that sea area was listed as an S-rank life-forbidden zone, and no one dared set foot there again. Returning to reality, the Vice Bishop gently cut his arm, allowing blood to drip into the formation stones. He stood in the center of the blood pool, his gaze fanatical. The Vice Bishop solemnly announced, "This seat shall today welcome the third deity's descent into this world." Guided by the blood, he ascended step by step. Finally, the Vice Bishop arrived before the giant gate that White Sheep had seen. He raised his hands high and smeared blood onto the back of a sleepwalker. Highest deity, please accept my offering. As the doors slowly opened, the vice bishop walked forward excitedly. Beneath the steps he saw a massive platinum divine demon casket where the divine fetus nurtured for years lay slumbering. Now the divine fetus had absorbed nutrients from all the residents of Linshui County for 4 long years, and it was finally approaching its day of maturity. With a single word from him, the crowd began to devoutly sacrifice their blood. My children, let us begin to welcome the descent of the deity. They complied without complaint, still holding their heads high beneath their hoods as they watched. Moments later, the vice bishop carried the casket on his shoulders, stepping down with a staggering gait. Yes, Bishop Father, the casket was placed at the center of the flowing blood. He raised both arms level with his shoulders and shouted loudly, "O great bright moon, moon nightmare borrows lurking within the dreamlands, your most loyal servant summons you here. Please allow me to call upon your true name." The vice bishop's voice echoed within the spire. Moon nightmare borrows. Suddenly, a bizarre change occurred. A sleepwalker opened their mouth in a frantic roar, and immediately following, the surrounding sleepwalkers began to vanish one after another for no apparent reason. Wisps of spiritual energy emerged from their bodies and diffused into the surroundings. Simultaneously, accompanied by an indescribably dazzling blue light, the two elements fused together, forming a spiritual entity radiating a mysterious color that watched over everything. The vice bishop was stunned. What was going on? Why had the originally pure white spiritual entity turned blue? Could it be that the roar from a moment ago had polluted the spirit? He trembled all over, unable to comprehend the scene before him. How was this possible? How could the spiritual entity of the divine fetus be polluted by a nameless roar? Who on earth was playing tricks? A series of spiritual forms streaked toward the casket on the ground, being rapidly absorbed. This was bad. The ritual was already irreversible, and these polluted blue spirits were attempting to contaminate the divine fetus. Just then, he suddenly appeared behind him and said coldly, "I have been waiting for a long time, Lord Bishop." The vice bishop froze. He turned his head and asked stutteringly, "You, who are you?" A ghostly blue glint flashed in Yihi's eyes as he said in a low voice, "By now have you still not recognized who I am?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yihi instantly unleashed countless innumerable slashes. He transformed into a streak of lightning, nearly impossible to capture with the naked eye. Shira, triple blade, second blade, killing intent. Yihi swung his sword, unexpectedly slicing the moon in half. A moon of slaughter. I am the demon. When the spire's bell boomed once more, accompanied by an extremely terrifying soundwave, blood was already flowing from the vice bishop's mouth. Moon nightmare borrows. Even the moon he revered was stained red by that magnificent blood. Finally, the vice bishop collapsed. He smiled contemptuously. So weak, even with 3 magical artifacts on you to save your life, it was all for naught. Suddenly a voice rang out, putting Yihi on high alert. An unbelievable sword technique, young man. A man draped in a fiery red cloak walked over from the distance. "Do you wish to join the Holy Church?" He abruptly threw back his hood and spoke with a smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lin Chi, the current head of celestial descent in the Great Summer Country. The one you just killed was merely my vice bishop." Lin Chi looked toward the vice bishop's corpse. "You should understand, right? Being a devotee of our holy church is an extremely dangerous profession, so it is only reasonable for me to let my subordinates occasionally play the role of the superior, wouldn't you agree?" He narrowed his eyes, understanding the trick. So it was a body double. He used the momentum to leap up, swinging his weapon as he charged at Lin Chi with high speed. Lin Chi raised both hands high, controlling a surge of spiritual fluid like holy water to welcome the deity. "This isn't a place you can just enter and leave as you please." Those liquids transformed into long ropes, binding Yihi's body tightly. Yihi was being strangled so hard he broke into a sweat, feeling as if he were being dragged down by something. Is that telekinesis? Pushed to the limit, Yihi let out a roar and summoned pseudo-ego, Rod. Lin Chi stared with wide eyes. "The shadow behind you, could it be that you have also practiced the supreme divine technique?" Yihi slowly clenched his palm as if summoning some kind of power. In an instant, a burst of black chi erupted from his hand. "Supreme technique, my foot. The only reason I wanted to leave was because I didn't want to fight near that damn casket." A monster with a head like a giant python opened its blood-filled maw, bristling with fangs, and lunged. "Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Lin Chi stood his ground, smiling contemptuously. "These filthy evil things won't be able to harm me in the slightest." Just like that, the monster and Lin Chi clashed head-on. However, the monster's strength was beyond imagination. It sent Lin Chi flying with a heavy blow, dragging him as he crashed frantically through building after building for an unmeasurable distance. A moment later, Lin Chi returned, his body covered in blood-stained scrapes. Lin Chi lightly raised an arm that was rapidly healing. "I told you, you cannot harm me." In the blink of an eye, he was restored to his original state. "I am one graced by the deity." He observed calmly from the side. Can you also heal rapidly? That is indeed a bit tricky. Suddenly the sound of dense footsteps came from behind. Deity descends to the world, a heavenly kingdom on earth. Deity descends to the world, a heavenly kingdom on earth. He remained on high alert and looked back. It turned out Lin Chi's believers had completely surrounded him. I almost forgot about you lot. They raised sharp knives high, shouting, "We are justice." Immediately after, they plunged the blades into their own hearts with perfect synchronization, and blood sprayed out like rain. This scene shocked Yi greatly. It was a collective suicide. These lunatics only had this much capability. The mindset of these cultists was truly difficult to comprehend. Yi stared fixedly at Lin Chi's trembling disciples, wanting to see what other ghost tricks these madmen were going to play. Suddenly, a mass of red aura approached his ear. I felt a cold, clammy and damp spiritual energy. The flesh on the neck of one of the believers was torn open by sharp claws, and a monster crawled out of the corpse. The monster's eyes shot out beams of light. Looking closely at its form, it was simply like a vengeful ghost come to claim a life. Yi didn't care. He tilted his head back and smiled, saying, "In the end it's just otherworldly trash known as demons." Yi covered his face, his tone a bit helpless. These believers are really risking their lives. He looked at those demons and publicly exposed the believers' act of using their own physical bodies as mediums to summon demons. Were they trying to play a Zerg rush strategy? A bolt of blue lightning struck down as Yi said, "Too bad, I have troops I can spawn now too." A group of massive lizardmen appeared. Yi said coldly, "I wouldn't resurrect those lizardmen for no reason. They were the vessels for these personality abilities." The red-horned demons were charging forward aggressively. But before they could even get close to Yi, blood was already flowing like a river. The demons' severed limbs were scattered everywhere. The giant lizard men completely surrounded the demons. Under their general offensive, those berserk demons were wiped out one after another. Seeing this, Moonshadow frowned in worry. The vice bishop had been mysteriously killed, and now a swarm of giants had appeared. Who on earth were they? Moonshadow suddenly remembered something. He reached out to press his brow, activating spirit vision. He thought to himself, "Wait, where did that leading youth go? Use spirit vision to track his location now." Moonshadow found his target. He saw Yi standing right beside that casket. Moonshadow paled in shock. "His target is the divine fetus. Stop, don't go near it." Suzhou and Lu Qingzu appeared just in time. Suzhou looked down at Moonshadow and shouted, "Your opponents are us." Moonshadow gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with panicked thoughts. These people are clearly prepared. Could they be agents of the Dragonfinch? Has the Holy Church's plan here been exposed long ago? He calculated rapidly in his mind, from the vice bishop being slain, to the demon army being intercepted by giants, and now even he himself was unable to escape. The Holy Church's mission this time was likely going to fail here. Yi was walking toward the casket step by step, remarking, Just being near it I can feel it chill, as if my very soul is about to be frozen." Yi stroked his chin and said, "The fellow in this coffin seems to harbor great hostility toward me, though that's only natural, considering I'm planning to snatch away this deity." Just then, a system panel popped up in front of Yi, notifying the host that he had obtained 5 points of special divine energy. The panel continued to show that at the final moment of the celestial descent ritual, half of the faith energy accumulated by the heavenly kingdom over 4 years for the physical manifestation had actually been polluted by the host, Yi. Because this polluted faith energy was also absorbed by the demon fetus to construct its physical form, it allowed the Moon Nightmare to move within the human world. This meant that when the Moon Nightmare was born, a portion of its divine power had already been stolen by the host, Yi. After hearing this, Yi realized, so that's how it is. Afterward, he reached out to touch the casket. Then again, I never even factored in these weaklings from celestial descent. From start to finish, my enemies have been the deities associated with this moon and dreams. Even if your divine power has been stolen by me, and even if you are just a malnourished premature baby, it is time to wake up. Yi flipped open the casket lid with one hand. He roared loudly. Why stay hidden in a coffin forever? However, once the casket was opened and Yi looked inside, he was instantly shocked. Looking at the completely empty coffin, Yi asked in confusion, "What's going on? Why is there nothing?" Yi spread his palms and spoke to the empty air, boasting of being a deity, "Yet you still have to hide like a rat?" He gripped his weapon tightly. It was only then that he noticed the surrounding space. It was too quiet. The roars of the slaughter between giants and demons had vanished without a trace at some point. Suzhou, Lu Qingzu, and the vice bishop's battle had also disappeared, as if only he remained in the entire world. Suddenly an abrupt call came from behind Yi. "You were surprised to find someone behind you." Yi looked at the tall man before him and asked with some uncertainty, "Is it you?" Lin Chi asked in return, "Have you already forgotten my true self?" Yi's pupils constricted, his voice trembling as he said, This moon is an illusion. Exactly when did it start? The corners of Lin Chi's mouth curled up slightly as he spoke mockingly. Take a guess, when did you enter the dream? The scene shifts back to the starry night sky. The streets were immersed in the tranquil night. Lu Qingzu and Suzhou were fighting a hard battle against a giant demon. Its fighting will was far more tenacious than the other demons. Moonshadow said through gritted teeth, I can only use this great demon to pin them down. Afterward, Moonshadow activated Spirit Vision again to observe the battle, wanting to see the situation on Bishop Lin Chi's side, but he immediately noticed something was wrong. That brat state is very unusual. I can't feel the bishop's spiritual power. Could it be? Realizing the situation was dire, Moonshadow made a decisive move. No, I must get to the Divine Fetus's side as quickly as possible. He pulled out the illusion weapon, Divine Needle. Once it pierced an enemy's body, it would grow countless blood thorns inside them. The blood thorns would grow from the inside out until they ground the enemy into minced meat. Moonshadow leapt into the air. He spoke with a firm tone, Sinful souls shall be punished by the deity. I shall handle the filthy flesh beside them. Suzhou immediately noticed the anomaly. Damn it, that man is heading for Yi He, Suzhou shouted loudly. Lu Qingzu, go save Yi He quickly, I'll hold this fellow back. Forbidden blood burn art. The blood burn art Suzhou used possessed extremely terrifying power. An ultra-fast freezing chi. He furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, to instantly freeze this big guy I've nearly exhausted all my martial chi. Suzhou turned to remind Lu Qingzu, don't hesitate, our lives aren't as valuable as Yi He's. Lu Qingzu didn't hesitate either. She immediately flew away, not forgetting to urge him before leaving, I understand, Suzhou, don't die. Suddenly, Suzhou looked at the great demon. It was actually covered in fire, forcibly breaking through the ice layer. Suzhou cried out, crap, I can't seal this guy. The giant demon was entirely red, melting the thick ice. Suzhou immediately assumed a defensive stance. The enraged great demon hammered the ground frantically, causing violent tremors. The demon roared, do you think you can kill me with just this much skill? My revenge isn't complete yet. But unexpectedly, sharp ice thorns appeared out of thin air, piercing into the great demon's back at high speed. The demon let out a wail of despair. Suzhou, hidden in the shadows, said in a low voice, the blood flowing through me belongs to a powerful lineage of Wadu. Countless strange transformations emerged from the shadows. Could something have happened to Suzhou? Suzhou had already changed his form, he said helplessly, being forced to use the blood-burn secret technique and activate bloodline awakening simultaneously will double the rate at which my life force is consumed. Suzhou raised his fists, which had transformed into sharp steel claws. However, to send this demon back to hell, any price was worth it. Suzhou swung his claws, condensing a massive block of ice to smash into the demon. Suzhou leapt up. He swung his sharp claws and roared in rage. Go back to hell. The demon's eyes glowed, letting out an angry roar. The great demon remained standing. Suzhou poured all his strength into condensing a terrifying frost power. This was a bloodline secret technique. The giant block of ice clashed head-on with the great demon's firepower, shaking the entire sky. Suzhou's eyes widened, feeling exceptionally shocked. This power is wrong. The great demon exerted force with both arms, forming a shield that blocked Suzhou's attack. It let out a roar. Suzhou was stunned upon seeing this. To think it could actually catch my sword chi storm. Suzhou fell into a disadvantage. He said anxiously, crap, the sword chi is being swallowed by the demon's flames. I have almost no martial chi left. At this critical moment, a flying arrow shot out with extreme speed. This arrow instantly reversed Suzhou's disadvantage. The red arrow pierced through the great demon's throat from behind. It didn't even have time to react. The giant demon that could have blocked Suzhou's powerful strike was actually defeated by a small flying arrow. Suzhou reverted to his original form due to exhaustion. He was already heavily injured. Suzhou looked ahead, thinking to himself, there is another expert. Could it be Yi He's ally? A gun still emitting smoke was revealed. It was what had saved Suzhou. The mad doctor breathed a sigh of relief and said, fortunately, the master left armor-piercing rounds infused with his martial chi with me. They came in handy at the crucial moment, the mad doctor remarked. I originally thought this kid named Suzhou was the weakest in the master's team, but I didn't expect him to be hiding such a trump card. The martial artist system is divided into apprentice, martial artist, martial master, great martial master, profound martial, grand master, great grand master, and state guardian. He will likely break through the apprentice rank very soon. He didn't forget to praise Lu Qingzu as well. That girl named Lu Qingzu also seems to be very powerful, able to keep up with the master's pace. Her potential truly cannot be underestimated, the mad doctor said with a dark face. Anyway, first use the drone to help that boy recover his strength, then eliminating that demon will be a piece of cake. Moonshadow was the most terrified person at this moment. He said through gritted teeth, You aren't from the Dragonfinch, each of you is younger than the last, yet you're all freaks. Who on earth are you? Suzhou replied. We're just ordinary freshmen from Wadu. Suddenly, countless coffins shot toward this location from nowhere at high speed. The massive casket stood upright before Moonshadow, blocking his path. The lids popped open automatically, and familiar figures sat inside, but their eyes had undergone a mutation. Everyone speculated about what was going on with these corpses. Lu Qingzu was shocked. She recognized those three as the Wadu second squad that had lost contact earlier. The one in the middle I remember. He was one of the three we fought before. Moonshadow seemed to have found a backer, laughing triumphantly. The deity is gracing me. Through his sniper scope, the mad doctor saw this and sensed trouble. The girl the master had specifically instructed to be looked after was now facing an encirclement of 6 zombie martial masters. He would surely die. He analyzed the situation. The reason he hadn't sent the giant legion to support Lu Qingzu earlier was that while the giants were powerful, they lacked intelligence and could easily disrupt the flow of battle. But now he had to send reinforcements, otherwise he would fail his master's mission. An offense for which even 10,000 deaths could not atone. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed as countless blue giants appeared, blocking the path of the zombie swarm. Qingzu thought to herself that these giants seemed to be allies. Were they here to pin down the zombies? She knit her brow, realizing she could no longer hesitate. She had to save Yi He first. Thanks to the giant's cover, Qingzu found an opportunity to take flight, bypassing the zombie swarm. But Moonshadow saw this and ordered an interception. Quick, stop her, don't let her get near the divine fetus. The zombies roared and lunged out, radiating the stench of death. They attempted to break through the giant's encirclement to pursue Qingzu. The zombies launched a full-scale counterattack while the giants held the defensive line to the death. Qingzu stole a glance back at the battlefield before flying away at full speed. From high above she spotted Yi He. She shouted, "Yi He, wait for me." Suddenly, a streak of blue light flashed past, striking Qingzu and leaving her wounded and bleeding. Her expression remained calm as she clutched the wound on her arm, clearly having no intention of giving up. It wasn't over yet. Ignoring the pain, she exhausted all her strength to fly toward Yi He. Qingzu reached out, her gaze resolute, encouraging herself in her heart. Just a little further. Moonshadow's face turned deathly pale, astonished by her determination. Crap. Qingzu finally reached and embraced Yi He, whispering softly, "Yi He, I've finally reached you." Disregarding her injuries, Qingzu held Yi He tightly. She had to get him out of here immediately. She looked at her arm, gritting her teeth in agony. The wound caused by the blood thorns was too painful. She temporarily used her purple flames to cauterize the wound to suppress their spread so her movements wouldn't be hindered. Qingzu looked down at the brutal battle below. The giants seemed to have been wiped out. She looked at those zombies with deep concern. This place was too dangerous to stay. Suddenly, a threatening, mysterious voice rang out, "Give up on him." Qingzu was startled, jumped by the voice. "Who is it?" The mysterious voice continued to echo. "You've already done well enough, he won't blame you." The mysterious figure did not show themselves, but demanded Yi He be handed over. "Give him to me." Qingzu, possessing a resilient nature, flatly refused. "I won't do it." She shielded Yi He idly and roared, "Get lost!" Her response was met with a violent spatial vibration. Hearing that voice, Qingzu's entire body froze. She realized this was a spiritual attack. As if being manipulated by the voice, Qingzu's figure swayed. Her head throbbed. This laughter was truly annoying. Qingzu's gaze began to drift, but she held on through sheer willpower. She couldn't let Yi He get hurt. As soon as the words fell, Qingzu and Yi He plummeted from the sky together. Seeing this, the zombies below twisted their necks unnaturally elongated, competing to thrust upward like countless sharp spears. They all lunged at the falling, unconscious Qingzu. At the critical moment, a familiar roar echoed. "Zawarudo!" Qingzu was jolted awake by the shout, confusion in her eyes. Yi He had already woken up and he held Qingzu with a face full of guilt. "Sorry I woke up a bit late," Qingzu said weakly. "Yi He, you're awake." She managed to force a faint smile. "That's good, it's not too late." Yi He held Qingzu and said softly, "Qingzu, rest well. Leave the rest to me." Seeing this, Moonshadow was beside himself with rage. He roared, "Damn it, how did this guy escape the divine illusion? But even so, he can't deal with 6 moon god devotees." The zombies' long necks thrust rapidly toward Yi He. "All together," Moonshadow shouted frantically. He believed Yi He couldn't handle being surrounded by 7 martial masters at once. Yi He first moved Qingzu to a safe area and released the time stop. Moonshadow, filled with murderous intent, was about to order the kill, when a giant foot descending from the sky sent him and the zombie swarm into a panic. The giant stomped down heavily, crushing everything beneath it. Yi He's tone was full of provocation. "What were you calculating?" On the other side, Lin Qi sat cross-legged, his entire body trembling violently from pain, his face drenched in tears. He pleaded, "No, don't torture me anymore." Lin Chi recalled that battle. He didn't understand. This illusion was clearly his creation, so why could that man slaughter him so wantonly? Every time he was killed, that heart-wrenching pain felt so real. Lin Chi trembled, looking at Yi He's back, his mind filled with questions. How did he escape the dream? Or was the dream completely ineffective against him? This guy was simply a demon god. Even a deity couldn't punish him. Lin Chi looked up and said, "I'm sorry, Lord Moon God. I can only take the initiative to close the dream and kick him out." The voice known as the Moon God commanded, "Enter the divine casket." Lin Chi was panicked. "Lord Moon God," the voice rang out again, "I can only use your lowly vessel to perfect the host." By now, Yi He's giant had already crushed the zombies blocking the way. He looked on with disgust. Even if they obtained power, at their core, they were nothing more than a pile of rotten meat. Now these cult believers have been cleared out by me. At that moment, a pair of slender legs appeared in the sky, slowly descending. Yi He realized the true opponent had arrived. No, there was one more. Amidst the moonlight, a white figure slowly landed. It turned out the mysterious fellow from before was exactly the Moon Nightmare. He was quietly gazing at Yi He. Yi He sneered and said, "Moon God or Moon Nightmare, you've finally shown yourself." The Moon Nightmare walked slowly, a staircase automatically generating beneath each step. Yi He didn't care about that. His attention was drawn to the site beneath his feet. The original ground had vanished, replaced by a familiar cratered surface. The space had undergone a massive change. Yi He realized he had arrived on the moon, but he immediately thought that this couldn't be the real moon, because he couldn't feel the extreme cold of space or the lack of oxygen at all. He analyzed it calmly. This was likely a killing intent domain similar to his master Gong Kei's, a spiritual and soulful realm that acted like a field covering reality. Any injuries sustained would be real. Understanding this, Yi He reached a conclusion. "I don't have the indestructible armor in this domain." The Moon Nightmare stopped and hovered in the void. He flew before Yi He and said, "Yi He, I admire you. In a sense, you are the most outstanding human I have ever seen." The Moon Nightmare sighed, "Especially since you also stole a portion of my divinity, and your compatibility with me actually exceeds 96. You are practically the perfect other half to complete a divine body in the human world." Yi He didn't respond, thinking, "Say what you want. Anyway, my plan to save her is already complete. Now I just need to stall for a little more time." The Moon Nightmare continued, "Yi He, as long as you let me devour you, I will allow you to retain your consciousness and move from being a mortal into the divine realm. You probably don't know how vast this world is. Whether it's the Blue Star or the Sin Domain, what you call the secret realms, what you see now is just the tip of the iceberg. Your talent is the ticket to a higher level." The Moon Nightmare began to induce Yi He, "Come, step upon the moon and transcend the 9 heavens with me." Yi He, however, responded by directly raising his middle finger. "I doubt you could find 10 people on the entire Blue Star who could refuse such a temptation, but I refuse. And here I thought you gods were so unreachable." Yi He stared at the Moon Nightmare and continued, "In the end, you're just a bunch of intelligent creatures with slightly higher life levels. Because you're in a crippled state and can't threaten me, you first throw out a piece of trash to fill the gap, and then follow up with threats and inducements. These same few tricks, back and forth. You're no different from humans. It seems I really did evaluate you too highly." But the Moon Nightmare did not get angry at Yi He's rudeness. He said flatly, "I forgive your insolence, human. Even if I can only temporarily fill the void with a remnant body with only 20 compatibility, that is still not a power you can contend with." The Moon Nightmare's gaze shifted, looking down at Yi He from a superior stance. "I only asked for your opinion symbolically out of admiration." After speaking, the Moon Nightmare raised a hand and added coldly, "But your opinion is not important. The ending was decided long ago." As the Moon Nightmare's hand fell, Yi He's massive frame vanished instantly. He was shocked that the giant-like body could be torn apart by a mere wave of the hand. Yi He's massive body was torn apart, and this power formed a massive vortex before him. He looked at his fingers, realizing the severity of the problem. His body couldn't move. The Moon Nightmare stared at Yi He's drifting eyes and said, "You are nothing more than a lamb to be slaughtered." However, Yi He burst into laughter. "Stupid, you've realized you can't touch my soul at all, haven't you? Although I'm no match for you physically." Yi He paused and added, "On a spiritual level, I have the support of the system panel. I long ago anticipated that against a deity like you, physical confrontation might have no chance of victory." Yi He did not hesitate to tell the Moon Nightmare the truth. Therefore he utilized the Vampire Template's extreme recovery ability. Yi He recalled his body being split vertically in half on the operating table and said, "I already left half of my body with the Mad Doctor. This guarantees that if my main body is destroyed, my consciousness can activate in the remaining half." The Moon Nightmare was speechless after hearing the plan. "You, In the dark space, a crack suddenly opened and a flash of golden light appeared. Immediately after, that golden light tore through space, leaving the Moon Nightmare greatly shocked. A magnificent figure clad in armor with flowing long hair emerged. Who was this? Were they here to help Yi-He? As the intense light dissipated, the newcomer was revealed to be Qinglong. He introduced himself. Director of the Dragonfinch, National Grand Master Qinglong. I have come to seek your guidance. Yi-He looked at Qinglong with a cunning smile. He thought to himself that they were finally here. Fortunately, he had reported the location of these ruins to the Dragonfinch. At first he hadn't expected to defeat the Moon Nightmare, only wanting to seize the divine power descending into the mortal world. The Moon Nightmare asked with a serious face. A physical body of this intensity, is it really human? It seems the evaluation of your race's potential needs to be raised, he said contemptuously. Are you truly an ethereal demon? Your body's purity is ridiculously low, it's too cluttered. Years ago, when the first ethereal demon in history descended, I participated in that battle as a sect leader. That was the first time I witnessed a scene of world-ending destruction. Compared to it, although you have a similar aura, the gap is too large. The Moon Nightmare thought, is this Lin Chi's piece of trash vessel? What a humiliating disgrace. Then he spoke. Human. Have you ever been struck by the moon? The Moon Nightmare raised his hand, pulling Yi-He close. Your body belongs to me. I won't let this battle harm you. Suddenly, Yi-He was yanked rapidly backward by a force, accompanied by a startled cry. Seeing this, Qinglong muttered to himself, this ethereal demon actually places such importance on that young man. He frowned. Whatever, I'll ask the young man after I've suppressed this ethereal demon. Seeing the Moon Nightmare attack, Qinglong said, I remember Shi Jingwen mentioned before we left that his name is Yi-He. Immediately, Qinglong charged forward with a massive azure dragon phantom. Both sides crashed together without retreating, shouting in unison, Please advise. In the pine forest late at night, everything returned to silence. Yi-He remained motionless within a glowing sphere. He suddenly shattered the sphere and stepped out, feeling a wave of dizziness. Where had he been teleported? Yi-He propped his hand against his forehead. His life magnetic field couldn't sense the location of Linshui County, so it seemed they were very far away. From this it was evident the Moon Nightmare had anticipated that the battle with Qinglong would destroy Linshui County and its surrounding areas. Fortunately, I already had the Mad Doctor take the injured Suzhou and Lu Qingzu and leave first. I didn't expect Barrows to actually have the ability to teleport instantly. If he used that move to find me, it would be a problem. Suddenly, a system notification box popped up. Yi-He was startled. The Moon Nightmare's gaze could be sensed whether in a dream or under moonlight. Talk about speak of the devil. This feeling of being tracked was terrible. He was a bit embarrassed by his own thoughts. So scary. A boy must protect himself well when he's outside. Yi-He looked at the system panel and pondered. Since I'm far from the battlefield, I finally have time to study this so-called divinity. I went through a lot of trouble to snatch this from someone else. Don't let me down, the system provided an explanation. Divinity is the sublimation of reaching the limit in a certain field or attribute, or it originates from the sacred talent of a high-tier race. It grants life uniqueness in a certain aspect, making it irreplaceable. It is the source of power. Yi-He stroked his chin and sighed. No wonder that silver-haired sissy was so desperate after I snatched his power. It turns out this is what he was trying so hard to protect, the system reminded him. 5 points of divinity are related to the moon or dreams. Strengthening it onto a template with related attributes will cause it to evolve. If strengthened onto a template without such attributes, there is a chance it will grant that attribute. System suggestion. The host template related to the moon and dreams is Za Warudo. The Emperor template already has a defined evolutionary path. Its development should not be interfered with. Yi-He sighed. I didn't expect the effect of divinity to be so powerful. Simply put, it can improve a template's aptitude. Za Warudo's ability is currently only in the initial stage of instinctive use, but if it can be bolstered by the Moon Nightmare's divinity, it will advance directly in the lunar and dream realms. Yi-He believed that since the Emperor template already had a mutation path, there was no need to disrupt its growth trajectory. As for the Giant template, not only was its attribute incompatible with the divine energy, but as a mere tool used to bolster the Emperor compendium, it lacked any real upgrade value. Meanwhile, the Za Warudo template possessed the ability to interfere with time, a power with infinite potential, and currently his most vital trump card. Having finished his deliberation on the Emperor compendium, Yi-He repeatedly tapped the plus signs on the system panel. He made his decision, upgrade. The B-rank vampire template Za Warudo was promoted to the Moon and Illusion realm. The vampire bloodline began its evolution. A-rank template Za Warudo, bloodline ability 1, Moon Nightmare Revelry. Under the cover of night, the host's physique is enhanced by 100 and self-healing and martial chi are boosted by 150 under moonlight. During a full moon, a special state will awaken, Demon Nightmare Moon, allowing for the deployment of the World of Twin Moons domain. 2. Blood Nightmare Art. The host's blood becomes hallucinogenic and invasive. The weak will be reduced to slaves upon being corroded by the host's blood. The greater the volume of blood, the deeper the hallucination. Even the strong will suffer mental intrusion and fall into a dreamscape. The body under the moonlight gains the blessing of blood magic. 3. Blood Manipulation. Accelerates internal blood flow to temporarily strengthen the physique or fires blood as high-pressure projectiles. It can lower blood temperature to a minimum of -10 degrees, or utilize blood contact with objects to create a sense of flow. 4. Serene State. Host speed increases 3-fold, 5-fold under moonlight, and 8-fold during a full moon. Activating special abilities inflicts moonlight damage and reduces the cooldown of time stop skills, while the upper limit of time stop duration reaches the maximum potential of the host's normal state. Yi looked at the results, unable to help but marvel. Powerful. Truly powerful. Although the primary abilities after advancement have specific requirements like moonlight or nighttime, the magnitude of the boost once those conditions are met is staggering. He was astonished. With the various multipliers stacking together, his combat effectiveness in actual battle would grow exponentially. It was without a doubt a top-tier functional support template. As expected, the greater the risk, the higher the reward. This eerie trip to Lynchway County was truly worth it. Of course, I haven't forgotten the friends who fought alongside me. The difficulty of this mission was definitely at a rank 4 standard, and its danger level should probably be rated at rank 5. Wadu will surely grant the maximum rewards. He analyzed that while school credits and most of the Academy's resources and privileges were no longer of much help to him, they were vital for Lu Qingzhu and Su Zhou. He then soared into the air, standing proudly atop the crown of a towering tree. He gazed at the distant mountain ranges, having been teleported into this vast pine forest. He spread his arms, absorbing the moonlight pouring down from above. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open, seemingly sensing a change in his body. Leaping into midair, he threw a punch forward, a faint glow radiating from his body. He threw a heavy punch into the void, instantly unleashing a terrifying surge of power. He stretched his body and remarked, "Feels good. I should be able to adapt to this moonlight-enhanced body very quickly." Then he muttered to himself in a serious tone, "I am a key figure in the Moon Nightmare Descent incident. The Dragonfinch will surely summon me for interrogation, but I have too many secrets that cannot be leaked. Under the questioning of professionals, it's easy to slip up when spinning lies." He took flight and made a decision. "Therefore I must contact Wadu's big boss first." So-called connections and backgrounds are meant to be used in situations like this. The scene shifts back to the ultramodern city. This is Wadu University. He was slowly stepping out of a car when he saw a pair of legs already waiting nearby. Somewhat surprised, he looked up at the person standing before him. Shi Jingwen then stepped forward. He introduced himself. "Hello, Yi. I am the principal of Wadu University, Shi Jingwen," Yi responded politely. "Hello, Principal Shi. You are the idol of all us Wadu students. I've heard of your fame for a long time and am honored to finally meet you today." Shi Jingwen let out a hearty laugh upon hearing this. I'm not a man of formalities. No need to be so polite. Just act natural." Yi then revealed a cunning smile and extended his hand. "All right." Shi Jingwen hadn't quite adjusted to the shift yet. Thinking that Yi was indeed a straightforward person, Yi got straight to the point. "Principal Shi, did you come to find me because of the Lynchway County matter?" Shi Jingwen spoke. "No, I came to notify you. Your team performed exceptionally well on the Lynchway County anomaly mission. You don't need to worry about any of the subsequent follow-up." He wondered privately. Strange, this involved occult sacrifices and the descent of a moon god. How could it end this simply? He pressed further. "No interrogations or anything." Shi Jingwen wore a profound expression. "Rest easy, Yi. Trust Wadu. The aftermath of the Lynchway County incident will be handled by those of us in high-level management. I also know what you're worried about. Rest assured, I respect a genius's personal secrets. However, when the mission is announced to the school, the Lynchway task will remain anonymous, only reporting that you completed a rank 4 mission. The reason is that rank 5 missions usually require a professor to lead. If a freshman were reported to have completed a rank 5 mission, it would be far too shocking." He resumed a kind expression and added, "As for the rewards, Wadu will issue them to you according to the standards of a rank 5 mission." He was shaken to the core, thinking this treatment was almost too good to be true. Could this old fox already know I cheated? The next day arrived. In the principal's reception room, Yi said, "The Mad Doctor finally sent me the footage of the battle at Lynchway County. Let's see who is stronger between Qinglong and the Moon Nightmare. Looking at the information on his phone, he remarked, "If I remember correctly, Linchui County was supposed to be mountainous terrain, right?" The news headline read, "Tragedy in Linchui County. An unexplained explosion levels the entire county." He asked in confusion, "Why has it turned into a giant basin now?" The news content showed reporters learned last night that a catastrophic explosion of unknown origin occurred in Linchui County. Within our borders, the terrifying destructive power of this explosion not only completely erased this vast county from the map, but also left behind a bottomless giant crater at the site. Preliminary confirmation suggests there may be no survivors from the event. He felt a wave of guilt. "Have you ever been hit by the moon? Did that feminine, lustful guy really do that?" He said with a pale face. "It seems the high martial world is still too dangerous. With my current strength, I still have no sense of security. That freak also said he'd be watching me. I haven't had a good night's sleep since then, fearing I'll run into Barrows again in my dreams." That idiot, he recalled telling Principal Shi about this earlier. He said Qinglong had a way to help me seal the Moon Nightmare's gaze on my body. I was told to wait for Qinglong here today, and I could also take the opportunity to seek guidance from this powerhouse ranked second in the summer country's martial arts. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and a pair of legs stepped into the office. He turned toward the door and shouted happily, "You're here, Qing." But upon seeing the person clearly, his eyes widened. He stared in absolute shock at the scar-covered Qinglong, exclaiming, "Senior Qinglong, you don't look so good." At that moment, he met the post-battle Qinglong in the principal's reception room. Seeing Qinglong's poor complexion, he felt a bit of guilt. Sensing Yi's worried gaze, Qinglong comforted him. "Don't make a fuss. I was indeed hit by that devious demon's cold moon chi, but I won. That demon only lasted 100 moves against me before its battered body began to crumble and disintegrate. Because of the cold chi, his breath turned into wisps of white smoke." Qinglong recalled, "If he hadn't used so many tricks to seize the chance to escape, I would have slain him long ago. You don't need to wait here for me to seal the mark anymore." Hearing this, he lowered his head and suppressed a laugh, thinking he hadn't expected Qinglong to offer an explanation of his own accord. While it was a bit of a contrast to the image of a profound, mysterious expert, it was unexpectedly endearing. Qinglong removed his outer garment and looked at Yi. "Let's begin. I'll help you seal that gaze." His burly, majestic body was now covered in bandages, and waves of cold chi radiated from him. He said seriously to Yi, "Principal Shi is a master of divination and astrology. He mentioned your uniqueness to me, so I can disclose some top-secret information to you. Have you ever considered that magical beasts were once intelligent lives similar to humans? Thinking of those beings lurking in the shadows, possessing power far beyond ordinary people, yet also human-like intelligence, Yi couldn't help but shiver, breaking into a cold sweat. Qinglong recalled the past and narrated, "When I was still a black tortoise-level martial artist, I followed my master and 5 fellow disciples to a newly excavated A-rank secret realm ruin. In the end, I was the only one who survived. But it wasn't that simple." Qinglong continued, "I was hit by a terrifying curse in those ruins." Yi's heart jumped. "A curse?" Qinglong revealed the brutal truth. "My body would gradually mutate into a magical beast, and my sanity would vanish during the process. Despite trying every possible method to save myself," Qinglong could only say helplessly, "even with the help of all the top medical experts in the country, there was no cure. I decided to exile myself. I didn't want to mutate into a mindless beast in my homeland and eventually hurt my compatriots or be killed by them. So I went alone to an S-rank secret realm in the Great Eastern Ocean, intending to die there. In that desperate situation, an opportunity arrived." Qinglong paused and said, "I can't tell you the rest of the specific secrets. This involves the summer country's future national strategic plans." Yi, standing nearby, showed a hint of disappointment, thinking, "How stingy." Qinglong summarized briefly, "In short, someone on the island helped me and allowed me to escape the fate of becoming a magical beast." After recounting his past and present, Qinglong slowly unwrapped his bandages. The bandages slid off layer by layer, revealing skin covered in ancient scriptures that writhed like living things, emitting a powerful sense of mental pressure. Suddenly, Yi's eyes turned bloodshot. When he saw these runes on Qinglong, he wondered, "These runes..." Before he could finish, black blood gushed from Yi's eyes. He clutched his eyes, letting out a cry of agony. Yi trembled. Although he healed his eyes instantly thanks to the Zawarudo template's recovery ability, just that one glance gave him a sensation of falling, as if his soul were about to be sucked in. Beside him, Qinglong scrutinized his reaction. "Even an ordinary great martial master would faint upon seeing the runes on me, and low-level warriors might even suffer brain death and become vegetative." He assessed Yi. "He only bled a little after one look. He truly is special. It seems Shi Jingwen's eye for people has never been wrong. Perhaps Yi He really has the ability to change the increasingly dire situation. Qinglong began the attempt, finally pointing at Yi He and saying, "Don't resist. I am now etching 2 runes into your sea of consciousness. You'll be able to sleep peacefully from now on, without waiting for consent." Qinglong pressed his hand against Yi He's forehead, and the scriptures seemed to come alive as they rushed out. At that moment Yi He's eyes lost focus, and his face was covered in scriptures. Suddenly, a piece of information manifested. Whether gazing into dreams or under moonlight, one can see the Lord of Moons and Nightmares. The last few lines of the message inexplicably became blurred, making the meaning of the entire sentence extremely difficult to decipher. Qinglong suddenly spoke, "It's done." At this point Yi He responded, "Thank you, Senior Qinglong." Qinglong suddenly turned back to ask Yi He, "Oh right, your teacher is Gong Kei, isn't she?" Yi He suddenly recalled Gong Kei's previous warning. "Little He, I used to be something of a big boss at Wadu and bullied a lot of people. Well, they're all grown up now. Xuanwu rank warriors are only considered mid-level achievers, so you must be careful. When you're out, never tell anyone you're my student." Qinglong seemed to see through his thoughts and comforted him. "Don't worry, I have no grievance with Gong Kei, I only mentioned it out of regret. After all, before her mental trauma, Gong Kei was a great grandmaster of martial arts who could prove her path through slaughter. It's a bit of a pity." He suddenly developed a strong interest in Yi He's strength. "So let's spar. I want to see just what level the successor of the once world-shaking Slaughter Rose has reached." Yi He glanced at Qinglong, thinking that as expected, the higher one's martial skills, the more competitive they become. Yi He suddenly had a whim and suggested, "Senior Qinglong, how about we spar under the moonlight?" recalling his previous battle with the Moon Nightmare. Qinglong muttered to himself with a tear in his eye, "Moonlight again?" The scene shifts to Wadu's 4th performance stage. Before the spar began, Qinglong instructed, "Next I will not take the initiative to attack. You can display your talents to your heart's content, while I will only use the physical strength of one finger to block." He held out his hand and said, "If you can make me move even half a step from where I stand, you win. If you do, you can not only ask me for any favor but also directly enter the Dragonfinch's top department without an exam, gaining corresponding privileges and treatment." Yi He was also very excited about this spar, his eyes sparkling. He cupped his hands and replied, "All right, then I ask for your guidance, Senior Qinglong." In the sky, the full moon hung high, moonlight saturating every corner. On the stage, Yi He raised his weapon. Yi He was surrounded by the abundant energy he absorbed from the moon. Looking at how this energy was being utilized, Qinglong was somewhat puzzled. This aura is similar to the Moon Nightmare. Could Yi He have been? No, although similar, it lacks that corrosive and murky aura of a demon. It shares the same origin as the moon itself. After absorbing the energy, Yi He charged forward with his blade, shouting, "Senior Qinglong, here comes the first move," he roared. "Killing intent. Slaughtering moon." Qinglong also threw a punch, his eyes fixed intently on Yi He, thinking that his killing intent was truly powerful. Meanwhile, Gong Kei was lying leisurely on the sofa. She was humming to herself. Suddenly, goosebumps rose across her entire body, and her hands and feet curled up involuntarily. Gong Kei snapped upright, her face full of shock as she stammered. The killing intent she sensed actually came from Yi He, she blurted out in disbelief. "How is that possible? Yi He has only been out for 3 days. How can he have such terrifying killing intent? This kid couldn't have suffered a cultivation deviation and slaughtered an entire city, could he?" At the same time, in a brightly lit hotel guest room at Wadu, Shang Jianzhuang was in bed with a woman. The woman hugged him and asked, "Jianzhuang, what's wrong? Is there anything more important than the pleasure ahead?" This fellow suddenly sat up at the critical moment, only replying, "Nothing. I just sensed an incredibly powerful killing intent," he whispered with intense interest in his eyes. "I didn't expect it to carry this far. I'm afraid more than half of the Wadu campus can sense this aura. He really loves to show off." Back at Wadu's 4th performance stage, at the sight of Yi He and Qinglong's spar, dust swirled around Qinglong. His fist remained in position, but it was sizzling with smoke. The ground beneath Qinglong's feet had been plowed into a deep pit, with only the spot where he stood temporarily intact. Seeing this, Yi He spoke up, comparing it to his own Asura triple blade. Senior Qinglong's punch was indeed a case of great art concealing itself. Gripping his longsword, Yi He couldn't help but marvel. He was truly a top-tier expert of the nation. Senior Qinglong hadn't sought out flaws in his moves to attack like mentor Gong Kei did. Instead, he met them head-on with direct impact, engaging in a frontal contest of pure power. This was the philosophy of absolute strength, crushing all techniques, a spirit capable of piercing through anything in its path. Then it was Qinglong's turn to strike. He withdrew his fist, gathered his chi into a defensive stance, and let out a loud shout. Yi He widened his eyes, scrutinizing Qinglong's form, thinking with great anticipation. Here it comes. In an instant, Qinglong's fist force came whistling through. charging straight for Yi and shattering his technique. Watching Yi lose consciousness and fall, Qinglong said in a slight panic, "Oh no, Yi actually used such an exhausting forbidden technique just to win." He blamed himself for striking too hard, worried he had ruined the martial foundation of a future pillar of the country. At this thought, Qinglong immediately rushed toward Yi to check his condition. He hurriedly reached out both hands to catch the falling Yi. At that moment Yi suddenly snapped his eyes open and looked at Qinglong with a trace of perverse satisfaction, saying, "Mr. Qinglong, now you've done more than just move half a step from your original position, haven't you? I win." Yi secretly gloated in his heart. The trick had worked. He had used the blood nightmare art triggered when the senior inhaled the blood mist to create a hallucination deceiving his perception. Combined with the decline in physical strength caused by the moon nightmare curse, he had succeeded. Qinglong also conceded gracefully, marveling at the boy's shrewdness. "This kid is not only outstanding in martial arts but also full of tricks." Fine, he set Yi down and asked, "Yi, you won. Tell me, what do you want?" Yi didn't rush to answer. "Mr. Qinglong, I'd like to reserve this promise for now." Qinglong nodded in approval. Farsighted, not bad. He also didn't forget to remind him, "Yi, your killing intent and martial arts level are both excellent. Gong Kei taught you well, but something is still missing. Killing intent alone isn't enough. After all, you don't have a formidable physical body as support. Your killing intent will only remain superficial." Yi quickly grasped the core of Qinglong's suggestion and asked, "You mean I should train my physique?" But in his heart, he thought, "Senior Qinglong, I haven't even used the BALA template yet." Qinglong nodded and added, "But the key is, with whom will you train? Your physical foundation must be laid solid. You must never take the wrong path." Qinglong looked at Yi, subtly hinting, "Yi, at this stage, having a mentor who is the strongest in terms of the physical body to guide you is vital." However, Yi remained oblivious and said, "I understand, Senior Qinglong. Tomorrow I'll go find the Dean of the Body Tempering Academy and ask him to guide me in my physical training." Hearing that he was going to take someone else as his master, Qinglong froze in shock. He secretly hoped in his heart, "Take me as your master, I've made it so clear. You seemed quite smart just now. How did your IQ suddenly go offline?" Qinglong sighed helplessly. "When did I, the great Qinglong, start proactively seeking a disciple? But Yi is indeed a good prospect." He suddenly pulled out a manual and handed it to Yi, saying, "Yi, this medal contains a set of top-tier body tempering techniques. That year, after I killed a Western expert, I scavenged it from his body. I heard it's a crown jewel martial technique from a certain Western country." Qinglong held high expectations for Yi and spoke, "I give it to you today. I hope you practice diligently. In a while, once you've mastered this technique." Qinglong turned away, secretly plotting how to take Yi as his disciple. This technique was extremely difficult to practice because it originated from a Western martial fortune space and did not recognize Easterners. Meanwhile, Yi looked on blankly, completely unaware of Qinglong's intentions, saying repeatedly, "Thank you, Senior." Qinglong looked at Yi with a calculating expression, thinking, "So I still have to wait until I reach the Grandmaster realm and forcibly conquer that martial space with force to obtain the inheritance. By passing this technique to Yi now, he will surely encounter countless obstacles during his training. When that time comes, he'll still have to ask me for guidance, making me half a master to this kid. I can officially formalize the title later." After winning the match, Yi returned to his dormitory room. Just after showering, he began to study the manual Qinglong gave him. Speaking of which, he had been at Wadu for over half a year and had been staying underground with mentor Gong Kei. He hadn't stayed in the dorm many times. He muttered to himself doubtfully, "Does this martial art also require entering through sleep to practice?" Suddenly, the sound of a doorbell interrupted Yi's thoughts. Wrapped in a bath towel and drying his hair, he went to open the door, complaining, "Who is it? It's so late." Standing outside the door was Ouyang-zi. He asked with a serious face, "Yi, can I come in?" Yi was somewhat surprised by his appearance here and asked hesitantly, "Oh, it's Ouyang-zi. Come in." Just as he led Ouyang-zi into the room, Yi couldn't help but guess his purpose. What is he doing here? Could he be here to pull me into the association again? Behind Yi, Ouyang-zi's expression changed drastically, his body trembling as he stared at Yi. Suddenly, Ouyang-zi knelt on the ground with a cry and pleaded, "Brother Yi, there were a lot of people outside just now, but now that we're inside, I beg of you, you must become the president of the Blood Dragon Society." Yi looked blank, turning his head in shock to look at him. Ouyang-zi threw all dignity to the wind, crawling over to cling tightly to Yi's leg, his hand accidentally pulling at the towel covering Yi's body as he pleaded through tears. Yi desperately gripped the towel to cover himself and said awkwardly, "Ouyang-zi, long time no see, you've changed a lot, haven't you? Where did that high-spirited, strategic talk of splitting the world with the Wadu students go? How did you end up in such a pathetic state? Also, how did you know I returned to my room? Recalling the surveillance footage, Ouyang Zi said hesitantly, "A member of our Blood Dragon Society happened to see Brother Yi return." Hearing this, he immediately understood what happened and questioned him angrily. "You saw it with a hidden camera, didn't you, Yi?" He grabbed Ouyang Zi by the hair, dragging him into the room to threaten him. "Practice with me for a bit." Ouyang Zi trembled as he pleaded for mercy. "Brother Yi, let me explain. We didn't install cameras in your room. We only installed them in the hallway. It was truly a move of desperation." After practicing for a while, Ouyang Zi lay slumped on the ground, devoid of strength. Only then was Yi satisfied, cupping his hands and asking, "Speak, why are you looking for me to be the president? What trouble has your organization run into lately?" By now, Ouyang Zi's face had been beaten into a pulp by Yi. He said indistinctly, "Our organization." He sat down helplessly and interrupted, "Stop, stop, stop. I hit you too hard. Take this blood-consolidating pill and speak properly." Only then did Ouyang Zi look at him with a serious expression and state, "Brother Yi, our organization is about to collapse. Please come out of seclusion." At Wadu, students can independently establish clubs and organizations, but unless they make a special contribution, the school does not allocate operating funds. When the Blood Dragon Society was first established, it was just when the summer special training for the Wadu freshman preparatory team had not yet ended. This novel organization became famous for a time and received sponsorships from many martial groups in society. Ouyang Zi explained the association's operations to Yi. "Under my leadership, the Blood Dragon Society connected with many stores' discount channels. As a member benefit, this attracted even more students to join. The influx of students increased the society's commercial value, thereby bringing in more resources and sponsorships. This then attracted even more students to join. It was originally a virtuous cycle." Ouyang Zi's voice suddenly began to tremble as he recalled. "But as the Blood Dragon Society grew, we were suppressed by the Student Union, which is composed of local Wadu people." Thinking of Shang Jianzhuang's terror, Ouyang Zi said, "As a result, under Shang Jianzhuang's lead, the Blood Dragon Society suffered consecutive defeats, our commercial value plummeted, and investors withdrew one after another. The store's discount channels were also closed. Ordinary members, seeing the Blood Dragon Society's instability, began leaving in droves to jump ship, and passers-by won't join a society that has already declined. Ultimately, the Blood Dragon Society fell into an unsustainable situation." After hearing Ouyang Zi's account, Yi stroked his chin and summarized, "I hear you. Basically, you lost to that guy named Shang Jianzhuang." Ouyang Zi explained that to suppress Shang Jianzhuang, they could certainly look for upperclassmen. However, there are unspoken rules between grades. This year's grievances can only be resolved internally within this year's class. But Ouyang Zi worried that if he sought out senior experts to suppress Shang Jianzhuang today, tomorrow Shang Jianzhuang would dare to bring along local Wadu seniors to wipe out the Blood Dragon Society. Having finished, he knelt and pleaded again. "Only you, Yi, can meet this requirement. So please, Yi, save the Blood Dragon Society." After hearing Ouyang Zi's explanation and pleas, Yi scratched his head helplessly and responded, "Fine." Ouyang Zi was overjoyed at the news. He stood up and gripped Yi's hand tightly, asking, "Did you agree?" On behalf of all the brothers of the Blood Dragon Society, Yi suddenly interrupted, "I haven't finished yet. You skipped over Ouyang Zi's long-winded speeches and got straight to the point. Instead of saying you want me as president, it's more accurate to say you want me as a backer for the society. So enough nonsense, let's talk openly. Next, what do you plan for me to do?" Ouyang Zi calmed down now and shared his intentions. "The plan to reclaim Great Summer was revealed to me by a teacher I know. Of course it's no secret and isn't against any rules." Seeing him start to ramble again, Yi interrupted, "Enough talk, get to the point." Ouyang Zi got straight to the point. "The Reclaim Great Summer plan is to gather martial artists from across the country to attack the 12 cities and surrounding areas completely occupied by magical beasts. High schools and universities across the country will also participate in this reclamation action. Wadu's upperclassmen will be on the front lines, as freshmen. While we won't go to the most dangerous front lines, we'll at least be responsible for the areas surrounding the occupied cities. This year's final exams and the selection for the grade leader will be conducted during this reclamation operation." After explaining, Ouyang Zi looked at Yi and requested, "So Yi, in this operation the entire Blood Dragon Society will be at your disposal. You must get the highest score." Yi suddenly narrowed his eyes and replied, "These things are easy to handle, but before that, there's one more thing you need to do." Ouyang Zi saw his expression and broke into a sweat, asking nervously, "What else?" A while later, Ouyang Zi was busy on a stepladder while Yi supervised from below. "Hurry up and take that surveillance camera down for me." After finishing the task, Ouyang Zi left with peace of mind. He watched his back and thought to himself, Ouyang Zi, you've really done me a huge favor. I've already confirmed that as long as I gain achievements, I have a chance to draw a template, and the higher the achievement, the greater the probability of getting a high-tier template. He spoke with a face full of schemes. Ouyang Zi is something of a genius in management. If I can help him clear away obstacles, expanding the scale of the Blood Dragon Society is entirely feasible with my abilities. If I really make the society big and strong, the reward template for Wadu's #1 organization will surely be more valuable than what I got from the Anchung exams or the Zodiac City. Martial arts and templates, I want both to be formidable. Meanwhile, at the Blood Dragon Society's base, the atmosphere was somewhat desolate. All members were present waiting for the meeting to begin. Shin Chen looked lazy, a cigarette in his mouth and his feet propped up on a chair. He asked somewhat impatiently, Yan Zhengsheng, hasn't Ouyang Zi arrived yet? He's really slow. Observing his behavior, Zhengsheng couldn't help but feel disdain, thinking that when the Blood Dragon Society was in its prime, this kid named Shin Chen called Ouyang Zi president at every turn and was very respectful. Now he not only called him by name, but his actions were full of provocation. It seemed this guy was up to no good today. He stepped forward to explain to everyone, the vice president went to pick up the true president of the Blood Dragon Society today. They'll be here soon. When the crowd heard Zhengsheng say this, they immediately burst into a frenzy. Someone asked in a panic, the true president? Shin Chen's face turned pale as he asked tremblingly, damn it, could it be that guy? Saiyu on the side wasn't doing much better. He immediately stood up in strong opposition. Yan Zhengsheng, you couldn't be pinning your hopes on Yi He, could you? You've surely seen Senior Shang Jianzhuang's strength. No one in the freshman class can compete with them. We have to let go when it's time to let go. Ouyang Zi has no chance of making a comeback anyway. He's already gained enough benefits from the Blood Dragon Society. Cutting our losses now is the wise move. Saiyu also echoed submissively. That's right, there's no point in pinning our hopes on an outsider. A wise man adapts to circumstances. The Blood Dragon Society was only temporary anyway. Straining to stop them will only result in being crushed by the major factions. Seeing the two constantly opposing him, Zhengsheng stared at them angrily and questioned, what exactly do you want to do? Shin Chen no longer hid his intentions. He turned around to entice the crowd. Everyone should know about the Zhou family in the imperial capital, right? They are a true martial arts family of great summer. Lord Zhou Kai, the legitimate son of the Zhou family, has already promised to save us some good spots. Isn't following young Master Zhou better than staying in this half-dead Blood Dragon Society, waiting for Shang Jianzhuang to settle scores? Hearing that there were benefits, the rest of the people also spoke up. That's right, do you really believe that guy named Yi He? He hasn't shown his face for several months. He provoked the imperial capital people in all sorts of ways, but still dares not show himself, one person shouted. Exactly, another seconded. Right, no one can save the Blood Dragon Society anymore. A fellow full of moral platitudes said, it's not that we haven't helped the society before, now that it's collapsed, no one owes anyone anything. Isn't it right to switch sides for a better future? The crowd cheered. Yes, exactly. Shin Chen and Saiyu looked at Zhengsheng triumphantly. Shin Chen laughed in his heart. Fortunately, everything has been arranged. These few hesitant cadres were bought off by us long ago. Looking at these people who betrayed the guild when it encountered difficulties, Zhengsheng roared angrily, you lot! Suddenly, Zhou Kai kicked open the meeting room door and burst in, shouting, Shin Chen, why are you doing things so slowly? I was bored to death waiting downstairs. Seeing this, Saiyu and Shin Chen stepped forward with fawning faces. Brother Kai, everything is settled, we were just about to leave. Seeing Zhou Kai, Zhengsheng shouted angrily, this is the Blood Dragon Society Hall. How did you get in? He replied contemptuously. How did I get in? By smashing the door in, obviously. Zhou Kai continued to provoke. Don't worry, I'll pay for it when this is over. Pay a few cultivation resources and those few gatekeepers would get beaten. They might not even earn that much in several years. They'd probably be driven crazy with joy. Seeing his arrogant manner, Zhengsheng couldn't hold back any longer. He swung his fist and charged, cursing, you bastard. Suddenly, Huoshi blocked Zhou Kai's way, effortlessly catching Zhengsheng's attack with one hand. Huoshi looked up and stared intently at Zhengsheng without making another move. Seeing Huoshi's skill, Zhengsheng was startled. This girl is not simple. Zhou Kai then shouted arrogantly, giving orders, useless thing, you can't even take down this block-headed fool, Shin Chen, Lan Saiyu, and everyone who wants to join me. All of you, get him, put him in the hospital, this is the time to show your loyalty. Although their paths had diverged, the members of the society still respected Zhengsheng. They were still somewhat hesitant, not daring to act. Joe Kai became even more exasperated, his eyes darkening as he threatened. What, you refuse? If you refuse, don't even think about walking out of these doors on your feet. Do you really think I, Joe Kai, run a soup kitchen? Haven't you raised enough disobedient dogs? If they won't bite when ordered, what use are they to me? As soon as the words were spoken, a terrifying surge of killing intent erupted from nowhere. It instantly intimidated Joe Kai and everyone in the room, making them tremble so violently they could barely stand. It turned out Ouyang Zi had arrived with Yi He. Joe Kai's scalp tingled with fear, and before he could even react, a large hand firmly gripped his disheveled hair and yanked it back. Yi He spoke in a chilling tone. Ouyang Zi, is this the mess you've left for me? I could hear the commotion from the second floor. Ouyang Zi replied with a look of shame. My apologies, Yi He. I've made a fool of myself, but the Blood Dragon Society truly does need a thorough purge. Joe Kai shouted sharply, Let go, you dare pull my hair. Do you have any idea who I am? Yi He didn't bother with his nonsense, directly kicking both Joe Kai and Huo Shi through the window of the Blood Dragon Society Hall. After clearing out those nuisances, Yi He leisurely picked his ear and said, Much quieter now. Then, remembering there were two more big mouths, he casually tossed Shin Chen and Sayu out the window as well. He clapped his hands and glanced sideways at the remaining members, asking, Is there anything else? One clever member immediately stepped forward to state his position. I'm sorry, President. Just now my eyes were blinded by Shin Chen's silver tongue, and I even entertained the thought of leaving the Blood Dragon Society. He thought to himself, I've already offended Joe Kai. If I lose the chance to join the Wadu Circle now, I can't afford to be abandoned by the Blood Dragon Society again. Ouyang Zi stepped forward and said, I won't expel you from the society this time, but your positions will enter a probationary period. If you don't meet the standards, you will be removed, he continued. You are barred from participating in any Blood Dragon Society activities within the week. Do you accept this punishment? The crowd seemed a bit hesitant. Seeing their indecision, Yi He cast a terrifying glance their way and asked coldly, I'm asking you, do you accept? Scared out of their wits by his killing intent, they quickly responded in unison. We accept, Yi He waved his hand somewhat impatiently. Then get out for now. Only he, Ouyang Zi and a few other core members remained in the room. Yi He spoke up, Ouyang Zi, I have a rough understanding of the Blood Dragon Society's current predicament. At its core, it's a lack of money and investment, right? Ouyang Zi nodded. Correct. The Reclaim Great Summer Operation in a month is our best chance to make a name for ourselves, but that's too slow. I have a more direct method. Hearing this, Yi He revealed an interested smile and said, Since I returned to Wadu, I've kept hearing the name Shang Jianzhuang. I'll just directly challenge the root of the society's decline, give him a beating, and once I win, everything will be solved. Hearing this simple and crude solution, everyone was momentarily speechless. Ouyang Zi spoke up to remind Yi He. However, Shang Jianzhuang announced this morning that he is entering Seclusion to prepare for a breakthrough to the Martial Master realm, Yi He asked with a look of regret. So I can't call him out for a fight? Yi He plotted to himself. If I want to attract investment by showcasing martial power, there's no need to limit myself to freshman rivals. Yi He stroked his chin and sought everyone's opinion. Pulling investment this way is all about building momentum. If I challenge the experts of the entire school, wouldn't the hype be even greater? A sudden idea just popped into my head. I've got it, Yi He suddenly asked. Dragonfinch First Section. How much do you know about it? Zhang Shang's eyes lit up as he introduced it loudly. Dragonfinch is the strongest martial organization in our Great Summer, and the First Section is their most powerful research group. Members of other Dragonfinch sections are called Dragonfinch Specialists, but members of the First Section are all known as Aces. Seeing that yearning look in his eyes, Yi He asked casually, You really want to join? Zhang Shang replied briskly. Of course, the First Section is a club for the strong. I doubt more than 3 graduates from Wadu get into the First Section each year. That place is the holy land all Wadu martial artists aspire to. Hearing this, a plan formed in Yi He's mind. I know what to do. Get the Blood Dragon Society's media team moving and start spreading the news. Yi He suddenly stood up and pointed confidently to the sky, announcing, I, Yi He, President of the Blood Dragon Society and current ace specialist of the Dragonfinch First Section, hereby challenge all martial artists in Wadu below the Great Martial Master realm. How about that? Is that enough hype? It'll definitely max out the investment. Seeing his actions, everyone was in disbelief. No one dared to speak except for Zhang Shang, who excitedly voiced his support. Brother Yi, are you really an ace specialist of the First Section? That shouldn't be possible. Putting aside strength for a moment, you haven't even graduated yet. How could you take the Dragonfinch selection exam? Yi He closed his eyes and boasted with pride. Exam? I didn't take one at all. I can't reveal the details, but I was a special recruitment hire. Ouyang Zi was also startled, standing up to confirm. Brother Yi, you're not joking, are you? This isn't something to joke about. He didn't hide it and directly announced, I'm not joking. I officially started a few days ago, and the paperwork should be finalized in a couple of days. Hearing this, Zheng Shang said with soaring fighting spirit, then let's challenge every student in the school below the Great Martial Master rank. He began to formulate the battle plan. Ordinary martial masters would be crushed instantly, while genius ones might take a bit more time. Considering the most extreme special cases, he felt a bit of concern and regret. If I want to deal with stronger great martial masters, I'd likely have to use my time stop trump card. But time stop relied on the element of surprise to create an information advantage. Exposing this whole card just to attract some investment really wasn't worth it. He decided he would simply challenge all the martial artists at Wadu. Beside him, Ouyang Zi hadn't yet grasped the full depth of Yi's background, but despite his concerns he chose to believe in him, thinking, though it sounds far-fetched, since it's Yi, I choose to trust him. For the sake of the Blood Dragon Society, I'll contact the media team immediately. Once the plan was agreed upon, the news of Yi's challenge was quickly spread by the society. Shocking, Yi, the top freshman figure who disappeared for half a year, has made a powerful return. He is now a Dragonfinch first section ace, and has declared war on all of Wadu. The announcement caused an uproar. Who would be so arrogant? Challenge the entire school. Have any of you heard of this Yi person? Never. I heard the pillar of this year's freshman is Shang Jianzhuang of the Wadu Shang family. Some who hadn't seen him inquired with interest. Yi, I think I've heard of him. I heard he was the top scorer of this year's reformed admissions, ranking first in the entrance exam. It even alarmed several deans at the time. Students on campus also saw the announcement on their phones, expressing doubt and discussing it fervently. Is it true? Then why hasn't there been a single bit of news about him for the past half year? Putting aside the question of whether challenging the whole school is insane, how could he possibly get into Dragonfinch first section? Graduates who took the first section selection this year said the exam difficulty was terrifying, with a 99% failure rate. Someone who heard the news from the Blood Dragon Society replied, I heard he didn't take the exam. He was directly recruited through special admission. On the campus forum, someone commented, getting a permanent position without an exam? Damn, is it because of his pure and innocent smile? Another joked. User above, I have a pretty pure smile too. That person fired back. Pure my ass, shut up. Meanwhile, the news of Yi's challenge reached Wadu Hospital. Suzhou looked at his phone and sighed. That guy Yi really can't stay still. Lu Qingzu also spoke up helplessly. It looks like someone is going to be unlucky again. Subsequently, an official Dragonfinch notice was posted on the large campus screens. Yi is a special talent of Wadu University, admitted directly without examination. The crowd immediately broke into discussion. Even Dragonfinch official has spoken. It looks like this is real. A jealous fellow sneered sourly. I bet he got in through connections. He probably has no real strength and is completely unworthy of the ace title. Ouyang Zi observed the reactions and said to the head of the media center, the hype has been built. To the elites of the media club, guiding public opinion is now up to you, the person replied confidently. Leave it to us. The arguments on the monitors were rising one after another. If you want to know if Yi is qualified, just watch the Wadu live stream later. Someone countered. I bet Yi is a complete fraud. There must be a lot of shady business behind him entering the first section. When the live stream starts, I want to see how he keeps up the act. A rational person spoke up. Everyone, stop guessing about Yi's strength. Since there's a live stream, the truth will be revealed soon enough. Another replied with total conviction. I believe in Yi. Since he's the one initiating the challenge and calling for a school-wide live stream, he must have real skill. Watching the wave of public opinion triggered by Yi's news, Ouyang Zi said excitedly, the accounts guiding the discussion have already split into several factions. There were those who supported Yi, those who cursed him and waited to see him make a fool of himself, and those who claimed to be neutral. But regardless of the faction, they were all doing one thing, telling people to watch Yi's live stream. Driven by both overt and covert forces, the popularity of Yi's stream grew explosively. Even major mainstream streaming platforms sent representatives to the Blood Dragon Society, wanting to buy exclusive broadcast rights. Ouyang Zi cheered in surprise. The traffic is staggering. Advertisers are falling over themselves to give the society money, as expected of Yi. In just one day, our Blood Dragon Society has miraculously gained massive cash flow and come back to life. Meanwhile, in another scene at Wadu Hospital, in Special Ward 17, Zhou Kai held his phone with his cast-wrapped hand trembling as he said, I didn't expect that before I could find someone to teach you a lesson, you'd go and start a martial arts challenge against the entire school yourself. Isn't that just suicide? Joe Kai schemed with a sinister face. In a martial artist's arena duel, blades have no eyes. It's quite common for someone to be killed by mistake. On the day of the challenge, night fell, and the Wadu Gymnasium was packed to capacity. Everyone had come to witness this challenge. The students' fanatical cheers and shouts brought the atmosphere to a boiling point. In the sky, a helicopter carrying Yi-He came speeding toward them. Everyone raised their phones to take photos. Yi-He stepped out of the helicopter. The host's voice rang out, "Hello everyone. The long-awaited Wadu Arena match has officially begun. Next let us welcome the protagonist of tonight, Yi-He." Without waiting for the helicopter to land, Yi-He charged toward the arena like an arrow from a bow. When his feet hit the center of the ring, a powerful shockwave swept out, scattering dust and causing even the spectator stands to vibrate. As the dust cleared, Yi-He stood majestically in the center of the field, his aura like a soaring rainbow. Beneath the full moon, he walked with his chest out, spreading his arms to enjoy the cheers. The audience erupted in exceptionally enthusiastic applause. "Holy crap, that was awesome. Coolest entrance I've seen all year," someone shouted back. "Destroy them." In this sleepless night, there were also those who mocked. Top tier, truly top. I don't know if Yi-He is strong, but his ability to show off is definitely world-class. Plants from the Blood Dragon Society praised him within the crowd. This is the core figure of the arena match. Descending from the sky, bathed in moonlight, radiating dominance, the guys coming out later are already a notch below Yi-He just in terms of entrance momentum. Others kept saying, "Yi-He truly shows the flair of a protagonist. Even though he's the one challenging the school, in reality, you people are the challengers." Yi-He's appearance made the audience even more excited. Below the stands, Long Sao looked at Yi-He and said, "This freshman kid really knows how to put on a show." A sycophant beside him flattered. "Brother Long Sao, are you going up?" he replied. "For this level of traffic I have to show my face." Long Sao walked toward the arena step by step, thinking that since he was an influencer anyway, how could he miss such a chance to chase the hype? He calculated that as the first defender, he wouldn't lose either way. If he won, he'd become famous overnight. Even if he lost when the people after him won, he could stand up and say it was because he had exhausted most of Yi-He's stamina. "Either way, I get the traffic." Long Sao leapt onto the arena and introduced himself. "I am Long Sao, a second-rank martial master, here to seek guidance," Yi-He replied calmly. "Blood Dragon Society, 8th-rank martial artist Yi-He." With the host's command, the match began. The audience went wild. As soon as the words fell, Yi-He flashed forward, a heavy flying kick striking Long Sao squarely in the face, cleanly resolving the first opponent. With nosebleed and spit flying, Long Sao could only wail for mercy. Having defeated the first opponent without breaking a sweat, Yi-He quickly shouted, "Next!" A girl in a cheongsam holding a long sword rushed up shouting, "Yi-He, I will fight you." The crowd cheered. It was Yao Ling from the second year. The commentator also introduced her. Although she is only a 5th-rank martial master, she has a record of defeating a 7th-rank martial master 1-on-3. She is the most outstanding figure in the second year. Why did she step up too? I wonder if she is a match for Yi-He. Surely she's better than that influencer Long Sao. On the arena, spiritual power condensed in Yi-He's hand. He looked at Yao Ling and critiqued, "The purity of this blade of yours is too low." With just a single heavy palm strike, Yi-He shattered Yao Ling's long sword in half. He glanced sideways at the other opponents, and said with eyes full of confidence, "Sorry, I'm in a hurry. All of you come at me at once." Hearing this, a group of challengers rushed forward in a rage. They cursed, "Think you're special because of Dragonfinch? Don't look down on people." Another who rushed up shouted, "Freshmen, don't be too arrogant." They shouted in unison, "Everyone together. Let's give this kid a lesson." The first few who rushed up were all beaten half to death by Yi-He. Some had teeth knocked out, some were knee-struck until they vomited blood, and some even had their weapons smashed by his fists. Soon the arena was littered with those Yi-He had defeated. The audience below only saw flashes of white light intersecting. The sound of fists hitting flesh rang out continuously, and the audience's emotions were completely ignited. Joe Kai, watching the match via phone in the hospital, cursed in a rage. "Damn it, how is he so strong? At this rate, how can I find someone to get revenge? I'm afraid the people I find will end up in the hospital the moment they step into the ring." Joe Kai suddenly thought of his brother. Perhaps only one person could do it. "My brother, the legitimate eldest son of the Joe family," Joe Yanting, "but he's naturally rigid and reasonable. He definitely wouldn't bully a junior just to vent his brother's anger." Suddenly thinking of another scheme, he laughed sinisterly. "Unless on the arena." He stood atop the pile of unconscious people and asked with spirit, "Who else?" The seniors lying on the ground complained bitterly. "Can't he be a bit gentler? At least leave some face for both sides." another cursed angrily. Damn it, the face of the Wadu's second and third years is completely gone. This will definitely be carved onto the pillar of shame in school history. Whenever Yi-He is mentioned will be the stepping stones. Just then, the audience's shouts shook the sky. A man walked onto the stage step by step. The audience below roared, "Brother Yanting is stepping in, this is it, it's a guaranteed win," everyone discussed excitedly. Finally, a 9th-rank martial master expert who has come out of seclusion is here to handle Yi-He. The commentator began the introduction. Zhou Yanting is no ordinary 9th-rank martial master. He restarted his cultivation once, polishing his martial arts realm to a state of absolute perfection, even possessing the strength to defeat an ordinary great martial master above his rank. He became increasingly excited. Zhou Yanting inherited the power of the Zhou family's solar bloodline, and his bloodline purity is considered the highest in the family's history. He finds the massive energy within his bloodline difficult to control, and he often went into frenzies as a child. The Zhou family specially customized a nano suit for him that can regulate and suppress his body temperature. Simultaneously, he had been made to study arts, zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting since childhood to refine his character, as well as the Heart Sutra to pacify his inner self. Only then was he able to live like a normal person. He was bound to pay the price for his arrogance. Upon hearing the introduction, the audience erupted in even more frenzied cheers, knowing the coming battle would be exceptionally thrilling. Zhou Yanting bowed politely with clasped hands to Yi-He in apology. "My brother, Zhou Kai, caused trouble at your society previously, and caused you losses. We will compensate you for everything." Yi-He finally understood the context, but seeing the massive difference in their appearances, he asked back, "Are you the brother of that messy-haired guy?" Yanting replied immediately, "Indeed." Yi scratched his head in confusion and asked, "You don't look like a bellicose person. If you aren't here to save face for that messy-haired Zhou Kai, then why did you initiate this arena challenge?" Yanting nodded in agreement. "True, I am not here for my disgraceful brother, but for the reputation of the Zhou family." It seemed Zhou Kai had added a fair amount of exaggeration to his story. Yanting's gaze had shifted. He spoke indignantly. "Yi-He, though the fault lies with my brother, you should not have defiled the Zhou family's honor." Hearing this, Yi-He instantly realized Zhou Kai had lied, so he replied dismissively, "Defiled the Zhou family's honor? This plotline certainly feels familiar." As expected, a petty man only knows how to exaggerate and slander behind one's back. "Forget it, it doesn't matter." The two began to probe each other, preparing for combat. Yanting stated his demand, "I want you to kneel and apologize to the Zhou family in front of the entire faculty and student body." Yi-He refused to back down, firing back, "You want an apology? Then let's see if you have the skill to earn it." Seeing his lawless attitude, Yanting barked at him for his arrogance. Yi-He was not a man of many words. Seeing the misunderstanding, he offered no further explanation. As soon as the words fell, the two lunged into a brawl. When their fists collided, sparks flew in every direction. Immediately after, Yi-He and Yanting unleashed a flurry of rapid-fire punches. Neither gave the other a single second of respite. Yanting roared as he swung his fist and charged at Yi-He. Simultaneously, Yi-He assumed a stance and gathered his strength, preparing to meet the next strike. The second collision between the two caused the arena floor to crack inch by inch. The aura radiating from both sides was so dense it was suffocating. Suddenly, the components of Yanting's nano-suit began to shut down one by one. Yi-He was startled, staring at him as he blurted out, "His nano-suit is falling off and his temperature is surging." With the suit removed, billowing smoke rose from around Yanting, and magma-like patterns pulsed across his skin as if his blood vessels were throbbing. The commentator shrieked in surprise. "That's the solar true blood. That kid Yi-He is finished." Seeing the tense situation, the crowd couldn't help but discuss fervently. "Both of them are too strong. Yeah, compared to Long Sao and Yao Ling earlier, they're on a completely different level." On the stage, the referee continued loudly, "As expected of a martial arts expert, Zhou Yanting's strength is truly extraordinary. Naturally, is there anyone else who can last more than a few moves against Yi-He now? Yi-He is the great demon king of Wadu." Yanting then secretly evaluated in his heart, "Is that Yi-He's true monster self? Why does he look so much like an ethereal demon?" He revealed a confident smile. "Don't get distracted, young Master Zhou." As soon as he saw the opponent move, Yi-He flashed aside to dodge. Hesitation leads to defeat. A young boy watching below cheered enthusiastically. "Go for it, fire big bro, defeat the great demon king Yi-He." Yanting wiped the blood from his face, thinking, how could the dragonfinch take an interest in someone with such a crude fighting style? He continued, "Is it my hallucination? Why does it feel like this kid is getting taller and larger?" Yi-He mocked. "Trust your gut, Senior Zhou. I am indeed growing larger, but this isn't the result of completely releasing personality energy to form a personality body. Instead, I'm using the vampire's exceptional control over flesh and blood to slowly release the avatar energy within my body. This allows me to gain extreme speed and neural reaction time while doubling my physical constitution every second. Now fighting you is as easy as an adult beating a child. Yanting pondered secretly while parrying. It's no wonder this monster dared to challenge the whole school. Is such terrifying physical strength really something a human can possess? He gritted his teeth, his heart filled with horror. I thought my bloodline was abnormal enough, but compared to Yi, it's simply not worth mentioning. This guy is practically a humanoid high-tier magical beast. My bones are about to give way under his strength. My painstakingly cultivated martial body is on the verge of collapse. It seems I must tear it down and start over. But first I must deal with the monster before me. At this thought, he immediately transformed into a streak of lightning and charged out. Since I can't match you in strength, I'll win with speed. On the other side, he stared intently into his opponent's eyes. It seems you haven't studied my previous battle data at all. You came to challenge me without any preparation. Yanting refused to be outdone and flew out, shouting, "You're the arrogant one," before unleashing his killing move. Yanting specifically warned, "Yi, if you take this move you might die. Don't blame me for not warning you." As soon as he finished speaking, an intense light flared around him. Yanting raised his hand, his eyes narrowing to reveal a ruthless glint. Flames erupted from his ribs, and the sound of his skin being scorched was clearly audible. The audience below cried out, "The thermal energy is too strong, it's practically altered the surrounding environment." As expected of the Zhou family's fire-specialized martial arts, Yanting stood in the center of the sea of fire he had created, instantly condensing a massive fireball. Yanting's voice seemed to come from the depths of hell. Desha martial technique, Solar Fiend Palm. Subsequently, his body seemed to transform into a giant beast. Yanting let out snarls of ferocious rage. Yi widened his eyes and said coldly, "Finally you look the part," he then added. "But do you think you're the only one who can fire energy blasts? This is the perfect time to test my newly created martial technique." Yi revealed a sinister expression. He let out a great roar, dragon roar cannon. In an instant, Yi erupted with a surge of massive energy, forcibly blocking Yanting's flames. Yanting's fire was instantly extinguished. He stared blankly at Yi, feeling as though his end had come. Just then, the dazzling star in the sky changed back to a cold azure blue. Then the man slowly descended and spoke. "Yi, you went a bit too far." Yi scratched his head with an awkward, honest smile. "Wasn't it because I saw the principal arrive that I went all out for a satisfying fight?" Shi Jingwen, holding the limp Yanting in his arms, said to Yi, "I only came to see how this solo challenge you've been hyping up was going. Who knew I'd be dragged in as a guest star?" Then the elder couldn't help but speak bluntly. "You did it on purpose, didn't you?" Looking at Yanting lying motionless on the ground, Yi said, "There was no other way, Principal. If you didn't show up, how would this arena match have any prestige? Please, you must help your student this time." Shi Jingwen replied, "Your teacher Gong Kei complains to me every day that you're wooden and clumsy. It seems you're just teasing her. Fine. I'll give you face this time and personally help you stabilize this arena." At that moment, a loud voice boomed over the broadcast. "Next, which student would like to challenge Yi? If there are no more, I will declare Yi's challenge to the whole school a success, and he will have defended his title." The audience immediately erupted into an uproar. Someone asked, "Hey, are you going to challenge Yi?" "Me? Challenge Yi? I'd be split in two by his nuclear breath. No, no, no. Did you see that energy fluctuation just now? If you go up, you'll be reduced to nothingness instantly. Not even ash would remain. Then should we keep taking turns to wear him down? Who's up next?" Shi Jingwen sighed and announced, "Then I declare Yi the winner of this match." The crowd cheered for him in unison. Yi, as a freshman, had single-handedly challenged all the martial masters of the school. Unprecedented and unparalleled, Yi's name would forever remain in the history of Imperial University. Praised as a legend, the trending search lists immediately exploded, witnessing the rise of a new star, not just for Wadu but for all of humanity. "This is our Ancheng Valedictorian, really? I've never felt so proud to say I'm from Ancheng as I do today." The crowd continued to discuss fervently. "Holy crap, I knew since I was a kid that Yi had the aura of a dragon and phoenix. I'm Yi's uncle, follow me if you want more info. The guy above is a fraud, ban him quickly." Meanwhile, the news reported, the National Martial Saint is in seclusion due to injuries. The whereabouts of the State Guardian Grandmaster Du Jingming are unknown. 12 cities have fallen. At a time like this, Yi's appearance was like a blessing from heaven for our great nation. The scene shifts to Ancheng No. 1 Middle School. The crowd cheered excitedly. Yi is too cool. Yi didn't let Ancheng No. 1 Middle School down. Yi, I knew I was right about you. You all should study hard too and strive to become the next Yi-He. Yi-He, Yi-He, Yi-He. Comments on phones were overwhelming. Why did Wadu Principal Shi Jingwen personally step in to announce the victory for Yi-He? Why does a private event need the principal to vouch for it? What exactly is the relationship between Yi-He and Shi Jingwen? In other words, who exactly is backing Yi-He? Because of Shi Jingwen's move, the name Yi-He has entered the field of vision of countless organizations and powers. This student is likely not as simple as his file suggests. He isn't just an orphan whose parents are deceased. Yi-He's identity involves Dragonfinch top-secret information. All parties are advised to immediately stop targeting him with remarks, or the Dragonfinch will take coercive measures. On this side, everyone cheered excitedly. Great, Wadu's Shin Chen. Let those petty people regret their actions. The Blood Dragon Society rises again. Wu Yangzi looked around and asked, Captain Yi-He, where did our #1 hero go? Zheng Shang immediately followed up. He just said he had business and left in a hurry. The scene shifts to Yi-He's dormitory room, where Dr. Feng was reporting on the situation. Master, I have obtained the golden gene you hid in Ancheng. Do you have a way to open it? He replied, I have a way. After all, in my life I was one of the lead engineers of the Golden Gene Research Project. But this bottle contains an electronic transmitter. Once opened, the opener will be marked by an electronic signal, and Laserbird headquarters will track the signal to hunt you down. Yi followed up in confusion. Is there a way to shield this signal? Dr. Feng replied, Yes, I have already begun purchasing materials to build a signal shielding room. Yu hurriedly asked. How long will it take to complete? He replied. Half a month is enough, but to crack the complex mathematical code integrated into the bottle will also take at least half a month. Yi then agreed. Fine, move quickly. The most important thing is to ensure your own safety. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed the switch in his hand. He thought to himself, I just checked Dr. Feng's memories. I didn't expect Prometheus to have such close cooperation with Celestial Descent in the past. At that time, Prometheus utilized its massive resources to secretly breed a demon fetus for Celestial Descent. But when the demon fetus was nearly complete, Prometheus betrayed them. During the long period of suppressing the demon fetus, those mad researchers secretly added many materials. When the ethereal demon descended into the world, it became exceptionally weak, and ultimately Prometheus successfully captured the first living ethereal demon in human history. Subsequently, Prometheus dissected that demon by organ into many parts for experimentation. With this living ethereal demon, whose life level far exceeded all creatures on Blue Star, as raw material, Prometheus raced through the field of biological science like an F1 car. Eventually, they created several world-shaking scientific achievements based on the ethereal demon's body, such as the Eden Project. In this plan, the madman of Prometheus intended to create a god in the mortal world. This artificial god was not only meant to protect Blue Star from secret realm invasions and prevent the descent of otherworldly demons, but also to erase the existing national and ethnic systems of Blue Star, unifying all of humanity. All of Blue Star's resources would be allocated by a divine brain that transcended all organizations and collectives, to achieve absolute fairness and turn Blue Star into the legendary Eden. There were also plans aimed at changing the genetic system of all humanity. A plan to achieve cross-species evolutionary development, the speciation plan. It was the precursor to Laserbird's Golden Gene Project. Yi then picked up the conversation. Prometheus's influence is too profound. When the word gene was accidentally mentioned before, I seem to have been misunderstood as being related to Prometheus. I have a premonition that sooner or later I will be drawn into the Prometheus vortex. His eyes narrowed slightly as he continued. Speaking of which, I was so busy helping Wu Yangzi that I haven't had time to study the medal Senior Qinglong gave me. Now is the perfect time to prepare to begin the dream cultivation method. Outside the window, the rain intensified. Yi opened his eyes again and found himself lying in heavy rain, water constantly striking his face. He slowly sat up and talked to himself. It looks like a fierce battle just took place here, but from the battle traces it doesn't seem to be a conflict between humans. He looked around and assessed. There were still countless scorch marks on the ground that even the cold rain could not extinguish. He turned his head and saw several claw marks that did not belong to humans nearby. Looking down from above, the scene here was exceptionally tragic. He muttered to himself. The rain stopped. Can Westerners really fight freely wearing such heavy armor? Better take it off quickly. He stared ahead, then said, In this martial fortune space, I can't yet exert my full strength. I'll have to pick up their weapons for now. It's about time. The master of the martial fortune space should be appearing soon, like a quest NPC. Just then, a massive army suddenly appeared before him. The sound of their roars shook the heavens and earth. Inside a carriage, a masked man was looking out the window. Seeing that they were ignoring him, Yi spoke up. "Hey, why are you leaving?" The horse he was riding began to tremble violently in its legs as if it were carrying an extremely heavy load. It turned out Yi had grabbed the wheel. "Old man, why do you run as soon as you see me? Shouldn't you be giving me a quest challenge?" Seeing the carriage stopped, Old Man Lei shouted in exasperation. "How does this kid have so much strength that he can even hold back a carriage? What is there for me to say to a bandit like you?" Yi followed up with a cold face. "Bandit, old man, speak clearly." The other continued to question. "Don't play dumb. When that blue-haired warrior broke in before, wasn't it also for my Lei family's inheritance? My unfilial descendants are completely useless. I can only linger in this martial fortune space to guard the final glory of the family." Who knew that blue-haired warrior would break back into the martial fortune space after breaking through his realm and directly seize the inheritance with violence? How are you any different from him? Bandits, all of you are bandits. Yi glanced at him, then realized, "Old man, I'm not interested in hearing your old accounts. As a quest-giving NPC, it won't do if you don't work." With that, Yi swung his sword and heavily slashed the side of the carriage. Old Man Lei stared at Yi and asked, "Hey kid, what do you want to do?" Yi looked at him and said, "Sorry old man, to prevent you, a striking guide NPC, from slipping away. I'll just have to trouble you to stay with me while I explore the map." Old Man Lei walked ahead, cursing, "Brutish brat, how dare you break my carriage?" Yi followed behind, replying calmly, "My apologies. Since you are the master of this martial fortune space, I must trouble you to guide the way." Old Man Lei was somewhat speechless. "You are indeed more polite than that blue-haired warrior from before. We can find the trial site by following these eruption traces." Looking ahead, Yi stood in a daze. The eruption traces vanished here, which was quite a headache. Old Man Lei glanced at him and chuckled inwardly. "Brat, did you really think I'd take you to the trial site? Too naive. You'll be lost in this martial fortune space forever." Yi looked up at the sky. "Wait a minute. If there are no footprints on the ground," Yi stared at the sky and then added, "Is it possible that it flew up into the air?" Old Man Lei watched him, thinking secretly, "I didn't expect this kid to discover such an important clue so quickly. With this level of observation combined with the talent he just showed, if only he were a descendant of my family. What a shame." Yi glanced sideways at him and said somewhat defiantly, "Without exception, creatures that can fly don't build their nests in low-lying areas, and where we're standing now is a vast plain. As long as we continue searching in this direction, the highest point that appears will be the target." After a pause, he looked at Old Man Lei again, smiling brilliantly like a blooming peach blossom. "Old man, I'll have to trouble you to borrow the horse again." He quickly followed up. The scene shifts to the snowy mountains surrounded by swirling wind and sand. He rode alone on the tall steed galloping through the air, a flash of ferocity in his eyes as if he sensed something was about to happen. The moment they stopped, the horse whinnied and lunged forward violently. He landed on the ground, gritting his teeth as he stared at it, calculating. "The horse seems to have encountered danger. Looks like we've arrived." Looking ahead, he asked himself, "What is that thing? Could this be the star-swallowing calamity? Damala's legendary archenemy?" Simultaneously, a massive wave of fire manifested instantly, consuming a vast area. Old Man Lei and he were staring intently ahead, the golden light of the flames making everything dazzlingly bright. Before long, he and Old Man Lei's bodies were completely surrounded by fire. At this moment, Old Man Lei stepped forward, completely unaffected by any internal martial chi. "Although you found the right location, you are but a speck of dust before its wrath. You will be burned into nothingness. I am the master of this space. Therefore I will not die." He pulled down his hat to cover his face and then said, "The boy is still too young. This trial was never meant to be about killing that multi-headed white dragon. It's about finding the spiritual items guarded by exotic beasts in these snowy mountains and offering them to the dragon to gain its recognition and obtain the inheritance." Speaking of this, he suddenly paused. Of course, that blue-haired one was an exception. After breaking through his realm, he used terrifying power to directly slaughter the multi-headed white dragon and seize the inheritance. Then he widened his eyes, thinking to himself, "But this kid definitely can't do it. With his level of cultivation, the first wave of attacks will probably..." Seeing Yi still standing tall, Old Man Lei couldn't help but be stunned. Brat, he's actually still alive. His background is certainly not simple." Yi looked confidently toward the heights. This was his first time entering a martial fortune space without receiving any power granted to the body by the mother body. The main reason was that the synchronization rate was too low. Now, as the compatibility with the mother body gradually increased, its power began to seep into his soul. Because of this, he could finally exert the mother body's power within the martial fortune space. A dangerous glint flashed in Yi's eyes. Since that was the case, the sword he had planned to use was now useless. Time to see my true power. Old Man Lei looked at him, standing firm, his face full of shock. How is this possible? Is this kid a monster too? He let out a great roar. Let Damala, with a compatibility of 71, concentrate cellular power, completely devour the power of supergigantization, and achieve the full-body Damala transformation. However, this terrifying power was not infinite. When the personality power and nuclear energy were exhausted, he would drop out of this divine demon form. An optimistic estimate gave him only 2.5 minutes. But that was enough. At that moment, a massive dragon appeared rapidly, staring fixedly at him. However, he naturally wouldn't admit defeat. Damala versus star-swallowing calamity. Old Man Lei's mouth hung open in shock. He was rooted to the spot like a wooden chicken. Heavens, immediately after, a massive explosion rang out, and he took flight into midair. It appeared that the dragon was also seriously injured at this moment. He shouted once more, "Then let us recreate this classic duel within the martial fortune space." On this side, the dragon began to attack him again, utilizing its tentacles to launch an offensive. He asked back in a low voice, "Think you can bully me because I can't fly?" As he spoke, he circulated his internal chi. "But don't forget, I can also use long-range attacks." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi's giant dragon began to condense electrical energy. Its eyes stared fixedly at the opponent as it opened its massive maw and spat out a sky full of thunder and lightning. The two forces collided, and a life-and-death battle instantly erupted. Two beams of light exploded, the energy incredibly massive. Looking at the radiating light, everyone was stunned. This was not merely pure internal chi. He stood firm, shouting, "Damala meteor." However, that red dragon seemed unwilling to admit defeat either. It stared fixedly at Yi while opening its massive maw. Those dragon heads lunged forward rapidly, but in that split second Yi sliced off 3 of its heads. Looking at it, Yi felt very satisfied. Now only 3 heads left. Reminds me of a certain 3-headed dragon. Then he continued forward, staring it down. Yi mocked disdainfully, "I'm afraid you won't be able to keep these remaining 3 heads either." As soon as he finished speaking, he spat out a huge blast of blue flames. Just like that, an explosion erupted. Gripped in Yi's hand was none other than the heart of that monster. It had ultimately fallen by his hand. Old Man Lei was shocked beyond belief. Could I be in some kind of hallucination? How can someone in the form of a monster slaughter the multi-headed white dragon with such overwhelming power? However, before one surprise could end, another followed. Old Man Lei's eyes widened in astonishment. On this side, he was toyfully examining the beast's heart with great interest. "This feels great. As expected, it feels much better to directly control the beast's body to charge." "Old man, my apologies. After slaying this dragon, I already know where the inheritance of this martial fortune space is. No need for you to worry." He shouted excitedly, regardless of the other's extreme surprise. Old Man Lei cried out, "In your dreams," he smiled brilliantly, and then charged forward. "I knew you'd say that. Let me head over myself." As soon as the words fell, he lunged forward and tore open the heart. Yi endured the pain, thinking, "It's too hot, feels like iron is melting. My arm is about to dissolve." After a pause, sweat poured down his face. "Found it." Yi dove headfirst into it, exclaiming, "But this thing is a bit heavy." Ultimately, Yi quickly pulled something out, a look of great satisfaction on his face. Old Man Lei's gaze revealed shock once again as he stared blankly at Yi. On Yi's side, that object was now beginning to emit long black filaments. That sturdy arm was slowly being wrapped by those black threads, and it wasn't over yet. Those tentacles grew sharp thorns that pierced Yi's skin. This was the earthly fiend body-tempering inheritance. Genuine dragon armor. Standing to the side, Old Man Lei was still in a daze. Yi thought to himself, "Their power and constitution are too weak to bear the weight of the dragon armor and the amount of blood it needs to absorb." Although that blue-haired warrior had tried to don the dragon armor, it only gave him 90 of the inheritance. So this kid is the first warrior in 1,000 years to gain the full recognition of the dragon armor. Then he looked at Old Man Lei. "You ask how I did it, as you can see. I finished the moment I put on this armor, nothing hard about it." Seeing his arrogant manner, Old Man Lei trembled with rage. This brat, but in the end Old Man Lei compromised. "Forget it. Since the ancestors have recognized him, I won't hold a grudge anymore. When there is no heir in the family, passing the inheritance to a more suitable person might also be a blessing. At least this inheritance hasn't been defiled." Yi suddenly asked the old man, "I feel like this inheritance is still missing something. There must be a subsequent part, right?" Hearing this, he glared and roared, "Don't be too greedy, you bandit. Are you actually planning to covet my family's things as well?" Yi said with a smile. "The genuine dragon armor is too extreme and oppressive. It can only train external skills. It must be combined with a set of internal heart methods of the same level to help the warrior achieve internal and external balance. Otherwise, an ordinary warrior's internal organs wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure of the dragon armor at all. Their bones would be crushed and their flesh and blood would be squeezed dry. Therefore, this internal-external combined body tempering method is a complete body tempering system, ranked as a Tiangong martial technique. This is a rare opportunity. I absolutely cannot miss it. Time flew by, and a week later, he was lying in bed sleeping. Simultaneously, his phone rang. He sat up with sleepy eyes and answered, "Hello, Suzhou, what's up? Have you spent 80 of your time in your dreams practicing these last few days? There's too much information on the Junyuan dragon armor. It needs to be slowly digested within the martial fortune space." A voice came from the other end of the phone. Lu Qingzu and I were discharged yesterday, and we were notified to go to the University Activity Center today to collect our mission rewards. The Student Union Administrative Director told me to inform you that your mission reward needs to be collected at the principal's office, to be settled directly by the principal. He was stunned. Me, go to the principal's office? He wasn't fully awake yet, thinking to himself, is the principal going to have a private talk with me? The Wadu Heavenly Tower, the central hub building of this city, suspended in the sky. As soon as he saw him, a girl came forward with a smile. "Student you've been kept waiting," she introduced herself. "My name is Nuwa. Principal Shi is waiting for you upstairs. Please follow me." He gave a brief response. Okay, but in his heart, he thought, although I can't smell the scent of martial qi on this woman, she doesn't feel like an ordinary person either. Is she not human? After he agreed, the girl quickly led him into the elevator. After a while, she suddenly turned and asked, "Is student he very curious about my body?" He, breaking into a cold sweat, replied coldly, "You've misunderstood. I just want to learn about top-tier science and technology." Nuwa calmly unbuttoned her shirt. "That's different." He jumped back in surprise. "What's different?" Wait, you really misunderstood. I really didn't mean that." Nuwa generously displayed her mechanical body. This mass-produced service carrier was constructed very differently from a human female, being simulated as a real head only to be more attractive. He breathed a sigh of relief. "So that's what's different." "Oh, you scared me to death. Wadu's technology is truly top tier." Finally, the two arrived upstairs. "The principal is waiting for you in his office." He responded indifferently. Thanks for the hard work." The moment he stepped out of the elevator, he felt like he'd been struck by an electric current. He gritted his teeth, and a sharp pain flared in his head. This feeling, immediately he collapsed onto a nearby chair. When he opened his eyes, Shi Jingwen was right before him. "You've been sleeping for quite a while. Have you learned that martial arts manual Qinglong gave you?" He was momentarily stunned. "How did I suddenly get here? Where is this?" "The principal's office." Principal Shi handed him a cup of tea, then added, "This is tea the Research Institute modified from a secret realm. The flavor is very unique. Give it a try," he asked. "Principal, was the ability you just used related to space?" The elder replied, Indeed, I can shift space within a certain range." He understood in his heart, "As I thought, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to save Zhou Yanting. A space-related technique is at least on the same level as a god-defying ability like time-stopping." After taking a sip of tea, Shi Jingwen added, "Your Wadu credits and various resource cards have already been transferred to your account. Additionally, as the primary contributor to completing a rank 5 mission, you may choose 2 earthly fiend martial techniques and customize 1 high-grade weapon." He felt a bit dismissive. For now, he didn't need weapons or techniques. He then spoke, "Principal, I want access to the files on genetic locks and permission to inquire about Prometheus information." "Of course, I have no other motive, the elder quickly interrupted. "That's fine." Looking at his relaxed manner, he broke into a cold sweat. Can he really read the script? Having said that, Shi Jingwen quickly stood up. "Let's go, I'll take you to the archives." He was stunned. "Now, I haven't even finished my tea." Shi Jingwen quickly pushed open the door. "It won't be too late to drink it after you've seen the files." The moment he entered, he was stunned. This is, he felt incredibly shocked seeing that thing. What on earth is that? Is that some creature's brain and only half of it? Shi Jingwen explained that this was Nuwa's central computer equipment, its main body. He was very surprised. "Nuwa, I see, then who was that staff member made by?" The elder continued, saying that decades ago, this half-brain belonged to Prometheus. Hearing this, his mouth dropped open in shock. The Prometheus Otherworldly God Project. In other words, this half-brain once belonged to the first ethereal demon ever captured alive in human history. It was this majestic, transcendent being that was split into 8 parts by Prometheus. At its peak, Prometheus was indeed both mad and powerful. No wonder they dared to trample on the Eden Project, dared to kill gods to unify the planet. What wouldn't they dare to do when it comes to carving up all of humanity? Subsequently, Shi Jingwen called out loudly for Nuwa. Hearing his voice, that same voice responded, "Sir, I am here." The elder skillfully ordered the data retrieval. Nuwa immediately replied, "Yes." Shi Jingwen didn't dally. Quickly inserting a USB into the console, he handed the USB to Yi He and said, "I've put an avatar of Nuwa into this USB. Many things you want to know, you can ask Nuwa." His mind was in a bit of a mess. God knows how many core secrets regarding Wadu or even Great Summer's important strategic missions this central computer Nuwa possesses. Shi Jingwen actually gave this thing to me. This level of trust feels so unreal. Could there be a conspiracy? Shi Jingwen quickly stuffed the thing into Yi He's hand. "Stop daydreaming. Even if I'm the principal of Wadu, bringing a student in here without authorization is a violation of the rules. We should leave." He broke into a cold sweat. The principal is actually leading the way in breaking the rules. Elsewhere, someone was still training nonstop, a ruthless look in his eyes. He looked like a hungry wolf as he circulated his internal chi, letting out a roar like a wild beast. Shang Jianzhuang was overjoyed the moment he stood up. In the first semester of freshman year, he had already completed the path that originally took Wadu's students over a year. As expected, the gap between people is too large. Even among geniuses there are ranks. And I, Shang Jianzhuang, am of the highest rank. Simultaneously, Yi He also walked in. "Hey you, are you finished?" he asked smugly. "You must be the Yi He that Ouyang-zi mentioned. You've come to deliver yourself to me?" Yi He had a look of disgust. "Are you also from the Blood Dragon Society? If you have business, go find Ouyang-zi. Now, I'm going to use this cultivation room." As soon as the words left his mouth, he burst into a wild laugh, his internal martial chi condensing frantically around him. "Quite the actor, aren't you? Don't tell me you don't know who I am. Listen well. My name is Shang Jianzhuang. That's right, the man who trampled Ouyang-zi underfoot and nearly made your Blood Dragon Society a thing of the past." The king of freshmen, however, before he could finish his sentence, Yi He's fist slammed heavily into his head. Yi He walked past with a look of utter disgust. "I already told you I'm using the room." Still standing there blocking the door and rambling. How annoying. As for Shang Jianzhuang, he lost consciousness instantly. By the time he woke up, an entire week had passed. This was a high-grade cultivation room specially reserved for students with exceptional talent. Yi began his work, finally free of distractions. The Monster King was already famished. Yi then tilted his head back and let out a great roar. "Come devour to your heart's content." During this time, the monster cores he had collected himself, along with the subsidies from Wadu and the extra cores he had purchased, were all gathered here. It was time to increase the synchronization rate of the Emperor Compendium template. Knowing that providing such a massive amount of monster cores at once would trigger a metamorphosis mode during sleep and release a significant amount of nuclear radiation, he had specifically asked the AI-made Nuwa to open the largest sealed cultivation room. Indeed, since having Nuwa's assistance, Wadu felt like his own home. He only needed to have Nuwa grant him permissions for anything, bypassing all procedures. When others have privileges, one feels indignant. But once you have privileges yourself, it truly feels wonderful, Yi commanded. "Nuwa, activate the cultivation room's energy shield. I'm ready to begin." Nuwa's voice responded immediately. "As you wish, Master Yi He." However, shortly after, the system began issuing continuous notifications of insufficient resources. Yi was nearly driven mad. It still wasn't enough. The higher the synchronization rate, the harder it became to improve. The quantity of monster cores required and even the requirements for their quality grew exponentially. This was the drawback of high-tier templates. The growth period was too long and the resources required were staggering. Yi calculated that if the template he obtained couldn't be converted into combat power in a timely manner, it would drag down the rhythm of his development. This was why he still had to study this extraordinary martial arts system diligently. Even when using cheats, one had to do so intelligently. After all, those who use cheats mindlessly always end up dead, don't they? At this moment, the system interface numbers flickered rapidly, and immediately after, Yi He's entire body was enveloped in a layer of powerful energy. The look in Yi He's eyes gradually shifted. When the martial gateway opened, the day of the Monster King's descent into the world would arrive. Meanwhile, outside, two massive airships were streaking across the sky. Shi Jingwen descended from a high point and addressed the crowd. "Today marks the beginning of the Great Summer Reclamation Plan. 70% of the nation's martial artists must go to war." He announced with stirring passion, "The martial artists of Great Summer must take back those 12 fallen cities." Beneath his feet, all the martial artists had assembled. Shi Jingwen spoke again. "All students of Wadu, use your blood and chi to ignite the fires of war." The crowd's blood boiled and they shouted in unison with soaring fighting spirit. "Yes," Shi Jingwen roared while circulating his internal chi. The smoke and dust of your bloody battles will pierce the clouds, converging through the clash of weapons and blood, he shouted. This is the will to fight, our indestructible fighting spirit. We vow to reclaim our lost territory and restore Great Summer. You have already mastered all missions and plans. I know many of you have prepared yourselves for sacrifice. Amidst the resolute gazes of the crowd, Shi Jingwen's voice boomed like thunder. But we must return alive. Only by living is there hope. Wadu will forever be your home, and it will be right here waiting for your return. Facing the thousands of students, Shi Jingwen shouted, All Great Summer martial artists, hear my command. Take the oath with me. He clenched his fist and roared with conviction. In front of our army no enemies exist. The crowd below responded in unison. In front of our army no enemies exist. Meanwhile, inside he remained in a deep slumber with no sign of waking. A layer of shadow shrouded his face. The scene shifted elsewhere as a pair of high heels approached with light steps. Upon seeing her, everyone bowed respectfully. Supervisor Yu. This woman was Yu Yan, formerly a Level 2 researcher at Prometheus. She was currently a high-ranking executive at Laserbird. As soon as she arrived, she scolded coldly. First, the golden gene was stolen, then a vital base was attacked, and finally we even lost an elite squad. Laserbird has been plagued by accidents this year, and the board has begun to suspect that these events were all carried out by the same person with the goal of destroying Laserbird. However, there is no evidence yet. Although Black Lion handled the traces at the Jinshan Temple base, the Dragonfinch has still locked its suspicion onto Laserbird. If the Great Summer Dragonfinch weren't busy reclaiming lost territory, Laserbird might have been purged already. However, precisely because the nation's martial artists are focused on the fallen cities, Laserbird can take advantage of the respite to release that monster. According to her, it was Pandora's box, a failure from the first generation of Golden Gene experiments. With the slightest lapse in attention, it could drag humanity into an abyss of eternal ruin. Because it was an individual carrying the Golden Gene within its body, even as a failure, it could sense the location of other Golden Genes. Although it was prone to losing control, it was currently the only hound capable of finding the lost Golden Gene. Having finished speaking, she stood before the laboratory and quickly pulled several keys from her bag. She stared forward skillfully, and then Yu Yan slowly inserted the keys. The doors swung open and she stepped inside. The temperature inside was extremely low, at -1 degree Celsius. Yu Yan was very familiar with this place and walked calmly into the depths. Suddenly her expression changed drastically. It was time for the world to witness your terror. Meanwhile, the aircraft continued to move with high-altitude clouds obscuring the view. Inside the cockpit, 2 crew members were buried in their work. Simultaneously, a loud voice rang out, "Continue forward in the predetermined direction." Eva reported quickly, "Captain, the place this hound is pointing to seems to be Shicheng," Jinyu said coldly. "Shicheng, the fallen city that the Dragonfinch is preparing to reclaim." She reassured, "Don't worry, Captain. As long as the one who stole the Golden Gene isn't a Grandmaster-level expert, even if the opponent is a renowned martial artist, we can quickly surround and kill them." "That's right, Captain. Under your leadership, when have we ever lost? As long as we don't run into the Dragonfinch first section, we can evacuate safely." Just then, a command was handed down. Eva shielded the plane's signal, cut off the operating system, and activated autopilot mode. She responded quickly, "As you wish, Executive." However, things seemed to have become complicated. Their airship appeared to have lost its balance. Eva shouted in terror. The plane is out of control." Jinyu suddenly turned traitor, his eyes flashing with a cold light as he swung his blade toward his teammates. Looking at Jinyu, the crew was struck with terror. "Captain Yu, when did you become a traitor?" Jinyu responded flatly. "That description isn't accurate because I was never one of Laserbird's people. There was no betrayal to speak of. My apologies, everyone. You can deal with me however you like after I go to hell, but for now, please go on ahead." Looking at his eyes, the group still seemed unable to believe it. Captain." After only a few moves, the area was stained red with blood, and a cunning laugh issued from the machine. "They're all dead," that fellow greedily licked his tongue. "Hey brother, can you give me some blood? I'm terribly thirsty." Jinyu then replied, "The members here are all great martial master level warriors. You must savor their hearts." He stuffed a heart into the other's mouth and announced, "Hound, you are free." The monster licked its lips in excitement. "Not enough, give me all of them," Jinyu mocked with a smile. "I'm an agent of North White Shield, yet here I am feeding a dog," the hound asked suspiciously. "What do you want me to do?" he added. "I don't need you to do anything special. Feel free to vent your rage within Great Summer territory. Right now, Great Summer is beginning to reclaim lost territory. Their resurgence is something we at North White Shield do not wish to see." After speaking, he turned to leave. "I should go too, otherwise once you come out I'm afraid even I will be torn apart. I'll leave these great martial master corpses for your first meal out of prison." Immediately after, Jin Yu leaped down, leaving that fellow alone on the plain. The hound roared in fury, previously a hound searching for things, now a mad dog with its chains removed, to bite people randomly. He truly was being looked down upon. I will tear everyone apart and swallow them all into my stomach. The bolts restraining him began to loosen. After a moment they all snapped off. He finally broke free from his shackles. The hound was ready to begin a bloody slaughter. He thought excitedly, "First I will complete the golden gene to achieve a true metamorphosis, and then I will become a god. I'll see who dares to treat me as a plaything then." The scene shifted to Xicheng, where the command rang out, "Evacuate the explosion range immediately." The battleship prepared to clear the area through large-scale fire coverage, attracting the beast tide of the entire city. Everyone discussed, taking advantage of the sparse surrounding forces. An elite team led by a martial grandmaster would be mobilized to strike directly at the heart of the enemy and slay the overlord. At this moment, the sky was a mess of chaos. A giant beast was entangled with the plane. Its sharp claws began scratching at the aircraft, and a large section of engine components was already exposed inside. Just then, the giant beast sensed something unusual and quickly turned its head. Although the hound was small in stature, he easily killed a giant beast and was currently feeling triumphant. He revealed a sinister smile and said deviously, "Time for a change of flavor." As soon as the words left his mouth, that hand lunged violently into the opponent's body. At this moment, the nerve cells were operating at full power. The hound pounced, frantically tearing at his prey. Soon the prey was subdued once more. The hound had completely taken control of the hunt. Strangely, through unknown means, a pair of wings actually grew from his body. After discarding the prey, the hound looked full of accomplishment. Looking at his mutated body, he let out a roar. "The gene pool is truly rich. My damaged body can be perfectly nourished here. This place is simply the best buffet." The view returned to Xicheng, which had long since been reduced to ruins like a city of the dead. Enemy fighters bombed continuously, and the infrastructure had long been overwhelmed. It fell from high altitude, crashing straight into a building. Just then, the crowd rushed out to meet the fight. "Sister Lu, there's a plane over there shot down by magical beasts. Let's hurry and save them." "Xiao Zhang, don't be in a rush. The beast that destroyed that plane might still be circling nearby." Xiao Zhang said optimistically, "Sister Lu, you're a great martial master. This is just the outskirts of Xicheng. There are no magical beasts here that can rival you," those nearby echoed. "That's right, Sister Lu. Xiao Zhang is right. If we don't even dare to venture into the outskirts of Xicheng, we can forget about going deep into its interior." Lu Yan could only comply. "Fine, but you must be extremely careful." But upon arriving at the scene, everyone was shocked. Xiao Zhang was stunned. Were those magical beasts attracted by the crash all dealt with by him alone? Lu Yan grew suspicious. Could this person who sneaked in amidst the chaos be a mentally unstable martial artist? On this side, the hound was tearing apart his prey, and the appearance of Lu Yan and the others immediately caught his attention. The hound turned his head excitedly. "Another prey has taken the bait." As soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately launched a fierce attack on them. Xiao Zhang was the first to charge, performing the martial technique Aura Wind Slash, his sword slashing violently toward the fellow. However, it seemed to have no effect. It felt like cutting into soft mud. He took the opportunity to plunge his sword deep into the hound's body. The monster let out a world-shaking scream. In the next second, the hound swallowed him. The crowd watched this scene, trembling with terror. Xiao Zhang had been eaten. Lightning flickered in the sky as Lu Yan grew enraged. She gripped her twin blades with both hands and leapt into the air. "You bastard!" Just then, the hound suddenly opened his mouth and performed the martial technique Aura Wind Slash. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Lu Yan was momentarily stunned, but the hound followed up with another attack, the slash tearing through. "The flesh is very sweet." Lu Yan was horrified. "What's going on? That move was just used by that martial artist. How can it be exactly the same as Xiao Zhang's?" Just then, a voice rang out. "Sister Lu." She was startled. "Xiao Zhang, you're still alive." Familiar voices continued to issue from those tentacles. "Sister Lu." Xiao Zhang's face emerged, looking extremely bizarre. "Save me, Sister Lu, it hurts so much. Please save me, it really hurts. I'm going to die." "Sister Lu, save me. Sister Lu, help." Lu Yan was rooted to the spot like a wooden chicken. You've all been." And behind her, the hound swung a heavy slash. Lu Yan only had time to let out a single scream. The hound occupied her body and praised, "Though it's an aged uncle, the meat is quite firm. I can feel the golden gene is in another direction in Xicheng." He calculated that while heading there, he would infiltrate other martial artist teams and suddenly start eating them once they grew familiar with each other. Their expressions would surely be very interesting. On this battlefield, many powerful life forces could still be felt. Those must be Grandmaster-level martial artists and Overlord-level magical beasts, right? If I can devour genes of that level, who in the world would dare treat me like a dog to be ordered around at will? I have broken my shackles. I have ascended into a demon. On this side, everyone reported quickly. Captain, a lord-level monster is charging toward the rear. The voice immediately reassured the crowd. Don't panic. Tianyu rode his magical beast, flying up violently like a majestic general. As soon as the words left his mouth, he followed up by soaring into the air and bringing down a heavy strike. Tianyu was full of confidence. Facing a beast tide like an endless tsunami, the firepower humanity prided itself on was like a small candle in the ocean, liable to be extinguished at any moment. This man was Chen Tianyu, Dean of Wadu's Grandmaster Academy and captain of the Xicheng Reclamation Plan Vanguard team. He looked at the crowd and said, only by relying on flexible and powerful individual martial artists to eliminate high-tier monsters within the beast tide can the tide be broken, thereby drawing out the overlord. Our Wadu Vanguard 5-man team is tasked with this arduous mission. On this side, Qi Ming also swept a quick glance and things seemed much calmer. Teacher, the route we took is correct. This was the Dragonfinch's reconnaissance vanguard, which had scouted the best route to the Overlord lair. Tianyu continued, the higher a martial artist's cultivation level, the stronger their soul vision, even strong enough to see the scene of their own death in a dream. So Qi Ming, you must trust a martial artist's intuition. After speaking, he shouted an order. Entire team halt on alert. Qi Ming stepped forward to respond on behalf of the group. Yes, teacher. Tianyu then pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, closing his eyes to sense something. In less than 3 seconds, Tianyu's eyes rapidly changed color. It's here, just as he expected. Something was diving toward them from above. A loud boom followed as dust flew. The Golden Horn Insect Lord said contemptuously, I have clearly prepared a grand ceremony for you. Why have you stopped? Tianyu then let out a low booming roar. Target locked. Xicheng Overlord, Golden Horn Insect Lord, entire team battle formation. The scene shifts back to the Xicheng war zone, which remains a pile of ruins. Tianyu quickly delivered a heavy blow. Earthly Fiend martial technique, Thunder Gang dragon armor. However, Golden Horn still wore a look of disdain. Ignorant and tiny human, did you really think you could harm me with such petty tricks? As soon as the words left his mouth, he began to circulate his internal power, intending to show them what absolute power suppression looked like. His palms slammed shut, and with mere brute strength, Golden Horn's body pinned down Tianyu's power. However, at that moment, an anomaly suddenly occurred. What on earth is this? Elder Mew had somehow leapt onto Golden Horn's arm. Earthly Fiend martial technique, secret art, dripstone piercing hand. With that, he launched a fatal blow against Golden Horn. Golden Horn was full of disdain. Cunning humans, as I thought, you're a tactical squad specifically built to counter my traits. At that moment, he turned his target toward Elder Mew, planning to deal with the old man first. From the rear, Wu Huang shouted, Elder Mew, fall back. The group immediately erected a defensive barrier before them. Qi Ming yelled, Shanshan, go. She responded instantly, leave it to me. Shanshan then deployed a barrier in front, the yin-yang tremor lock. Qi Ming also circulated his internal power on this side, his eyes filled with killing intent. Together the two of them constructed a sturdy shield. Golden Horn wore a look of contempt. What kind of martial technique is this? Do you really think you can seal my movements? He was startled, immediately expanding his domain. Could this be what humans call? In an instant, his surroundings were dyed blood red. Tianyu soared into the air, simultaneously manifesting the thunderous sovereign of the 9 heavens. Golden Horn couldn't help but marvel. Your human cultivation system indeed has its merits. He then lunged upward. Perhaps the Emperor was right, we should learn from it as well. In a split second, 2 violent forces clashed head-on and the earth-shaking explosion rang out once more, plunging the entire area into a sea of fire. The onlookers stared at each other, discussing fervently, is the Overlord dealt with? How could it be that easy? If we've managed to heavily injure him, we've achieved our goal. Golden Horn then spoke, Human, you are quite good. An ordinary Overlord likely wouldn't have survived that move. But unfortunately, there is a world of difference between overlords, and I far surpass them. The crowd looked on, turning pale with shock. He actually has a rare metamorphic form. At this moment his figure became even leaner and more powerful. Golden Horn Insect Lord, 2nd evolution form. His head twitched slightly, seemingly locking onto a target before he pointed at Elder Mew. Kill this meddlesome old man first, the group shouted in terror. Elder Mew, watch out! As soon as the words fell, he launched a fierce bombardment at Elder Mew, sending everyone flying. His speed is too high. Wu Huang charged forward. You bastard, Thunder Gang Dragon Spear. Golden Horn spun with the momentum, directly swatting Wu Huang away. Tianyu looked at the state of the battle, shouting in horror. Wu Huang, Golden Horn raised a leg and kicked Tianyu away as well. Vermin, get lost. He reached out and firmly choked Tianyu, making it difficult for him to breathe. He smiled playfully. Your squad exhausted every scheme and still couldn't handle me. So what do you have to face the other overlords of Shicheng? Hearing this, Tianyu broke into a cold sweat. What? Are there other overlords in Shicheng? Inside the command ship hovering above the eastern district of inland Shicheng, everyone was in a state of chaos. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. A giant biological energy signature was detected 1,000 meters underground, rising toward the surface at an alarming speed. According to computer calculations, the creature had reached the overlord rank. Currently, there were no Grand Masters guarding the ground forces. Strategic retreat was advised. How is this possible? Isn't the only overlord in Shicheng currently engaged with Dean Chen's vanguard squad? The captain yelled loudly. Don't hesitate. Notify the ground forces to evacuate. Command ship ascend at full speed. Stay away from the ground. Prepare to deploy Earth-penetrating nuclear bombs. No sooner had he spoken than a massive tentacle burst through the Earth, striking with savage force. The crowd cried out, "Captain, tentacles are attacking us." An order was immediately issued inside the ship. Electromagnetic cannon batteries, fire. Fortunately, the move seemed to work. The tentacles were cleanly severed and fell away, a bloody mess. However, in less than 3 seconds, the severed ends began to regenerate rapidly. Everyone fell into a state of desperate panic. The tentacles are regenerating, the captain urgently commanded. No time to wait. Deploy the Earth-penetrating nuclear bombs immediately. Ready? With the command, the weapons were fully locked and loaded. They were fired at the cluster of tentacles. 3 nuclear bombs whistled out, the explosions sounding like rolling thunder, their destructive power incredibly staggering. The captain fell into deep thought. The power of 3 nukes. I hope the martial artists fighting below can evacuate safely. Lena suddenly froze. Captain, the overlord life signature has not vanished. As soon as the words fell, the silhouettes of heavy tentacles emerged once more from the smoke. What? This overlord survived 3 direct nuclear hits. The captain slammed his hand onto the console. This level of power clearly exceeded his expectations. He roared in frustrated rage. Damn it, is the plan to reclaim Shicheng going to fall apart? Everyone fell into extreme panic. Report, core system permissions have been hijacked. Repeat, core system permissions have been hijacked. The captain began to calculate. The one taking control of the permissions was Nua. A broadcast voice rang out. My gratitude to the martial artists of the Shicheng war zone for your bloody sacrifice. Now please leave the battlefield to him. He was shocked, immediately questioning. Him? Who is he? Zhou Hao was suddenly startled, discovering an ICBM flying toward them. He cried out in terror. That ICBM in the sky, a streak of azure light tore through the horizon. The captain broke into a cold sweat. No, a life signature has been detected on that missile. A familiar hem of a garment gradually came into view, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Watching the object streak past, the captain couldn't help but mutter to himself, someone is actually standing on top of it. He stood proudly, his gaze like a torch, recalling a few minutes ago within Wadu, under the baptism of a massive surge of energy, He had finally awakened. Nua stepped in slowly. He, congratulations on completing your breakthrough. She handed him an object. This is a nanosuit specially made for you by Dragon Breath. He immediately inquired with urgency. Nua, how long ago did the Wadu Shicheng Warzone troops depart? Nua replied. They left 5 hours ago. Hearing this, he was shocked. It's already that late? Quickly, arrange a supersonic fighter for me. No, even a supersonic fighter is too slow. Use an ICBM. The ICBM's speed is much faster. She complied obediently. As you wish, he began to calculate. He had 2 goals for this trip to Shicheng. First, find the Mad Doctor and reclaim the Golden Gene. Second, slay an overlord and seize its overlord rank monster core. This was the final step of evolution. The Emperor Compendium template compatibility had already reached over 90. Except for Lord rank monster cores, cores of other ranks had become ineffective. But even Lord rank cores could only provide a fraction of a % of compatibility each. By now he had relied on massive resources to reach 99, even causing the Wadu market's stock of Lord rank cores to run dry. But that final one of compatibility could not be achieved through accumulation alone. Only higher order genes could complete the final fusion. At this moment Nua spoke again. The ICBM is ready for launch. I wish you a smooth journey. As he streaked past, he muttered to himself. Found the fellow. If 3 nukes couldn't deal with you, it looks like this final one is all up to you. He calculated that according to the database, this tentacle monster was called an Earth Demon, wasn't it? Quite a domineering name. He mocked triumphantly. What, are you angry because I laughed at your name? He was full of interest. The Emperor Compendium's temper wasn't exactly great either. In an instant, he suddenly reached out, the energy pressure released from his palm being extremely intense. Clearly, He's strength after this awakening far surpassed the past. Energy erupted frantically. staring at those tentacles. He circulated his internal power once more. Damala's secret technique, nuclear light blade slash. His power swept around the monster like a wild storm inside the command ship. Everyone cheered excitedly. Is a Wadu Grandmaster coming to support us? We can reclaim Shicheng. Great, Shicheng is saved. Seeing Yi-He's silhouette, the captain was beyond excited. On the battlefield, Yi-He was like a frantic drill, wedging himself deep into the massive monster's body. Meeting its eyes, Yi-He sneered. Hiding quite deep, aren't you? He then revealed a look of contempt. I'll finish you in one go. Dazzling intense light continued to burst forth. As Yi-He charged forward frantically, he then let out a great roar. Damala's secret technique, nuclear explosion, heaven-piercing spike. After everything settled, Yi-He landed steadily. The afterglow of energy radiating from his body seemed to pierce through the clouds. Everyone was in awe. Is that toward Shicheng? What on earth happened? It's too dazzling. Intelligence says an overlord appeared in Shicheng. Could it be? Don't overthink. Great summer will prevail. At this moment on the battlefield, Wu Huang had unexpectedly been split in half. Tianyu shouted his name in grief and rage. Goldenhorn wore a look of disdain. What kind of damn shield tank expert? Nothing but a thin sheet of paper, easily pierced in an instant. He stared at Tianyu. But you are strong, actually forcing me to use my third form. Tianyu felt a sense of doubt. This overlord actually possessed a triple metamorphosis form. He pondered silently. The blood-burn secret technique won't last much longer. Even if I can win this battle, I won't have many years left to live. But his gaze was resolute. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that I, Great Summer Grandmaster Chen Tianyu, will slay this demonic creature here today. Die, Goldenhorn spoke again. Martial lock forced attack. Your martial artist's idealistic moves are truly elusive and ephemeral. He was full of contempt. But in the end, they cannot bridge the gap of absolute power. Just then, a powerful force struck from afar. Earthly fiend martial technique, thousand-blade thunder spear. Goldenhorn took a heavy hit, appearing somewhat caught off guard. However, he immediately regained his composure. Just as well, recently, the Emperor completed the transformation experiments for the old civilization. He smiled insidiously. As a human acknowledged by me, after you die, I will recommend your remains so you can be reborn in an even more powerful state. Tianyu's eyes wept tears of blood. Even in death, I will deal you a heavy blow. I will never let you interfere with the reclamation of Shicheng. With that, he charged resolutely at his opponent. The azure light exploded once more, yet he still stood tall. Your human's life-burning moves are truly a nuisance, even though that last strike should have been enough to kill you. Looking at Tianyu and the others, he was incredibly smug. To think you're actually using some blood-burn secret technique to forcibly extend your lives, Goldenhorn added. But no matter, I don't mind the trouble. To preserve the integrity of these powerful human corpses, I didn't use excessive force, but you won't have such luxury. You'll be nothing but crushed dust. At this moment, a massive silhouette slowly approached from behind him. It's quite lively over here. I could hear the commotion even from outside the city. Elder Emu's face was filled with shock. Wu Huang, didn't you just die in battle? Wu Huang then spoke, his expression blank and listless as he responded. His gaze seemed to be manipulated. Elder Mu, am I dead? I don't know. As soon as the words fell, Wu Huang's body began to undergo a bizarre mutation. Elder Mu was rooted to the spot. He saw Wu Huang violently tear apart the remains of a mount on the ground. His face was distorted beyond recognition. As expected of a Grandmaster-level expert's mount, if only I could eat a Grandmaster's flesh, it would be even more wonderful. You all look extremely delicious too. Can I have a taste? However, before he could finish his sentence, Goldenhorn struck rapidly. Severing his head, he wore a look of disgust. What is this disgusting thing? It actually carries a trace of the aura of the dark dimension's ethereal demons. Is this some crazy creation you humans cooked up to dare meddle with those demons? If that's the case, it's better if we rule this planet. Just then, the Hound appeared, standing beside Goldenhorn. He sneered, appearing exceptionally satisfied. The Hound said playfully, "Hello there, extraterrestrial. My name is Shadow One, and I'm here to eat you," Goldenhorn roared arrogantly. The scene shifted, revealing ruins everywhere. Goldenhorn struck the Hound, who seemed unable to withstand a single blow. But immediately, Goldenhorn's movements halted. He looked down at his own body, fear in his eyes. This is bad. His flesh and blood is eroding my body. Goldenhorn soared into the air in a rage. Extraterrestrial, how far can you run? What's before you is nothing but a decoy created by my true self. However, at that moment, the Hound asked with interest, "Have you ever heard of an anglerfish?" As soon as the words left his mouth, that monstrous fish lunged up, cleanly biting Goldenhorn. The opponent was extremely terrifying, frantically devouring Goldenhorn, and the Hound was very satisfied with this. As expected of an overlord-level creature, actually unable to be instantly digested and absorbed, still struggling within my body. Seeing this, Elder Mu immediately ordered everyone to take advantage of the chaos and flee with Dean Chen. Qi Ming hesitated, but Elder Mu was resolute. The hound playfully licked his lips. "I haven't forgotten about you. You'll make a perfect post-meal dessert." But then the ensuing turn of events made his skin crawl. In the sky an intense light was shooting toward this location. Elder Mu looked back. Such powerful energy, could it be another overlord? Qi Ming echoed the sentiment. That energy was closing in. The intense light was aimed straight at the hound. He was stunned in place until that light completely blossomed. Elder Mu ordered Qi Ming to protect Dean Chen. He thought to himself, the target isn't the overlord, but aimed at the other monster. At that moment, another violent tremor occurred. He charged forward and roared, "I originally thought you eating the overlord meant you were on our side," he added. "But since you want to strike at Dean Chen and the others, then I can't let you go. This dark red slime is truly revolting." With that, he concentrated his internal power once more, staring fixedly at the hound, and slammed a heavy blow into the opponent. The hound was struck with shock, forced to take the hit. By now the hound had been beaten to pieces, able to only let out a weak whimper. He had no intention of stopping, his gaze cold. "I won't let you die so easily." He soared into the air, no longer holding anything back. He dove down from high altitude, his gaze resolute as he roared, "Earth throw." A heavy shell-like blow struck with a boom. A violent explosion rang out, and the hound was beaten into a bloody mess, his entire being embedded deep within a massive rock. He landed slowly, staring intently at his opponent. At this moment the system's voice rang out, "Infinite Monster Template, Host Yi-He, Damala Template Compatibility 100. Flame Lord form unlocked, please use with caution." At this moment the shattered hound actually began to slowly squirm and aggregate. In a few moments his body condensed back into shape. He walked forward slowly, his voice bone-chilling. "To have such high attack power, you nearly hit me into amnesia. Since my birth, no one has ever. I haven't been suppressed like that in a while." Seeing this, Yi couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. The hound let out a sinister smile while expressing his gratitude. "Your attack just now actually accelerated my digestion. Now I have successfully mastered the genes of that overlord-rank magical beast. As a return gift I'll keep you conscious so you can watch as I slowly devour everything you are." As soon as he finished speaking, points of starlight began to rise slowly. He kicked out impatiently. "Where did this barking dog come from?" He delivered an aerial kick, a curved shot that sent the hound flying. Not only that, Yi's strength erupted once more, followed immediately by another violent impact. The hound changed his form once again and walked out slowly, laughing with excitement. "Keep hitting me, keep going," he said triumphantly to Yi. "You can't kill me. I will become your nightmare." Yi stood calmly in place, his face devoid of fear. This only made the hound more excited. Yi laughed heartily. "This is the first time I've met someone crazier than me." While attacking, he mocked contemptuously. "Stupid. Growing larger only makes it easier for me to handle you." Emperor-style nuclear Qigong wave. In an instant that intense light slammed into the mad dog once again. Qi Ming stared blankly. Which Grandmaster is that? With this kind of speed and power, even a Grandmaster in the metamorphosis stage would be hard-pressed to match them. Elder Mu added. "Furthermore, that blue energy fluctuation is something I've never heard of before. Fortunately, he is on our side. With this expert overseeing the West City war zone, we can finally rest easy." The hound continued to recover even after being blown apart. He clamored, "I told you, it's useless. No matter how powerful an attack you launch, you can't kill me. I can split infinitely, split, split, and split again." His biological potential was fully ignited. "While your nuclear attacks constantly tear and destroy my flesh, they also drive my cell division speed. This division speed has even surpassed the diffusion speed of nuclear energy." However, Yi's gaze remained as cold as ever. He gritted his teeth and stared fixedly at the hound. He calculated secretly, "Truly a troublesome fellow, but the Emperor Compendium Template's compatibility has reached its limit, granting me extremely keen blood and chi perception." He thought to himself that while he couldn't precisely observe the changes in every cell like an electron microscope, he could roughly feel that this guy was constantly adapting to his nuclear energy. The hound laughed wildly. "Exactly, this is my ability, invincible evolution. No matter how strong you are, you will eventually be devoured by me. You can never defeat me." He stared intently at Yi. "I can feel the incredibly powerful genes within your body. Compared to your top-tier genes, the overlord-rank genes I just devoured are as tasteless as trash," he thought unwillingly. "I have devoured countless lives and continuously evolved within my body to create the perfect lineage and genes. Why am I still inferior to the man before me?" He stared fixedly at Yi, his heart filled with rage. "On what grounds? I must eat you immediately after." He opened his massive maw and swept across, causing several buildings to tilt instantly. The scene before them was like a tsunami. and the dazzling red light spread rapidly. Seeing this, Chi-Ming cried out in shock. Not only that expert, but even this monster's strength is this terrifying. Can that mysterious expert handle it? He looked at him with contempt, coldly spitting out 2 words, glutton. He narrowed his eyes and raised an arm, manifesting one arm of the genuine dragon armor. Before performing fist-splitting the sea, he then leaped into midair, locking onto the hound, and his power swept across, instantly knocking the opponent away. The hound stood rooted to the spot, letting that power slam into his body. But when he looked at his own body, he could hardly believe his eyes. How is this possible? How could you hurt me? Clearly, this strike had successfully injured him. Filled with resentment, the hound roared as he landed, bellowing, "Why is your power still climbing?" Yi's expression was indifferent. "Exactly. My power will always be 1 level higher than yours." The hound was exasperated. Damn it! Under Yi's precise calculation, he unleashed the genetic ability air detonation. As soon as he spoke, violent explosions rang out one after another. At this moment the sky looked as if fireworks were blooming everywhere, the sound shaking the heavens like rolling thunder. Yi, like a demon god, walked calmly through it all. He stopped and lightly flicked his sleeve, once again revealing that sinister smile. "What makes you so sure this is my peak state?" Yi roared again. Releasing his genetic power, the hound launched a fierce attack with excitement, using a death acid elbow strike. Yi naturally refused to be outdone, countering with a lava iron mountain lean, while the hound took the opportunity for a sneak attack. Unleashing a series of lashes with a thunder whip, he shouted in frustration, "What kind of monster am I even fighting? I don't believe it. You can't be more invincible than me. I am the perfect organism." With that, he launched a furious heavy blow, the sound waves shaking the sky. He remained composed. "Are your messy attacks supposed to be a joke? Now it's my turn to return those words to you. No matter how you attack, you can't kill me." With the increase in physical strength, the special soul-body fusion form of Zawarudo has evolved to a realm far beyond its initial state. My attributes in all aspects are several times those of my normal state. You might not even break my normal defense, let alone the Zawarudo state with doubled attributes. Yi smiled brilliantly. "To be honest, even if I stood here and let you hit me all day, you wouldn't necessarily break my defense." The hound felt a surge of terror. "No, this is impossible. Could it be that I really can't beat him?" He fell into despair. Although he was getting stronger every second and evolving more perfect genes, he stared at Yi and muttered to himself, "The power gap between us is too vast. If the distance between us is 100 meters, even if I've closed it by 1 or 2 centimeters, it's meaningless in the face of such a massive chasm." This mad dog was still unwilling to give up. "As long as I'm given enough time to grow, devour more experts, and evolve more perfect genes, I will surpass this person sooner or later, but there's no more time." He thought to himself, "Curse it, it's all because the aura of that golden gene suddenly vanished. Otherwise, if I had completed my genes and reached a more perfect realm before facing this monster, I wouldn't have ended up this miserable even if I couldn't win." Ultimately, the hound had to lower his head and admit defeat. "Fine, I admit it. You are indeed not inferior to a perfect organism like me. At least for now I can't find a way to kill you, but you can't kill me either. How about this? From this city to the entire nation, I will never encroach another inch. I'll go to other countries like the North White Shield Federation." Doesn't this also align with your original intention of using third-party forces to balance the power of various nations? He threw out a lure to try and win him over. "In the end, we can split Blue Star. I will rule the North White Shield continent, and you rule the East and West continents. If you can help me get the blood of those world-class experts, I can help you develop toxins targeting them, helping you clear away all opponents." As Yi listened, his face grew increasingly dark, and he then held up one finger. Yi remained silent, making the other party stare in surprise. "What are you trying to do?" Yi then motioned his finger into a plus sign, ignoring the other's confusion, and finally spoke calmly. 10 minutes. If you survive them, I'll take your last name," the hound roared. "Then you might as well just clench your fist now," Yi replied. "I'll get as strong as I can," he smiled sinisterly. "Kill me, what a joke. Even I can't kill myself. Every cell in my body is thirsting for evolution." "Evolution? How could it allow me to die?" He feigned intimacy and approached rapidly. "You'll know once you try." With that, he let out a great roar and punched the hound into the high sky. As soon as the words fell, the hound was sent into the clouds by the massive impact. The hound crashed into a distant building, making it vibrate violently, but he still laughed wildly. "You can't kill me. You can't kill me. This level of attack is nothing more than an itch." Subsequently, Yi took him and soared into the high sky, ignoring the other's screams. He cried out in terror. "What are you trying to do? Are you going to throw me off Blue Star?" the hound shouted triumphantly. "It's useless. Cosmic radiation and the absolute zero vacuum environment can't kill me. I will continuously absorb cosmic radiation to evolve, and then I will kill everyone on Blue Star, Yi said calmly. This distance is just right. No one can see what I do next, and it won't cause destructive damage to West City. Yi's face moved close to the hound's, and he said coldly, and at this distance you should have already lost contact with those clones, shouldn't you? He asked back in terror. How did you know? It turned out the so-called number 1 original body was not as invincible as he boasted. Otherwise he wouldn't have been captured and imprisoned by Laserbird back then. He was indeed extremely difficult to kill, but every self-repair and reconstruction consumed life energy. When the life energy was squeezed dry, he would grow weaker by the day. In the battle with Yi just now, he had lost a total of 30% of his life energy. If judged solely by the energy reserves in his body, he could even rival 3 ordinary overlords. But in fighting Yi, the number 1's greatest reliance was not his own number of regenerations, but those clones separated from his body. From being kicked in the head by the golden-horned insect lord at the beginning, to having his muscle tissue shattered by Yi later, these body fragments did not lose vitality after leaving the main body. Instead, they entered a dormant state. When the number 1's life energy was exhausted, he would activate the consciousness backup stored in the fragments, achieving a bizarre regeneration. Unfortunately, this consciousness-splitting ability had not yet developed to a truly perfect level, and was currently still restricted by distance. Yi fired back coldly. Why do I know? Because I am stronger than you, he thought to himself. Actually, I used the life magnetic field to perceive the connection between the fragments and the main body, and based on the movement of the battlefield, I felt the strength of this connection change, thereby inferring the distance limitation between him and the fragments. I really am a genius. After a pause he added, in other words, you only have 1 life left now, Yi. He and the hound flew to a higher altitude together, and the hound was now completely at a disadvantage before Yi. He was terrified. I didn't expect to be seen through. I can't die. He thought, once I die, I'll never see tomorrow's sun again. Immediately after, he screamed and performed a self-explosion splitting. This is my life-saving ultimate move. You can't catch every one of my fragments. Yi's eyes sharpened as he asked, are you afraid? That is the instinctual fear of death. At this moment, looking at Yi, the hound couldn't help but curse. You can actually grow this large? Yi was very satisfied with this. There was no need to catch every fragment. He only needed to gather them all into his palm. He stared at the opponent and said, you have nowhere left to run. The hound clamored frantically in Yi's palm. What are you trying to do? He was kneaded into a ball, and his fear grew. What are you trying to do? Do you want to devour me? Seeing himself being stuffed into Yi's body, he let out a sharp roar. Are you a magical beast? You're actually thinking of eating your opponent. The hound was simply in disbelief. He shouted arrogantly, aren't you afraid I'll devour you from the inside? This is my finding life and death move, Yi replied calmly. Devouring you is only the first step of the ultimate kill plan. The next step is the explosion. Flame Lord. As soon as the words fell, Yi's massive body suddenly exploded, instantly turning into a ball of red light that dissipated in the air. The hound screamed, where is this? How can any living creature release a stellar-level temperature? In his gene pool, there were absolutely no transcendent genes that could adapt to a solar-like life forbidden zone. He pulled back unwillingly. Damn it, are you planning to refine me into a pill? Seeing himself gradually fading away, the hound roared, I won't accept this, I won't accept this. I am clearly a perfect organism. If only I had time. If only I had time to become a god. Before he could finish his sentence, the hound had completely vanished into the void. Returning to 10 minutes ago, in the West City war zone, everyone was busy reporting. The Vanguard Squad requested a reply. I am Dai Chi Ming of the Vanguard Squad. I have received the message from headquarters. Dai Chi Ming, the beast tied in the West City war zone, has been completely pacified and is currently being successfully surrounded and annihilated. Headquarters has confirmed that all overlords in West City are dead. Please report the situation on your end. A briefing came from the other end of the phone. Headquarters had grasped the overall situation. Chi Ming followed up. If not for that mysterious expert, our plan to reclaim West City would have been difficult to carry out. Headquarters. If the identity of this expert does not need to be kept secret, please be sure to tell me. I want to go and thank him personally. The voice on the other end replied, he is a student from your Wadu. From Wadu? Is it some dean or a specially invited professor? Chi Ming was greatly shocked. How have I never heard of him? The report stated that he is currently neither a teacher nor a lecturer, but a student. As the chairman of the Wadu Student Union, I've met almost all of Wadu's faculty and staff, but someone who displays that brilliant and extremely destructive blue light in battle is non-existent. Chi Ming listened with mouth agape. A student in the senior graduation class. How have I not heard of someone in the same year who reached the Grandmaster realm faster than me? The person added, he is 3 grades lower than you. At this moment the power above erupted again, and the hound had been completely absorbed. He even expressed disgust, saying he was not only ugly in appearance but also tasted terrible. The high temperature of Flame Lord had already burned away the nanosuit. He opened his mouth, his eyes glowing. Now to see your effectiveness, number 1. Just as he opened his massive maw, the tentacles inside lunged out. He evaluated that the evolved vampire bloodline, combined with the god's genetic evolution ability, could refine the number 1 while simultaneously absorbing his genetic abilities. He muttered with satisfaction. Since I've inherited that fellow's red-black biomass, it seems this thing can not only simulate clothing but also repair the body damaged when activating the Flame Lord state just now. After a while, he finally returned to the ground, his form having undergone a massive change. A faint smile quickly appeared, and he smiled brilliantly. Rather than calling it repair, it's better to call it optimization. It feels just like customizing a character in a game. This feeling is too wonderful to describe in words. This ability is certainly not inferior to any high-tier template. The scene shifts elsewhere, to the North White Shield Federation at the Federation Military Command Base. The scene of Yi eating the hound was captured by satellite. This man was exactly the general of the North White Shield Federation, dull. He wore a look of fear. What on earth is that thing? They quickly exchanged intelligence. The Federation supercomputer EVA reported, at the junction of the troposphere and stratosphere in the West City war zone of the Great Summer Country, a violent high-energy reaction occurred with an impact range of 600 kilometers, estimated to be equivalent to a 10 million-ton nuclear explosion. Aren't they executing a reclamation plan? What's with this high-energy explosion? The technician reported, General, EVA has detected signs of life activity remaining at the center of the explosion. A living entity. An explosion of this scale would turn even a top-tier expert to ash. Zoom in the satellite image. I want to see what kind of trickery Great Summer is playing. On the large screen, Yi's silhouette instantly appeared. Dull was startled, stuttering. He's just a youth. Seeing those scarlet eyes, the computer knew what automatically translated. Are you looking for your daddy? This was the North White Shield Federation Military Command Base. Yi nonchalantly flipped his middle finger, staring directly at the screen, which left Dull pale with shock. How is this possible? Our satellite is way out in Earth's orbit. How did he discover us? Quick, identify him immediately. Has Great Summer produced a 4th Grandmaster? Immediately after, Yi's gaze turned cold, making Dull jump in fright. What is he trying to do? The crowd reported in panic. General, the reconnaissance satellite has detected an energy buildup, and now a bomb-like energy beam has been fired. Yi looked annoyed. Those bastards from North White Shield. I'll blow up your satellite first to see if you ever dare spy again. The Emperor Compendium's mother body is fully powered, and the life field has expanded to its limit, enough to cover the entire globe. Not only can it sense carbon-based life, but it can even perceive the signals emitted by machinery. Every special frequency is within my sensing range. Now that West City has been reclaimed, I suddenly have an idea. At this, Yi's eyes turned red. With my current life level, can I set foot in that S-rank forbidden life zone? Let's try it, just this once. After speaking, he immediately circulated his internal power and expanded his domain. Simultaneously, the magnetic field rapidly diffused toward the distance. He muttered to himself. Shadow One's black-red biomass, combined with the life magnetic field, has constructed a complete regional distribution map. The distribution of Great Summer's cities is being precisely and clearly depicted. His expression remained stern. He calculated. This is Guanshan, the place that collapsed due to an S-rank secret realm. As expected, it failed. Not surprising, really. After all, even experts standing at the true peak feel bewildered when facing an S-rank secret realm, he murmured. The Guanshan City Forbidden Zone failed. What about other places? He looked down from high altitude, sensing the magnetic field spreading across all of Great Summer, extending even to the eastern continent of Blue Star, crossing the ocean to the North White Shield landmass, then to the Arctic Ocean and the Eternal Wind continent at the South Pole. Everything was being resurveyed and reconstructed. The scene shifted to Little East Island, specifically the Sun Spirit Imperial Palace. Looking at the man who was coughing incessantly, the crowd knelt in terror. Your Majesty, a monster-like hand reached out. Medicine, give me the medicine, quickly. He drank while saying, the sensing has spread to East Sun. Just who is this expert? Is it that old fox Shi Jingwen from Great Summer, or Suo Li from the West Continent, or has someone who hasn't appeared in public for nearly 100 years noticed something? To test me, I must speed up the refining of the divine object. The day I touch the legendary realm will be the day East Sun conquers Blue Star. Over in the West Continent, people were discussing fervently the kingdom's descent, the pilgrimage center of the holy city. Look, the statue has manifested, a true god has descended, the holy church is real, and the oracle is true. Those ignorant mortals who do not believe will eventually be cast into the bottomless abyss. Oh God, please protect my terminally ill grandson. A figure dove down from high altitude. Did that arrogant gaze just now wake you? The person stopped before a massive blood-stained statue, looking incredibly terrifying. Then he reached out and pressed his hand against that eye in an exceptionally bizarre posture. Once finished, he landed swiftly. This subordinate's incompetence is a capital offense. Please continue your rest. The scene shifted to the Australian waters. A giant ship was speeding across the sea, brilliantly lit. The sailors on board exclaimed, "Could this anomaly be caused by Yi-He?" Liar took off his hat, amazed that he had progressed to such a degree in so short a time. He looked at his own wrist, thinking, it's all the fault of that perverted green-haired human. If he hadn't heavily injured my mortal shell, I wouldn't have been delayed this long for healing. His ship was sailing into the depths of a thick fog. Liar remained calm and composed. Never mind. I'll come find you after I leave here, Yi-He. Yi-He followed up. The life magnetic field has covered the entire Blue Star. There are at least 12 areas like Guangshan City that swallow my perception like black holes. Some entities even tried to reverse track my location after discovering my sensing net. At this he revealed a brilliant smile. The waters of Blue Star were indeed deep. Just then a grand voice echoed, "Is that Yi-He?" Yi-He was stunned. Is this voice Principal Shi Jingwen? It seemed he was trying to transmit a message. Beware of Great Summer's Fu Hongxing. I leave Great Summer to you. Yi-He knew well. The signal source was the Kunlun summit of Great Summer. He wondered why the principal warned him to be careful of the state guardian martial artist Fu Hongxing. Wasn't Fu Hongxing in seclusion for recovery due to heavy injuries? What exactly happened at the Kunlun summit? Then Yi-He said coldly, "Nuwa," the voice responded. "Sir, I am here." Yi-He asked, "Can you still detect the principal's location signal?" Nuwa answered quickly. "Searching, currently not found," Yi-He asked anxiously. "What about Qinglong, the dragonfinch's Qinglong? Can you find his signal?" Nuwa replied. "Searching, sorry sir, not found. However, I have found Director Qinglong's last known whereabouts. He went to the Valley of Death in the Kunlun Mountains." Director Qinglong did not disclose the specific reason. Yi-He broke into a cold sweat, wondering, so they are in league after all. He connected the events. Right at the critical moment when we were about to begin the Great Summer Reclamation Plan, Yi-He's gaze suddenly turned dark. Had Fu Hongxing defected? Yi-He frowned, his face darkening. If Principal Shi Jingwen and Senior Qinglong have disappeared, then Fu Hongxing is an enemy. He paused. This meant that Great Summer's top-tier combat power no longer existed. A chilling thought surfaced in Yi-He's mind. At this very moment, the plan to reclaim lost territory is being carried out with great fanfare. Reclaiming fallen cities also means being severely weakened. Once a towering beast like Great Summer falls, the countless nations that were previously suppressed will swarm it. Jackals and tigers devouring the flesh of a giant demon will only grow stronger. He continued, "The lack of top-tier combat power means Great Summer is currently in its most dangerous period. A single misstep will lead to being besieged." Yi-He executed his movement technique, charging toward the mountains like a blurred shadow, his gaze scanning the entire area. The Valley of Death at Kunlun Peak, a place that can suppress martial artists, demons, and even secret realms, actually showed no signs of battle. When grandmasters clash, every gesture splits mountains and parts seas. If Principal Shi had truly joined forces with Qinglong against Fu Hongxing, then Kunlun Peak would likely have become Kunlun Valley by now. Yi shook his head. Only one direction remained: go find Fu Hongxing. But if Fu Hongxing is an enemy, wouldn't my going there mean I'm exposed? Actually, this kind of thing requiring decryption doesn't suit me. As I thought, I'm still better at fighting. His gaze became resolute. No matter what, becoming stronger is the absolute truth. Now that my 3 templates are maxed, plus the merits from reclaiming West City, it's enough for me to claim 2 more templates. Yi secretly reminded himself that there was also the golden gene decrypted by the Mad Doctor. He closed his eyes. If Great Summer truly has no more State Guardian experts, Yi sneered and charged forward, then I will become the supreme one. Inside an abandoned commercial building in West City, the air was thick with desolation. He walked and scolded angrily, his voice deepening. Yi frowned. So noisy. He activated his bloodline sensing. According to the perception, that vampire kin should be right here. Hiding pretty deep. What are you hiding from? Yi didn't say another word, directly releasing his full power. His figure charged rapidly toward the bottom of the ruins, dust filling the air before him. A giant monster appeared, its size staggeringly huge. Yi only gave it a cold glance, no fear in his eyes. He immediately released his power to launch an attack. Killing intent thought slash, an invisible intent swept across, and the monster was instantly split in half, its corpse crashing to the ground. He looked at the scene and said, "No wonder I couldn't find you. It turns out you were hiding in the monster's belly," he called out to the Mad Doctor. The other raised his head, trembling. "Master, you've come." Then the Mad Doctor hurriedly backed away. "Wait, don't come near me. I'm too disgusting right now." He glanced at him and replied, "You do look quite slimy." He reached out to cover his nose and asked point-blank, "What happened? Who are you hiding from?" He gulped. "Master, the reason I hid inside this worm was to conceal the aura of myself and the golden gene. Laserbird sent a true monster to snatch the golden gene. He is a supreme life form. I'm afraid all living creatures in West City will be swallowed by him. Let's leave this place first." He pulled out what he was currently using and asked, "Are you talking about this guy?" The Mad Doctor was stunned. "It's him. He's master. Have you already?" He answered indifferently. "Correct, I have refined him." He secretly calculated in his heart that using the word eaten was too barbaric. Refined sounded much better. The other was so excited he fell to the ground and bowed. "Congratulations, Master, on your further advancement." He hurriedly waved his hand. "Enough, enough. Where did you learn these feudal remnants? Give me the golden gene. I wasn't that curious about it originally." He ordered its extraction through the power of Zawarudo. He noted to himself, "Is this the extracted golden gene? My body is craving it." The Mad Doctor asked cautiously, "Master, do you not plan to consume the golden gene?" He shook his head. "Now is not the time. After I swallow a massive amount of energy, I will undergo a metamorphosis and fall into a deep slumber. West City is still a war zone, not suitable for quiet cultivation." He stared at the Mad Doctor and smiled. "Mad Doctor, well done." The other's body trembled slightly, and he quickly lowered his head, responding, "Master, it was only my duty." He raised his hand, and a mass of black-red biomass instantly appeared before him. He transferred power to the Mad Doctor. "Your current ability is too weak. You can only hide when you encounter enemies. This is Shadow One's black-red biomass. It can strengthen your brain." Yi's aura surged, and spinal crystals instantly emerged behind him. He then firmly gripped the crystal and poured his full power into it. Then Yi gritted his teeth and pulled it out with all his might. The other took it with trembling hands and asked, "Master, this is," he replied, "and my spinal crystal. Take it. How much power you can gain from it depends entirely on your own luck." The Mad Doctor was terrified, his body trembling violently and cold sweat pouring down. He cried while saying, "Master, you give me a drop of blood today and I will surely return an empire to you tomorrow." He watched for a moment and said, "Why didn't I realize you were so sentimental before?" Then he turned and ordered, "Enough, go do your business." The Mad Doctor immediately replied, "As you command." Yi's gaze was cold. The demons of West City had become far too urbanized. Next it was time to begin a citywide purge. In the eastern battlefield of West City, the captain reported loudly, "The Overlord is dead. The beast tide has completely collapsed." He waved his arm, his tone full of bloodlust and excitement. "Brothers, one final push to wipe out these animals. Kill." Any demons with lingering sanity that had hidden in the alleys were all wiped out. After finishing, the captain looked up. His voice lowered. "The city can be left to him to handle." "Who else?" the vice-captain blurted out. Could it be he was the one who eliminated the West City Overlord? The captain ordered compliance with the command. All martial artists were to evacuate urgently. At that moment, a brilliant light suddenly streaked across the sky, a blood-red flash diving down with a pressure capable of vibrating the very air. Yi stood tall in mid-air, his gaze cold and cruel. Scarlet tentacles extended from his body in all directions, dancing wildly. The tentacles rapidly curled and changed structure, forming a peculiar shape on the left. Several giant cannons abruptly manifested, their size massive and terrifying. On the right, a second cannon rose immediately after, its muzzle pointing straight at the target. Red tentacles firmly gripped the cannons, pointing the muzzles at the densely packed demons on the ground. Yi spoke, his tone flat. "Let these demons witness the power of my new template, the angelic gun." The roar of gunfire thundered, shaking the vast sky, and the heavens and earth trembled violently along with it. In an instant, the group of monsters on the right was completely erased. Immediately after, the monsters on the left failed to escape annihilation as well, massive piles of monster corpses falling, crashing heavily onto the dust-filled ground. Looking down from high altitude, this force was launching an attack in all directions with no blind spots. The captain couldn't help but blurt out, "This guy is a true monster. He doesn't seem human at all." He clenched his fists, his tone full of astonishment. A single person was equivalent to a heavy fire unit, and every bullet was precisely guided. His killing efficiency surpassed even the army's. He truly didn't know where Principal Shi had dug him up. Yi Feng stared at the screen and reported quickly, "Captain, Yi's attack has stopped. Analysis suggests the weapons have overheated." The cannons ceased their roar simultaneously, wisps of white smoke rising from the muzzles. The captain immediately gave a loud order, "We must buy time for Yi-He. Fill the fire gap during his weapon cooling period. 360-degree mobile energy cannons, prepare to aim." With the order, the energy cannons on the fortress lowered their muzzles in unison, locking onto ground targets. Everyone immediately continued the offensive, firing at the enemy with everything they had. On the other side, a high-tier intelligent demon roared through gritted teeth, "Damn it, human weapons have improved again. This is infuriating. The aerial fortress is coordinating with the ground fire. We must find a way to destroy that turret. Otherwise, we won't even have time to flee back to the Sin domain," another monster responded coldly. "Then you charge in front and we'll follow you." After a brief rest, Yi-He's cannons finished cooling and reloaded. Noticing this, it roared in panic. "That cannon is about to start its second round of bombardment." The demon gritted its teeth, its tone full of terror. "Low-tier demons had no power to fight back at all," it continued. "We must resolve that thing as quickly as possible, or the beast tide will truly be completely purged. Even the underground nest will be rooted out." Suddenly, that demon shouted excitedly, "Stopped!" The gunfire stopped. It roared frantically, "Kill! While that damn thing has just finished shooting and is adjusting, rush up and destroy it. If we don't, no one can think of making it back alive. Demons have already returned to report that the West City outpost has been occupied by humans. We must buy time." Just then, Yi-Feng screamed in alarm and terror. "A massive energy reaction has appeared in the city," he gulped. At least 20 Lord-rank demons had gathered and manifested. The martial artists watched in shock as the demon swarm surged like a tide. The captain roared, "This is bad. Quick, support that turret. We absolutely cannot let those lords succeed. Brothers, hold the line until the artillery can regroup, even if it kills us." The captain roared, "Charge! Do not let them breach the defensive line." At that life-and-death moment, the massive red sphere in the sky suddenly split open. A brilliant streak of blue light shot forth like a divine blade, possessing a terrifyingly destructive force. In an instant, the charging demon beasts were wiped clean from the battlefield. The vice-captain asked blankly, "Is it over?" The captain let out a breath in astonishment. "They're gone. Every Lord-rank demon beast has been eliminated. I spent all that time getting fired up just to end up feeling like a background character." Yi-He's voice echoed coldly, "Did you really think I was just going to stand still?" The reclamation of West City was now a certainty. Yi-He turned, his gaze seeming to declare victory to the entire sky. After tonight, no demon beasts would remain in West City. In the fading dawn following last night's fierce battle, the sky finally brightened. Yi-He stood atop the ruins, a rare smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. The system's familiar voice rang out. "Achievement unlocked. Reclaimer of West City. 1 template draw attempt granted. Significant event detected. As the host's contribution exceeds 50, achievements can be merged for a high-tier draw reward, guaranteeing at least an A- rank template." He let out a light chuckle, unsurprised. "I know this routine. It's just like those gacha mobile games from my past life, except now I'm pulling templates, which is much more interesting." Monster templates below B rank had lost their value to him. It would be most cost-effective to save his draws until all reclamation achievements were completed to pull for something big. At least an A- rank on the same level as the Emperor Compendium, right? He was truly looking forward to it. The host announced in an excited tone that Great Summer's first reclamation battle was a total victory. With 3 cities reclaimed in a single day, he announced them in order. The first was Lien City, reclaimed by the Dragonfinch First Section. The host took a deep breath. "The second is Land City, reclaimed by the warriors of the Sin Capital," he continued excitedly. "And the third is West City, reclaimed by a team led by Dean Chen Tianyu of Wadu. The warriors of Great Summer will continue to reclaim every city occupied by demon beasts." In another corner, Qingzu clenched her fist tightly. "West City was reclaimed by Dean Chen?" She shook her head, her voice low. "Are you joking? That blue light definitely wasn't anyone else." Inside the magnificent building of the Great Summer Reclamation Command Headquarters, the minister ordered in a deep voice, "Set Yi-He's identity to top secret. This matter is far too world-shaking. It will attract attention from all parties." The staff member replied briefly, "Yes, Minister." At that moment, Yi-He stepped forward and spoke of his own accord. "Officer, I have a favor to ask." The minister hurriedly waved his hands with a wry smile. Don't. You're the officer here. No need to beat around the bush." "Fine, I'll be blunt. When will you issue my formal certification as the #1 freshman of Wadu?" The minister smiled awkwardly and asked. "You're already stronger than the principal. Why do you still care about that title? Won't you feel embarrassed in front of your classmates?" He explained with a slight tremor. "That certification requires confirmation from the Wadu Student Union and usually takes a month, but it's fine now." The minister paused, a smile in his eyes. "Your situation is very special. I doubt anyone in the Wadu freshman class would oppose your title as the #1. Besides, the chairman of the Wadu Student Union happens to be right here. He can issue the certification for you directly. He was somewhat surprised. The student union chairman is here too. Upon seeing the person enter, He proactively asked, "Are you the chairman?" "I'm He." Before he could finish, a figure rushed forward. Chi Ming approached, his gaze tense and resolute. His eyes were filled with respect as he spoke sincerely. "Senior, thank you for saving us all. I express my gratitude on behalf of my mentor." He quickly replied, "It was my duty, no need to be so polite, besides you look several years older than me. You don't need to call me senior." Chi Ming shook his head, his gaze unwavering. "No, on the path of martial arts, the one who achieves mastery is the master. The one with greater strength is the senior." He smiled, and after a moment of silence he nodded. "All right then," the system voice rang out again. "Congratulations to the host for achieving the #1 freshman of Wadu achievement. Reward, 1 template draw attempt." He clenched his fist, muttering to himself nervously. Though anxious, he was mostly filled with anticipation. It was finally here. He took a deep breath and pressed the button. It was time to witness a miracle. Before him, a purple vortex slowly emerged, radiating an intimidating aura. It emitted a dark, profound glow like an endless abyss, sending shivers down one's spine. He shielded his eyes from the piercing light, thinking to himself, "Here it comes." The system voice rang out, "B-rank template, Hellstar." A massive eye slowly opened, its gaze majestic and icy. The system began its explanation. Bloodline ability. Sun-obscuring mad star, can sense cosmic radiation and light energy, freely alter particle density, and induce or manipulate the trajectory of energy. Alter its movement path and efficiency. Great dark heaven, devours all things. Compatibility 1. He let out a long sigh of relief. Excellent. This was a skill-based template rather than the kind that merely increased size or offered other useless abilities. Furthermore, he wondered if the Hellstar's ability to manipulate light and energy could stack with the nuclear energy of the Emperor Compendium. If they synchronized perfectly, the room for growth would be immense. He couldn't wait to max out this template and develop it further. The scene shifted to a desolate landscape where Qin City stood alone. Ching Feng cursed through gritted teeth. "Damn it, after a whole day, we've only reclaimed 2 counties surrounding Qin City." Zhang Dao said solemnly. "Our decapitation squad, composed of several chairmen from the Martial Arts Association, is actually unable to lock onto the Overlord location." He knit his brow. "Is it because of those rats? The beast tide in Qin City is primarily made up of rodent-type demon beasts. While there are almost no giant beasts, they are incredibly troublesome on the battlefield." Ching Feng continued his analysis. "They've established a complex transport network beneath the fallen city, engaging in tunnel warfare with the Martial Alliance. We originally planned to use the West City Alliance's strategy, large-scale bombing of the outskirts, to draw out the tide before sending an elite squad for the kill. But those rats are highly organized, almost none were lured by human artillery. The entire Qin City beast tide remains in a deathly silence. All roads leading to the city center are completely unguarded." The old man's face was grim, as if the demon beasts were telling the Martial Alliance, "Come right in." His voice grew even heavier. "It's obvious, they are forcing us into the city for brutal alley combat. That is our weakest area. Otherwise, we wouldn't have only reclaimed 2 counties while suffering such heavy losses." Xiao Yao looked at the phone and reported, "News reports say Lian City, Lan City and West City have all been reclaimed." Lin Hao clenched his fist and slammed it violently against the wall, roaring, "Damn it!" He gritted his teeth, his tone full of helplessness. That Overlord never showed its face. The monster must be hidden deep beneath Qin City. This meant that to face the Qin City Overlord, one would have to traverse narrow tunnels and complex terrain, bypassing hundreds of millions of rats. It was an almost impossible task. Having power but nowhere to use it, there was nothing more frustrating in the world. In a narrow alley in Qin City, surrounded by old stone walls and shrouded in cold gloom, a steady, powerful footstep landed, stirring a fierce current of air in the darkness. As cold winds gusted, a blue light flashed in Yi's eyes. This reclamation of Qin City must not be known to outsiders. The mask on his face was half shattered, revealing one eye. Currently, on the entire Blue Star, he was likely the only one who knew that Great Summer's 3 State Guardian Grandmasters had all disappeared, and the mastermind was very likely the top figure of Great Summer's martial arts, Fu Hongxing. Why would Fu Hongxing strike at his own country's top experts? In terms of strength, fame, or status, he already stood at the peak of Great Summer and the world. He continued his analysis. As a figure destined to be remembered for ages, the fact that he started moving against Great Summer's top powerhouses means one of his goals must be to weaken the country. With my growth rate, I'll eventually become a target for his purge. So, a battle in the future is inevitable. He frowned and glared. To face the man hailed as the martial saint Fu Hongxing, he had to accumulate even greater power. During this process, he had to keep a low profile and strike proactively before the other could react. In short, his greatest advantage currently was the information gap. Fu Hongxing didn't know he had already received word from the principal, nor did he know about the growth rate provided by the infinite monster template. He muttered to himself as he walked forward. As long as he had enough time to grow, he feared no enemy. Reclaiming Qin City was the perfect opportunity for growth. Speaking of which, he had used his life magnetic field to scan the area after entering the city. It was incredibly dense. The number of biological signals likely reached hundreds of millions. This level of interference severely affected his perception, making it impossible to find the Overlord location. He glanced downward and continued, "No wonder the Qin City Alliance can't take it. Even I can't find the Overlord. Viciously cunning. It reminds me of the blood-eyed black ape from Ancheng. These crafty high-tier demon beasts are the ones that make my killing intent surge the most." He suddenly stomped heavily onto the ground. "Fortunately, I have plenty of abilities. There's always one suited for dealing with you." In an instant, red malevolent chi rose like flames from beneath his feet, enveloping Yi's surroundings. Then that red energy seeped underground through the metal manhole cover. Inside the sewers, a swarm of red-eyed giant rats was packed tightly together, restless and ready to move. One of them stared fixedly upward, and then let out a sharp shriek. The rat swarm looked up at the energy seeping through the cracks of the manhole cover, and the red malice instantly erupted and spread rapidly. Beneath the cover, those rats were pinned down by the malevolent chi, able only to squeak in terror. The rat monsters bound by the energy bared their teeth and roared in despair. They sank deeper and deeper, trembling and unable to move. In less than a minute, this rat was completely eroded by the thick malevolent chi. The other rats faced the same fate, though a few agile ones tried to rush the manhole cover. Yi stood there humming a little tune, calmly admiring this death performance. The rats crawling toward the cover were now also locked tight by the malevolent chi. Not a single one could escape. Yi played games on his phone, shouting excitedly, "Go for it, gather up and wipe them out." The malevolent chi devoured the rat swarm like a vortex. He stood up. The rat monsters in the city were mostly cleared out. The black-red biomass had already penetrated 100 meters underground. "It's time for you to show your face, isn't it?" The malevolent chi spiraled in the air as if trying to burst through the manhole cover. But now red bubbles emerged within the chi. The malevolent chi suddenly erupted violently as if to devour everything. A foot with sharp claws stomped heavily onto the ground, shattering the pavement. A giant mutated rat with wings and multiple heads appeared. It let out a heaven-shaking roar, its tone arrogant. "Human, just you alone? I thought a whole group of humans was ambushing me here." The mutated rat laughed loudly. "Human, that strange black-red thing of yours is indeed powerful, but it's completely countered by my sonic roar. You've brought death upon yourself." Yi looked at it coldly. "What makes you think I only have that one move?" Having said that, he raised his arm, preparing his killing move. In the next second, a massive force gathered in the sky, forming a cyclone. Yi barked. "Sun-obscuring mad star!" The mutated rat shouted in terror. "What power is this?" That massive energy vortex seemed ready to envelop the entire Earth like a divine punishment. In the vastness of space, a giant red energy vortex churned violently, emitting thunderous light that seemed ready to swallow the globe. A pillar of light filled with overwhelming pressure shot straight from the center of the vortex toward the city. The mutated rat fled in a panic. "What the hell is this? I'm out of here." Yi looked at it contemptuously. "Trying to run? You animal, can you outrun the speed of light?" No sooner had he spoken than a massive force slammed heavily in front of the mutated rat. It shrieked, then roared loudly, "It won't be that easy to kill me." He raised a finger and ordered the attack. In an instant, countless beams of energy shot down from the vortex. The mutated rat fell into extreme terror, able only to roar frantically. The massive force crashed into the ground, shattering rocks and leveling everything in the vicinity. He said with satisfaction, "As expected of an overlord. Even with its body blown to bits, the monster core is still intact." He leaned down and reached out to pick up the core. "This belongs to me now." But suddenly the core cracked and red liquid flowed out. He stared blankly at the core. Before he could react, it exploded instantly, and countless rats scattered from within, fleeing in all directions. His eyes widened in anger. "You've learned to play tricks too?" He immediately released his tentacles, preparing to catch them all. The tentacles shot rapidly toward the lead rat. And just as they were about to succeed, the rat moved with extreme agility, leading its companions to scurry away at high speed. The rat swarm bared their teeth and roared, "Run!" He stood isolated amidst the desperately fleeing rats. The tentacles were actually unable to do anything to them. Yi closed his eyes, his face full of disdain. For a grand overlord to have only this kind of petty survival trick, a rat is a rat after all. Never destined for greatness. He instantly summoned Zawarudo. Zawarudo activated its ability, freezing the rat swarm in place. He spoke calmly. Zawarudo's time stop ability has evolved to the point where it can sense biological cores. By crushing them one by one, you won't be able to split anymore. He looked up at the sky and added, but if the monster core was just a group of rats in disguise, then where exactly is the Chin City Overlord true body? That crafty rat, it really does have another trump card. Though it's the weakest overlord I've seen, its survival skills are indeed impressive. Quite a talent. Though the dead must die in the end. He circulated his internal power. Since this rat had slaughtered an entire city, he had no intention of using the progenitor's blood to convert it into a subordinate. In your next life, try being human. The scene shifted to the underground rat palace, a place of gloom and cold. Rats were connected head to tail in a horrifying scene. They were surrounding a mysterious biological entity that was currently taking shape, seemingly guarding it. When the creature opened its bloodshot eyes, the rat swarm immediately swarmed toward it. It was encased in a cocoon filled with yellow liquid. Then it broke through the cocoon and emerged, roaring, "Damn it, I almost lost my life." It turned out this was the mutated rat. Chin City could no longer be held. It had to flee back to the Sin domain immediately. The mutated rat cursed in exasperation. Damn it, if it weren't for the Emperor's order, who would want to stay with these brainless low-tier demon beasts and risk their lives against humans? I thought I could hold out for at least another month. As long as the humans' Grand Masters didn't interfere, I could have kept this battlefield in a stalemate forever by staying hidden in this rat palace beneath Chin City. The creature muttered to itself as it hovered in midair. But who could have expected such a freak to show up? That masked human couldn't just release a mysterious substance to devour all magical beasts, but he could even manipulate mental energy. In the end, I didn't even know how he managed to slay all my clones in an instant. Fortunately, I was one step ahead and used the golden cicada's molt trick. That foolish human surely hasn't realized that the one he killed was just a decoy. The mutated rat flew near the vortex he was manifesting and couldn't help but let out a cunning laugh. As long as I pass through this gap, I can return to the Sin domain. But within seconds, the mutated rat scrambled to flee in a panic. As expected, human territory is still too dangerous. Run, it had almost been completely swallowed by that force. How is this possible? Could that person have already discovered me? A powerful force crashed into the ground. Those present looked up. Look over there, the center of the purple light pillar is starting to attack again. What on earth is that? Could it be a heavenly mechanism energy weapon? It couldn't possibly have been summoned by someone, could it? That would be too exaggerated. Even if it really is a heavenly mechanism energy weapon, why weren't we in the Chin City Coalition notified? They began to move. Let's go, let's check it out. By now, the sky was so gloomy it looked ready to drip. They searched diligently but found nothing. I can't sense those rats anymore. They vanished completely, leaving not a trace of their aura behind. Did they all return to the secret realm, or were they annihilated by these purple light pillars? Wu Sen looked up at the sky. Just who could mobilize such a formidable weapon? Elsewhere, the crowds were cheering and celebrating joyfully. Following Lian City, Lan City and West City, Chin City had become the fourth city to be reclaimed. Long live Great Summer! Long live Great Summer! Within a week, Great Summer had reclaimed 4 fallen cities in rapid succession. In a news broadcast, the announcer reported, "We will continue to bring you the latest progress on the Great Summer Reclamation Plan." At a high-level meeting of the Great Summer Coalition, everyone's face was exceptionally heavy. One person spoke up, "Just who is it? Who on earth did this? It's exactly the same as the situation in West City. Clearly, we encountered heavy difficulties, and then a mysterious person appeared to solve them for us. This time in Chin City it was the same story, except the light turned purple. What the hell, is this some Calabash Brothers act? But at least it's certain now that this person is helping the Great Summer Coalition. Logically, the appearance of a mysterious expert within our borders who can sway the situation would surely be prioritized and investigated by the Dragonfinch. We contacted them, and they said they cannot disclose anything, which means even they don't know. Regardless of who this person is, we must reclaim the cities first, or we'll look completely useless." Meanwhile, he was flying toward another location. He thought as he went. Setting aside S-rank forbidden life zones like Guanchin City, there are currently 3 fallen cities left to be liberated. 2 of them are currently being handled by the Dragonfinch and Wadu. I heard reports of frequent victories on those front lines lately. It's not far from a successful reclamation, so I can only go to the one remaining city. Sand City. This city really has no presence at all. The Sand City Coalition sends back small battle reports daily with no major losses, but no major victories either. It's almost never appeared in the news. He opened his phone. I've been using the Hellstar template as my primary ability until now. but that iconic purple skylight is too conspicuous. I need to change identities. Several dark red tentacles emerged from Yi-He's mouth. His hair shifted to silver and he put on a mask. Yi-He's flight speed was faster than ever before. He pulled a long blade from his space. It's been a while since I used the Starfall Slasher. I should give it a disguise too. Tentacles began to wrap around the blade, which immediately transformed into a highly intimidating long spear. Once the disguise was complete, Yi felt very satisfied. This identity would focus primarily on martial arts killing intent. Only Mentor Gong Kei and Senior Qinglong know I use the killing intent martial path. This identity should be quite secure. He sped away, casually ordering Nuwa play Still Miss You. As night fell, he intended to vanish quietly into the darkness. The scene shifted to Sand City, which was shrouded in a cold, gloomy atmosphere under thick clouds. Go find old Lu, hurry up and get ready. We're heading to the battlefield soon, the man replied. Fine, wait until I finish this meal. Military rations taste terrible. They're nothing like the food my wife makes, Yi reminded him impatiently. Enough nonsense. You can't be as leisurely on the battlefield as you are at home. Hurry up and pack, the chairman called us to assemble. The man was still haggling. Wait, let me go to the bathroom first. Damn it, you didn't piss yourself in fear, did you? We're about to set off. Why do you have so many issues? I don't know if I'll make it back alive this time. My son was just born. I'm clearly a martial artist, so why have I become so cowardly right before going into battle? Hearing this, he directly exposed the truth. Oh, is the acting really this clumsy? Not even a single prop. No wonder I kept feeling something was off. The overlord of Sand City is indeed planning something big in the shadows. Seeing everyone around him looking as if they had lost their souls, he was greatly surprised. Is everyone in Sand City under a hallucination? No, it feels much more terrifying than that. Yi chose a person nearby to test, looking at the wound on the back of her neck. Inside was only a layer of dim, dull flesh. He realized it had already rotted. He didn't know how long the entire Sand City coalition had been wiped out. I'm afraid everyone is already dead, but the most terrifying part is that they haven't noticed at all after death. The wound on the back of the neck healed rapidly. He continued, noting that the flesh and blood inside had long since rotted away, while the exterior still maintained the appearance they had in life. In their daily lives, they were most likely still repeating the last day before they died. The Sand City Coalition had deceived themselves this way, and deceived all of Great Summer. This act of mocking life had to be eradicated. He raised his hand and tentacles from within his body shot out. The tentacles bored into the girl's mouth and she cried out. Who are you? He thought to himself. Blood nightmare art psychological hypnosis. He withdrew the tentacles and informed her. You are already dead. The girl began to go frantic. I'm dead? Yes, that's right. I already died on the battlefield. The overlord of Sand City was too terrifying. It had killed all the chairmen and turned them into puppets. The girl's face gradually turned withered. A grandmaster. Only a grandmaster can fight that monster. The pupils in her eyes constricted due to congestion, and she finally collapsed to the ground. He realized that it seemed the moment she acknowledged the truth of her own death, the energy maintaining her physical existence vanished. He closed her eyes for her. Rest in peace, comrade. I will avenge you. Subsequently, he shouted. Advance, slay the demons and eradicate the monsters. At this moment, Sand City was still shrouded in a sinister atmosphere. He was currently detecting the frequencies here. His life magnetic field had covered the entire city, yet he could not sense the overlord powerful life signal. On the contrary, the intensity of every magical beast's life signal fluctuated almost identically. Just like the Sand City Coalition, they seemed to have all become mass-produced puppets. There were walking corpses everywhere. Suddenly he heard an unusual movement, and tentacles spread out from Yi in all directions like the roots of a tree. They began to climb the buildings, not letting a single corner go. The walking corpses caught by the tentacles could only let out roars. He calculated in his heart. Since that's the case, I'll just have to force you out. Yi's gaze locked onto a single direction. Good, very good. When the commotion reached him, he thought, I know where you are. On a distant mountain peak, an abnormal surge of energy was radiating. The strongest of the coalition, Li Chongshan, master of the Red Martial Gate and in the Grandmaster Metamorphosis stage, had appeared. He ordered all martial artists to obey his command. With a heaven-shaking shout, Chongshan rallied them. The Sand City Overlord is right ahead and there is only one of it. Kill it and we can liberate Sand City. Below, the crowd shouted with soaring spirits, Liberate Sand City. Suddenly, a space-time vortex appeared in the sky. Everyone was thrown into a panic. What is that in the sky? Is it reinforcements? A pair of legs stepped out from the flowing space-time and Yi's silhouette clearly manifested, he announced coldly. Rest in peace. A massive force slammed down toward the center. A martial artist questioned, What is with that human in the sky? Why is he attacking us? Could it be a foreign expert colluding with the magical beasts? Damn it, ground troops retreat before him, we are nothing but sitting ducks. Aerial units, defensive maneuvers, someone from the rear reminded. Commander, for some reason the fighter jets and stockpiled missiles in the warehouse have all vanished. He was shocked beyond belief. That's impossible, this is clearly our first campaign. We haven't used them at all. Before we set off, the logistics team clearly checked once. The situation is getting worse. When did we run out of ammunition? Changshan, hiding behind a giant rock, exclaimed. How unexpected. Has this human discovered my arrangement? What a pity. I originally wanted to take the opportunity to infiltrate the human interior. A wave of overwhelming force suddenly swept toward him. Changshan activated the Red Martial Gate secret art Earthly Fiend martial technique. He clenched his fist and threw a killing punch against the fierce wind, desperately resisting the surging power. Arcs of lightning were gradually flowing backward, and that single punch shattered the force. Changshan faced Yi, laughing with wild excitement. The human expert's body is truly wonderful, and this god-level technique called martial technique is also extremely profound. A massive energy sphere condensed around Yi. They merged into one, turning into a beam of light that blasted straight down, shattering the ground. Changshan remained unscathed. Your attacks cannot cause even a sliver of damage to my formidable physical body. His power transformed into a massive face. On the contrary, can you take this punch of mine? This caught Yi by surprise as well. So strong. That punch came straight for his face. Changshan laughed smugly. Dead center, he continued. To see through my plan, you must be one of the best among humans. That punch shattered Yi's mask. His true face was revealed as he endured a series of rapid-fire punches from his opponent. Very good, you will be my next puppet. You will understand how powerless you are before absolute strength. He roared with regret. Die! The final punch drove directly through Yi's body. Yi opened his mouth and wisps of black chi spilled out as his face gradually dissipated like a phantom. Seeing this, Changshan realized, no, that's not right. At that moment, Killing Intent Slaughtering Moon was activated, and the entire space fell into a thick blood-red hue. Changshan simply couldn't believe it. Did I fall into a trap? Waves of blood chi sealed the surroundings, and an abnormal surge of power flashed in the distance. A fiery red slash struck down, hitting precisely where the man had been standing. Yi reappeared wearing his mask and said, as expected, a fake is a fake after all. It can't compare to the keen perception of a true martial arts expert. You didn't even recognize the optical clone I created. Changshan crashed down, finally realizing the truth. Not only did you see through my disguise, you even wiped out the puppet army I created. Changshan struggled to sit up. Even this human body of mine, which is stronger than most overlords, was sliced open with a wound. This only further proves that you also possess a top-tier body. His interest soared instantly. Excellent. It belongs to me now. Golden rings appeared on Changshan's hands as he charged toward his opponent in the sky. Yi raised his scythe. An overlord that seizes human bodies, how rare! Yi slashed down with power, and Changshan blocked with his energy ring-clad arms. He said confidently, you can't break my golden emperor. Hand over your body while you still can. Yi was ultimately forced to retreat. Changshan mocked, hey, giving a body like yours to a top-tier martial artist is a complete waste. He became even more serious, condensing energy on his scythe. I'll show you the gap between us. Yi's power erupted in succession, slashes weaving down as he fought with increasing ferocity. Since the opponent's counterattacks were weak, his movements clumsy, and his reactions slow, his techniques were completely without order. This kind of trash wants to spar with martial techniques? In your dreams. I'll let you know just how weak and incompetent you are. Only then did Changshan feel fear as the opponent's attacks suddenly became sharp. Oh no, even though I have the strength and neural reflexes of the Grandmaster Metamorphosis stage, I still can't fully see through his attacks, this fellow thought to himself. Instead, it is I who have been seen through by him. Yi thought to himself smugly. You can change your life electric field to disguise your position, but you can't hide your essence. He announced, I found you. Changshan's entire body was trembling. How was this possible? Clearly, I have a powerful Grandmaster physique. No, I have to retreat and come back to fight you after I find a stronger puppet. His entire body froze. How could this be? His body was locked down as if by some force, unable to move. By the time he realized it, that tyrannical power had already struck. No, no, Changshan screamed in despair. No, don't. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for achieving the milestone of over 50 contribution to the reclamation of territory. An A rank or higher template draw is available. Yi then clicked the screen and a beam of light appeared before him. He was stunned. A giant S actually manifested within that light. It then transformed into a massive tree, and the information displayed: Infinite Monster Template, S-Rank Template, 10-Headed Gana, Bloodline Abilities. Condenses the natural power of the earth to create 7 attributes of energy. Sacred Wood Bloodline, grants sacred wood cells and control over the essence of the divine tree. Eye of Causality bloodline. Awakens the ability known as the Eye of Causality. Upgrade status compatibility 1. This reward made he excited to the extreme. Holy crap, the luck is real. This was the luckiest he had ever been. He knew the value of this object well. 10-headed Gana was an S-rank template. Stepping into the S-rank meant possessing a transcendent system, and if the template reached 100 compatibility, although it might not match the star pillar Damala in terms of destructive power, in terms of the richness of its skills, it likely far surpassed the previous vampire template. This was a top-tier skill type template. System prompt, cognate template detected in host's possession, fusion possible. Template, 10-headed Gana can be added to the plant attribute mutation path of template primal star pillar Damala. Do you agree to the addition? Please note, since 10-headed Gana belongs to a high-tier interface, adding it may cause unpredictable changes to the final mutated form of template star pillar Damala. This information left Yi in shock. Cognate templates? Is it because both 10-headed Gana and the Star Pillar Compendium possess plant attributes? It turned out that templates could complement and merge with each other based on their characteristics. Fusion and upgrading were just like a card game, but reality was much more complex than a game. The result of merging two templates with infinite potential was yet to be known. Success meant the two templates becoming one, which would not only lighten the resource burden when upgrading templates, but also allow him to obtain an even more powerful super template. If it failed, these two templates wouldn't necessarily be wasted. After all, both templates had excellent foundations and high starting points. Even a downgrade wouldn't be weak, at least not enough to fall to a D-rank template. However, the potential of the fused template might decrease and its grade evaluation could also drop. System prompt. Host possesses high-grade fusion material Golden Gene. The Golden Gene has the ability to optimize bloodline genes, which can significantly increase the probability of a positive mutation during the fusion of the two templates. Yi's face darkened. The Golden Gene? Isn't this a bit too coincidental? Why does it feel like from the moment the Golden Gene accidentally fell into my hands, it was all to prepare for this very moment? Could it be that in some space-time I can't see, there's a guy called the Author guiding me? If that were the case, he had no reason to refuse and he wouldn't. If I am destined to fight Fu Hongxing in the future, then I must become 10 times, even 100 times stronger than I am now. Begin fusion. At that moment the Star Pillar was trying to devour the genes of the 10-headed Gana but met with failure. System prompt. Star Pillar Damala cannot completely devour the 10-headed Gana genes. Further mutation has begun. Injecting Golden Gene. Template is undergoing fusion optimization. The corpse that had been possessed by Changshan actually woke up. The person cried out in shock. Was it you who killed him? He admitted it frankly. That's right, the person asked anxiously. What about the warriors of the Sand City Coalition? He replied. They are nearly wiped out. The person felt a weight lift. That's good, at least don't let our bodies be insulted. Magical beasts of this grade shouldn't have been able to defeat you on the battlefield. Who exactly slaughtered the Sand City Coalition? You must be careful. The magical beast that possessed the Overlord called itself one of the death envoys of the Imperial Star. Its strength even exceeds a Grand Master in the metamorphosis stage. Cough, cough. Most importantly, it can skillfully use martial artist techniques and has even comprehended a domain belonging to a Grand Master. Before it killed me, it said it was heading to Wadu. This news caused the calm on Yi's face to collapse instantly. Heading to Wadu, there were 36 Grand Masters in Great Summer in total. Normally, at least 20 Grand Masters would be stationed in Wadu. But now, as part of the Great Summer Reclamation plan, most of the top-tier combat forces had left, leading troops to reclaim lost territory. Because of this plan, the Dragonfinch had also sent a large number of experts to guard the borders to prevent enemy experts from taking advantage of the vacuum. The State Guardian Grand Masters were all absent, meaning Wadu was currently in a state of emptiness. At the Nine Dragon River Secret Realm station base in Wadu, a rare underwater secret realm rift, the Dragonfinch had established an underwater base. But strangely after this, the magical beasts in the secret realm became exceptionally scarce. Their grades were also very low, so the danger level here had been downgraded from B rank to B-. Inside a restaurant in Wadu, several martial artists were enjoying a fine meal. This is so great, it's still more comfortable being within the Wadu establishment. Martial artists from everywhere else have been deployed to fight, while we can still hold such easy positions here, drinking wine and eating meat while drawing a large salary. Who told us we were born lucky? Ha ha ha. Even for branch members of the 9 great families of Wadu, even if they don't get power and wealth in this life, they can still live a free and easy existence. Another martial artist echoed the sentiment, raising his glass and drinking before playing music and dancing. The person opposite him said in surprise, "Hey old Zhao, why are you here too?" Shouldn't you be at the controls of the radar detector on patrol? Old Zhao replied. What, I patrol while you guys stay here drinking wine and eating meat? They acted extremely negligent. Oh come on, what's there to guard in this broken secret realm? Come, drink with us. Too bad there are no girls. At that moment there was a noise from the trash pile outside. Something crawled out from underground, leaving the area step by step and dragging a long mark on the ground. Atola's left head spoke. Big brother, the human garrison is having a feast, completely unaware that their time of death is near. Its right head replied. Kill. Kill them all, crush everything, and let these humans feel the Emperor's majesty, Atola ordered. Quiet. We are one of the death envoys of the Emperor of the Sin Domain, Atola. This time the Emperor sent us to slaughter experts. We must eliminate as much of the human experts' living forces as possible. The strongest person among the humans, Fu Hongxing, has already given us a list recording the locations of human experts. Since it's a slaughter, focus on efficiency. Don't waste time on these lowly humans before us. The right head immediately took the order. Yes, big brother. The left head did not object either. Yes, big brother, Atola announced. Set off. Let this planet surrender into the hands of the Emperor. The people here had already had their essence sucked dry. Atola mocked. Even without killing them, these lowly humans wouldn't have lasted. The sound of the air currents we created when passing by them was enough to take their lives. Truly pathetic, it activated a portal, preparing to leave the area, but as soon as one of Atola's feet stepped in, it was struck by electricity. Atola's foot immediately smoked, and a patch was charred. It wasn't surprised. As expected, the repulsive force of a spatial rift on a powerful individual was extremely strong. If it weren't for this, the Emperor would have flattened this world long ago. The left head sighed, holding a dark red square object. Still have to rely on things left by ethereal demons. Truly disgusting. Hey, is that world across there called Earth? It faced the spatial rift and threw the object in. It looked like a smoke grenade. Dark red air currents spread out like bubbles, covering everything in the vicinity. A small part of the red gas attached itself to the foot Atola had just damaged. Its foot recovered instantly. This time it used both hands to forcefully tear open the spatial rift, and entered the area covered by the red gas. Atola secretly assessed the situation, let out a cold snort, and charged through with all its strength. The right head looked forward. Was that world across there called Earth? A meeting of the 9 great families of Wadu was currently being held. Dragonfinch headquarters had received Nuwa's alarm and issued an encrypted emergency warning requiring all Grandmaster-level experts to return to Wadu immediately. If the situation weren't so urgent, I'm afraid we old fellows wouldn't have had the chance to gather together like this until the day we die, Zhou Yi reminded coldly. Stop joking. Hasn't Fu Hongxing finished his seclusion? The imperial capital is in imminent danger. He can't continue his seclusion. And Shi Jingwen and Qinglong, where are they? Why can't we contact them? Sima Wei spoke up. Shi Jingwen and Qinglong are already missing. The reason is not yet clear. As for Fu Hongxing, I have already sent people to find him. But, Li Feng asked anxiously, what is the situation? Ying Zong replied. No response. Fu Hongxing did not give any response. This situation could mean Fu Hongxing had reached a critical moment in his cultivation and could not be distracted, or he was intentionally stalling. Upon hearing this, Ying Zong slammed the table and cursed angrily. That bastard Fu Hongxing, nothing but a martial boor. Does he have some plot to usurp the power of Great Summer? Is he trying to eliminate our 9 families of Wadu? I said long ago that we must suppress the awakening and reputation of martial artists. Otherwise they will certainly have further ambitions. Zhou Yi asked coldly. Then what should be done now? If our 9 families focus on protecting ourselves against the powerful enemy mentioned by Nuwa, wouldn't we be falling right into Fu Hongxing's trap? The experts our 9 families spent vast resources to cultivate are meant to suppress domestic martial artists. They are our foundation. If we exhaust them all now, even if we win this battle, our 9 families will collapse, the person across from him suggested. Why don't we first strategically retreat and make a decision after the national experts return to the imperial capital? The entire room fell into a dead silence. No one responded. The scene shifted to the 9-Dragon River in Wadu, where a couple was walking on a bridge only to see a sky-piercing water column erupt from the river. Everyone was shocked. Everyone, look, the river water has turned black. All the fish in the water have died and floated up, someone guessed. What was that explosion? Could it be a secret realm rift? Atola leapt down from high altitude and quickly dealt with those 2. The 3 heads mocked in unison. Truly too weak, unable to withstand a single blow. Dust to dust, ash to ash. The footage of Atola had been transmitted back to the large screens. The scene cut to the Dragonfinch command center. Everyone looked on in stunned disbelief. Someone said tremblingly, an overlord rank magical beast has actually appeared within the imperial city. The image suddenly became blurry. Dragonfinch director Wang Jiting cursed, "Damn it, the ace specialists of the 1st Division are still guarding the borders, and Section Chief Qinglong and Principal Shi are currently not in Wadu. We need to buy time. At least until the State Guardian martial artist finishes his seclusion. Notify all Dragonfinch agents in the Imperial capital to deploy in full force." Everyone reported their names in turn to head into battle. Li Tingxiang, master of the Wadu Rising Sun Martial Arts Hall. Lin Hong, master of the Wadu Startling Swan Martial Arts Hall. Wu Machun, master of the Wadu Grand Ambition Martial Arts Hall. Lin Zunshan, master of the Wadu Genius Martial Arts Hall, and Song Dang reporting for duty. Seeing them, Atola's 2 heads began to mock, "Big brother, look, a few flies are showing off their power before us. Too weak, just wipe them out." It crossed its arms arrogantly across its chest and announced, "Humans, you should leave quickly. We are looking for the strong. You are not only weak, but your potential is also exhausted. There's no more room for improvement. In other words, even if you survive, you can't influence the overall situation or the Emperor. So, run for your lives. Dragonfinch experts will arrive in 3 minutes. To stop demons like you from wreaking havoc and endangering the people of the Imperial capital. In the meantime, we, the masters of the 4 major martial arts halls of Wadu, must suppress you." The 4 major halls were resisting desperately, their power like a wall of fire blocking Atola's feet. The left head spoke, "Is that so? Then we will respect your choice." With a casual wave of its hand, someone immediately lost their life. Atola mocked, "Courage is commendable, but without corresponding strength, there is only tragedy." Lin Hong's face turned pale with fear. "So fast?" An aircraft circling over the city issued an announcement, "Activate anti-aircraft guns, aim at the target." Low-altitude bomber support was in position, preparing to fire. Ammunition poured down, locking onto the attack zone. Atola then condensed a ring above its head, activating the death decay domain. Thick brown fog obscured the view. The pilot reported that things were bad. Long-range weapons could not penetrate the target's defensive field. Seeing the ammunition being corroded and destroyed, they made a decision. "It seems thermal weapons cannot cause damage to him. We can only rely on martial artists." Martial artists were gradually closing in at Atola's feet. Dragonfinch's 2nd and 3rd sections met the enemy head-on, while the 4th and 5th sections were responsible for containment and support. Seeing this, the right head said smugly, "Finally, a couple of human experts worth hunting. Hee, we can have a slightly satisfying slaughter. Crush them, crush them." 2 martial artists were the first to charge, releasing their martial chi to the limit. They did their best to contain it. Monitoring personnel urgently reported, "The chiefs of the 2nd and 3rd sections have died heroic deaths. 50 Dragonfinch specialists from the 2nd and 3rd sections have been killed or wounded. Currently, the 4th and 5th sections have chosen to strategically retreat. The chief of the 4th section has died a heroic death. The chief of the 5th section has died a heroic death. The president of the Linfeng Martial Arts Association, the president of the Cloud Sea Martial Arts Association, and the president of the Lishan Martial Arts Association arrived to support." But the battle situation remained unchanged. Atola was still advancing toward the city center. Wang Jiting said in a trembling voice, "How can this be? So far, 4 Grand Masters in the cocooning stage have fallen in battle." He watched everything happening on the screen with his own eyes. Wang Jiting turned and asked, "Have we contacted Mr. Fu Hongxing, Section Chief Qinglong, or Principal Shi?" The staff reported no contact. He pressed, "What about the 9 families of Wadu? Why has the 9 families only sent great martial masters and a few black tortoise martial artists to participate in intercepting Atola so far? Where have the Grand Masters of the 9 families stationed in Wadu gone? Are they all dead? Why hasn't the 9 families contacted Dragonfinch yet?" Atola's right hand crushed a martial artist. The brutal image spread across the screens. Wang Jiting said with a heavy face, "If this continues, Wadu and even the entire Great Summer will be finished." He gave the final proposal, "Damn it, it has to be this way. Special grade combat power, release the special grade combat power." The female employee advised worriedly, "Director, those people cannot be controlled." Wang Jiting interrupted, "Now is the moment of Wadu's life or death. Release them. I will be responsible if anything happens." At this time, Atola was rampaging in the urban area. A martial artist charged from ahead. "Beast, where do you think you're going?" It dealt with this person with a casual wave. Atola casually kicked over a fire hydrant on the roadside and said boredly, "Boring. I thought Dragonfinch was some formidable organization, but it turns out they're all incompetent fools. You've truly dirtied my hands." Seeing it playing with the water, an exclamation came from behind. "Magical beasts actually like to be clean. Tisk tisk tisk. Did those guys block Atola but release us to deal with this monster? Target locked. I never expected a day when Wadu would be devastated to this extent. It's so real. Amazing, but unfortunately you're still going to die." Atola's left and right head said in unison, "We've been looked down upon. How infuriating. Let's go, kill, kill, kill. It calmly stopped them. Wait a minute. It looked at the Wadu government headquarters in the distance. You three also have hunting value, but you can't compare to the one in the sky. So let's just finish you off quickly. The one in the sky is more worth anticipating, the left head said in surprise. Has Big Brother already opened his eyes? How strong exactly is the expert in the air to be so valued by Big Brother? The right head also felt suspicious. Those death row prisoners mocked. Ha, finish us off quickly. Do you know how many overlords I killed back in the day? In a bit, I'll beat your thick face until your teeth are all over the floor. The right head chanted an ancient incantation, and the left head was also singing in a low voice. They raised their hands and the right head pointed toward the center. They had already set up their formation. Atola ordered the domain to be opened. The death row prisoner was beyond shocked. What? How can a magical beast use a martial Dao domain? A giant palm reached out toward them. Atola stood on both sides and shouted, Great dark heaven. The center of Wadu was enveloped by a layer of barrier, but cracks had already appeared on it. Atola said contemptuously, Is the so-called special-grade combat power actually this fragile? The left head spoke. All the things blocking the way have been killed off, right? Humans are truly fragile. I hope the aerial powerhouse Big Brother values can bring a bit of excitement. He, the right head said with disappointment. Too weak, too weak. Only fighting experts is truly satisfying. Atola then set off to find new prey. Let's go. It lowered its legs to gather force and suddenly shot off into the distance. It charged toward the enveloped area. An emergency announcement came from within the barrier. High energy reaction detected approaching at extremely high speed. Energy magnetic field shield has been activated to maximum power. Atola repeated like a machine, useless, useless, useless. Waves of missiles were fired at it. Wadu was working hard to intercept, firing anti-aircraft missiles. A large number of warheads were activated. Seeing this, the left head let out a cold laugh. Peeved, do you humans still not understand? Thermal weapons cannot harm us. The head on the right had a manic glint in its eyes. Boring, so boring. I just want to kill, kill, kill. Atola crossed its arms, transforming them into an indestructible shield that blocked the downpour of bullets. Suddenly, Atola noticed that the powerful human's presence had vanished. Did she run away? Gong K materialized behind it. The one who should be running is you, monster. With that, a precision slash tore toward Atola's nape. Its hands quickly clapped together as Atola unleashed the wind of death corruption. Gong K spoke with a look of utter disgust. Tisk tisk. So filthy, the head on the left warned. Brother, I have a premonition. If our heads are completely severed, we might die even if our monster cores aren't destroyed. On the contrary, the head on the right grew even more excited. Finally, a decent opponent has arrived. This is exhilarating. She actually managed to wound us. Rage, rage, rage. The wound on Atola's nape was slowly knitting back together. That previous strike had been silent and stealthy, yet possessed an incredibly high purity of slashing power. Human expert, you are the most valuable prey we have encountered so far, Gonke replied fearlessly. Well, I'm flattered. Should I put on a more decent performance for you then? As she unleashed her killing intent, a red light flashed in her eyes, and the surrounding space was instantly dyed a deep crimson. Atola found itself standing in a pool of viscous blood, stunned. Opening a domain directly, however, the surrounding buildings had not disappeared. It seemed she had simply overlaid her domain onto the real world rather than constructing an independent space using martial luck. Let's see what kind of effect this actually has, Gonke said confidently. My stuff is much better than your dirty, disgusting, corrosive currents. Atola launched a surprise attack from behind her. No more words were needed. An earthly fiend martial technique. Sunset dust hammer. Countless heavy punches smashed toward her, erupting in a violent flare of fire. But all that appeared before Atola was a blood-colored vortex. She was gone. The strike hit nothing but air. Her voice drifted from behind. HMPH, a magical beast actually knows how to use martial techniques. If I tell little Yi-He about this later, it'll definitely make his jaw drop. Confusion swirled in its mind. Was it a displacement move or an illusion? Gonke raised a single finger before her. I'm getting serious now. Genetic art, blood map, lingering death. Countless floating bubbles appeared around Atola. The head on the left realized these blood droplets were extraordinary. I can see them. Every 2 drops of blood were connected by a single thread of blood energy. Between thousands of droplets, these lines wove an incredibly tight blood net that not even a mosquito could fly through. She announced that this time there would be no escape. Gonke looked down at him, as he was gradually enveloped by a deep crimson sphere, blinked, and declared the start of the slaughter. Atola's eyes widened. Yet before it could even react, countless flashes of blade light slashed into its body, tens of millions of strikes delivered in an instant. Even a steel-like physique that could ignore a Grandmaster's attack and easily resist a single slash could not withstand 10 million strikes focused on the exact same spot within seconds. Even if it used those black particles to repair the wounds, it could not stop the onslaught of slashes that followed. The head on the right, thriving on challenge, grew increasingly frenzied. Truly a battle worth fighting. The right head's body was already covered in blood, but if it was only at this level, it wasn't satisfying enough. Suddenly, Atola sensed something wrong. What's happening? Its legs suddenly felt incredibly heavy, as if countless vengeful spirits and killing karmas were pinning it down. Atola stared up blankly. Before it stood a mountain of corpses from which 3 massive heads emerged. Standing at the base of the mountain, Atola appeared utterly minuscule as bubbles began to seep from its body. To think a human's killing karma could be this exaggerated. With this level of killing talent, if it weren't for her mental damage preventing further breakthroughs, she would surely have become a massive obstacle on the Emperor's path. Gong-Kei covered her ears and teased, like a bastard chanting sutras, I'm not listening, blah blah blah." Atola didn't want to waste any more time. "Forget it, we've wasted enough time, we still need to hunt more experts, so let's finish you quickly. Come, open the domain." Gong-Kei pulled her phone from her pocket. "Oh, the aura of a martial luck space." She held her phone up, pointing the camera at it. "I know about this too, and now I can record the whole process. I'll show this to little Yi-He later. I have to make that kid see how powerful his master is." Gong-Kei raised her hand to open her domain, Boundless Decapitation Mansion, and a massive blade light manifested. Atola resisted with great dark heaven, and the chains around its neck surged forth. Seeing her lower body turn to mist, Gong-Kei said in surprise, "Am I going to disappear?" She put away her phone. She couldn't record any embarrassing scenes. The head on the left shouted angrily, "Great dark heaven will completely erase you. You gave me an excellent combat experience. Farewell, human expert. Hey big guy, you talk too much. Watch me cut you down first." The blade light descended from the heavens, piercing straight toward Atola. Countless sharp stone pillars erupted from the ground. Gong-Kei landed and cursed, "Damn it, I almost lost my slender waist and jade-like legs." The martial Dao domains collided and reached the limit, causing them to collapse. "Compared to that human Grandmaster Li Chongshan, you're much stronger. Looks like I'll have to use my full strength to cut you down," Atola replied. "Regardless, human martial Dao is not our forte. Now let us show you true power." Its body began to separate. Eyes grew on the left head's claws, and the right head underwent a similar change. 3 arms began to branch out from the left head. "You are worth taking seriously," she thought to herself. "This is getting a bit troublesome. I am a top expert in the killing domain. At least before my episodes flare up, I can clearly sense the intensity of the enemy's killing intent. Based on that, I can judge whether I'll be the one to slash the opponent or be slashed by them." When this fellow unleashed its domain, perhaps due to lack of experience, the martial luck domain was unstable. "The threat of killing intent Atola brings me is only a 6 out of 10, so against it I at least won't lose." But at that moment, Gong-Kei's limbs were entangled by smoke formed from brown bubbles, and everything exploded in an instant. Gong-Kei thought in despair, "Is this scene my destined death?" This was a premonition that only a Grandmaster in the metamorphosis stage with powerful mental strength could occasionally glimpse. "It seems I am going to lose my life here. This is fate, I suppose. Well, so be it. At least I'm dying to protect Wadu. I imagine Principal Shi will erect a statue for me at Wadu University for future students to admire." A vision of her students weeping before the statue surfaced in her mind. "Master, why did you have to leave us? Yi-He, you must control your grief," Gong-Kei murmured with regret. "Even though I've lived for over 100 years, I'm still a bit unwilling. Every year there are new masterpiece games released and I haven't played enough yet. There are interesting anime to watch every month and good novels to follow every day. And I still have a disciple. Little Yi-He, your master is about to die. You must take good care of yourself." Gong-Kei shouted with soaring spirit. "I'll take you down with me." Just then, a space-time portal opened behind her. Gong-Kei looked back in surprise. "Huh? There's another expert?" A masked Yi-He appeared. He had come to change her destiny. Inside Dragonfinch HQ, everyone stared at the screen with mouths agape. Wang Jiding cried out, "What happened over at Wadu University? Did something go wrong in the battle between the special grade combatant Gong-Kei and Atola? Damn it, why is the magnetic field in that area haywire? I can't see the combat footage at all. What exactly is happening at Wadu University? This has never happened before." In the spectating crowd, a little boy asked, "Mom, is the magical beast about to be destroyed?" A massive space-time vortex appeared above Wadu, with skyscrapers below. On the wide road, Atola stood facing Gong-Kei and the newly appeared character. It spoke, Human expert, state your name. He calmly uttered 2 words, monster. Both Gong Kei and Atola were stunned. Monster. He introduced himself. I am a member of the monster organization. You can call me Mo Tong, Atola thought to itself. Monster organization, Mo Tong, strange. There's no such organization on the list of experts provided by Fu Hongxing or anyone named Mo Tong. Was it an oversight, or does Fu Hongxing have other schemes? Regardless, I'll just kill him first. It gathered strength and leapt. Human expert, Die, hands with sharp claws lunged at him with a self-created martial technique, Black Map Ruin Slash. Yi watched calmly as the attack approached. Seeing Yi escape unscathed, Atola was startled, thinking, the sensation of the slash was wrong. He's not dead. A piercingly bright light erupted from the center. Atola's mouth hung open in terror. It's massive. That power is spreading across the entire city. Yi spoke confidently. Although the synchronization of the 10-headed Gana template is still in its early stages and the skill power isn't truly at its peak, it's more than enough to deal with a magical beast like you. After all, the Emperor Compendium has evolved. He turned toward the thick smoke below. Come out, stop pretending. A magical beast of your caliber couldn't possibly be destroyed this easily. Atola stopped playing hide-and-seek and stood up, saying, interesting. It flew into midair, its laughter echoing. Interesting. Since obtaining the passive skill Eye of Causality from the 10-headed Gana, he felt like everything he saw was in slow motion. Below, Atola was repeating, interesting, like a broken record. You happen to be my first battle after unlocking the S-rank template, so I'll use you as a whetstone. He began refining his cells, and another clone manifested. Atola's eyes bulged in shock at the row of clones before it. The clones completely surrounded it, and a halo of light enveloped Atola. Yi spoke, I'm using sacred wood essence cells to create clones, then strengthening them with black-red biomass. You could say that every clone here possesses combat power comparable to my true self. Although the strength of the replicas is far inferior to the original, their cells will collapse and disintegrate under high-intensity energy output. They are still incredibly terrifying. Finally, adding the Hell Star's ability to guide light energy allows for the continuous strengthening and overlapping of nuclear energy, multiplying the power. Atola was searching for a way out. Not good. I must retreat for now. Suddenly, its entire body felt as if it had been locked in place. No, I can't move. What kind of ability is this? Energy began to condense in the mouths of the countless clones, and Atola felt its end was near. He revealed the answer. This is a grand gift I specially prepared for you. All arrays fire. Zhu Xian Particle Array. The scene cut to Dragonfinch HQ, where a female employee reported in terror. This is bad, Director. Look above Wadu University. We've detected the radiation levels there are skyrocketing, the outdoor temperature is soaring, and a second sun has appeared in the sky. A ball of dazzling light appeared in the air, followed by a massive explosion. Streaks of energy spread out, and Wadu below bore the brunt of the energy impact. The countdown showed 15 minutes and 29 seconds. Waves surged violently by the river bridge as the time increased to 23 minutes and 7 seconds. Yi's clones remained standing firm. Current time, 29 minutes and 46 seconds. By 40 minutes and 2 seconds, the clones gradually dissipated. When the screen showed the temperature stabilizing, the staff reported that the temperature had returned to normal and radiation levels were falling. Wang Jiding was dazed. What exactly happened at Wadu University? Has Gong Kei gone mad? Outside, he stood calmly with his hands in his pockets, observing everything peacefully. He remarked, as expected of a top expert from the secret realm world, the title of one of the 4 death envoys of the Emperor is indeed not just for show. At the center of the light sphere, Atola was actually still alive. He hadn't expected any living creature to truly walk out of the Zhu Xian particle array. Even microorganisms should have had their evolutionary adaptive cells vaporized within seconds by the terrifying energy at the center of the array. As expected, your high-grade stuff. I like it. Atola's eyes began to flash with red light. It commanded, Magic Sphere, help me restore my body. Purple smoke gradually covered its entire body. How could he let his opponent have their way? Trying to recover in front of me? I can't tolerate that. He shot toward Atola like an arrow and slammed a palm onto the top of its head. He then dragged it along as he sprinted. He had to take this fellow outside the city. Wadu could not withstand the energy of a second sun. Atola remained stubborn. Human expert, since our birth, this is the first time we've been so severely injured. Although you're far from killing us, you can be proud. We have taken a liking to your talent. It just so happens the Emperor has completely perfected the conversion ritual for the old civilization. Human expert, are you willing to abandon your human status and join our high-order race? With your aptitude, it might only take a few decades for you to become the Emperor's 5th envoy. He looked at it with utter contempt. I put in all this effort just to be 5th, And I have to wait decades? Is this how you test a candidate? He released his grip on Atola. What a waste. He spun around for a roundhouse kick. He cursed disdainfully. To hell with your envoy. The kick sent Atola crashing into a mountain cliff. I stopped being human long ago. Its back slammed heavily against the hard rock, and the force discharged downward, triggering a massive explosion. From the billowing smoke and dust, Atola struggled to sit up. It seems you have made your decision. We respect your choice, and next we shall bestow upon you death. He began to show his hand. We're no longer in Wadu, so there's no need to hide my identity anymore. I can show my full power. His body shifted into a combat form, and a raging blue fire ignited atop his head. Secret art, nuclear light war body super. At this sight, Atola was horrified. This human had actually hidden his full strength while fighting in the Imperial capital's airspace. What exactly is this monster organization? Does every member possess such terrifying power? If so, the Emperor's grand plan might be affected. Its body prepared to stand as Atola swung a slash. It had to destroy this organization called Monster. He replied, Then I'll just destroy you on behalf of the Monster organization. They initiated a new round of decisive battle. Their power enough to split a mountain. He declared they would settle the score, deciding life or death. Atola meant the same, and the entire outskirts vibrated from their battle. He taunted, Come on, let me see what the top combat power of the Secret Realm forces is really capable of. Atola refused to back down, releasing countless air currents. Human, don't be too arrogant. Two powerful forces collided. Vibrating the void, Atola said confidently, Although I lost my physical body and my strength and speed are greatly reduced, I'm not someone a mere human like you can handle. Take this. Its power was currently suppressing Yi. Atola swore that the monster organization would surely become the Emperor's greatest threat, and it would wipe them out completely today. It was Yi's turn to counter. You're even more arrogant than I am. Streak after streak of sword light slashed at Atola as he stepped on a spore. Atola was struck with sheer terror. The ground where he stood had been completely blanketed by dense spores. Yi spoke, explaining that these spores were a product of combining the columnar cells of the star pillar Damala with the cells of the 10-headed Gana. He had named them alien cells. As for their effects, the toxic spore mist was rapidly infiltrating Atola's body. Atola let out a furious roar. What have you done? Why can't I move? My body no longer obeys my will. No, I haven't completed the Emperor's mission yet. Finally, Atola's form was swallowed by the thick smoke. Only then did Yi slowly speak. The star pillar Damala can infect an entire ecosystem through its columnar cells. The atmosphere, the land, the oceans, and even the depths of the entire globe. The planet's entire ecosystem will be permeated by these cells. Every living creature within the ecosystem will gradually be assimilated, becoming a part of it. And once a human is infected by high-order cells, what awaits you is becoming my inhuman avatar. Atola now wore a different expression, respectfully addressing him as my lord. Yi praised. Very good, crouch. After Atola obeyed Yi, he ordered him to jump, and Atola obediently leaped high into the air, weighing a stone in his hand. Yi remarked. Not bad at all. He tossed the stone in his hand. Atola's eyes gleamed like a dog's, and he began to bark. Yi threw the stone into the distance. Fetch, he immediately gave chase. Seeing this, Yi smiled with satisfaction. Excellent, very obedient. By the way, these cells were inspired by the parasitic overlord of Sand City. The results seem exceptional. The scene shifted back to the Dragonfinch headquarters, where Lanhua reported, Director, the cause of the anomalies over Wadu University has been identified. Wang Jiting ordered. Speak quickly, she replied. We have determined that everything was caused by a man wearing a mask. This man wearing a spiral mask had only appeared within the last week. He primarily operated in the various fallen cities of Great Summer, changing his mask for every mission. He did not interact much with the martial artist coalitions of the fallen cities, focusing instead on finding and hunting the overlords of the occupied zones while purging the magical beasts throughout the cities. Whenever he appeared, the clouds in the sky turned purple. Satellite records showed that the purple light originated from cosmic rays in the atmosphere. The individual seemed to possess the ability to manipulate cosmic light energy. Wang Jiting was surprised. A masked man, young people today are truly arrogant, even capable of controlling cosmic light energy. Does he intend to help Great Summer reclaim its lost territory? Lanhua demurred. No, Director. According to Nua's psychological profile analysis, the masked man's goal is not to reclaim territory. He is simply hunting the overlords of those fallen zones. This news left Wang Jiting stunned. Hunting overlords? She continued her report. Director, former Wadu professor and current special grade combatant Gong K is requesting a call. Wang Jiting immediately ordered the connection. Seeing Gong Kei's wretched state, Wang Jiding exclaimed, "Professor Gong, what happened to you?" She reported that the masked man came from an organization claiming to belong to the monster organization with the codename Mo Tong. Wang Jiding asked in confusion, "The monster organization? Mo Tong, what on earth is that?" Gong Kei repeated. He claimed to be from an organization called Monster with the codename Mo Tong. Everyone fell into a state of panic. Monster Mo Tong, what kind of martial force is this? The names don't sound like a legitimate organization. Wang Jiding pondered. Monster? As the director of the Special Intelligence Bureau, I have absolutely no memory of this organization. Is every member as strong as Mo Tong? Why are they only showing their faces now, specifically at the critical moment of Great Summer's reclamation plan? What is their conspiracy? Lanhua screamed out. Director, look! Above Wadu, Atola had returned, having undergone a change in appearance. Everyone suspected it was Atola. Though the outer form had slightly shifted, the size and presence were unmistakable. Could it be an evolution? Wang Jiding narrowed his eyes. No, there was someone on his shoulder. He saw the person standing there. It was indeed Mo Tong. Wang Jiding could not hide the excitement in his tone. Mo Tong? Why is he with Atola? Isn't he supposed to specifically kill Overlord-rank magical beasts? He let out a light chuckle, the light in his eyes flaring, and the screen immediately began to flicker with static. The group discovered that the surveillance signal had been cut, seemingly by some special interference method. However, the life-sensing system was still running and found that Mo Tong was taking Atola away from Wadu. Lanhua reminded him that it looked like they were leaving. Wang Jiding felt extremely ashamed. Damn it, Great Summer was once the strongest country on Blue Star, and now it has fallen to such a pathetic state. Faced with an invading enemy, no one could stand against them. And in the end, we actually had to pin our hopes on a member of a mysterious organization to stop Atola. In a single day, 4 section chiefs were sacrificed, and more than half of the elites were killed or wounded. I, Wang Jiding, have truly failed the people of Great Summer. The decadent 9 families of Wadu chose to protect themselves during the war and fled the capital. This matter could not be allowed to rest. News reports were everywhere, and the public was in an uproar. Wadu was attacked. Am I dreaming? That's the capital of Great Summer, a place where the powerful gather. What blind monster would dare attack it? They refused to believe it. It must be fake news. Who would dare spread such a massive lie? It must be the work of hostile forces. Right now, Great Summer is busy reclaiming lost territory. Perhaps they don't want us to succeed, so they spread rumors to disturb the people. Exactly, that makes sense. We must catch the rumor mongers and crush their invasion plot. The girl behind Dai Chi Ming asked curiously. Chairman, this news is fake, right? How could Wadu be attacked? He, however, had a different view. No, it's true. I have internal information. 3 Martial Association chairmen stationed in Wadu and 4 Dragonfinch section chiefs, a total of 7 Grandmasters, all died in battle. It was even heard that Dragonfinch activated its special grade combat power, yet even among those dangerous individuals some did not survive. She worriedly asked, Then what about our State Guardian Grandmasters? Qi Ming remained silent for a moment before speaking. Even if Principal Shi and Section Chief Qinglong were at the borders of Great Summer, it would only take them minutes to support Wadu. Not to mention we still have the State Guardian martial artist Fu Hongxing. The girl asked in disbelief. Did no top-tier expert appear in Wadu? He sighed and confirmed. Correct, not a single top-tier expert appeared in Wadu. They have all lost contact. The severity of this incident even exceeds the successive fall of the 12 cities of Great Summer. Qi Ming was convinced that the world was about to change. The scene shifted to Great Summer's Liuli Island. A group of people was waiting at the pier, led by the head of the Kai family, the premier family on Liuli Island. Kai Shan respectfully approached the plane. Welcome. The distinguished guest came from across the ocean, from the North White Shield Federation. The two shook hands and exchanged pleasantries. Though the two countries had always been at odds, business still had to be done. Kai Shan continued, Furthermore, this is a very big deal, the other replied. Let's skip the pleasantries, we don't have much time. If the intelligence is correct, Great Summer's only 2 remaining State Guardian Grandmasters and the State Guardian Martial Artist have all been confirmed as missing. Then it won't just be our North White Shield Federation taking action. At this time, Yi was saying to Atola, From now on you are a member of the monster organization. Codename Shu. It took the order. Yes, my lord. Yi revealed that he felt honored, as it was the first member of the monster organization. As the saying goes, when operating in the world, one must pay attention to power and influence. Although individual strength is paramount in the supernatural world, possessing a powerful force can handle many troubles that are inconvenient for one to handle personally. As the current world situation becomes increasingly turbulent, I intend to form a force that belongs only to me. I'll take you to the Mad Doctor first and visit the secret base he built while we're at it. Almost forgot, I can't just take you along so openly. The organization had other intentions. He thought to himself that if this were reported in the news, it would surely cause a shock. The monster organization is actually in league with the mysterious overlord that attacked Wadu. Was it a moral collapse, or did he decide to use the light manipulation ability of the Hell Star to become invisible? He then landed in a forest. He looked up at the trees before him. He saw a pair of glowing red eyes in a tree hollow. An eyeball was staring at He. Seeing this, he exclaimed, "An elf!" The elf twisted its body to counterattack He lunged toward its eye. "Elf, take this," a familiar voice rang out. "Master, it's me." He found the voice familiar. Mad Doctor," the Mad Doctor replied. "Master, please calm your anger. This entire forest is a biological monitoring device I created using biotechnology." He was full of admiration for the doctor. "Holy crap, Mad Doctor, you're a true genius. Setting you to research the botanical field was the right call. You actually made the whole forest capable of speaking." Dr. Feng gestured for him to enter. "Master, the base has currently been under development for less than half a month and is still quite simple. Please forgive me," he said in surprise. "Mad Doctor, how did you build a secret base and complete research results in such a short time?" "That's too fast," he replied. "The issue of the base and research funding was easily solved. There are always some wealthy people in this world with short lifespans or severe illnesses. I extracted a self-healing factor from my own blood. Those rich people would scramble to send me money. Simultaneously, I am also selecting suitable candidates to undergo vampire conversion for you, Master. Their social influence will greatly assist the development of your power. As long as you agree, Master, I will begin the conversion," he ordered. "Use your own judgment, as long as you don't engage in the kind of forced buying and selling or the crazy games like Laserbird. You should be clear about my preferences," the Mad Doctor replied. "Yes, Master," he proposed. "Next I will explain the research results to you. First, thanks to the black-red biomass you provided, Master, this biological cell with infinite possibilities is simply too perfect. I've never seen anything like it in my life. Second, I know the locations of some relevant field experts from Laserbird and Prometheus. I have already converted them into vassals to form a research team for you." He readily agreed. "Fine, I have no objection." He stepped into the elevator. A moment later, the elevator reached the designated floor and the doors slowly opened. He toured the lab where everyone wore mask-like devices on their heads that seemed integrated with their skulls. He observed the nearby glass cabinets. These people were biohumans whose brains had been modified. Why were there so many bizarre things here? The Mad Doctor called out from behind. "Master." Seeing his brand new appearance, he was very surprised. "Mad Doctor, you've changed your look?" he explained. "Master, what stands before you is my biohuman vessel." He frowned and asked, "Where is your original body?" The Mad Doctor's voice came from the machine. "Master, to provide you with the greatest support in the research field, I used the black-red biomass to modify my original body into a brain, discarding unnecessary parts and tissues to avoid wasting precious mental energy on controlling a body. Usually, I only need to embed a portion of my consciousness into the vessel like a chip to move freely." He helplessly thought to himself. "Don't tell me you want to go on a blind date with the Manhua system," he replied. "Fine, as long as you're happy." He reminded him, "The giant shoe in the forest outside is my external incarnation. My will can be transferred into its body at any time. It's temporarily stationed here with you. Don't you go performing any weird research on him." The Mad Doctor took the order. "Then I won't be polite, Master. I promise that seeing him will be like seeing you. I'll arrange for biohumans to give him comprehensive daily maintenance." He tactfully refused. "That won't be necessary." Passing by the aquarium, he asked curiously, "That aquarium has an entrance and exit too, right?" He confirmed. "Master is wise." The Mad Doctor's hand was touching a support pillar. "Next, I want to show you the most important research project." The water in a box rose, and then a water monster appeared. The Mad Doctor said excitedly, "The artificial BALA project. Master, look, I extracted the primal gene from the sacred dorsal fin you gave me and handed it over to the black-red biomass for calculation. Subsequently, after a series of bioengineering experiments, I created this creature. It inherits both the racial talent related to controllable nuclear reactions from your dorsal fin and the ability of the black-red biomass to evolve and adapt to the environment. This will be the top masterpiece among the creatures I've created. I wish to dedicate it to you, Great Master." He was stunned, thinking, "Isn't this a genuine BALA larva?" Suddenly, he had an ominous premonition. "Don't tell me this guy is going to land on Little East Island in the future. After all, it has a special bonus against Little East Island." He praised, "Well done, Mad Doctor, I am very satisfied. To reward you, I've decided to bestow upon you my newly developed YH cells. I look forward to you bringing me more surprises." The mad doctor knelt to give thanks. "Your great kindness, master, can never be repaid even in 10,000 lifetimes." He found it unsightly. "You'd better change this way of saluting." With the task entrusted, it was time to return to Wadu. The reclamation plan was a complete success. After days of fierce fighting, with the secret assistance of Great Summer's mysterious experts, the operation to reclaim the territory ended smoothly. The whole country celebrated. But soon, something happened that terrified the public. The entire nation immediately entered a state of wartime curfew, prohibiting all forms of transportation, including planes and ships, from contacting the outside world. Special police began patrolling the streets, drones circled in the sky from time to time, and many daily necessities began to be rationed. Even the dimmest person could feel that a crisis was imminent. Going out was prohibited. For a time, various conspiracy theories circulated online, but they were quickly suppressed. First, to prevent social instability, and second, to prevent foreign powers from interfering with public opinion. Currently, the country is in a state of unprecedented tension. He stood curiously in the city center, wondering where they had brought him. Was this still Wadu? However, he had to admit that this was indeed a technologically advanced city. Countless streets and urban areas destroyed by battle had been repaired with staggering speed, as if the fighting had never occurred. He opened his phone and let little Nua guide him to the Dragonfinch headquarters. A voice came from the phone. "The optimal path to Dragonfinch headquarters has been planned for you." He found his destination and looked up at the tall building. "Today is my first day as an intern." He walked toward the facial recognition machine, and with a ding, he successfully passed the check and the gate opened. He calmly took a deep breath, walked into the room and greeted. "Hello." The office was empty. Dragonfinch member Lin Zhou spoke. "You must be the student specially recruited and recommended by Section Chief Qinglong, right?" He introduced himself. "Hello, Senior. I'm He." She cut him off, pointing to the side. "My name is Lin Zhou and I'm just an ordinary employee. I wouldn't dare call myself the senior of a specially recruited student from Wadu University. That's your desk over there. All your files are on it. I'm busy as hell, so don't bother me." He realized that the first division seemed to consist of only this one senior. She then launched into a rapid-fire barrage of complaints. Perhaps by misfortune or sheer luck, when the Dragonfinch 1st Division was attacked in Wadu, most of them were guarding the borders, so their elite forces remained largely intact, preserving their full strength. Now, because a large number of outstanding specialists from the 2nd to the 5th Divisions have been sacrificed, and with enemy nations infiltrating ours, the entire heavy workload has fallen onto the 1st Division. I know I shouldn't complain about work at a time like this, but I haven't slept in over 30 hours, and I have to conduct high-intensity data reviews. I'm truly on the verge of complete collapse." He thought to himself that she was quite pitiful. He took out a parasitic to observe. This was a part secreted from his own black-red biomass that was harmless to humans. It could improve brain activity efficiency and relieve mental stress. He hoped it would help her. He dripped it into her coffee cup and then invited his senior to have some coffee. Lin Zhou saw how considerate he was and remarked, "This kid is pretty sharp, isn't he? Doesn't act like a specially recruited rookie at all." She took the coffee cup and drained a mouthful. Just then, an alarm blared. "Emergency, emergency, riots have broken out in several cities bordering the Southeast Triangle. 4 special experts have been dispatched to investigate and suppress the unrest, but at least one more special expert is needed." Lin Zhou stood up abruptly, of all times for an emergency mission to arrive. "I was actually planning to go out for a meal. I'll leave things here to you, recruit." He tapped her on the shoulder to stop her. "Senior, let me go." Lin Zhou frowned. Even though you came in on Director Qinglong's recommendation, that only means you have great future potential. It doesn't mean you're strong right now. These emergency missions are quite dangerous. You're just a freshman, don't push yourself." His voice was unnervingly calm. "Senior, don't you believe in me?" She was bewildered. What was he talking about? A faint fragrance wafted into Lin Zhou's nose. This scent, her eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Zhou stared greedily at the food before her. "This is all my favorite cafeteria food." "I won't be modest then." "Truly impressive. The younger generation is to be feared. You're a handsome lad, and a master of illusions to boot," he replied modestly. "I wouldn't dare call myself a master, it's just that you were too tired, Senior. And that gave me an opening." Lin Zhou cleared the meal. No, all of our top experts have undergone anti-illusion training. Even when our consciousness is blurred, we aren't easily hypnotized. Only a pure and powerful illusion could invade our consciousness. You not only hypnotized me into the cafeteria but even made me name my favorite dishes. With your level of illusion ability alone, no ordinary Xuanwu martial artist could stand against you." He took the cue. "In that case, Senior, I'm setting off. Lin Zhou still disagreed. Still no, you're a rare genius, you should focus on your development. If anything happens to you, I can't take the responsibility. With a thud, he placed a medicine bottle on the desk. Lin Zhou turned and said, no matter how excellent you are, you're ultimately just a disobedient recruit. When she realized he was gone, she was left speechless. He left a note. Senior, you're too tired. Use this to help replenish your body. Touched, Lin Zhou picked up the bottle, thinking this handsome kid was truly her type. At the border between Great Summer and the Southeast Triangle, a passenger bus was traveling along a crowded, dilapidated street. He was blended in among the passengers in disguise, frowning as he endured the conditions. The smell in this bus was truly clean and hygienic. Fortunately, I can seal my respiratory system and generate a protective skin film, otherwise I would have been gassed to death by now. According to Nua's intelligence, the current situation of the other 3 ace commissioners was, due to the urgency and heavy workload, they had already quickly reached several border cities, slaying the terrorist leaders who incited the riots with thunderous force. But these border riot leaders were merely spokespeople for external forces. This meant that once one died, another could be found. It was treating the symptoms, not the cause. If those 3 ace commissioners' identities have already been exposed, then I will start from the shadows, find the upstream source of this riot incident, and uproot it entirely. At a corner, 2 cars accidentally collided. The opposing driver leaned out and cursed, "Don't you have eyes when you drive?" A man stepped out of the car, blocking the way. He coldly ordered the door to be opened. The driver was intimidated by his aura. They subsequently entered the bus. He pondered secretly. Great Summer is the safest country on Blue Star. Before, even in a place like the border, no one dared to offend. This man from the dark forces is quite bold, clearly with someone backing him. A lackey spoke up. Everyone, don't be nervous, we aren't bad people. Oh, we're all good people. He looked at Feng Jia. Our boss came here this time not for money or sex, but just to ask everyone to cooperate with our work. The people in the bus all recoiled in terror. Yi was being squeezed so hard he could barely breathe. His respiratory seal was about to fail. Seeing this, the lackey threatened. I said we're good people. I told you to step back. Why are you retreating? Anyone who moves again, I'll hack them to death. Then a few more people boarded the bus with 2 burly men standing behind the lackey. He introduced the 2 as professional tattoo artists. Later, all of you, men, women, old and young, even the nursing infants, he pulled back his clothes to reveal the tattoo on his chest. You all have to get this tattooed on you. He observed the tattoo of an arrow through a heart. He remembered it. Nua had shown him this tattoo before. It was their symbol. This group of people, having lost their minds, had actually started forcibly dragging ordinary citizens into their game. Someone couldn't help but shout out an accusation. You traitorous scum, can you look your parents in the eye? Aren't you afraid of retribution for doing this? You're insulting your own ancestors. The lackey pulled a knife from his waist. Old man, are you tired of living? Let's see if I hack you to death, you stubborn old fossil. The blade swung toward Feng Jia instead, who asked coldly, Damn it, are you planning to revolt? He reported in terror, Boss, I didn't mean it. I don't know why my hand hacked at you. Feng Jia ordered, Kill him. The 2 tattoo artists grabbed him, and he shrieked in supplication, Boss, believe me, boss. Heavy punches slammed directly into the lackey's face, but then something unexpected happened. The 2 tattoo artists were defeated instead. Feng Jia glanced at him. Damn, I didn't realize you had it in you. He ordered the remaining tattoo artists, all of you, get him, hack him to death. The lackey's miserable screams followed. No, don't kill me, boss. It hurts, boss, it hurts like hell. Stop, I'm in so much pain, stop hitting me. After the tattoo artists were kicked away, he tried desperately to prove his innocence. Boss, believe me, it really wasn't me. My arm feels like it's broken and my fingers hurt like crazy. Feng Jia grew suspicious. Who the hell are you? The lackey's hand pinched his face tightly. I'm just me, boss, your little errand boy. After being swatted away with a palm strike, Feng Jia roared, Let go of me, you dare grab my head? He said in terror. Boss, my body isn't obeying me anymore. That lackey was forced by a strange power to drive the bus away. The boss misunderstood. The passengers in the bus leaned out curiously to watch. What was going on with this group? No idea. Internal infighting. A bunch of guys show up and force us to get tattoos, and then they start fighting each other before even saying a few words. It wasn't internal fighting, it was that young man beating up those thugs because, what was his name? I've got it. That young man is an undercover agent. Have you seen the movie Infernal Affairs? I know who it is, it's Mr. Chen. His car zigzagged on the road as parasites crawled out of the lackey's mouth. He wailed, It hurts so much, save me. Only then did Feng Jia realize. This guy was likely being controlled, otherwise where would he get such formidable combat power? He tentatively asked the person beside him, Sir, what do you want? Name your price. As long as you spare me, I'll satisfy any request, he replied. Who is your superior? Who is providing your operational funds? Where do you usually meet? Feng Jia pondered secretly. Could he be a commissioner from the Great Summer Dragonfinch? What should I do now? If I don't speak, I'll surely suffer. If I tell the whole truth, that side will definitely send assassins to take me out. Even if I'm not killed, I'll have to spend the rest of my life in rehabilitation. I don't want to be rehabilitated. Therefore, the best way was to kill this guy who looked like a Great Summer Dragonfinch commissioner. Just as Feng Jia was preparing to strike, the bus had gradually veered toward the edge of a cliff. He announced, "All right, time to send you on your way." Seeing the flying parasitic tentacles, Feng Jia was struck with mortal terror. "You didn't keep your word. I clearly told you the intelligence," he replied. "You know best how much of that intelligence was true. To tell the truth, I was spacing out just now and didn't hear a word. Anyway, I can directly read the memories in your brain, making you recount it verbally. Was just to see the comical look on your face when you lie." When the tentacles bored into his 7 apertures, he roared, You're a Dragonfinch commissioner, right? I broke the law. You should send me to prison. You have no right to execute me." He sneered. "You're thinking of the friendly neighborhood hero. I'm not him. I'm the Imperial Demon, and I do as I please." The bus stopped exactly at the cliff's edge. Tentacles stretched out from inside the vehicle as Yi stepped out and walked away. He breathed in the fresh air. Fresh air really was better. He felt much more relaxed. Behind Yi, tentacles had already covered the entire bus. With a flash of dazzling light, the dilapidated bus transformed into a supercar. He opened the cockpit door and sat inside. Yi placed his hands on the steering wheel, and the system prompt sounded. "Manhua system activated." He reported, "I found the rat's nest. The next step is to confirm where their leader is, but since the leader's level is too low, I only found the contact person. That's not enough. Manhua, guide me to Chen City and help me forge an identity while you're at it. For example, a shiftless, hedonistic playboy from some industry." The car then started. "Very well, sir." It charged straight toward the cliff's edge. The car began to accelerate, diving down at an incredible speed. He exclaimed, "Truly crossing mountains and ridges." The scene shifted to a location in the southeast triangle. Inside a door painted with the symbol of an arrow through a heart, a meeting was taking place. Wadu was attacked, providing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. "If I can seize this chance, my bloodthorns will go down in history." Furthermore, the heads of state in the southeast triangle have proactively proposed cooperation. It seems those brats have been eyeing Great Summer for a long time. Currently, we can take advantage of the chaos to stir up trouble at the border. But Great Summer is different. There are no messy political parties, and the different ethnicities are very united. Just inciting the current social dregs won't have much effect. Kenny took over the conversation. "It seems we still need to contact truly influential figures in Great Summer. But the Dragonfinch has already put the country into a state of strict defensive combat readiness. Even the Bloodthorns can't penetrate." Sudan believed that precisely because of this time was the perfect opportunity. Young Master Yi, a famous young master in the mainland, squanders money daily at top nightclubs. With massive financial power and an arrogant style, countless beauties want to climb into his bed. He is the youngest son of the chairman of a global financial giant. The financial power behind him could buy their entire city with a wave of his hand. A powerhouse worth tens of billions. So terrifying, he is the person we're looking for. The final conclusion was, this young Master Yi is truly the ace among playboys, a beast among beasts, and a genuine lackey of the plutocrats. Kenny remarked that this influential young Master Yi from the mainland right before them was like someone bringing a pillow to a person who's sleepy. Too perfect, too coincidental. "It almost looks like a trap," Sudan agreed. "I think so too. But even if it's a trap, we have to step into it. To that end, I sent the top personnel in the organization to test this young Master Yi." He continued, saying that of all normal human hobbies, he doesn't have a single one. Even that perverted member who loves eating beauty sashimi said young Master Yi's tricks are even more perverted than his. It's a case of one pervert recognizing another. In this field, he is a professional. Any disguise can be seen through at a glance. Rip stood up to leave. "Since that's the case, let's personally go to Chen City and meet this perverted young Master Yi." The scene shifted back to the Great Summer border. Chen City. Information about them had been summarized by Yi Jeff, formerly a top agent of the North White Shield Intelligence Agency. After betraying the North White Shield Federation, he joined the Bloodthorns long ago. Kenny, previously fled Africa after assassinating a warlord leader, joined the Bloodthorns early on. Sudan, joined the Bloodthorns after attacking a plutocrat's entire family in the Star Country, climbed to a core member position step by step through strength. "What, Bloodthorns? Might as well change the name to the Lengshan Outlaws," a subordinate reported. "Master, the 3 of them will arrive in Chen City today." He replied, "Just bring them straight here once they arrive. The Bloodthorns organization is truly desperate for Great Summer to fall." Every Tom, Dick, and Harry is joining the fray. It's truly like lighting a lamp in a latrine, looking for shit death. On the street, a taxi blared its horn. The driver asked, "The cathedral on the outskirts of Chen City. The meeting point is confirmed to be there, right?" The person beside him confirmed. That's the organization's stronghold in Chen City." Sudan, sitting in the back seat, asked them, "What do you think of Chen City?" Kenny replied. "What do I think? It's just an ordinary backward little county. There isn't a single martial arts expert in the whole city worth a look. Precisely because it's so ordinary, even the Dragonfinch hasn't sent many people to guard it. I feel something is wrong. From the moment we entered the city, I felt a gaze locking onto us from the shadows. At the same time, the people walking on the streets here, their heartbeats are too steady. It's impossible for a human to maintain such steady heartbeats constantly." Jeff and Kenny glanced at each other, instantly understanding the situation. "Retreat!" That car sped away in an escape on the road, while the two people in the rear suddenly revealed a cold smile. A crowd of red-eyed, lifeless puppets was smiling toward the distance. They were discussing. The sun was about to rise, and the ruler of the night was ready to move. "While caution is a virtue, aren't we being a bit excessive? We've already driven over 30 miles into Chen City. Everyone knows that if the stronghold here had fallen, there's no way we wouldn't have received even a whisper of news." Sudan spoke from the back seat. "Perhaps I'm just too tense. You know, I failed to break through to the Grandmaster realm a year ago, but during that attempt I caught a glimpse of a vision, a premonition of my destined death. When I died, the corpses of you two were right beside me, so I suspect we will all perish during the same mission." Upon hearing this, the other two burst into curses. "What? Something that big, and you didn't say anything sooner, you bastard. If you'd spoken up earlier, I wouldn't have come on this mission even if it cost me my life," Sudan said with deep worry. "The flow of fate is unstoppable, but at least it isn't today. In the death vision I saw, the background was a hideous black forest. But right now, let alone a forest, we can't even see a single tree around us." The other two echoed the sentiment, agreeing that even if it were fated, they would defy the heavens to change their destiny. "My fate is mine to command, not the heavens." They were completely unaware that a single cell was attached to the roof of the car, from which Yi He's silhouette gradually manifested. He whispered to himself, "My YH clones can now grow into human forms independently and carry my consciousness. By combining the power of the sacred wood with the plant cells of the star pillar Damala, they can even wield my power. I shall call them YH avatars." The high moon shone down upon them. A pitch-black sea of trees descended. A blood moon hung in the sky, and trunks shot out from the ground like serpents ensnaring the car. The faces within the sea of black trees opened their red eyes as Yi landed and said, "Fate can indeed be changed, but only when I say so." Sudan, looking utterly disheveled, cried out in shock, "Ah, this is it, the exact scene of death from my vision. Has it truly come?" She turned back to find her two companions, only to see them still trapped inside the car. Kenny pleaded, "Quick, get me out of here. Jeff is already dead." Jeff had died instantly in the driver's seat. Sudan shrieked, "No, there's no escape. No one can dodge a destined death." Hearing this, Yi simply raised his middle finger and cursed, "Shut up, you coward." The spot where Kenny was instantly exploded. Sudan lost her spirit, muttering, "Fate truly cannot be changed." Yi sat atop the peak of the black trees. "How does it feel to be looked down upon?" Sudan closed her eyes tightly, waiting for death. A sudden fragrance wafted toward her, making her snap her eyes open. This scent, it's so fragrant. Hovering before Sudan was a single drop of blood flowing from his fingertip. "The masked Yi," he repeated. "I told you, your fate is for me to decide. Now I give you a choice. Do you choose to die as a human, or do you choose to sell your soul and body to me and live on in humility?" Sudan immediately took the drop of blood from his fingertip into her mouth. She said weakly, "I want to live, I want to live." Yi replied with disappointment, "I suppose I asked too much." Sudan's eyes turned a deep crimson as her entire being underwent a metamorphosis. Ethereal blue energy swirled around her. Yi spoke, "How greedy. I originally only intended to convert you with a standard bloodline to plant you as a pawn within the bloodthorns, but I didn't expect you to drink so much blood. If your body explodes because you can't withstand this power, I'll have no choice but to use the black-red biomass to replicate a brand new version of you." Scales began to grow on Sudan's skin, hard and jagged, covering her chest. She began to let out ragged gasps that sounded like the barking of a hound. Yi was surprised that she actually managed to adapt. "Not bad, not bad." His finger touched her forehead. "Let me see just what kind of bizarre organization your Bloodthorns really is. So your big boss is hiding in a submarine at the bottom of the ocean? How cautious. This matter also involves the Southeast Triangle. A bunch of petty landlords thinking they can revolt. Well, I might as well not leave any of them behind." Sudan replied that he was no longer her superior. She knelt loyally. "My lord, you are my one and only master," he praised her. "Very good." Yi-He clapped his hands and YH cells fell to the ground. They transformed into Yi-He's avatars. He ordered, "Take these 15 YH avatars and eradicate all Bloodthorn strongholds within Great Summer. Also deal with those rebels you found, take out their leaders as well. I don't want to hear any more of this nonsense when I return from the Southeast Triangle." Sudan immediately took her orders. She looked up only to find the area before her empty. In the half-month following her lord's departure, the turmoil in Great Summer's southern border vanished. Public order seemed to have returned to the nation's peak period, with the crime rate dropping to almost zero. However, only the police knew that a mysterious and powerful martial artist was hunting down those thugs and foreign spies. Every day, they would find 3 mysterious letters in the police public contact boxes, notifying them where to collect the bodies. The scene shifted to the high seas, where Yi-He appeared. He was probing the magnetic field of the area. His life magnetic field found nothing resembling a submarine. But that was normal. After all, even Great Summer's coastal defense forces hadn't caught it, proving the opponent had some skill in burrowing. But since his debut, the BALA intern had already cleared out countless rats. He looked beneath the surface of the sea. You won't be an exception. The BALA complete form was released and the waves churned frantically. He released YH cells and bubbles tracked the target. Found you. In the deep sea, a vessel was stealthily navigating. It was the Cleaver, which had once served the Snow Country Alliance. After the Alliance's dissolution, it had become a mobile base for the Bloodthorns organization. A crew member inside reported, "Sir, sonar shows an object over 120 meters long rapidly closing in on us." At a distance of about 800 meters ahead, he was somewhat surprised. "Is it a whale?" The crew member reported that this area was not on any whale migration route. Zhao Song ordered the use of ultrasonic waves to drive it away. The employee said anxiously, "Reporting, sir, the ultrasonic drive is ineffective. The object is only 5,000 meters from our ship and is still closing in rapidly. It's expected to reach our bow in 1 minute. Moving this fast, could it be some kind of magic beast from the deep sea?" Zhao Song used his trump card. Directly launching Crimson Lightning torpedoes. The notification rang out. 2 Crimson Lightning torpedoes had been launched, heading straight for the water monster. A violent explosion erupted in the water. Seeing it open its massive maw and charge, everyone was struck with terror. The Crimson Lightning torpedoes were ineffective. Inside the Cleaver Command Center, the intense light from the monitoring screens blinded the crew. A staff member reported urgently, "Things are bad, sir. The Crimson Lightning torpedoes can't stop it. The object is still advancing and its speed is even faster now. It'll hit the bow in 30 seconds. That name, it's here." The monster let out a deafening roar, slamming its powerful body into the submarine. Everyone inside was thrown about as the hull suffered a massive impact. The command was given to fire everything, launch all shock-grade torpedoes. An even more violent explosion rang out, and the stern of the ship was severed by a massive force. As searing air surged into the cabin, fire had already spread to the bow, and Greta, the leader of Bloodthorns and an S-rank Grandmaster expert, rushed out. He never imagined that while he had envisioned countless futures for Bloodthorns being targeted by enemies or destroyed by great nations, he never expected his life's work to be ruined by a passing magic beast. Greta held up a container with one hand. How could he possibly endure this? The sonar was already damaged, and this nuclear battery wouldn't last long before exploding. He threw the nuclear battery toward the monster. Die, blow up along with the nuclear warhead in this submarine. To his surprise, the monster opened its massive maw, preparing to swallow the nuclear battery. Seeing it snap its mouth shut, Greta let out a triumphant cold laugh. "Ha ha ha, a monster is a monster after all, a brainless beast actually stupid enough to swallow a nuclear battery. I was already prepared for a mutual death. I wasn't even sure throwing the battery would kill you since the Crimson Lightning torpedoes did nothing, but an internal explosion is a different story. No transcendent creature can survive a nuclear explosion from within." Watching the radiation leaking from the monster, Greta secretly hoped it would be blown to pieces. However, the monster simply let out a satisfied belch, and a string of bubbles escaped its mouth. Facing this scene, Greta stood frozen beneath the monster, his breath hitched in terror. "My God, what happened? This monster can even digest a nuclear battery?" Immediately after, a voice came. "Your turn." A shockwave swept over Greta's head. This voice pierced directly into his brain. Does this thing actually possess such tyrannical power? Damn it, it even speaks Great Summer's language. "Curse it, don't underestimate me." Sharp thorn vines grew from his arms. "I am an S-rank Grandmaster martial artist. Even underwater I can hold my own against you." Dense bubbles churned, completely covering Greta's body. "What on earth are these things? My God, my body won't move. These cotton-like things are draining my martial chi." Before his body was crushed, Greta could only plead in his heart, "Stop. Just who are you? There was no hope, no light, only despair remained on the surface of the sea. Something broke through the water, with Yi He's silhouette standing at its tip. He announced, "Southeast Triangle. It's your turn now." At an observation post in the Philippines within the Southeast Triangle, an employee was curiously observing through binoculars. "Strange, the weather forecast didn't say anything about a low tide today. How could an island appear on the sea?" a companion beside him asked. "Stop looking. What's so interesting about the ocean? Have you heard? We just received a large batch of advanced equipment from the Americans. We might be about to move against Great Summer," he asked in surprise. "What? So soon? Then what about Great Summer's Grandmaster-level experts? Even pooling the resources of dozens of countries in the Southeast Triangle wouldn't yield even 5 Grandmaster-level experts." His companion revealed that experts from the North White Shield Federation and Little East Island were also involved. Great Summer's northern allies were busy dealing with the invasion of the Heavenly Descent cult from the West Continent. They can't spare any hands to support Great Summer. Since the North White Shield Federation dares to let us move, it means they are certain Great Summer's top combat power has been annihilated. They must be sure they can completely destroy Great Summer in one strike to dare act, he said excitedly. "This is truly a strong tailwind for us. What you're saying really gets my blood boiling." Suddenly, a strange sound was heard. The two looked toward the sea in unison. "What is that sound?" They were stunned to see an island floating toward them. He cried out, "The island! That island is moving, it's swimming toward us." The two fell into a panic. "A magic beast, it's an invading magic beast. We're finished, it's heading straight for us. We're going to die here." Seeing a warship in the distance, they cheered, "The destroyer is here! The destroyer is here! We're saved!" Behind that destroyer were 2 more ships. Yi ordered, "Are we at the stop? Then destroy the enemy entirely." A massive nuclear core began to condense. Nuclear black raw round, that escort fleet was instantly blown to bits. The sea level rose abnormally, appearing ready to swallow the observation post. The two turned pale with terror. "A tsunami is coming." The scene cut to a Philippine military port where they saw this through surveillance and immediately reported it. "Emergency intelligence received. A Lord-rank magic beast has entered our territorial waters and has already sunk 2 warships about to dock. The higher-ups ordered, use the newly received American equipment to fire on the magic beast. They must not be allowed to land." All warships and firepower were urgently mobilized, and distress signals were sent to the Southeast Triangle and other nations. With the boost from American equipment and aid from various countries, the uninvited guest would surely be suppressed and killed in Philippine waters. "If we win this battle, our nation will surely gain fame on Blue Star, and I will lead us to a historical peak." However, an employee reported, "Commander, the monster's signal has vanished." The commander was stunned upon hearing this. The scene shifted back to the sea where bubbles rose from the water. The monster had already dived into the deep sea. He calculated privately. There are quite a few countries in the Southeast Triangle. Destroying all their military forces will require a lot of travel, so the faster this ends, the better. I don't want to waste too much time on this trash. Are these warships overhead all that the Philippines has? Let's just wipe them all out here. An intense radiation rose from the seafloor. The BALA complete form was released and a pillar of energy shot into the sky, shattering the warships above. A series of reports rang out. Why did that Lord-rank magic beast suddenly appear in the sea? Why was there no radar warning? How did that Lord-rank magic beast get through the torpedo net? Why didn't the torpedoes detonate? Run, retreat. All fleets were scattering and fleeing. Watch the seafloor, it's over, it's all over. On the main flagship, the commander was cursing in a rage. "That beast, our national property," he ordered a counterattack against the warships in distress. "I am the commander, ignore me, fire, throw all firepower at that monster. If we don't kill it, none of us can dream of getting ashore alive. The Philippine Navy is about to become history. Fire, give me everything." Thus, all artillery fired at the target. Seeing the monster still standing tall, they fell into extreme panic. "Run, run," some realized it was already too late. A devastating intense light enveloped the area. At 8:35 a.m. on August 24th, the mysterious magic beast code-named BALA began its engagement with the Philippine fleet. 3 minutes later, the Philippine fleet was annihilated. At 8:50 a.m. BALA landed on the Philippine coast. Martial artists from across the country went to intercept it. At 9:15 a.m. BALA flattened the Philippine capital. Before leaving the Philippines, BALA cleared out the leadership of 3 neighboring Southeast Triangle countries along the way. The current Philippine government, army, air force, and martial artist units were almost entirely wiped out. Perhaps the country will fall into the turmoil of dissolution in the future, while BALA continues its inexorable advance. Based on the direction BALA left the Philippines, experts predicted it would reach Nidunya in about 40 minutes. Nidunya's top expert declared, Low-tier magic beast, I, the #1 expert of Nidunya, will never let you flatten my motherland. 20 minutes later, the entire nation of Nidunya was completely paralyzed. After leaving a trail of devastation, BALA departed from Nidunya. The beast was now advancing toward Myanmar and South Country. In Myanmar, the situation was in total chaos as warlords and drug lords clashed, leaving the country without any unified leadership. A high-ranking official was urgently pressing his staff to board a plane. Quickly, take off now. BALA had already set foot on South Country's soil. Those corrupt officials in South Country were likely running even faster than him. He estimated that in less than 20 minutes, BALA would tear through South Country and reach Myanmar. The entirety of Myanmar will have to die in my stead. As the plane ascended, the leader let out a long sigh of relief. He had finally escaped. He would go to another country and start anew. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse out the window. A red cell was stuck to the glass, and it spoke. Hello, he let out a terrified curse. This private jet was currently flying over Myanmar, and the high-level official was scared out of his wits by what he saw outside the window. What on earth is that? A magical beast? When did it latch on? The thing outside remained polite, offering a courtesy before the threat. My name is Hue21, and I'm coming in now. The red cells began to seep inside, and they finally realized, was this damn thing crawling in through the cracks in the fuselage? Facing those red cells, he shrieked, "Where are the guards? Someone destroy this thing immediately." A bodyguard rushed forward. A mere little slime dares to ignore me. The boxing king of the Southeast Triangle, it won't even last 3 of my punches. His fist slammed into the object that looked like a slime in his eyes, but it felt like hitting cotton as his hand sank deep into it. A tentacle suddenly elongated and bored directly into the man's mouth. His body began to lose control. Boss, that ghost thing crawled into his stomach. He held up 2 fingers and smiled. Heavenly pagoda art, using this man as a medium, countless red cell tentacles erupted, skewering everyone else. The high official's body rapidly withered from obese to shriveled, and a voice rang out. The combined abilities of the 10-headed Gana, the Hell Star, and the Vampire can drain their essence and martial chi the moment it pierces them. The Lord is currently heading to play with those soldiers of the North White Shield, so he sent us to clear out you scum. By now, our Hue21 army should be fully activated, beginning the purge of the remaining armed forces in the Southeast Triangle. But fighting you is honestly too boring. It's like crushing insects. I really want to head over to the Lord's side to see a battle between true powerhouses, even if I were to be vibrated to death by the aftershocks. The scene shifted toward South Country, where a hand reached out from the ruins. Save me, the Black Tree Sea had already manifested, its body as tall as a skyscraper. He spoke triumphantly. In this moment, I am the true destroyer, the synonym for death. 1,000 years from now, terrifying legends of BALA will still circulate throughout the entire Southeast Triangle. As survivors in this wasteland, remember the image of this pitch-black behemoth forever. The trauma brought by BALA will be permanently etched into this land. Seeing this, the Ice Wizard evaluated. It is indeed exaggerated enough. This beast flattened 3 countries in a single morning. Information was transmitted from the Ice Wizard's device. His name was P. Ardu, a terrifying dark mage famous in the West Continent, known as the Ice Demon King. Even for a wizard sect that could turn an entire mountain into permafrost with a wave of a hand, he would be a difficult opponent, wouldn't he? I know you have a hobby of collecting the strong, especially those powerful and rare magical beast ice sculptures. I think if you could turn BALA into an ice sculpture, it would be your most majestic collection, the Ice Wizard replied with great interest. People of North White Shield, you want me to lure this behemoth toward Great Summer, don't you? Once it's done, you must fulfill the conditions you promised me. You know, I don't like it when people owe me things, the device confirmed. Of course, Mr. Ice Wizard, in the West Continent, there is a type of girl who from birth contains incredibly terrifying energy within her body. She can sense heaven and earth on her own and summon natural elements for her own use. She is a true moving natural disaster on that continent. Such girls are called witches. One is born every century, and every single one brings heavy calamity to the West Continent upon reaching adulthood. For example, the Atlantis of ancient times was destroyed in the deep abyss by the Witch of the Sea and storms, and the doom of Pompeii in the 6th century BC was caused by the Witch of Lava and Earth, who triggered a volcanic eruption that buried a flourishing kingdom in molten rock. In the 14th century, a plague took more than half the continent's population. That was the masterpiece of the Dark Witch, the most evil witch in history. Therefore, from ancient times to the present, the Holy See and kings of the West Continent have frantically launched witch hunts. Even if it means killing hundreds of thousands or even millions by mistake, they must eliminate witch-like women. Since the Dark Witch ravaged the West Continent, witches for 5 consecutive centuries died before adulthood, falling during the joint suppression by the Holy See and the government. But the witch of the 21st century was never found or killed by the various factions of the West Continent. The reason lay in a mass of black hair appearing beneath the ice wizard's feet. Another part of the body manifested. No one expected that the witch of the 21st century was actually a conjoined twin. When the thick smoke and dust cleared slightly, revealing a brilliant light, he said in surprise, There are actually survivors." At the top of the black tree a blurred figure emerged, the tree standing tall amidst a thick siege of fog. The ice wizard declared, "Let the endless blizzard devour your body. I'm going to send you to heaven." What a crude beast. As the massive nuclear core came flying, the ice wizard calmly raised a hand to activate a long-range spell, and a divine reflection ice mirror blocked the way. That power was about to touch the mirror surface, and ultimately it slammed violently through the ice mirror. Half of the sphere had already pierced through as the entire ice mirror melted and finally exploded with a boom, releasing a burst of violent energy. He observed his opponent. Based on his appearance, he wasn't Eastern. Could he be a Western mage? For a master proficient in magic to come here, then let me see the level of a top-tier foreign combat force. You don't only have means of copying systems, do you? Let me see what other magic you have. A series of attacks shot toward the ice wizard, who said contemptuously, "Stupid magical beast." The ice wizard's silhouette then vanished. He thought to himself, "Vanished? Is it a clone?" The body of the black tree was attacked and the ice wizard had appeared at its crown. He lamented, "How disappointing. To appear behind me and only release this little bit of hail. The power of your hail isn't even as good as Xiao Zhou's," he provoked. "Show me some real skill." When the core shot out, his body vanished once more. He thought irritably, "Can you only run?" His life magnetic field could sense that this guy's martial chi was no ordinary matter. So why was he dodging? "Is this guy luring me?" he mocked. "Do you really think that knowing a bit of magic makes me a low IQ magical beast? Fine, I'll play with you today. I'll fully cooperate with you. My goal is to expose you before everyone. There really aren't any surprises at all. Perioto, are you really luring me toward that building, my friend? Guess why I destroyed those few countries?" After successfully luring the enemy, the ice wizard felt secretly pleased. "Hooked. Is it just because you've consumed too much energy? It feels like this beast's movements have already slowed down." Only then did he notice, wait a minute. Shock appeared in the ice wizard's eyes. Why had the black tree stood still? The ice wizard couldn't understand at all. Why wasn't Damala counterattacking? He continued to condense frost into a blade. "Beast, stop acting with me." The long blade slashed toward the black tree's back as the ice wizard launched a series of moves. "A single ice spike can't hurt you, can it? I want to see how long you can hold out." A puff of smoke rose from the black tree's back, and he sneered. "It seems North White Shield's plan is going to fail. This beast has entered standby mode due to energy depletion." Seeing no reaction from the black tree, the ice wizard mocked, "I thought you had some ability, you beast." As expected, a beast is ultimately just a beast. He condensed an energy ball. "Now I will freeze you with absolute zero. It is your honor to become another rare treasure in my trophy collection room." The ice wizard threw it forward, and bone-chilling ice spread in all directions. Only then did he discover that this monster was actually playing him. The ice wizard displaced himself again. "Trying to make me let down my guard? It's useless. You can't possibly keep up with my speed." He appeared full of confidence. "You can't hit me at all." The ice wizard's silhouette appeared, slashing at the black tree. "Beast, you've successfully enraged me." A surge of power went straight for him. Only then did he reveal his trump card. "I was just acting with you just now. Did you really think I couldn't catch you? My life magnetic field can track your position in real time. Even if you hide in the void, I can pull you out." He manipulated the black tree to raise its hand. "Now it's my turn for showtime." The ice wizard couldn't escape that giant hand at all. His entire person slammed heavily onto the ground. The black tree swung its giant arm and struck the ice wizard, who then plummeted, his body carving a deep furrow. After this, the ice wizard felt a great insult. How dare you be so rude to me?" His killing intent soared. "I'll kill you, I'm going to kill you." He sat on a branch behind the ice wizard and asked, "Who are you trying to kill?" "The conjoined infant monster." He froze. "Who is it? Such a powerful presence, an Easterner?" "Someone from Great Summer," he exposed. "There's a woman stuck under you. How can you walk like that? Which girl would dare look you in the eye? You're truly an ugly wolf." The ice wizard was stunned. He actually knew about the sister. The ice wizard asked through gritted teeth, "Do you want to die?" He challenged his opponent. "Guess what I want to do now? To kill you, of course." "Absolute." Black Tree Sea Forest. The Black Tree Sea roared fiercely at the ice wizard, who recognized it as a dark magic spell. These wood chips had none of the vitality or flexibility of the wood attribute. Instead, they were extremely bloodthirsty and savage. HMPH, evil dark magic. The ice wizard immediately activated ice magic. but playing dark magic in front of the ice demon King Perioto, this kind of inferior magic isn't even worth my notice. Super tier magic, ice mountain shrouding the world. Frost attacked the black tree frantically. He thought smugly, I don't need any magical tool as a medium. I have the bloodline of my sister, the witch, flowing through me. This is the perfect magical vessel. I have infinite magic, enough to crush any spell. Ice covered the body of the black tree. Watching it being covered by ice at an alarming speed, the ice wizard laughed. Mere plant-based magic dares to contend with my ice? The black tree was entirely sealed in ice as he declared, whether you are burning flames or scalding lava, my ice will still freeze you completely. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the ice surface. The ice wizard was shocked. Oh, those plants are actually breaking out of their shells within the ice. Firepower erupted from within, and the surface of the black tree was covered in a layer of golden armor, shaking off the shackles of the ice. The ice wizard was stunned. I actually fell behind in a magic duel. At the places where ice spikes rose from the ground, countless branches pierced through the ice and shattered them. The ice wizard roared angrily. It's one thing to play me, but to actually insult me, calling me a conjoined monster infant. I will never forgive you for playing me. I will never forgive you. Because of this body, I have suffered grievances all my life, making me extremely insecure and full of hatred for my own body. But when the witch bloodline began to awaken, the great power came from my lower half, the part belonging to my sister. I understood then. This is a trial. This ugly body is the necessary condition for obtaining the power of a god. This is the trial of godhood. Those who pass this trial will obtain supreme power and enjoy the admiration of mortals. And now this mortal not only mocks my body, but can even suppress me in strength. To me, this is a monumental disgrace. Only by killing you can I wash away this grievance. An ice hurricane spiraled toward Yi-He. Yi-He let out a cold snort. Petty tricks. He activated Huetu-1. Imagery art, Pangu art. Within the black tree, red meridians ran through the entire body. As the candle dragon art was activated, its body transformed into a dragon. The black tree shifted into a muscular form, its trunk turning into a dragon tail. Facing the incoming hurricane, Yi-He activated the star pillar template. Damala inherited the 10-headed Gana's ability to sense natural energy. This also meant he could use his own power to interfere with nature. From this perspective, whatever you can do, I can do as well, since you can mobilize the cold wind and I will guide the raging flames. Pitch black flowers, bloom. 100 flowers bloomed on the trunk, spraying fine powder while raging fire exploded in all directions. Sparks flew across the sky along with the pollen, turning into a hell tree sea upon landing. Seeing the fire burning fiercely, the ice wizard cursed. Damn it! I originally wanted to release a forbidden spell to completely freeze this detestable poker-faced bastard. However, to release a forbidden spell requires condensing a massive amount of wind and water elements and synthesizing them into ice elements. This is an extremely long process. Even with the witch bloodline, the preparation work consumes a lot of energy. But now, the intense heat of this sea of fire has directly dispersed the cold current I summoned. Did I lose this duel of magic? He launched an attack at his opponent. Don't get distracted. He was stunned, thinking to himself, so fast. Such a massive body actually teleported behind me in the blink of an eye. The ice wizard fled at high speed from that giant hand that was about to grab him, still full of confidence. Even if you're fast, you can't catch my teleportation. The ice wizard's silhouette shot toward the highest layer of clouds. He decided he could only lurk in the dark clouds now, condensing a forbidden spell for a one-hit kill. However, that giant hand was still hot on his heels. The ice wizard cried out, "What?" This time he was about to face Yi-He, who was standing at the core of the black tree, head-on. Neither moved rashly. Yi-He struck first, releasing raging flames, he said in a fit of rage. Truly a lingering spirit. Evil frost dragon. 3 fire dragons shattered the frost dragon. He thought to himself, this brainless fool, the 3 frost dragons weren't meant to defeat you, but were to buy me time. I underestimated the enemy this time. I was poorly prepared. If I had brought all the powerful magic tools I've collected, I would definitely have been able to finish you off, the ice wizard admitted. That's right, I lost because of insufficient preparation. When I'm ready, I will certainly kill you. He released power in pursuit. The chance to prepare only comes once. Lightning rolled and overflowed, closing in tightly on the ice wizard. He dodged this attack just in time, and the ice wizard then said fortunately, "Stupid, your aim is too far off. I'll come back once I'm prepared. Then I'll kill you first." His entire body suddenly stiffened. His back had been hit. In the sky, dark clouds gathered once more. He spoke. The heat released by the black tree sea, combined with the storm you summoned, has created the perfect environment for me to cast my spell. Deep within the thick clouds, something sharp manifested. The thunderous roar making the ice wizard's spine tingle with numbness. Damn it, I've poked a hornet's nest. Countless sharp bolts of lightning shot out from the clouds as Yi barked a command. Inverse scale, countless lightning bolts began to gather frantically toward the central energy sphere. The ice wizard cursed repeatedly. You bastard, the space around my body is being interfered with. I can't use teleportation at all. Pierced by those sharp arrows of lightning, he let out a string of pained curses. Immediately after, countless lightning bolts surged toward the ice wizard like a tide. The light erupted and burned violently, pouring all its power into the central point. The black tree crossed its arms over its chest, watching the scene coldly. While Yi remained vigilant. Is it over? The ice wizard's body was being frozen within a block of ice. Yi saw through the facade at a glance. It seems the true ice demon king has finally awakened. At that moment, the ice wizard's eyes snapped open, a brilliant light flashing within them. The scene shifted to the North White Shield Federation, where reports from the front line reached the high-level officials. In the southeast triangle, a massive white vortex was continuously condensing. Adler, director of the North White Shield Federation's Bureau of Investigation, asked in shock, "What did you say? That wizard from the West Continent isn't helping us deal with Great Summer, but is instead fighting someone wearing a mysterious mask," a subordinate confirmed. "Yes, Director. Flay has entered a berserk state. The power of the magic he's currently releasing is staggeringly high, even affecting the climate of both the eastern and western continents. We are currently unable to establish contact with him." Adler cursed with a cold face. "Damn wizard, our military base in the country of Ponzi is about to be completely destroyed by Damala. And this guy actually has the leisure to pick a fight with a stranger." "Can the satellites capture detailed footage of the battle?" the subordinate reported. "Since the entire southern sea is covered by a vast layer of clouds, the satellite's view is obstructed. Our 3 bases in Ponzi have been destroyed. The locations of the remaining bases are currently unclear." Adler cursed. "Damn it, what on earth does that ice wizard think he's doing?" A female staff member updated the intelligence. "Director, the blizzard that had been gathering has suddenly vanished," Adler ordered. "Has that wizard finally finished playing around? Quickly, tell him to lure Damala to Great Summer. Damn it, if it weren't for our Federation's high-tier experts being busy exploring ruins in the Antarctic, why would we ever need help from this stupid, arrogant wizard?" The scene shifted back to the ground. Adler stared at the screen, suddenly frozen. What's going on?" an employee said in disbelief. "Director, that ice wizard seems to have been defeated. Back at the battlefield of Yi and the ice wizard, Yi immediately ordered Pangu to destroy him." A massive chaos sphere slammed down, heading straight for the ice wizard's sister. The woman raised her hand and actually caught the chaos sphere with her bare hands. That frail body had successfully blocked the strike. The chaos sphere then shattered. Yi was startled to crush my technique in the blink of an eye. The sister let out a long breath, her entire being emitting a bone-chilling frost. In an instant, the body of the black tree was covered in ice. The frost spread rapidly from the base to the entire tree. Yi could clearly feel that this chill was far stronger than the power of the symbiotic man from before. "I take back what I said earlier. You are indeed stronger than Xiao Zhou." In a flash, the black tree was completely frozen, its body crumbling into countless shards. The scene returned to the command center, where Adler stared fixedly at the screen. "What? That wizard lost the witch within him has actually awakened. That is the cold current storm witch of the 21st century, he thought to himself. In a sense, Flea's male body restricted the potential of the witch's bloodline. He couldn't unleash her full power. Only his sister possesses the true body of a wizard. She is a genuine witch. Even a fragment of her witch power is enough to trigger a terrifying cold wave in the southeast triangle. If the true witch were to descend, the earth might fall into a mini ice age. I must kill her while she has just awakened and her power is still weak." Adler stared at the red activation button for the Heavenly Mechanism weapon. "It seems I can only deploy the top-tier Heavenly Mechanism weapon stationed in space, the legacy of the era when we vied for hegemony with the Snow Country." At that moment, a subordinate brought shocking news. "Director, the masked man has made a move. He's restrained the witch." Adler hurriedly looked at the screen. He was currently stroking his chin in thought. This girl looks a bit dim-witted. Is she intellectually underdeveloped?" The sister was unable to speak and could only let out screams. She casually created an ice mountain, its tip pointing straight at Yi. In an instant, the ice mountain slammed into the ground, looking at her dazed and wandering expression. Yi suddenly appeared behind her. "It seems this witch has no reason at all. All her attacks are purely by instinct. This feeling of tentacles tightening around her neck is truly quite boring." The sister's figure vanished instantly. Yi frowned. "A clone?" A stream of ice shot forth. She reappeared on the opposite side, and Yi immediately realized that it wasn't a clone but an elemental disassembly and reassembly of her body. To be able to transform into an elemental form in an instant, it was exactly like energy conversion. Perhaps I can devour you. He activated Heavenly Net of the Absolute Path, and dark red spikes quickly sealed off the sister's surroundings. An airtight cage formed in an instant, trapping the sister tightly within. He lightly licked his lips and said with interest, "Just a reminder, there's no escape." Violent movement came from inside the cage, and the sister's sharp shrieks spread in all directions. In her field of vision, the silhouette of the black tree reappeared, and ice was gradually covering the bottom of the cage. He remarked, "Even trapped in a wooden cage, that screaming is still piercing. Is there really no intelligence at all? But often this most primitive power is the most terrifying." He saw a few tiny ice crystals flying toward him, and a black tree form made of ice instantly condensed. He was quite surprised. "Not bad, you actually learned to copy." An ice pangu, fire erupted around Yi's body. "Fine, then I'll show you something new." Countless arms suddenly grew behind the black tree. "Thousand hands of the sun wheel," he declared. The peak duel between giant organisms officially begins. The ice black tree stood frozen in place watching this scene. Adler was also observing the progress with bated breath, blurting out, "Who on earth is that masked man to be able to summon a massive entity hundreds of meters tall in an instant? Is this really energy that a human can possess? Why has there never been a record of such a powerhouse in Great Summer's database?" The robot beside him reported, "Although there is no official record, there is other data that can confirm his identity." Adler asked curiously, "Other records?" An old video was played on the screen. This was footage captured when the three-headed magic beast Atola invaded Wadu in Great Summer. It was this mysterious masked man who repelled the invading Atola. According to intelligence provided by spies, he calls himself Mo Tong, and comes from an organization called Monster. There is an 80% probability that the powerful masked man before us also comes from that organization. Adler fell into deep thought. Monster, he watched the two behemoths fighting. He lamented, "I thought the North White Shield Federation was already invincible in the world. Just where did this incredibly powerful transcendent organization spring from? How does that tiny place like Great Summer always manage to produce so many experts?" On the battlefield, the black tree was continuously suppressing its opponent. The ice black tree stumbled back, its head knocked clean off. The sister crawled out from the neck, screaming while condensing ice. He was surprised by this. Is it because her IQ is too low? She has absolutely no combat experience, and only instinctively summons a large number of elements for indiscriminate destruction. It seems she's just a crazy child throwing nuclear weapons around. He then unleashed Candle Dragon, and flames instantly covered the entire body of the black tree. The raging flames transformed into a giant dragon and pounced toward the opponent as the sister summoned ice to block it. Countless sharp ice shards were fired at the Candle Dragon from all directions. Yi saw his chance and used the momentum to leap into the air. "The Candle Dragon indeed cannot penetrate the ice spikes you've created, but this is enough, Yi." He was rapidly closing in on the sister. "You're mine." A tyrannical force slammed down and blue light reflected on his face. The ice black tree was erupting with energy, dazzling blue light spreading in all directions. Its body was enduring that massive force, and cracks were appearing all over. Subsequently, the ice black tree collapsed with a boom, revealing the sister's body. She was still laughing maniacally. The Candle Dragon gradually surrounded her, yet she continued to laugh. Yi officially declared, "Star-devouring refinement." Seeing this from behind, the sister let out a terrified scream. She had fallen completely into the Candle Dragon's maw. Yi landed back on the ground, stroking forward to unleash soaring fire. "I saw through you long ago. The reason you're powerful is that you mobilize the vast natural elements. Conversely, once you are removed from the natural environment, you become weaker than ever before. Under the refinement of the flames within the Candle Dragon, your demise is only a matter of time. I was busy dealing with this crazy woman just now, and now it's your turn. Can you only peek using satellites, you peeping Tom?" As soon as he finished speaking, a violent explosion rang out, and Yi lightly dusted his hands. "The Damala clone I sent should have swept through that salt sea area by now. Southeast Great Summer should be completely peaceful now. It's time for those self-righteous clowns to wake up." He raised his hand to cast cloud-flipping art, and the dark clouds in the sky churned like a vortex. He calculated carefully, "It'll take a little longer for the refinement to be complete. In the meantime, I'll hide my tracks." The scene shifted to Dragonfinch headquarters, where an announcement rang out. "The above is the intelligence summary for this time." Wang Jiding replied, "I understand, Nua." He looked at the location of the triangle on the screen. "The jackal-like ambitions of the nations in the Southeast Triangle are known to the world, but the military power of that motley crew alone is not enough to shake Great Summer. The key lies in the powers supporting them behind the scenes. Once Great Summer assembles its forces in the south, A certain unnamed country across the ocean would likely deploy troops in the name of freedom and democracy, and Great Summer's old neighbor, the restless viper of Little East Island, would surely take the opportunity to bite back hard. I really don't dare think too deeply about the situation after that. Fortunately, BALA suddenly appeared. Although I don't know why this deep-sea behemoth swept through the entire triangle, it indeed solved a major problem for us. Most importantly, the monster organization has made a move again. That mysterious expert who can summon pitch-black trees and wears a Hanya mask successfully slew the Ice Witch of the 21st century. In these troubled times, mysterious experts are emerging one after another. I wonder where the future situation will lead. Back with Yi-He, the flames at the top of the black tree were intense, and a sound wave escaped its mouth. Yi-He then received a prompt. Obtained Golden Legend. Yi-He held the ice crystal in his hand. The Ice Witch had been successfully captured. Alright, time to return home. Within a 100-mile radius, all living creatures had been cleared out. The city below was in ruins. He knew well that if he didn't act, this kind of living hell would surely appear in Great Summer. In an era of martial arts where the entire population is mobilized, any civilian martial artist of the enemy would eventually become a blade pointed at Great Summer. I can only level all the enemy's important cities. Many conflicts in this world are inherently unsolvable. I am both the guardian of Great Summer's peace and the most cold-blooded and cruel tyrant in this world. Whether now or in the future, if the thousands of souls beneath my feet have any curses or resentment, I, Yi-He, will never offer an explanation. I will carry this debt of blood through the endless years. With that, he immediately soared away. Yi-He was rushing back to handle business. The external threats in the south were settled. Now only internal issues remained, specifically the 9 families that had fled to save themselves during the Battle of Wadu. According to Nua's latest news, Great Summer's Dragonfinch suffered heavy losses due to the Battle of Wadu, and various martial arts associations across the country were also severely weakened due to the Great Summer Reclamation Plan. The 9 families of Wadu want to take this opportunity to seize back the country's centralized power. Those people with one foot in the grave should just return directly to Mother Earth's embrace. Stop returning to the living world to emit that rotten stench. As the Great Summer Reclamation Plan concluded, various martial arts academies began calling for teachers and students to return to normal teaching life. Students also left the tragic battlefields and returned to their peaceful campuses. After personally witnessing the cruel reality that breathing is a luxury for the weak on the battlefield, they began to cultivate even harder. Perhaps a large number of pillars of strength will emerge from Great Summer's colleges after the war. War is cruel, yet it can greatly stimulate human resilience and potential. The scene shifted to Training Room B2. The students inside were whispering, "Have you heard? After that masked expert defeated Atola in Wadu, a new masked man appeared in the triangle. The southeast triangle? Isn't that place being flattened by an overlord-rank magic beast called BALA? Well, those guys deserve it. I heard that before BALA landed, they even attacked some joint fleet in southern Great Summer. Even if we call it a military exercise, who doesn't know their ambitions? They're probably all seeing the King of Hell now. I'd like to call BALA's landing the most righteous episode." Someone reminded them. "Don't interrupt, let me finish. Have you noticed the cold air in the south lately? I'm telling you, this cold wave was man-made. I used to follow a very impressive blogger on the international web who often posted internal secrets. This time he posted a set of photos, including a weather map of the triangle, and a few live shots. One of them shows a weird-looking androgynous white person, the world-renowned ice mage of the West Continent. This cold wave affecting the entire Eastern Continent was his work." Another person asked curiously, "That's strong. Then what happened?" The person replied calmly, "Then he just bought the farm." Hearing this, the other shouted, "Holy crap, you spent all that time building it up just to tell the ending of a bit player? Did he go to the underworld to play in the redemption bracket?" The person pulled out his phone and began to search. "Don't be in such a hurry. If I don't give you a breakdown of how awesome that wizard was, how can I highlight how freakish that newly appeared masked man is?" The image of the black tree appeared on the screen. "Quick, look at this." Exclamations of wonder rose one after another. "Is this that masked man's summoned beast? Too strong." The news hasn't spread domestically yet, but on the foreign web, speculation about this masked man has exploded. Everyone agrees that this newly appeared masked man and the one wearing the spiral mask from the Battle of Wadu are from the same organization, someone asked curiously. "But we can't be sure they're from Great Summer yet, right?" the person replied. "Whether it was the Battle of Wadu or the Battle of the Triangle, these masked men are helping us. Have you ever thought that under the mask it's actually someone from Great Summer, maybe even right beside us?" Seeing someone approaching, he immediately closed his mouth. 3 people bowed. "Greetings, Chairman Yi-He." Yi-He waved in response. "Hello, everyone. This left them incredibly excited. Heavens, the chairman actually greeted me. Back when we were in the Dragon Blood Association, I knew the chairman was destined for greatness. What do you know, being tossed out a window by a legend is an honor in itself. Didn't you also get thrown out by him once? Meanwhile, Yi was contemplating serious business. To move against the 9 great families of Wadu, he needed someone's help. He immediately thought of Chuzhou. Inside the Dragon Blood Association's training room, Chuzhou was in deep seclusion. A knock came at the door and someone called his name. He recognized it as Ouyang Zi's voice. Chuzhou stepped out and asked, "What is it?" Ouyang Zi hesitated slightly. Someone wants to see you," Chuzhou asked happily. "Is it Yi? Has he returned?" Ouyang Zi shook his head. "No, but it's a distinguished guest I wouldn't dare offend." A red cloth embroidered with gold characters hung outside the door. Seeing the man enter, Chuzhou asked, "What took you so long?" This man was Chu Fengqi, the eldest son of the Chu family, one of the 9 great families of Wadu. He replied, "It seems you underestimate your half-brother. The eldest young master of the Chu family has traveled a long way from the ancient southern capital to get here." HMPH, all the way from the ancient southern capital, Chuzhou said indifferently. "Didn't your 9 great families proactively flee to the ancient southern capital to hide?" Fengqi admitted. "Yes, you're right, but don't just look at the surface of the story, my dear brother. Precisely because everyone retreated to the southern capital, we preserved the family's full strength. Now, the Dragonfinch's power has drastically plummeted due to the Battle of Wadu, and the forces of various martial arts associations nationwide have suffered heavy losses because of the Great Summer Reclamation Plan. This is the perfect time for our 9 great families to reclaim the glory of our royal bloodline," Chuzhou demanded coldly. "I don't want to hear this nonsense. What do you actually want from me this time?" Fengqi stood up from his chair and extended an invitation. "Brother, you've lived alone on the outside for over a decade. It's time you return to the family. Come, go back with me." Fengqi's extended hand was swatted away by Chuzhou. Chuzhou said with disgust, "Don't call me brother. My surname isn't the Chu of the Wadu Chu family. I took my mother's surname." Fengqi replied calmly, "Fine, have it your way. To be honest, I didn't expect to take you back immediately. I see your Dragon Blood Association is doing quite well. It's already trending towards surpassing the Wadu University Student Union." Chuzhou frowned and asked guardedly, "What are you trying to say?" Fengqi offered a condition. "Do you want the chairman of the Dragon Blood Association to become the representative of all Wadu University students?" Hearing this, Chuzhou immediately thought of Yi. He muttered "idiot" with contempt and turned to leave. Fengqi shouted after him, "Hey, where are you going? With the family's support and management, wouldn't a mere leadership position in a school organization be yours for the taking?" Chuzhou reminded him. "I don't want to talk to idiots anymore. If you just went out and asked about Yi, you wouldn't be spouting such nonsense as challenging him. Oh, by the way, Yi is the chairman of the Dragon Blood Association. Does Fengqi really not know this yet?" He immediately flew into a rage. "Don't be ungrateful. You think I actually came here to welcome you back? I'm only here because of a family order I can't refuse. The 9 families simply need the support of the Wadu University students. I only looked for you because you climbed into the upper management of the Dragon Blood Association and happen to have decent talent. But for a bastard like you to ignore me time and again, you're thinking too much of yourself. Have you forgotten how I used to discipline you when we were kids?" Chuzhou felt a headache coming on. The pressure from a Xuanwu rank martial artist was too intense, his own power was still too weak. Fengqi said arrogantly, "Grandfather was right. Peasants only learn the meaning of awe after suffering a bit." Chuzhou gradually collapsed, thinking, "If only I had power like Yi's." A voice rang out, "Young man, do you want power?" The space around Chuzhou turned blood red. Hearing the voice, he looked up and asked, "Who is it? What's happening? Is this an illusion?" To the side, a wave of blood slowly rose, and Chuzhou stood below, staring up in a daze. A black tree manifested within the sea of blood, followed by Yi's silhouette. Chuzhou recognized him. "You're that masked man. How did you infiltrate Wadu University? What do you want with me?" Yi was recruiting. "Our organization is called Monster. Do you want to join?" Chuzhou asked curiously. "Monster? Why, look for me," he replied. "It's destiny. Our organization only accepts members destined to become monsters, and you possess that potential. Join us and you can obtain the power you've dreamed of." Chuzhou murmured to himself, "Monster, is Yi a member too?" Hearing this, Yi laughed and admitted, "Haha, of course." Upon hearing that, Chuzhou immediately agreed. "I'll join." Yi smiled and said, "Everything is proceeding as you envisioned," Yi reminded him. "I'll come for you again tonight. For now, I'll help you solve the trouble in front of you." Beams of light shot forth. It pierced through Chuzhou's chest and his eyes snapped wide open. Chuzhou felt something strange happening inside his body. Fengqi was greatly alarmed. How did his aura suddenly become so strong? A bloodline upgrade? Damn it, how did this bastard suddenly break through? but even if your bloodline has evolved, you're still no match for me. Let me, your brother, discipline an insolent bastard like you one more time." Chujo let out a cold snort and powerfully blocked the punch. Fengchi praised him. "To catch a punch of mine you must have some skill. Brother, I'll give you one last chance. Come back with me, and I'll help you secure your position as chairman." Otherwise, Chujo refused decisively. "I will never associate with rats like you. You people who only understand power and schemes actually abandoned Wadu at the critical moment just to save your own skins," he praised from the side. "Well said." Chujo saw him and said in surprise. "Yee-hee," Fengchi asked him with great interest. I've seen the records of the Dragon Blood Association. You're the chairman, right? What, want to stick up for your lackey? Don't tell me you alone, even if your entire association came at me together." As he spoke, Yee-hee suddenly grabbed the guy by the mouth. He was lifted up by Yee-hee, his entire body trembling violently from difficulty breathing. Flames condensed in Fengchi's palm. "A peasant dares to insult me. You're looking for death. I'll cripple your hands." Just then Yee-hee squeezed his face and asked, "Are you done playing?" Fengchi's eyes widened in terror. "How is this possible? My attacks, the power of a Xuanwu martial artist, can't even make him flinch. The Dragon Blood Association is supposed to be just a freshman organization. How can a freshman seize me, a Xuanwu expert, like a helpless chick?" He slammed him violently into the ground. "It's my turn." Fengchi couldn't understand it at all. What kind of sick joke was this? Yangzi hurriedly intervened. Chairman, calm down, stay calm. He's a distinguished guest. Don't throw him out the window." He decisively tossed the man out anyway. The sound of shattering glass deafening, Yangzi quickly covered his eyes and said, "It's no use." Watching Yi dust off his hands, Chujo thought, "Monster. He is the incarnation of hope." He marveled, "Can I become a monster too?" Chujo greeted him. "Long time no see, Chairman Yi." He leaned an arm affectionately over his shoulder. "Whoa, look at us being all formal. You're playing that Lu Shuan routine again. Just call me Yi. I know you have a lot to ask. Let's go. Let's find somewhere else to talk." The two walked out, leaving Yangzi there in tears. The royal Chu family will likely receive news of Chu Fengchi being severely injured and hospitalized very soon. "I'm doomed. I'm just the chairman's tool." "Fine, if I'm a tool, I'll be a tool. But even as a tool, I'll be the most exceptional one." The legend of the tool man Yangzi would be an epic saga. They arrived at the Dragon Blood Association chairman's office. Yi went straight to the point. "Chujo, you must have met Mo Tong, right? The man wearing the spiral mask." Chujo was confused. "Ask whatever you want to ask," Chujo asked curiously. "Yi. When did you join that monster organization?" Yi replied. "After returning from Linshui County, Mo Tong found me and invited me to join. With your observation skills, you should have realized by now that I am the mysterious powerhouse who saved West City. My strength had already surpassed the Grand Master level back then, which is indeed astonishing, right? Even though I obtained such great power, 90% of it was through my own hard work and talent." Chujo added that the monster organization also provided some key support. "Do you know what this organization's goal is?" "The experts in that group, like Mo Tong and the man in the Hanya mask. There are several others I'm not clear on. I don't know the organization's ultimate purpose, but I'm certain it will never harm Great Summer." Yi waved his hand and said, "As for how many powerhouses there are, based on current conditions, there are 5 others with strength comparable to mine." Chujo trembled with rage after hearing this. 5 experts far beyond the Grand Master level. That was a foundation deeper than even a powerful nation. If they were to invade Great Summer, there would be no way to resist. Yi smiled and reassured him, "Don't think too much. Mo Tong said he'd find you tonight, right? Just accept his arrangements with peace of mind. For now, the monster organization is on Great Summer's side." Hearing this, Chujo stood up to take his leave. "All right, I'll be going then, Yi." The door closed behind him. Yi fell into thought. Chujo was his good friend, so he obviously wouldn't harm him, but the current plan did require his participation. Great Summer has thousands of years of history, and 9 dynasties have risen and fallen on this land. After each dynasty collapsed, the royal family members weren't completely eradicated by the new rulers. Instead, they were protected. They evolved into the 9 families of today. Why would a royal family continue to exist after a dynasty falls and an emperor dies? It's clearly illogical. No newly crowned monarch would tolerate a family that once ruled the world continuing to grow strong. I found the answer in Nuwa's classified files. Faith power, also known as vow power. In Linshui County, that was the very thing the demonic womb nurturing Baro's body was absorbing. I used to think only ethereal demons could create and use this miraculous power. However, at the beginning of Great Summer's history, the alchemical arts of the First Dynasty had already created a technology to extract and utilize vow power. They simply called it Dragon Chi or Fortunes. Functionally, using Dragon Chi to protect the royalty was just its most basic use. Its most vital function was to bind the royal family to Great Summer itself, like a time bomb. Under the Emperor's orders, alchemists locked the dragon chi to the royal lineage. If the royal family ever faced total destruction, they could manipulate the power of fortune to bring catastrophic disaster to Great Summer by destroying the entire nation's foundation. This illicit method is exactly how the royal families successfully maintained and preserved their significant domestic power for generations. It can be said, dynasties change, but the royalty is eternal. Therefore, the greatest difficulty in rooting out the 9 families of the imperial capital isn't the experts within the families, but preventing them from taking the entire country down with them when pushed to a corner. In other words, I must first seize the dragon chi they take such pride in. This method is also recorded in Nua's classified files. Every 60 years, the 9 families take turns wielding Great Summer's dragon chi. The chosen family selects a member called the Chosen One, who sacrifices a lifetime of freedom to become a dragon vein and receive the dragon chi. It is, in effect, a human container. It's similar to a Jinchuriki, though it's a bit cruel. But I plan to have Chujo, who possesses royal blood, temporarily absorb the dragon chi to stabilize this time bomb. Of course, I will definitely find a way to get you out of there. I promise that to Great Summer. Now that all the top-tier figures have disappeared, it's Yi-He's turn. I must shoulder this heavy burden. Only when you truly reach this height do you realize the reality you must face. No matter how cruel, sacrifice is inevitable. The only thing I can do is keep getting stronger to minimize the cost of that sacrifice. Chujo returned to his room, sat cross-legged on the bed and began to circulate his power. Birds outside were chirping and flying about chaotically. He saw the entity, and his face darkened instantly. The black tree had appeared before Chujo. Chujo spoke. "I thought you weren't coming," Yi replied. "I forgot to remind you during the day, if you want to see me you must keep your mind steady. Simply put, you can't just be looking." Hearing this, Chujo was stunned. Yi went straight to business. "All right, since we've already wasted enough time, let's begin the special training. After all, you're too weak right now and the weak can do nothing." Yi's finger traced 2 blood-streaked lines from Chujo's forehead down to his eyes. Chujo froze for a moment, letting out a startled cry. Chujo covered his eyes in pain, and Yi advised, "Don't open your eyes, I've already injected a power called Vow Power into them. This is a prerequisite for cultivating the Eye of Causality. From now on, you are my disciple. I will bestow upon you the power of the Eye of Causality, which is my unique inheritance. I hope you won't disappoint me. Digest this power well." Chujo slowly accepted the power, knelt on one knee and replied, "Thank you, Master." Yi then looked at Chujo sitting on the bed. Yi guided the blood on his hand. "First, condense the water elements in the air to wash up. I've already transferred my Eye of Causality to Chujo and granted him Vow Power in his spiritual world. Furthermore, the power of pure ice elements is gradually evolving within his bloodline. By using YH cells to strengthen his physical body, Chujo will surely grow up quickly. Taking over the dragon chi shouldn't be an issue. When that time comes, I can finally rest easy and deal with those 9 families who fled to the ancient southern capital." The scene shifted to the Wadu University Research Institute, where Gongke was angrily questioning, "HMPH, you brat. Why the sudden hurry to see your master?" Yi replied timidly. "Master, she scolded furiously. "You have the nerve to come here as my most beloved top disciple. Where did your promise to visit me frequently go? You ran off as soon as you learned all my skills without even a single video call. You left your master alone in this tiny room. How tragic. Do you know how close your master came to a crushing defeat in the Battle of Wadu a week ago?" Yi smiled awkwardly and tried to soothe her. "Master, I know you're angry, but don't be angry yet." He pulled out a model. "I brought you a gift. Look, it's a globally limited gold-plated magical girl figurine." Seeing this, Gongke's expression changed instantly. She took the gift and said, "Ahem, what was I saying? Seeing how filial Shao he is, Master forgives you. Tell me, why have you come to see me this time?" Yi said seriously. "Master, I'm about to break through to the Xuanwu rank. I want the next volume of the Killing Intent Bodhi Sutra." Gongke looked at him in disbelief. "Xuanwu rank? You've already reached the peak of the Great Martial Master rank," Gongke thought to herself. "This kid has only been at Wadu University for half a year. In just over 6 months he's gone from..." Even with the use of hormones, such rapid progress would be impossible. Yi knew very well that the breakthrough itself didn't matter much. After all, he had already eliminated 2 of the top powerhouses on Earth. Right now, he only wanted to seize the opportunity while Chujo was training in Wadu to break through to the martial Grand Master rank as soon as possible, thereby gaining insight into his own unique martial Dao domain. Gongke was full of praise for this. "As expected of my disciple Shao, he is nearly as impressive as I was back in the day. Haha. All right. Since my beloved pupil has learned so well, I will teach you everything I have without reservation. Now then, let me first test your previous knowledge." The progression from martial apprentice to martial artist is a stage of accumulating blood chi, strengthening the physique, and laying a solid physical foundation. Upon breaking through to martial artist, one can awaken spiritual power. Through internal observation of one's own meridians and acupoints, one achieves a level of subtlety and self-strengthening. The period from martial artist to Xuanwu martial artist is a process of tempering both the physical body and the spirit. When breaking through to a Xuanwu martial artist, one must achieve perfect harmony between the spirit and the body. This is essentially preparation for ascending to the Grandmaster rank. Grandmaster. This is exactly why the martial Dao domain is the hallmark of a Grandmaster level powerhouse. To some extent, a Xuanwu martial artist cannot be considered an independent realm. It is merely a transitional phase on the path to Grandmaster. It's just that far too many martial artists get stuck at this junction, unable to take that final step of unifying essence, chi, and spirit for their entire lives. Xuanwu Grandmaster. They cannot be called Grandmasters, yet they are unwilling to be relegated to the rank of Great Martial Master. Thus they joined forces with scholars to define this realm as Xuanwu martial artist, Xiao He. Just by hearing the name, you should realize how irrational this situation is, shouldn't you? He suddenly understood. Indeed, martial apprentice, martial artist, martial master, great martial master, and only then Grandmaster. The system flows naturally, but wedging Xuanwu martial artist in the middle feels incredibly clunky. It turns out it was added later. Gong Kei scolded him irritably. This can only be discussed in academic circles. Don't go poking your nose into these things. You'll only end up scoffing at them. Don't get distracted. I spent a long time preparing this teacher's uniform and finally managed to put it on. Aren't you going to show your master some respect? He thought to himself. HMPH. I wonder if the identity on the other side is proceeding smoothly. The scene shifted to the Dragon Blood Association training room. The avatar of he was currently guiding Chuzhou. Concentrate your spirit on your eyes, control the primal energy, and guide it into your pupils. Chuzhou closed his eyes and followed the instructions. When he opened them, his pupils had changed color, with a halo flickering at the center. The avatar praised, "Excellent. The pupil activation is a success." Inside the Dragon Blood Association training room, the avatar reminded him, "Try out your new eyes. How do they feel?" Chuzhou's eyes were covered in a layer of blue with the vortices within them spinning. The first image he saw was the avatar. Then his vision extended further into the outside world. He could even see a tiny dragonfly flying past outside. The image manifested with crystal clarity. Chuzhou was shocked. He hadn't expected to lock onto a flying insect as small as a grain of rice from several meters away so easily. Its flight trajectory was clearly visible, and thanks to the powerful dynamic vision of these eyes, he could even calculate where it intended to fly next. He shared his experience excitedly. "It feels incredible. If these eyes are applied in combat, every move the opponent makes will be laid bare. By combining this with the analytical capabilities of the Sharingan, I can quickly identify an enemy's weaknesses. With the enhancement of these eyes, I'm confident I could defeat my former self in under 3 minutes." Yi wasn't in a hurry to celebrate. "Are you satisfied with just this small gain? Currently, you haven't even developed 1/1000th of the power of these eyes. Their power is not just enhanced vision. They can construct illusions to cast genjutsu, and use vow power to create a great Dharma avatar. You might even suffer a decline in vision or eventual blindness due to using these eyes, until you unlock their ultimate power and gain full control." Chuzhou's pupils looked as if they were about to burst. He clutched his eyes tightly as blood began to seep out. "My eyes hurt so much, my eyeballs feel like they're going to explode." He immediately replied, "My eyes are very special and my ocular techniques are far superior to yours. At your current realm, you can't even maintain eye contact with me. If you want to catch up to me, the upcoming training will be extremely grueling." Chuzhou endured the pain and reminded him, "I can't wait, master." Several hours later, as the pain gradually subsided, he muttered to himself, "I've never experienced such high-intensity overtraining. My head and eyes hurt terribly. But it's still early. I can't give up." He handed Chuzhou a small briefcase. "Cultivation isn't an overnight matter. Don't be too tense, take proper breaks. Open it and see." As soon as he opened it, the light from the box reflected on his face. A cell with facial features spoke. "Hello." Chuzhou recoiled in terror. "Is it a demon beast?" The avatar draped an arm over the shoulder of the expanding cell. "Don't be nervous. It's the Absolute Hand Garment. It's a biological creation of our monster organization, not a demon beast," it introduced itself. "I am called a Fey." Chuzhou found it familiar. "Why does this thing's appearance look a bit like Yi?" The cell wrapped around him and asked, "Please relax and accept it now." When the dark red tentacles entwined around his body, Chuzhou was stunned. It felt as if a stream of pure life energy was being injected into his body. His fatigue and pain vanished instantly. He even felt his vision improve significantly. The avatar praised, "Excellent, continue training." The scene shifted to the imperial city of the ancient southern capital. Inside the central hall of the Chu imperial clan's territory, an old man slammed the table and roared, "This is a provocation. This is a blatant provocation against our Chu imperial clan." Chu Fengqi, a dignified Xuanwu martial artist, went to Wadu University and is now lying unconscious in a hospital, proving that a Grand Master-level expert must have taken action. "This is a declaration of war sent to our clan," another person chimed in. "Doesn't the announcement from Wadu University say it was the chairman of the Dragon Blood Association who did it?" "Do you actually believe that nonsense?" Changming asked with a frown. "The Dragon Blood Association is nothing more than an organization established by a bunch of freshmen. Could Chu Fengqi really have lost at their hands?" This man was the representative of the radical faction, Clan Elder Chu Chengming. Another person spoke up, believing their chairman was merely a great martial master. Chu Fengqi should have been able to slap the opponent into oblivion with a wave of his hand. Exactly. The so-called Dragon Blood Association is just a shield put forward by Wadu University, even using the excuse of a great martial master putting a Xuanwu martial artist in the hospital is essentially a deliberate attempt to humiliate us. The representative of the conservative faction, Clan Elder Chu Baozhen, asserted that the dragonfinch behind Wadu University must have noticed our clan's recent efforts to consolidate national power and issued a warning. Changming shouted, "The great summer dragonfinch has already made the first move, everyone. The war has begun, we cannot sit idly by. Contact the other 8 imperial clans and prepare to raise our armies and march north," another person objected. "No, that's too reckless. Great Summer is currently surrounded by predators. It cannot withstand such upheaval. Our national strength has already been severely damaged by the loss of contact with our top combat forces, and then there's the Reclamation plan. Great Summer cannot afford a civil war right now, and our clan has no legitimate reason to deploy troops. A hasty uprising will only lose us the people's support. Even if we succeed, the country will find no peace," he countered. "Foolish. The enemy has already moved. If we don't seize the initiative, we will only become fish on a chopping block. As for so-called public support, laughable. Our imperial clan is the family chosen by the heavens. Why care about the feelings of commoners? Kill whoever dares to revolt. Kill 10,000, 100,000, 1,000,000, 10 million until everyone submits." The opponent reminded Chu Chengming, "What era do you think this is? You are burying the country's future." The patriarch, Chu Hongtang, interrupted them. "Enough, it's true that the great summer dragonfinch has begun to clash with our clan's interests, but now is not the time to raise an army. Clan Elder Chu Baozhen has a point. We must give great summer time to recuperate. Furthermore, in 2 months, we have the once in 60 years Dragon Vein succession ceremony which must not be delayed. Everything will be decided after the ceremony." Chengming stood frozen after hearing this. HMPH, he made a note of it in his heart. "Old man, you've repeatedly obstructed the grand plan for our imperial clan's eternal unification. It seems that unless I get rid of you, our clan cannot be restored. Your time is up." The scene shifted to the walls of the imperial city, where a Fey was squeezing out of a crack at the base of the wall. "Good grief, this imperial city actually repels creatures without royal blood. I have no way to sneak in at all. It seems I'll have to report to the master. I hope he won't be annoyed with me." He was currently being scolded by Yi He. "Idiot, if you can't get in without royal blood, then go get some blood. Don't you have biological cloning capabilities? Perhaps I should let the mad doctor upgrade your brains. Otherwise you can't even handle a slightly complex task." Efe was very surprised after hearing this. "Oh, I can do that." Yi pointed out that finding a member of the ancient southern capital's imperial clan couldn't be easier. Just go straight to the local's largest entertainment venue. After all, that's where all those wealthy scions and rich heirs gather. Forget it, I'll go personally. The scene shifted to the luxurious Golden Horse Club. On the street outside, many people were preparing to go in and spend money. While the people inside were focused on a sexy pole dancer, a voice came from the inner manager's office. "Shao Qi, if you want to advance further in your career, you'll have to show that you're more sensible." The employee acted very timid. "Manager, I don't understand what you mean." She pulled him by his tie. "Don't understand? Then let me teach you a lesson." He appeared to the side. "Sorry to interrupt." The manager was startled to see him. "You, who are you? How did you get in?" He's eyes shifted to Pupil, gradually taking control of her. "Shish, don't be so nervous. I'm just here for an undercover visit. As a manager, you must have the VIP list of everyone entering and leaving the club tonight." Give me the personal information and room numbers of the highest-ranking royal family members. Since you're a madam, I'm sure you know plenty of gossip and secrets about the royal family, right? Tell me everything." Outside, regular customers were being greeted. "Young Master Lu, welcome, welcome. What are you few standing there for? Hurry and make way for young Master Lu." Wen Yu glanced at them sideways, his gaze unfriendly, as a group of people bowed to him. They only dared to curse in their hearts. "Damn it, ever since that bunch from the Wadu Imperial clan came over, we young masters of the local Nandu families have to act as submissive as grandsons in front of them. Stop complaining. How can a remote place like Nandu compare to someone else's imperial clan? Once they leave, we'll still be the ones in charge." Wen Yu walked into the private room and slumped onto the sofa, saying, "It seems the upbringing of these major families in the ancient southern capital is decent. As expected, it's better to be a bit traditional. Unlike Wadu, development was too fast, leading to many rules being forgotten, to the point they can't even distinguish who is the master and who is the slave." Several employees were whispering in secret, "I heard from the elders at home that the conflict between the Great Summer Dragonfinch and the Imperial clans is becoming increasingly sharp. After the Battle of Wadu, it reached a breaking point. True, while it's time to choose a side, the elders warned not to stick our heads out. Let's see how this muddy water develops before making a decision. After all, this is a century of foundation involving too many people. We can't just bet it all overnight." He then asked, "Is there anything fun in your ancient southern capital?" The man replied, "Although the ancient southern capital isn't as prosperous as Wadu, the girls here are a treasure. Later I'll let young Master Lu see for himself." When you mentioned the matter of girls, "I heard that the leading martial artist of the younger generation in the ancient southern capital is a girl." He immediately guessed who it was. "That girl is named Dan Ya. He heard she graduated from Wadu University this year and has officially joined the Great Summer Dragonfinch." "Young Master Lu, are you interested in her?" he replied irritably. "Do you even need to ask? Bring her over." Junman hesitated. "This, young Master Lu, we don't dare touch anyone from the Great Summer Dragonfinch." Wen Yu set his wineglass down heavily and asked, "Oh, it seems your family is currently waiting to see which side to choose, right?" he said with a bitter smile. "What side, young Master Lu? We don't have the status to choose sides." His face darkened as he grabbed a wine bottle. Still playing dumb, the wine bottle smashed onto the man's head with a clatter. Wen Yu reminded him coldly, "Remember this, Great Summer belongs to the Imperial family, not to the Dragonfinch, and certainly not to you commoners. Your families in ancient Nandu are currently closest to the Imperial family, and yet you dare to sit on the sidelines despite being so close? Aren't you afraid of being wiped out?" he said, stepping on Junman's head. "Go back and tell your family that we, the Imperial family, want an answer tomorrow." He then left in disgust. What a buzzkill. People from small places really are narrow-minded. Just then he was stopped by a man. Wen Yu looked up and asked, "HMPH, what are you coming in for?" "I said no security allowed, or did something happen?" Suddenly, this man's head split in two and a red aura flew out from within. Yi then appeared before him. Someone cried out in terror, "A demon beast." "How did a demon beast sneak in?" He turned to flee in a hurry. "Quick, press the alarm." Yi's fingertip pointed at the target. A halo lit up and spikes erupting from the ground impaled Wen Yu's head. His face was now distorted, with lumps bulging out. Then the man exploded, blood splattering everywhere. Several people covered in blood screamed in panic. "Help, blood, that's blood, don't kill me, Papa, save me, spare me." He let out a cold laugh. "Don't be in a hurry, don't be in a hurry." The ceiling of the Golden Horse Club flickered with golden light, while below the floor had already been dyed red with blood. He confronted Wen Yu, who was still arrogant even at death's door. "Who are you? What do you want?" "I am the third young master of the Imperial Lu family. We can negotiate." He raised a sharp finger and let out an, "Oh." Wen Yu felt insulted. "Do you want to kill me? Do you know who I am? Do you know the Imperial clan?" Before he could finish, a spike impaled his chin. He said contemptuously, "Idiot, it's precisely because you're from that family that I'm killing you. And you actually dared to show your face." Yi's silhouette transformed into wisps of black chi. The black chi began to move, charging straight into Wen Yu's mouth. The remaining few people trembled violently at the sight. Watching his body gradually swell, several people knelt and trembled, begging for mercy. A monster has crawled into young Master Lu's body?" Wen Yu coughed violently a few times, his face covered in sweat. A group of people fell to the ground, not even daring to breathe loudly. Yi gradually manifested before them. Fei bowed to him. "Master, I have successfully controlled this body possessing royal blood and have obtained the memories within its brain." Yi reminded him, "Your brains are leaking. Hurry and patch the hole on top of your head," it replied. "Oh, that was a lapse on my part. I'll patch it right now." After giving a final instruction, Yi turned and left. "Handle the rest yourselves. Convert them all into YH cell carriers, the absolute hand garment, "And then begin the sowing plan," it replied. "Understood," it spoke with disgust. "A bunch of bullies, nothing but vampires preying on the people of the ancient southern capital. Cleaning them out will only dirty my hands." Meanwhile, Yi sat in deep thought. The chess pieces had finally entered the imperial city, and the sowing plan had taken a critical step forward. He sat down to regulate his breathing, knowing that making every member of the royal family infected with YH cells and converting them into vassals would be no easy feat. Such methods were only effective against the weak. A small amount of cells could not infect high-tier martial artists. Dragon Chi, this energy utilized through vow power, was truly unique. Leaving it solely in the hands of the 9 imperial clans would be a total waste, as it would remain a time bomb tethered to the fate of Great Summer. Furthermore, if he wanted to rescue Chuzhou after he assumed the burden of the Dragon Chi and transformed into the Dragon Vein, he would have to make a move against the Dragon Chi itself. Currently, his understanding of this spiritual power was still vague. He could only attempt to navigate it by drawing on his mission experience from Linshui County. Even if he made no progress in controlling the Dragon Chi, he could still infect the majority of the royal family, sap their strength, or steal their secret arts, thereby reducing the obstacles to their eventual removal. No matter how he calculated it, it was a win-win. Everything was ready, waiting only for Chuzhou to grow strong enough to act. Before that, I must first break through to become a Xuanwu martial artist. To reach the Xuanwu rank, my essence, chi and spirit must reach a state of perfection. Unfortunately, my physical body is too powerful. I must pour all my resources into my mental strength. Currently, the only way to enhance his spirit was through ocular techniques, using mental energy as the source. Advancing ocular techniques usually required the stimulation of intense negative emotions to convert them into energy for the eyes. However, he had absolutely no need for such a self-destructive method, nor would he allow those around him to be harmed. The 10-headed Gana template he possessed was the progenitor of all ocular techniques. As long as the resources were in place and the compatibility level increased, he could awaken them instantly. Furthermore, he had been guiding the mutation of his ocular techniques. Throughout the formation of his eyes, he had constantly infused them with the mental energy of the Hell Star. Perhaps the ocular technique he was about to awaken was related to time. Time flew by and 2 months passed. The Avatar Yi, he went to inspect Chuzhou. "Come here. Let me see your progress, and see if you are worthy of these past 2 months of cultivation. If your performance satisfies me, I will teach you the advanced path of ocular techniques." Taking a deep breath, Chuzhou slowly exhaled to calm his mind. His eyes turned a brilliant blue. "Master, please guide me." The surrounding aura fluctuated violently as he raised his hand, surrounded by a bone-chilling frost. An ice wall erupted from the ground. Chuzhou stood atop the ice wall while the Avatar Yi, he observed from below. Chuzhou let out a great shout. "Magic beast true form max cold," he evaluated. "In terms of quantity, it still doesn't match that wizard, but the quality has already surpassed him. A genuine genius through and through. In that case, I'll have to get a bit serious as well." The Avatar Yi, he activated the Hell Star energy, and a massive energy sphere took shape. It then split into several smaller spheres that orbited his body. He guided the light orbs as they elongated and widened, transforming into a band of energy that encircled him. Chuzhou frowned, realizing that he was using the light orbs to construct an absolute defense. Could his new eyes accurately capture the movement patterns of these energy spheres? These spheres were not rotating blindly. They were protecting him with purpose. In other words, these light orbs would intercept any object that approached. I can use that to my advantage. He launched an attack from multiple directions as the 5 energy spheres dispersed, forming rings of 2 or 3. Even so, the light orb's defense was almost flawless. But as long as I can use a feint to bait the light orbs into deviating for even 0.1 seconds, my ocular technique can seize the gap to launch a surprise attack. Chuzhou manifested the ice magic dragon bloodline, and ice walls rose around him as countless ice arrows shot from the dragon's maw. Chuzhou thought to himself, as long as the plan goes smoothly, the ice dragons from different angles successfully pinned down the energy spheres. The sharp ice edges were gradually piercing the rotating light, and he was filled with anticipation. Now, Chuzhou charged forward just as the rotating light dispersed back into spheres. Seeing this, the Avatar Yi let out a sneer. "Chuzhou, you're thinking too simply." The light spheres flared, and a violent explosion occurred. Chuzhou hadn't expected the objects to detonate. The best was yet to come. Golden light shot out like needles, piercing through flesh as blood seeped out. Instantly, the area where Chuzhou stood was wreathed in smoke. The Avatar Yi, he glanced back, showing a hint of surprise. Chuzhou stood atop the magic dragon and said, "I told you it was a feint." Before he finished speaking, he leaped off the ground and lunged toward the Avatar's back. He exposed the truth. Chuzhou had used an ocular technique to create an illusion combined with an ice attribute energy clone for a fake attack, while his true self hid in the blind spot, waiting for the opportunity. Was that a telepathic message? Can he send it directly into my brain? However, I can distinguish the aura of a clone from a true body at a glance, yet I still admire your combat intelligence. Therefore I will give you an opportunity to get close to me. Chuzhou was filled with worry. Oh no, he saw through it, but this might be his only chance to get close. I have a reason to get stronger. Chuzhou released ice from his palms. Ice pillars like spiked spears blocked the avatar's path. It was an earthly fiend martial technique, Frost Dragon's solitary shadow. Chuzhou lunged from behind with an ice blade, firmly believing, I have already used my ocular technique to simulate all your evasion paths. This time I won't miss. The ice crashed down. The magic dragon roared and frost enveloped the surroundings. Seeing the avatar's body being sliced open, he was overjoyed. I hit him. Did I really kill him? Chuzhou's eyes turned red as he saw the reality. A voice echoed in his mind. When did you get the illusion that you weren't under a genjutsu? He said with disappointment. With my current physique combined with a fey, the exoskeleton armor on my body already far exceeds that of an ordinary Xuanwu martial artist. Yet I can't even take a single move from master, the voice guided him. An attack that exceeds the limit is no match for the sublimation of spiritual power. Suffer forever within the illusion of the eye of a myriad causalities. Chuzhou, the difference between you and me is that you do not possess the body of the 10 heads. If you want your ocular technique to break through to the eye of causality, you can only use the old method, leveraging intense emotions to stimulate your potential. I will use an illusion to take you into your most intense emotional memories. I hope you can seize the chance to succeed in your breakthrough. Once you succeed, I can also completely erase the royal family that has lasted for 1,000 years from history. Opening his eyes, Chuzhou felt a bone-chilling cold. Where is this? Heavy iron chains weighed down from above, locking his limbs. He had returned to his childhood form, unable to move. This place, have I returned to my childhood? Water droplets fell on his face, and he saw that man standing before him, with others kneeling nearby. That was Chuzhou's grandfather Taishan, who was ordering Chu Longqian to kill that woman. Chuzhou's mother Chu Wenyi was kneeling right there. Chu Longqian pleaded, Father, I beg of you, you can punish me in any way you want, but please spare Wenyi and Zhou'er. He is, after all, of the Chu family bloodline, Taishan roared in fury. Silence, you rebellious son. You actually dared to fake your death in the secret realm just to escape the political marriage with the Zhou family and flee the house. And you dare mention the Chu bloodline to me. What were you thinking back then? Living with a commoner for 5 years and even having a child. Do you have any idea how much face the Chu and Zhou families lost because of this? If you weren't my son, you would have been secretly executed long ago, his mother whispered in Longqian's ear. Kill me, trade my life so Zhou'er can live, otherwise we all die. At least let the child live. Chuzhou screamed in terror. Don't, coward bastard, aren't you a martial grandmaster? Take mom and escape, you bastard. These chains. Break, break, is there a sword? Quickly cut them, he began to howl frantically. Look over here. Sever my shackles, can't you see me? Coward dad, what on earth are you doing? If you dare to act, I will never forgive you. I will kill you. Just as he raised his hand, his mother left her final words. Zhou'er, live well. Become an exceptional martial artist. At that moment, the vortex of time spun, and a miserable scream rang out. Chuzhou's power erupted, tearing the iron chains apart. The avatar he sensed it. Oh, the ocular technique fluctuations are so strong. It seems he succeeded. Chuzhou returned from the memory and reported the good news. Master, I've broken through. So this was the method to achieve the eye of causality. He thanked his master for allowing him to see his mother one last time. The avatar he asked, What ocular technique did you awaken? Chuzhou replied. My left eye is called Floating Pagoda of World Severing, with the ability to slice through space. My right eye is called Instant Severance of Void, with the ability to instantly cut the spatial distance between myself and a target, allowing me to achieve instantaneous proximity, much like teleportation. The avatar he praised. Space and teleportation are both top-tier ocular techniques. Very good, he thought to himself. As the creator of the illusion, I could see his dreamscape. The awakening of the eye of causality is closely related to one's state of mind and emotions. In the illusion, Chuzhou witnessed his father executing his mother. The intense desire to break the chains granted him the world-severing power to cut through everything, and the wish to cross space to protect his mother allowed him to learn how to break spatial barriers, thereby achieving instant touch. The avatar he patted his shoulder. This is the meaning and power of the eye of causality. Only those who have endured pain can grasp the key to opening it. Next, use your ocular technique to attack me. I won't resist, Chujo hesitated. But my ocular technique will slice through space, it's too dangerous. The avatar Yi, he asked sternly, do you have the confidence to kill me? Chujo was silent for a moment before letting out a long breath. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Master, here I come. Frost shot toward the avatar Yi. A tyrannical force surged through, leaving an ice trail on the ground. And the avatar Yi, he was sliced in two. He activated the Eye of Causality, reversing River of Time. And another body immediately appeared behind him. Chujo was greatly shocked. What happened? I clearly hit him just now. Even the wall cracked. With a flash of white light, everything was restored to its original state, and the wall returned to its pre-shattered condition. He realized, is this master's Eye of Causality? The avatar Yi, he confirmed. That's right, your master's ability is the power of time. Your floating pagoda of world severing is quite good. If it were a surprise attack, it might even slay a grandmaster. Next, let me see the Dharma avatar that comes with the Eye of Causality. Once I confirm you've met the standard, you can participate in the organization's plan. Chujo hesitated. But before evolving into the eternal Eon Eye of Causality, won't excessive use of the ocular technique lead to blindness? He replied. That is exactly the point of the absolute hand garment you're wearing. Haven't you noticed that every time you use your ocular technique, it transmits positive energy into your body to maintain balance? A Fei poked out from his shoulder. Lord Motong is right, my liege Chujo, you always ignore a Fei. A Fei is very sad. As long as you trust me and hand over a portion of control, you can unleash the power of the absolute hand garment, Chujo thought to himself. I truly didn't trust this lump that looks like Yi before, but now I possess the Eye of Causality. Since I've decided to rely on the monster organization to become stronger, I should accept it wholeheartedly. He opened his arms. As you wish, Fei. You don't have to stay only on the surface anymore. You can enter the deeper layers of my body for fusion. He chose to trust. After all, this was an organization endorsed by Yi. At this moment his eyes were different colors, and energy erupted from his sockets. A Fei gritted his teeth and said, Release everything, damn it. Without the 10-headed gene reinforcement, I really couldn't withstand the load of the Eye of Causality. Golden light shot into the sky from Chujo, turning into a massive vortex. Immediately after, a wisp of black chi seeped into the energy band. A magic beast form manifested, with 3 pairs of shining eyes on its face, the Eye of Causality, the Dharma avatar, true Lord Erlang Shen of pure source and sagely virtue, majestic and descended upon the world. Chujo's silhouette stood directly beneath it. And that concludes chapter 129 of the original series. As you can see from the creator's notice, Yi's journey must take a temporary hiatus. Unfortunately, the author suffered a wrist injury, a ligament tear, and requires at least a month for treatment and recovery. Due to these unforeseen circumstances beyond our control, this series recap will also end here for now. Please don't forget to like and subscribe to BALA Manhua Recaps to motivate us to bring you even more exciting new series. In the meantime, feel free to browse our channel to discover other thrilling recaps waiting for you. Thank you for watching and see you next time.